the games we play. Second, the effects of the bomb were obvious in hindsight. It was a multi-purpose weapon. The first effect was, of course, the humongous explosion. As Adam has said, a blast of that size could easily level a city or at least destroy enough of it that it made no real difference. Even if people managed to survive being anywhere near that blast, they could probably kiss any kind of meaningful infrastructure goodbye in the wake of that thing. What Raven had seen with that blackout would look like a cakewalk in comparison to the fallout from an explosion like that. His mounting fear was fueled by growing darkness and a collapse of civilization. The Grimm would swarm in the wake of such a thing, drawn by the terror and pain of the survivors, and if that wasn't enough to finish them off, well, the radiation from the bomb wouldn't do them any favors. In a way, the sheer destructive potential was terrifying, not so much for the power as for the implications of it. Certainly, I had the power to level a city with ease. Given a reason, any of the kingdoms could do the same, though the methods may have varied. But we all had something in common we wouldn't. Even in the Great War, arguably the largest conflict in recorded history with the invention of the Astra, no one had ever actually fired one at a city. Entire battlefields had been reduced to elemental chaos and the power displayed had been a threat unto itself, but it hadn't ever been aimed towards the heart of human civilization. Even when a battle for freedom and identity was being waged, no one had even considered striking at Mistral or Vale. Humanity didn't exactly have enough cities to afford that level of destruction. Supposedly, on the few occasions that the idea had been suggested among the enemy encampment, it had been shouted down in short order for one simple reason. In the end, the Grimm were our true enemy, and the enemy of our enemy was our friend. So long as we shared that common enemy, at least when the Grimm weren't an immediate threat, the kingdom had fought with some frequency, because as soon as they left we went right back to hating each other. But as long as they were around to put humanity at risk, there was no choice but to prioritize them. If a single kingdom fell, the panic and fear that resulted may well have been enough to bring down the rest. Everyone would wonder if they were really safe or if they were next, and by wondering, would have answered both questions. It was a logical threat that was hard to avoid, because it wasn't something you could very well not think about, faced with such devastation. One of the biggest fears during the war had been that the fall of a single nation might cause a domino effect and topple the others, and in the end, that alone had tied the hands of everyone involved. It had still been the greatest conflict in history, but though it had occasionally come close, it had never quite become a war of extinction. No one knew when they might cross that line on accident, and so no one had truly pushed. If they had, well, it was possible the war might have gone very differently, assuming humanity survived it at all. Even the very people who had championed against culture and identity hadn't been willing to cross that line. So in the end, while the kingdoms had the power to destroy each other, they wouldn't, because they truly would destroy each other. Even the Great War had had its rules, and they had been followed to the point that major battles would come to a halt so as to deal with incursions of the Grimm. This was a reminder of why, and a painful one, at that. If it came down to it, the Grimm could destroy us, and they could do it easily. It wouldn't just be because of their vastly greater numbers, and it wouldn't be some grand war of attrition and valiant death. They own this planet, and if they wanted, they could wipe away the last remnants of our species with ease. An explosion of this magnitude, large enough to carve a scar across what remained of the human race. On anyone else, it would have been a sign of madness and desperation, a final act of outrageous spite. Not so to the Grimm. For them, this destruction was nothing more than an invitation for growth. That was the other purpose of the bomb, naturally to strengthen the Hydra. Despite being at ground zero, its innermost core had weathered the blast unscathed, protected by the very blast that it had fueled. Everything else had been scoured away, of course, leaving the Hydra barely clinging to its life, which was all the better for recovering from. Lacking anything resembling a heart, brain, or even soul, even damage on the scale wasn't enough to kill it while its center remained, and in but a short time, it would recover fully. No, more than that, it had already surpassed its existence as a Hydra and reached up to a higher level, joining the no longer nearly mythical enough ranks of the Ananta. When it recovered from the damage fully, something that would take minutes at most, even accounting to its steadily lengthening HP bar, it would be a monster. Though it was presently headless, I'd be surprised if it had less than 50 by the time it recovered, giving it more heads than I'd ever seen on one of its lesser brethren. Once those heads grew into place and added their auxiliary cores to its current one, I could only imagine how fast it would be able to heal, how resistant it would be to damage, and how powerful it would become. All I knew was that it would, in all likelihood, be far beyond me, and for that same reason, I couldn't run. As I was now, I could only see one chance to beat this creature, and that was to do it here and now, before it recovered fully. I couldn't very well run away, knowing that, especially when I knew I was partially responsible for the creation of this creature. Whether it had been some natural trap or if Malkuth was being an enormous dick again, it didn't matter. All that mattered was that I didn't dare risk letting this thing go when there was even a chance of it following me back to Mistral, because if it did, it didn't matter. I wouldn't let it matter. Kill it, I snarled, dropping my psychokinetic shield. Don't worry about anything else, we can let it leave here alive. Choosing the lead by example, I opened the assault, digging into my inventory for 4 dust crystals that I immediately used to return myself to full power. Not daring to hold back, I gathered power in each of my 4 hands, holding onto it even as I felt Baihu's form waver as it was devoured. Thrusting my hands forward the moment I felt the pieces click, I unleashed a full quartet of Lux Eternus. The light seemed to devour everything. Though I'd gotten used to the darkness that came with the light attack, this was something different, something cold and hungry. It consumed everything it could to fuel its own power, sucking away every trace of heat and light until I felt frost forming on my skin and in my eyelashes. But it went beyond even that, pulling at my soul to devour spare MP, and it was only through careful control that I kept it from emptying my reserves and leaving my vulnerable. The darkness felt thick, too, if that made any sense. I was pretty sure it was drawing away energy even from my movements, if only just a little. It certainly seemed to swallow its own noise, because I didn't hear the usual sounds of devastation. When the lighting returned to normal, the world before me was a study in contrasts. As I'd thought, frost had crept over everything near our battle, turning the now blasted wasteland silver-white, except for the area immediately in front of me. Everything that had been caught in my blast had been erased, cut cleanly away as if by a surgeon's knife. I could saw with a fair bit of confidence that had been the strongest attack I'd ever used. And it still wasn't enough. In the distance, where it had been thrown by Lux Eterna's power, I could see a single red sphere, a bit larger than I was in size. The Hydra's so-called core. But the core wasn't what I was after. It was just the shell that protected the portal through which Malkuth fed his creation, a portal that was now wide open. Though I badly cracked several dozen layers of the sphere, matter was already pouring out of its center, not only repairing the damage but spurting from the sphere's surface like blood. Except blood didn't twist and take shape, didn't immediately harden and solidify. Even now, with my acceleration pushed to the limit, I could see it healing, faster than ever. Then I'd just have to move faster if I was going to keep up. Without a moment's hesitation, I swept up and devoured half a dozen dust crystals to fuel my advance. The first I used to bolster my own speed, accelerating beyond my normal limits until the healing seemed to still. I knew I'd need to devour more dust with every second to maintain this massive boost, but I didn't much care. Instead, I called out to my elementals. RWBY, who stood frozen like a statue in the process of forming a new body. Crocia Moors, hidden by the incandescence of my gauntlets. Volturnus, the only one visibly moving to my present sight, flying formlessly through the heavens. All at once, they shifted. Not visibly, except in Volturnus' case, but they did. I felt them wane in my thoughts and something new took hold and I brought out the big guns. Between one instant and the next, someone appeared beside me, or perhaps not. Even while I was looking at him, it was hard to say if he was really there. He seemed to exist between moments and places, there and gone again. I couldn't say why, for all that he was my elemental. My sense of him was strange. Perhaps he sometimes stalled and existed a moment behind me, or maybe he waited patiently for me to catch up. Maybe he was only here when I observed him or when I looked away. I honestly didn't know. What I could say was that his appearance was the most normal of the advanced elementals I'd summoned, if not precisely stable. He looked somewhere between about 15 and 30 depending on when you looked, with black hair and even darker eyes, the orbs lacking any whites or any other color. Really, he wore a suit of black armor that was alternately smooth and sharp, with angles that varied as you tried to measure them. It was rare that I chose to use my more advanced elementals in battle, simply because they weren't the most efficient uses of my power. At high levels, they might be a better option, but here and now, the draw on my power was too severe. But this wasn't the time to worry about that. If I had to burn through my entire store of dust to win this fight, I'd call it a fair trade. And since it was time I needed, there was nobody better to ask. A moment after he appeared, pitch black orb shifted to look at me and through me at the same time. Yes, he agreed a moment before I thought to say anything, though I actually wasn't sure he was speaking to me, as such. I never actually saw him speak to me, I just remembered him saying the words before I could react, and this was me we were talking about. He put a hand on my shoulder and I felt myself. Saying I moved was quite accurate. It was more like I found myself elsewhere, standing directly in front of the Ananta's core and peering at the portal within it. I had no recollection of crossing the intervening space, but then, I didn't remember withdrawing any dust crystals either, even though I had several in my hands. Seeing that my MP was almost empty, I consumed a lot of them and, when I absently checked my inventory for more, realized that I must have used 3 or 4 more in the time I either hadn't experienced or didn't remember. Bringing my power back up to full, I began to gather it, mentally plotting out the best course of attack. Abruptly, I had a hand outstretched, a wall of attacks circling the unmoving sphere. Catching up to my body, I realized the nature of the attacks: gunners intermixed with magic missiles, along with the occasional Agnyastra. Each of the created weapons, floating in the air with my psychokinesis, had been charged to their fullest extent, a process that would have taken at least a few seconds and several times more power than I could provide. My parecognition quickly informed me of what I needed to know, and I felt more than saw the absence of 37 dust crystals from my inventory. Nonetheless, the bombardment had been fully charged and all that was left was to unleash it. So I did. The attacks collided with a burst of power so massive that I briefly thought the world was breaking. Seeing it up close, it was easy for me to determine that its power was several times the fourfold Luxaturna if taken all together, and each attack was designed to penetrate an opponent's defenses with as much force as possible. In the midst of all that power, I saw layers of the Ananta's defensive core shatter by the dozens and burn away, even through the light of an explosion that could have dwarfed mountains. It occurred to me belatedly that I wasn't sure I could survive proximity to such a thing, and I realized I had no idea what I'd been planning. But then my elemental was standing idly beside me and I felt myself twisting. I was stretched and unraveled so as to better squeeze through non-existent gaps in the oncoming rush of power. I felt myself come apart as if into a cloud of smoke, but even that ascribed more presence than I experienced in that moment. If I was a cloud of anything, it was a cloud of probability. What were the odds of me existing here or there, or being dead or alive? Somewhat less than 100%. The explosion passed through me through the space I occupied, or didn't occupy, or perhaps just maybe occupied, and then I was there again in its wake, collapsing to my knees. My HP had been badly reduced, if far less than probably should have been, but there wasn't much time to think about it. I was back on my feet and approaching the crack sphere literally before I could think about it. Dust crystals, the most recent of now well over 100, shattered and faded in my hands. The next moment, Luxaturna had fully gathered in my hands and I was unleashing it on the sphere, but instead of the usual colossal beam of destructive power, it came out differently. As if meeting something in midair, the light twisted until it was a narrow beam, no wider across than the palm of my hand, yet glowing with the full power of the attack. It had been focused, as if through an invisible lens, and all of its concentrated power was sent straight at the heart of the sphere. Adam was beside me, I realized then, just as Gu was looming over me, already fully grown. A blade of red-white light, the brightest attack I'd ever seen from Adam, came down on the sphere, but he wielded it through the edge of wilt, sinking it into the sphere. The red core was already half buried in the ground, pressed down in the center of a massive crater, but while it was less than half the size it had been when I'd last seen it, which was God only knows when, objectively or even subjectively it was still active. Even so, I could see something shifting within it, a reaction that seemed startled, confused, and maybe even worried. More, I said, standing beside my elemental again. At my command, he held out a hand and a column of darkness reached out, piercing right through the sphere and the earth beneath it. Of course, it wasn't actually darkness. That was merely how its strange interaction with light made it appear. Similarly, it didn't actually pierce the earth or sphere, it merely overlapped them. And then the ground began to twist, flowing towards and into the black beam with a fluidity that should have been impossible for something that I confirmed to still be solid. I saw things tear and released energy at the strain, matter being torn apart as it was twisted into impossible shapes, my own MP dropping in massive chunks with each passing moment. This was the power of my trump card. Of all my possible elementals except, perhaps, Keter, whose energy consumption rendered utterly unusable at present, he was the most powerful and the hardest to use. I tried to find ways around that, but in the end, the same two problems always stopped me. The first, of course, was the sheer power consumption. The last, whatever period of time, had consumed an enormous amount of power and what was soon to be 200 dust crystals. Even after all the cost reducers I had for MP and elemental skills, the use of his power drained me in seconds, and this was with him trying to hold back. No matter what I did, using his power was exhausting. I had a potential solution in mind for that. I'd long suspected that there were at least 3 levels above lesser elemental, similar to how status effects worked. If it was currently at low, then there'd be an intermediate state, then high, and finally a maxed form. Supporting that were the actual status effects I got from my elementals. When I'd gotten my basic elementals, my associated affinities had been at 10, but when they'd upgraded to lesser elementals, said affinities rose to 25. I couldn't be certain without actually experiencing it, but I suspected that the next level would improve it to 50, then 75, and at last the maximum of 100. And as their power improved, stuff like this should become easier. The second problem was more difficult and closely tied to his nature as an elemental. When I had first created him, I'd assumed I was making a time elemental, which was partially correct, but it would be more accurate to call him a dimension elemental, which was why I'd taken to thinking of him my dimensional. To clarify, that was dimensions in the spatial sense, accounting for the influence of time as the fourth dimension, rather than referring to stuff like Naraka. which I supposed was still a matter of defined, if segregated, space, but regardless that nature was simultaneously what made him powerful and hard to work with. I wasn't certain if he simply didn't need instructions or if he simply received them before I had a chance to give them, but regardless, he had a rather disorienting tendency to do his own thing. I'd find myself in different locations or even performing actions with no idea how I got there, what I was doing, or why. Presumably, this was a matter of adjusting my position in space and time, but it was pretty damn weird to be on the receiving end of it. For instance, if it should ever actually come to a fight with Ozpin, he would be my best chance at victory despite his ludicrous cost, and yet, I had no confidence in my own ability to fight alongside him. Generally, with my elementals, I fed them power and gave them instructions, specific or broad, but with him, I was moved around like a piece on a board, perhaps as a result of my future self's will, but the fact remained that I didn't know what was happening between one moment and the next. Can you imagine fighting like that? His power was tremendous, but I lagged behind in the moments between such that even if I was put in position, it might not be enough to accomplish anything. If I had to fight an experienced time manipulator like Ozpin without being in control or even aware of my own actions, I was confident I'd be butchered. Then again, if he were to slow down to let my talk or think against such an opponent, I'd probably be butchered anyway. The gamer's mind and my sensory skills gave me a massive advantage over pretty much anyone else in those cases, but there would still be a delay as I continually played catch up, and given the cost tied to it, generally speaking, it wasn't something I could afford to use. But I had to admit, as my power was steadily devoured and space continued to warp, and practical though it may have been, it looked pretty goddamn cool. The games we play. Awakening. As space warped and twisted, the cracks in the sphere were torn wider due to a combination of the strain on its structure and the simple adjustment of its dimensions. What should have been a hair-thin crack that was too minor to matter became an opening large enough to stick my hand through, which I did, along with a fully charged Lux Eterna, just for good measure, because seriously, fuck this thing. My dimensional kept its healing in check by locking it in place, but if I hadn't gone all out from the very beginning and pulled out all the stops, if I hadn't had upwards of 200 dust crystals to sacrifice for what had probably only lasted a second or two, after all the removed time, if it had actually been allowed to finish its growth, well, it would have been cataclysmically bad, and it served as a brutal reminder of how far I had to go. While it was possible that this specific Hydra had been unique and no other type would have been capable of such a feat, I really fucking doubted it. In all likelihood, any Hydra, once properly triggered whether externally or at Malkuth's command, could make the same transformation. They could even do it far in the wilderness where they couldn't be so easily stopped. Hell, for all I knew, Malkuth had a horde of such creatures lying in wait for a special occasion. And if a Hydra was like this, what would Jericho Falls be like? I sighed and looked towards my companions. If nothing else, this had been a learning experience. I had my ability to protect my comrades in battle tested and had been able to use my dimensional in a serious battle, however disorienting it might have been. And, better yet, we'd walk away from this alive given quickly everything had gone to hell. I'd take what I could get. So with a blast of light that slipped into the no longer protected portal and shined brightly through the cracks, I put an end to this and released a sigh. Your level has increased by 1. 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 Well, I thought, cheering up slightly, at least this day wasn't a complete disaster. So, Adam began, coming up behind me. That was awful, and I didn't even get a chance to do anything. Or maybe I did? What the fuck just happened? I sighed again as he brought me back to the moment when I started this fight. Only God and I knew what I was doing, I admitted tiredly. Now only God knows. Damn, Adam said, squinting at me. You're clueless? Seriously? I shrugged at him. There's a reason I don't do that very often. I said before inclining my head towards my dimensional. Though, as always, I appreciate the help. If you hadn't been there, things would have been a lot worse. The dimension elemental nodded at me, probably for courtesy's sake. Goodbye, he retroactively said. I will be waiting for you at our next meeting. Thanks, I replied, giving up and deciding to just roll with it. Until then, I guess. Say hello to me. He nodded again and unraveled into his component elementals. A moment later, I actually dismissed him. God, what a day, Adam muttered, shaking his head. It's still today, right? Linear time sort of went off to fuck itself there for a while. I'm pretty sure very little time passed for the rest of the world, I said, double-checking the position of the stars and the moon's position in its orbit. Yeah, we're fine on that front. Not that much time would have passed anyway. If that fight had gone on longer than a few seconds, we would not have enjoyed it. Today's little experiment didn't go so well on that front, but... well, at least we got some levels out of this. Yeah, Adam asked, muttering a word to draw up his status screen and seeing what I'd already noticed. The blood prints. LV-101. Adam Taurus. In case you weren't already aware, I'm going to give you so much shit about that later, I informed him helpfully. I just can't be fucked right now, so enjoy the reprieve. Adam let out an irritated sound, but I ignored it, instead shifting my attention towards the items that had appeared on the ground before the shattered Ananta's core and picking them up with the thought. There was approximately a fuckton of lean which, alas, was becoming less useful to me as time went on. I'd need to fill the hole I'd eaten in my dust reserves, but even then, I had ways of accomplishing it without spending money. In fact, I was tempted to ask Raven to open a portal for me back to Vale and steal some from Sender's stash. Sure, she'd probably never notice and it would be petty, but sometimes being petty helps get you through the day. Still, money was money and I took it happily. The items that remained were more interesting. You have obtained the item Vishnu. You have obtained the item Ain no Murakumo no Tsurugi. You have obtained the skill book Yatsuhayam. The first item, of course, was a mask. Its surface was plain white and reminiscent of the one I had gotten from Conquest, but as I picked it up and looked at it from different angles, different shapes began to appear, as if reflected onto its surface. Looking at it, I was sure that it was a powerful item, and from the simply knowing what I did about the creature I'd received it from made me very, very tempted to put it on. I'd done my best to lay off the masks given my suspicions concerning them, and Vishnu was one of the few so high level that I still couldn't see its true nature. But even so, there was a part of me that wanted to put it on and see what happened. If this was the mask of the Ananas and the Hydras, it must have been pretty damn incredible, and probably inflicted something like 5 million status effects. Given the Hydra's nature, it might not be limited to harmless effects that only touched my mind, either. I resisted the urge with a not to maybe test it when I could be sure it was safe. The second item was a beautiful long sword. It was reminiscent of the Vako style that Adam and Raven seemed to favor, with the length of the blade somewhere in between, but was otherwise a fairly plain weapon unless you looked closely at the gleaming blade and saw that, instead of a clear sky, it reflected dark gathering clouds. It was the first time I'd gotten a weapon from defeating a Grim, and observing it closely, I could tell it was top-notch. Here, I said, tossing it to Adam. Magic sword. Have fun, try not to do anything stupid and kill yourself. Adam caught the blade and swung it idly, accidentally releasing a blade of air that could have cut clean through a bunch of trees had we not thoroughly laid waste to the entire area. Instead, it hit me and I looked at him in annoyance. Sorry, he said with dubious sincerity, but held it carefully steady. Magic sword. Right. Is this my new weapon? If you want to use it for your public face, go right ahead, I answered. It's not as though you've had to do any fighting lately. Then I turned my attention back to the final item. It wasn't a book, despite what my power had said. It was a metal plate like the one I'd learned psychokinesis from. Engraved upon its surface was the outline of a man, within which had been carved thousands of tiny symbols, which filled the outline and even extended beyond it in places. Taken together, the symbols roughly formed the shape of a tree. I considered it for a moment, memorizing all the markings as a matter of course, and then absorbed it with a touch and a confirmation. I felt the knowledge flow into me and begin to take root, before taking a breath and turning. Okay, I said at last. Let's get out of here before anything comes looking for the source of all those explosions and we have to fight another godless abomination. Sounds like a plan, Adam said, gazing at his new sword with open interest and only sounding a bit annoyed when I nodded my head towards the sea and began to jog towards it without another word. Without a dimensional devouring my reserves, my MP had already returned and I began to relax as the shoreline got further away. Adam was distracted enough that he didn't even speak as we ran back across the water, only speaking once our feet were sinking into rough black sand again. Why did my title change, anyway? I glanced at him, having kind of expected the question. Even as a member of my party, Adam only received access to a few features of my semblance, and viewing the titles and such of others wasn't among them. The party system only gave effects directly related to parties, such as the ability to observe the HP of other members and gain experience. As such, he hadn't seen Autumn and Goose changes or made the connections I had. Probably because of that thing you did with your semblance, I answered, nodding towards Wilt and Blush. I don't even know how I did that, he muttered. One moment I was running towards you, the next I had it in my hands. I shrugged, figuring as much. You must have had a breakthrough, I told him. Go have it again or something. It should be easier now that you know it's possible, after all. Adam grunted. It'll be useful, he admitted. It felt like I was at full charge but was keeping it contained. If I could learn to fight like that. Then learn, I said. We'll figure it out and you have a few points to spend again. Maybe wisdom helped some after all, or maybe something else could be of use. Maybe, Adam mused. What about you? Are you going to do the usual? I chuckled. Of course, I replied, bringing up my status screen. Now let's try this again. By raising INT above 250, you have gained the passive skill High Mana Capacity. By raising INT above 250, you have gained the passive skill Improved Mana Regeneration. By greatly heightening the abilities of your mind, you have learned to grasp the perpetual flow of energy through your body and soul and open the chakras. By raising INT above 250, you have gained the passive skill Sahasrara. By raising INT above 250, you have gained the passive skill Aina. By raising INT above 250, you have gained the passive skill Vishuddha. By raising INT above 250, you have gained the passive skill Anahata. By raising INT above 250, you have gained the passive skill Manipura. By raising INT above 250, you have gained the passive skill Svadhisthana. By raising INT above 250, you have gained the passive skill Muladhara. The moment the windows appeared before me, I felt myself arch back, stiffening as what felt like a bolt of lightning raced down my spine. I felt a rush of power course through my brain before spiraling throughout my body in a web of almost painful energy. My nerves felt as if they'd been set alight and charged like live wires even as my heartbeat picked up and sent surges of power through my veins. I felt my aura erupt around me in a mantle of blinding glory before turning inward and forcing itself into my skin, pooling and gathering at points I thought must have been glowing. I felt something snap, as if a lock had been broken open, and then I felt something new. Energy gathered at the base of my spine and cleared something away as it cycled again and again, and then something began to shift. For a moment, I thought something was growing, like a new organ appearing within my body, but at the same time it felt like I was simply opening an eye that I had never noticed before. It felt bizarrely like a flower opening, with 4 concealing petals opening wide to conceal what lay within. At once, I felt as if I'd been rooted to the spot, literally, as if I'd begun to put down roots, like a plant. I felt trails of my aura flow down through my feet and spread out around through the ground around me, drawing in energy like a plant does water. That energy flowed upwards, gathering in a place just above the first, and there was another snap as something else opened. It was more thoroughly concealed than the one before it, with 6 petal-like gates needing to be opened before it was revealed. Above that was a point with 10 layers of obstruction at my solar plexus, then 12 in my heart. Then something shattered in my throat, breaking into 16 pieces. With each point that opened, I felt power flow, rising into my body and cycling around the strange but growing organs. They filled with energy and began to glow with greater and greater power, the course of energy running up my spine again and again but stopping as if hitting a wall. And then I felt something sharp, as if someone had stabbed me right between the eyes. At the tip of the imaginary blade gathered even greater power, which at last opened. Whereas each point between it had possessed a growing number of seals, this one seemed to possess only 2, and they spread to either side, as if covering my lens with lenses. The world around me exploded into color in a way even my senses had never seen. I saw myself, but in a way I never had before, my skin seeming to burn under my gaze and fall away. As it did, it revealed what had lain beneath it, light, pure and mercilessly bright. It glowed until everything was gone, until I didn't seem to have fingers or hands, but merely shaped and focused radiance. One by one, I saw eyes open on my skin by the thousands, and scattered power roared from my back in a pinning wave. I looked down at my hands and saw beyond my mortal flesh to the spirit within. I knew that nothing had changed physically, but that I was looking at myself. I looked like Keter, of course, but only to my own eyes. Shifting my attention to Adam, I saw him as well, skin falling away to reveal a monstrous armored form in his place. Red lightning had gathered in a physical shape around him, glowing in his armor, his writhing sword, at the tips of his claws, and even within his burning eye sockets. Clouds of smoke and sparks drifted up from the corner of his eyes, at once hiding and revealing the outline of a crown upon his head. Behind him, Goose stood as a black silhouette, a 3-dimensional shadow with the approximate shape of a dog. It was featureless, even so, like the event horizon of a black hole that didn't allow any light to touch it and leave. I was seeing them, not as they appeared on the surface, but as they were. I was looking at their souls. I was sealing souls not in the vast and formless field that Bianca had described, but as they existed in this world, shaping the flesh which they'd briefly attached themselves to. At the same time, I saw power racing through the air and ground, clearly illuminating the sprawling trails of energy that coursed through the world like invisible rivers. In the distance, I could see Mistral, shining with the lights of so many souls. From this distance, I could make out their forms, but I could see the intensity and color that rested within each like a beacon of luminescence. It was as if an eye had opened on my forehead and allowed me to clearly see the world. I felt my heart pound as I considered the possibilities, the glowing point within it pulsating with every beat. If I could look at Cinder this way or Ozpin. Admittedly, the shapes were hard to understand without any context, but it should reveal something, right? This power alone was a gold mine and my energy continued to gather, swirling at the top of my head. Gates began to open, as they had before, but the process didn't stop at a mere 10 or 20. This time it didn't even stop at a full 100. One by one, 1,000 gates opened wide and my power races with each and every one. It took several minutes for the process to finish and the last of the obstructions to fall away, but when it did, something flashed through my mind and then beyond it. For a moment, I felt like I would come apart at the seams and explode from my own flesh, that the power gathering within me would be enough to make me spontaneously combust. But when the power reached its limit and couldn't be contained anymore, I felt something break, but it wasn't my body. All of a sudden, I could see myself again, as if from a great distance. Even as I was looking down at my hands with my own eyes, I felt like I was a world away from myself, that I was watching from above or through a screen, but I didn't approach. I couldn't approach rather, or else knew I shouldn't. But looking down at myself, I felt something gather and grow, connecting 2 points. Abruptly, I was back within my own body and I could feel steam rising from my skin. I had a hand on the ground, pushing me up, but I didn't remember falling. What had just John? Adam shouted, and I knew from the fact that he only then reached my side that I hadn't been out long. A second, perhaps, if that. He grabbed me by the shoulder and then swore, drawing his hand away from my skin before looking at me with a grimace. If this going to happen every time you try playing with your new toys and something goes to hell? Because if so, maybe we should start doing this somewhere else. Sorry, I replied, shaking myself as I rose. Thankfully, none of the things I'd activated had failed this time around, and it had only been a momentary thing. Much as I'd have preferred it if nothing strange had happened, I had to admit this had been far better than my first use of Typhorite. Everything seemed back to normal now, though, at least for the most part. I could still feel the points within my own body, still coursing with a steady rush of power, but my vision was back to normally and I seemed fully within myself. The gates I had felt open hadn't closed and never would again, of that I was sure, but most of the effects were being held back. Instead, I mainly felt a new cycle of energy within myself as power flowed into me from what seemed like every angle. Energy flowed up through me from the ground and filled my lungs with every breath. But that wasn't it. There was something else, a source I could see or even feel, but simply knew was there. And as that energy flowed into me, I felt it pass through those points again and again, carried along the river of my own power. It passed from the bottom to the top and the top to the bottom, repeating the cycle again and again as if it was being refined. Maybe it was. "Are you okay?" Adam asked, staring at me worriedly when I didn't say anything else. I didn't reply immediately, unsure how to answer the question. Mostly, I felt different. Good, perhaps, but not in a way I'd ever thought possible before, as if something I hadn't even known was bothering me had been removed. I felt powerful as well. I could tell without looking that my MP had swelled greatly in size. My MP Reagan seemed to have greatly improved too, coursing into me like a violent and powerful river. The feeling that I had a lightning bolt for a spine hadn't entirely faded either, nor had the rampaging energy within my body. "But yeah," I answered, lifting a hand. Peering through the veil of my own flesh was as simple as opening an eye now and just as easy to close, and if I pushed a little harder, I thought I could do more. My power was closer to the surface than ever and my new organs seemed hard at work doing whatever they were doing, without any need for my input. After the recent humbling I'd gone through, however, it felt nice, just to know that I'd grown and made progress. Never better. I looked around just in case, noting the camera still facing the sea and then shaking myself. "Don't worry about it right now," I said. "Let's get back to our room. There's something I need to check on." The games we play. Internal high mana capacity passive LV1 EXP, 0.00%. An ability given to the rare few that are born with an extraordinary ability to handle mana in all its forms. Mana-based attacks and defenses are 40% stronger, 25% less MP used for all abilities. Greatly increases total MP. Doubles additional MP received per level. Improved mana regeneration passive LV1 EXP, 0.00%. An ability given to those who are naturally able to recover mana at a tremendous pace. Increase MP regeneration by 300%. As expected, the first two skills were improved versions of the ones I received when I improved my INT to 100. Even so, this degree of improvement was rather amazing. Needless to say, I was more than pleased to have my MP regeneration improve again. I'd reached the point where the gains from improving wisdom were fairly marginal enough so that I'd need to double my present score to make truly meaningful gains. But just by improving my INT and gaining improved mana regeneration, I'd effectively tripled the restoration of my power. As I was now, I could go from 0 to full in less than 10 seconds, constantly enjoying the level of power I'd previously only been able to when my MP was low and mana reactor activated. And if my MP dropped below 10%, that value would only improve further, giving me an even greater amount of power to work with per second. I didn't want to interfere with what I was currently doing or cause damage with the side effects, but once I had a chance I'd be able to greatly increase my acceleration and, through it, the growth of my other skills. And that was before accounting for the changes to my MP. The increase to my capacity seemed to work retroactively, increasing the slight boost to MP I'd gotten from each level as well as my general supply. Added to the cost and effect adjustments, I had once again improved my power greatly, increasing both the strength of my skills and their usability. If nothing else, I could be certain that my training would benefit from this greatly, which meant I'd be able to prepare myself more quickly for what was ahead of me. I was happy enough that it wouldn't have been a surprise if I felt weightless, which did not at all explain why I actually felt weightless. I noticed it the moment I began to run and it hadn't faded in the slightest. It wasn't an emotional reaction. I'd made sure of that by calming my own. And yet it wasn't a physical one, either. I could tell from the feeling of contact and my effects on my surroundings that I exerted weight and pressure and such, and I was aware of those things in my head, but I felt light. I was used to not feeling exhaustion or pain or, at least, only feeling them for brief moments, before they faded away, but this was something else. My body moved easily as I ran, without any feeling of weight or strain, as if I wasn't exerting my body in the slightest even as I ran. It was something different, even subtle in its own way, but I felt at once aware and removed from things, as if my body were a construct I manipulated with my psychokinesis. It was odd, to say the least. Still, I was used to weird things happening to my body and, though I noted it for future reference and research, I got used to it fairly quickly and remained focused on what was actually important. First things first, cloaking us in an illusion of invisibility, I guided Atom and Goo up the side of our now usual building and paused for a moment to use it as a vantage point, surveying the city carefully. Jaune? Atom asked. What's wrong? Nothing, I replied, not even looking back at him. I just want to make sure everything is as it should be. Without waiting for a reply, I opened Aina, my newfound third eye. Aina active and passive LV1 EXP, 0.02%. A skill obtained by those who have successfully opened the sixth chakra. Aina, also known as the third eye chakra, opening it bestows the ability to perceive the truth hidden within the material. Greatly improves the user's sensitivity and control over their own MP, allowing them to better manipulate it at will. The user may open Aina to better perceive the true state of the world. As with the other chakras, Aina assists in the cycling, cleansing, and refining of energy within the body and improves the effectiveness of meditation. The petals of Aina opened wide and slid over my eyes like glasses or the scales of a snake. As they did, the city erupted into flowing currents of body, set to a backdrop of humanity. I could see the energy flowing through power line like they were made of electricity themselves, as well as the cold-looking energy that I quickly realized was matter. Colors and symbols trails coded objects like paint, identifying their purpose, use, and past. I could see the comfort in a worn but favorite jacket, the love and affection that went into a carefully chosen wedding ring, the routine necessity laid into the foundation of cars. I could pick out the differences between houses and homes by what had gone into the making of them, with memories and dreams seeming as real to me as bricks and mortar. But more than that, I could see people. I could see them in every shape and size, as they were underneath their skin when everything else was gone. Even the sleeping streets were given life by a myriad of forms, countless men and women in the shapes of everything from demons to angels. But as I surveyed them, I didn't feel anything like terror or disgust at even the most alien of forms. And wow, but the city was a freak show when you peeled everything away. Somehow, it seemed right to me, normal. Inside, people weren't defined by the faces they were born, but by who they were, the choices they made, the things they did and didn't do, what they became and believed. All mattered more on this level than anything like genes or skin. And God knows I wasn't in any position to stop and stare, even if, or rather, especially because I had a million eyes. We were all a little weird on the inside, some more than others. But what I really noticed was that if I looked closely, it almost felt like I could stare into someone. Not in the sense that I could look at their organs and stuff, I did that all the time, and while I could say with certainty that we weren't all the same on the inside, looking at people's hearts got boring fairly quickly. No, I meant that I could see them. I could see things about them, from the shape and color of their souls, things that my other senses supported and confirmed to be true. I could tell someone's emotional state at a glance, gauge their power and make rough guesses from the shape and structure, see things that set them apart, and it was strange. Not because it was something new, but because it wasn't. Instead, it seemed familiar. It felt like I was using observe on anything I laid my eyes upon, which, in fairness, I did anyway, only represented differently. It was something visual to me now, instead of boiled down and simplified, and I could see everything inside of people that I could tell with observe, though it wasn't quite as clear-cut. What did that mean, though? Were observe and Aina-related abilities on some level? But while I'd long been aware that it was a tremendously powerful skill, I'd gotten observe with trivial ease, while Aina had taken so much effort to acquire. Was it simply because of my semblance? Effects like observe were fairly common in games, after all, which is why I'd always figured I'd gotten it. But, if it was because of my semblance, didn't that mean it was because of my nature as Keter instead? I suppose that made sense, given what I knew about Keter, but I kind of wanted to know how connected they were. Observe had always been slow to level, but when it finally got high enough to rank up, whenever that might be, what would it become? Something above Aina, or, more importantly than that at least, for now, even if they were similar, there were differences. So would Aina work on someone that was at too high a level for observe to see clearly? I scanned the city carefully for my target and focused on Cinder. I found her across town, in a rather nice-looking house, or, at least, nice-looking in the material realm. It was painted white and yet somehow remained pristine, which required a minor miracle in Mistral. Inside, the walls were painted in calm, relaxing blues, and I could tell that someone had put some effort into decorating it. Had someone walked in, they'd probably have thought it was a nice place for a small family to live in. But my eyes told a different story. I could see grudges clinging the walls of the house as clearly as I could see the paint upon it, a deep, dry-looking sludge that had festered for years and been left to solidify. I knew at once that this wasn't the result of a passing fit of anger or a few scattered arguments. It was something born of loathing that had burned steadily for years. It was impressive in a way, the amount of hatred that must have gone into it. Though there were occasional spots of color where the lights of joys and precious memories shined through, it was predominant coated in vicious abhorrence. And at the center of it all, I found Cinder, sitting alone in the living room. She was strangely untouched by the detestation that surrounded her, a pillar of cold apathy that stood apart from and above it all. To my newfound perceptions, she appeared at once different and the same, dressed up like a queen, if a somewhat alien-seeming one. There was a crowning dress of crystalline metal, seeming as much like armor as clothing, and it was bound around a figure of fire and smoke, giving it definition and form. Cinder's true form was a column of fire that burned both hot and cold, faceless and featureless as she waited. But at the center of her chest was a black crystal that spread throughout her armor. Fragments gleamed in her crown and small gems decorated her armor, with designs spread between them like the ones I'd seen on her skin. Though it seemed to accentuate her picture, it also seemed wrong somehow, out of place, too physical, perhaps. Though she used dust extensively, I didn't see any of it on her soul, because it wasn't truly who or what she was. Yet this crystal remained, even on this level. There was more to it than met the eye, and it made my suspicions come back to me. I didn't have anything to compare it to, having seen conquest and war in different ways, but could this be what I was looking for? After a moment of consideration, I took a closer look, focusing on the gem. I felt pressure build in my forehead, gathering in an area that wasn't so much inside my brain as parallel to it, and then pushed forward, opening my senses wide. I peered into her soul, noting details as I went: the color, the intensity, the composition of it. But what I wanted was settled like a stone in her heart. When I used observe on someone, it would often give me a summarized background that touched upon the events that had determined who someone was as a person. It didn't cover anywhere close to everything, at best touching upon a few major issues, but it was usually enough to get a rough grasp of why someone was who or what they were, in a very broad sense of the term. As I looked at Cinder, I tried to do the same thing, but through Aina. And as I did, I saw flickering images take shape within her soul, given shape and substance by the flames. The pictures weren't as clear as I might have liked, but it was enough to see a few details. I saw man and woman flick through the flames of her soul, some of them collapsing and fading away while others burnt more brightly and changed color. A figure at the center of the image grew as the pictures flickered and faded around her, growing from a small girl into a young woman. Cinder, I assumed. Several figures seemed to enter and exit the image with some frequency. A man and a woman that eventually faded like blown-out candle flames and didn't return. Afterwards, the most common figures were a trio of women. It was a little hard to tell when they were shaped from fire, but I thought that was right. They surrounded Cinder, burning more brightly as she seemed to dim until I thought for a moment that she would go out entirely. But then something new entered the image, the only part of it that wasn't born from the flames. A tiny shard of black crystal floated into the display, resting quietly in a container of some kind. It remained in the picture for several scenes, waiting in the edges and the corners as silent discussions carried on around it, until the three figures seemed to step off the stage and only Cinder and the crystal remained, with the latter drawing closer to center stage. For just a moment, color flickered into the image, bringing it to life as if this one scene was more important than anything that had come before it and deserving of such a thing. There was a young girl, in her teens perhaps, and I recognized her as a younger-looking Cinder, though it was hard to tell how much younger. She seemed to notice the crystal at last and grasp it in her hands, staring at it silently for a long moment before closing her eyes. She mouthed something like a prayer and the crystal glowed in her hands as if heated by the surrounding fire and then faded into dust and circled Cinder's form as she returned to flames. A moment later, the fire woman was in her dress of steel and crystal and then the whole thing came to an end. I took a deep, slow breath and then exhaled slowly. "Find anything?" Adam prompted, looking at me with a raised eyebrow. "Maybe," I replied, trying not to let my annoyance show. "I definitely found something, I just wasn't sure what to think about it. Mainly, I thought that Observe was more convenient and Ana seemed to be its more artistic but less useful stepbrother, but I supposed I shouldn't complain. Observe wasn't telling me anything right now." Even so, I couldn't help but think that Observe would have spelled all this out plainly if I could only use, probably with the title or status effect that confirmed whether Cinder was or wasn't playing host to a writer. As it was, I mainly just had even more confusing and circumstantial evidence dressed up in metaphor. And yet without a doubt, that black crystal was suspicious as hell. Even putting aside the fact that it shouldn't have been there at all, it was a black crystal that was hanging out in someone's soul. I'd already noticed the similarities between it and the patterns written invisibly into Cinder's skin, which was definitely making me lean towards writer. Thought that I hadn't been thinking along those lines from the beginning. But for a moment, when I first glanced at it, I'd thought it was a dust crystal, but there wasn't any type of black dust to my knowledge. Sure, the rumors about it were endless and the supposed counterpart of white dust was literally mythical, showing up as the plot device in what must have been 1,000 stories. But as far as I knew, there was no evidence of it actually existing and no one had successfully recreated it. Not that that necessarily meant anything when mankind's scientific knowledge was periodically steamrolled by fleets of monstrous assholes, but still, if it was as powerful as it was said to be, you'd figure it would come up more often. What with thousands and thousands of people hard at work exploring the possibilities of dust every day. Then again, what did I know? Maybe Babel had come up with something. I'd need to run it by Keter. Thinking about it, I didn't know how the angels or archangels had handled dust at all. But even if it did exist, what were the odds that a random young girl would just happen to come across it? Though her story hadn't been particularly clear, it didn't look like Cinder had been particularly old at the time. 14 or 15 years old, maybe. How would she have gotten a hold of it? Given the choice, I'd be more inclined to believe there was something more at work, which made me lean further towards the writer explanation. Though I suppose they weren't necessarily mutually exclusive. I'd already considered the possibility that one of the writers was associated with dust and this might just support that idea. Given the original purpose of the clip-off, it would make sense. Besides aura, dust was the only means humanity had to touch upon the supernatural and was oftentimes more reliable. An attempt to make an artificial type of dust crystals or to recycle existing ones might have made sense. But what bothered me was that one clear image that had appeared, wherein Cinder had grasped the crystal and seemed to pray. There wasn't enough information to determine the context, but had she known something about it when she did it? Had she been fooled, perhaps deceived into taking out the writer? Or could she have, for some reason, done it willingly, even knowing what it meant? That couldn't be right. I mean, I was the king of desperate times calling for desperate measures, but things would need to be pretty damn bad before hosting an apocalyptic parasite came onto the list and I had something that protected my mind from it. As usual, there had to be more to thing than met the eye. Damn it, Cinder, I muttered. There should be a limit to being vague and mysterious unless you're me. But at least I had a place to start. Those figures that had been around her in those scenes had been important enough to merit mentioning in her story and I was betting they'd played a part in the ending. Had they been her family? I suppose I'd better find out. the games we play. Background check. I started, of course, by scanning the ever-loving fuck out of the entire house. I observed anything that caught my eye, meaning everything, and used my other senses to scan for any physical evidence. It should go without saying that I'd already looked into Cinder's background story, as had grandmother and Raven, but as was the case with everything concerning Cinder, details seemed scarce. Civilian parents, both of them dead, but there was evidence that put them as, if not her real parents, then at least associates of Cinder's, given that they both disappeared into thin air some time ago, which was also suspicious, but was sadly not wholly uncommon in Mistral, especially for an age bracket that coincided with the Civil War. It was hard to say if she'd had any genetic relationship to either of them, but if I had to guess after seeing a glimpse of Cinder's heart and soul, I'd say no. Odds were they were allies of her that had either died for her cause or done something worth killing them over. Either way, they'd long since been buried deep, and Cinder was simply extracting one final use out of them. I'd asked grandmother to look into the obvious angles to see if there had been anyone important named Fall or someone with a grudge who'd have been Cinder's approximate age, but nothing had turned up. That, sadly, was also not uncommon, because while Alexandria's library may have weathered 2 wars unscathed, that didn't mean that people hadn't had bigger things to worry about than recording every single detail when things went to hell. In the aftermath of the Civil War especially, fudging familial details was a fairly standard thing to do. Regardless of what side you were on, it was probably too much to hope for that your enemies would spare your wife and kids if you lost. I hadn't asked, but I suspected that was part of why Mom had gotten away with the whole fleeing to another continent thing, so I may well owe my very existence to that fact. At the same time, however, it meant that it was completely possible that Cinder was the unknown daughter of someone who'd been put to death. Searching the name Fall hadn't lead us anywhere, but given that it was the name that registered to my semblance, it seemed safe to assume it wasn't just an alias. However, as with many things about my power, I was unclear on the details. What made a name register as real to it? Was it her birth name or merely the name she considered her own? If it was the latter, then looking in that direction would probably lead to a dead end. Though I trusted my power greatly, I needed something more concrete, but I had no idea where to even start looking. Hell, I didn't even know where to start looking. If I'd been able to observe her, I'd have all sorts of things to go off of, but as it was, I couldn't even be sure of her age. Cinder looked young enough to pass as an older student at Haven, but as a powerful huntress, that could have placed here anywhere from her early 20s to her 60s. Perhaps more, since I still wasn't sure exactly how powerful she was. And if you added in the fact that she might have been playing host to a writer, even more so, I was a bit doubtful that age would be a serious concern if they gave a damn. Which meant, worst case, that I'd need to search anywhere from the last 20 to 1,000 years to find details about Cinder, which would suck in an epic way. Before I did anything else, I needed to narrow things down. Fortunately, I had just the thing: the immaterial evidence that had been left on this household. While it was just vague enough to be unhelpful, it did imply a strong connection between it and Cinder, which meant I had a good place to start. Unfortunately, for a place all but plastered in dark memories, the house itself is surprisingly clean. There were no literal skeletons in any of the closets, the walls and basement were sadly free of corpses, there weren't any conveniently placed stacks of letters of pictures that would spell out precisely what had happened. Cinder didn't even have the common courtesy to leave behind a bunch of family pictures with names written on the back, just in case anyone happened to forget who they were. While the house was homely, there weren't many signs implying that anyone had lived here, and what few there were led back to Cinder, Emerald, and Mercury rather than any mystery family. Fine. I do this the hard way. Retracting my senses somewhat, I double-checked the address and the house's position on the street, making a memo to look up everyone who had ever lived there. I bet that there was a cover of someone with no apparent connection to the place, perhaps even Cinder, buying it, but with Aina, I knew there was a story behind this place, and even Cinder would have a hard time covering up the very existence of who knows how many people, especially without making things even more suspicious. Yeah, she might be able to theoretically kill every single person who'd ever met her family with enough effort, but a trail of burning corpses does not subtlety make. After making sure I was right, I called upon Volturnus and released him into the power lines, guiding him through a web of electricity until I found a suitable computer. With some psychokinesis and a lightning elemental, it was simply enough to handle things from a distance. It wasn't as if I was writing up any advanced programs or anything. I just typed Cinder's address into the search bar and looked to see what I could find. I used my scroll to fire off a message to grandmother to see if she could find out more from her end, but all I was really doing was looking to see if it came up alongside any names. It was a slow process, relative to what I was used to, simply because of the limitations of the computer, but I began opening tabs and reading them remotely. As I did that, I pondered whether or not I should mark a vantage point with remote viewing. It didn't seem like she spent much time here, but the very fact that Cinder, who'd been exceedingly meticulous thus far, would even return to a place she had a connection to, told me that there was something here that mattered. Given that I could find much physical evidence within the house itself, she may well have burnt everything or otherwise disposed of it, but the simple fact that she was here was telling enough that I briefly wonder whether or not it might have any strategic value, but if so, it was something even I could see. More likely, it was something emotional that brought her back, and observation might come in handy. But it was just as likely that nothing would come of it. I'd have to think about it. As I considered that, I turned my attention towards Cinder's minions, wondering not for the first time how they fit into this. If Cinder was a writer, did they know? Would they care? Why were they loyal to her to begin with, and what role did they play in her story? I hadn't seen any trace of what I thought to be a writer on either of them, nor was there anything indicating infection within either of their status screens. Peering at them through the lens of Aina didn't reveal anything particularly amiss, either, at least, nothing like the crystals I'd seen on Cinder. Mercury appeared as an angular, armored figure with wings sprouting outwards from the center of his body and limbs, covering him almost entirely, while Emerald appeared to be an elongated three-dimension shadow with eyes that lacked clear or pupils. Nothing particularly weird by the standards of souls, if more powerful seeming than most, but more importantly, it didn't tell me anything. I tried peering at them the way I had Cinder, but all I saw was a bright figure coming into a dim-seeming world and fading them while they were small. It was Cinder, obviously almost as obvious as that easily guessed and unhelpful scene. Annoyed, I looked Cinder over again, still hoping for something clear and easy to understand to spontaneously present itself, and then my attention was drawn to the computer screen I was toiling away at, Paracognition picking up something. There were several articles that I flipped through absently, eyes drawn to the address. Most of them were news reports and several of those were obituaries, but that was enough for me at the moment, because beside the addresses were names. The Rodopus family, I mused aloud. I changed my search to look for details about the man, who thankfully had a fairly distinctive name. While there were about 1 million Meros in Mistral, Rodopus was a far rarer name, and I found out more about Mero in the first result of my search. He had been a scientist and businessman, but what the newspaper hadn't seen fit to mention was his field. He'd been a major researcher of dust back in the day when the peace following the Great War had helped open up markets. I found mentions of his name alongside such people as Grandfather Schnee, so he must have been a mover and shaker, if one that had seemingly been quickly forgotten after his death. He'd owned his own dust chain, though it hadn't grown far past Mistral before his demise and had later been devoured by his competitors. Still, the scientific articles mentioning him spoke of his work highly. It was hard to feel particularly enthusiastic about it when I hunted down several of the papers he'd written and read them myself, but that was mainly because it had been written nearly 50 years ago and the field had come a long way since. At the time, it must have been groundbreaking, and a lot had been built on the back of his work. What I found most interesting, however, was the fact that at the time, he must have been a fairly wealthy man. Despite the treaties and the festivals, everything hadn't become immediately friendly between the kingdoms, especially not in areas that were by their very nature competitive. When the Great War had ended and international markets had started to grow, all the kingdoms had been keen on making sure that they'd stand to make a profit and had been quite willing to fund a bunch of businesses to do it. Supposedly, that was a big part of how the Schnee Dust Company had grown so quickly and how it continued to stay on top to this day. But even if he'd failed in the end, Mayor Rodopus must have made quite a bit of cash during his day. And yet, I've never heard of him, much less any of his relatives. In Mistral, where alliances and families were such a big deal, a fortune like that wouldn't just evaporate. Someone would try to seize it and bring it into the fold. Granted, Mistral had been a very different place back then, or at least had been pretending it was, as the families ceased being members of royalty and appeared to fall from power. But even if it had been right after the Civil War, I'd have expected something. Frowning, I started looking for Rodopus in conjunction with terms like family, merger, and marriage. The first two didn't present anything immediately useful, but the latter led me to an announcement about Mayor Rodopus's marriage, his second marriage, in fact, which appeared to be a far bigger deal than his first, if the utter lack of mention given to his first wife was any indication. In fact, it took me several minutes to even find her name, and it was another brief obituary. It took even longer to find a picture of her, and even then I couldn't confirm it. She appeared only as a beautiful woman standing next to Mero during an award ceremony dated prior to her supposed death. Her name, it seemed, was Doricha Rodopus, and she looked similar enough to Cinder that I placed her as a close relative. Under the circumstances, I couldn't be certain about the direction of that relationship, but while it was possible that Cinder was significantly older than she seemed, a good part of me pegged her as Cinder's mother. A single photo wasn't what I'd call conclusive evidence, and I'd have liked to get a side-by-side shot of their DNA. But that was what I was feeling. There was no mention of Cinder herself, however, before or after Doricha's death, which could have meant any number of things. Putting aside the improbable and fantastical for a moment but not discarding them outright, sadly, if Cinder turned out to be a mad scientist's attempt to bring back his deceased wife or clone her or whatever, It would sadly not be the weirdest thing I've ever seen. The most likely explanation was that she'd just been a kid at the time and her father hadn't been so successful that the paparazzi saw fit to watch her every move like they now did with Weiss. Lots of small children didn't make it into the papers, after all. But she didn't appear after that, either. If nothing else, she should have popped up somewhere as a huntress, if not a rich young woman of marriageable age, and Mistral kept track of both of those things rigorously and regardless of gender. Even more worrying was the picture my admittedly scattered and faulty details painted. Mayor Rodopis had had a wife, Doricha, who was still largely an unknown to me. What I did know was that she died and he'd remarried, knowing nothing but that in the nature of Mistral was enough to cause concern. Albus, Finn, and Porphyro were all bastard children, which was enough to cause a great number of people to look at them with concern. It had even resulted in the three of them being sent off to Haven. Mistral had a great deal of history when it came to wars of succession between brothers and half-brothers to make anyone concerned with things like that worry. But, at the same time, it could be said that they were only bastard children. While Mistral was ferocious and ruthless, things had changed and the blood wars of old were, if not wholly a thing of the past, then at least pretending they were and trying to keep quiet. As bastard children, they were seen as a threat, but a limited one, at a disadvantage compared to those between legal partners when it came to inheritance. Porphyro would almost certainly have never actually been able to become the heir of Alexandria, much less hold it, unless he was exceedingly powerful and charismatic, partially because of the law and partially because of the infighting that would no doubt result in what it would cost the Alexandria family. That was why they had been allowed to become hunters instead of, say, accidentally falling down the stair 5 times. Step-siblings, however, were more complicated. If Cinder was Doricha's daughter and Mayo remarried when he became more successful, there's the question of who is in line to inherit the child of the present legal wife or the previous legal wife. More than that, if Mayo remarried as he was on the rise, it was completely possible that Doricha had just been a normal woman while his second wife had been someone tied closely to one of the families, a noblewoman, in fact if not name. And while a bastard child might be at a severe disadvantage compared to a legal heir, a prior legal daughter may well hold precedence when it came time to inherit. Continuing my search, I found out what I could about Mayo's second wife, which, once again, wasn't a lot to be expected from a basic search, I suppose, but I thought I was on the right track. I could feel the pieces starting to come together now. I had names, a plausible idea of what might have happened, and even a possible explanation for how a young girl might have gotten in touch with one of the writers. If her father had worked in the field of dust, that was a possible point of connection, however vague it might have been. But I needed more. I needed a way to put all the pieces together. Luckily, I thought I had that, too. I took out my scroll and made a call. Jaune, my grandmother, picked up after the second ring, frowning slightly on the other side. She must have still been up working, but she didn't hesitate to put it aside. While calling in the middle of the night was rather rude on my part, she knew I wouldn't do it without cause. What do you need? Have you ever heard of a man named Mayor Rodopis? I asked promptly. She frowned, furrowing her eyebrows. In fairness, it was probably a pretty random-sounding question from her end. I have, she said after a moment, though not in a long time. Why? I'm pretty sure he was Cinder's father, I explained. I'm trying to put the pieces of her past back together. Do you know anything that might help? My grandmother sucked in a quick breath, paused for another moment, and then just sighed tiredly. As expected, this is going to be one of those conversations, she mused to herself before nodding at me. A bit, perhaps. Are you after anything specific? What can you tell me about his wives? I asked. The games we play. Description. My grandmother took a deep, slow breath as she considered the question and its answer. I knew the second better than the first, which isn't to say that I knew either of them particularly well. She hedged. However, I at least met the second wife personally. She was a Colchian, a family that held ties to Alexandria, and the widow of one of Cynosarges's nephews. I knew Argos himself fairly well, but his wife. She shook her head. She was married before as well? I asked. Grandmother hummed in reply. Quite famously, At least at the time. Argos had always been quite popular within the Alexandrian family, and he died saving Sinosarge's life during the Civil War, carried him out of a major attack and slew the attacker before dying. He was buried with full honors after the war was over, as soon as Sinosarges gathered enough clout to enforce such a thing. As you might imagine, her remarriage to Mero was a complicated matter. I nodded to show my understanding. On one level, it could be seen as a statement of respect, I replied. While not a direct invitation into the Alexandria family, it established a close connection through the widowed wife of the head's honored nephew. But at the same time, it was an offer Mero could not refuse. If he tried, it could be seen as an insult to Argos, the Alexandria family, and presumably to the Colchians as well. No one in the family would have taken that lying down. The Colchians weren't in any condition to do much of anything, grandmother replied. But the rest is correct. Mero had no real choice but to accept, especially while Sinosarges' grandnieces remained alive. I'll admit, that tidbit surprised me and made me reorganize my entire view of things. She had daughters? I asked, pieces coming slowly together. Were there 2 of them, by any chance? Yes, grandmother answered, raising an eyebrow slightly. Does that matter? I remembered the feminine-looking figures I'd seen in the flames before answering. Maybe, I mused, frowning slightly. Would I be correct in assuming that not everyone was completely happy about the marriage? Oh, indeed not, my grandmother confirmed. Rosa, that is, Argos's wife, was something of a special case to begin with. While from what I understand, she and Argos had been in a relationship for quite some time, the war drew a great deal of attention to their relationship, as the Colchians had been longtime enemies of Alexandria. When Rosa fled from her family after the war started and later married Argos, a number of people believed that she was a double agent, and while no one dared to treat Argos' wife with hostility, she was never particularly well liked. When the Colchians defeated and captured Argos' team especially, you can imagine the thought on everyone's mind, especially when they tried to ransom him for their missing daughter. As a result, a deal was struck and the exchange was to be made, but it didn't turn out how anyone had planned. What happened? I asked. Rosa went along with the exchange until she was passed back into the hands of her family, grandmother said, and then she killed them all. Her father, her brothers, the servants, all of them, through a combination of her poisons and her dagger. The Colchians ceased to exist that day. She rescued Argos and returned with him to Alexandria, the heads of their enemies in tow, at which time she was welcomed back with open arms. The story was the talk of the town for years, due to the romantic element. Of course, I replied, sighing slightly as I considered it. So Rosa loved Argos a great deal and was viewed highly by the Alexandrians. Her daughters, Malva and Purpura, she supplied. Malva and Purpura were the children of a war hero and someone placed highly in the ranks of Alexandria at the time, I continued. And she was married off to some guy? There were quite a number of objections to the union, grandmother told me. Even Sinosarges' own son objected to the remarriage of his cousin's wife, but he insisted, and it was so. Why? I asked, still unclear on what motive he might have for such a thing. I never asked, she admitted easily. At a guess, I would say it was for the sake of his grandnieces. While Alexandria had, of course, provided for the wife of their fallen hero, the fact remains that with the extermination of the Colchians and her husband's death, she was technically alone. She had worked extensively for Alexandria during the war, which had cost her a great deal of her own money, and this was, after all, right after a war that the families had technically lost. At the time, we were all busy retaking costs, but it was far from finished and certain allowances had to be made. In addition, legal employment was difficult for family members to acquire, and there were standing orders to be patient and to not cause a scene until everything was in order. Mero, then, was an opportunity. A businessman in search of support, aiming for a growing field. When he approached Sinosarges and was accepted, there were a number of terms involved, including, of course, one of marriage. And though he'd come from outside of the families, money is money, and Mero stood to become inordinately wealthy, if supported properly. For that alone, he was viewed as an attractive option at the time. That Rosa was chosen came as a surprise to many. I get it, I said. A lot of people were down in the dumps, and while it was a temporary thing, Sinosarges didn't want to see his nephew's wife left out in the cold, especially after the fact. While her actions would likely ensure that her family was reasonably well supported throughout her entire life, whatever happened and would likely do the same for her daughters' lifetimes, as well. Time would cause them to grow further and further removed from the main branch. They were bound for decline, so Sinosarges planned ahead when an opportunity presented itself. If Mero was as good with dust as I heard and had the support of Alexandria, he'd have been all but bound for greatness, potentially on a level comparable to the Schnee family now. It would have been enough to at least ensure her family would be supported in time. Mero's corporation furthered to Alexandria while also ensuring that Rosa's grandchildren and great-grandchildren were still viewed as useful. That's what I thought as well, she agreed. Not that it mattered much in the end. Mero was dead within the year. I found at that, reorganizing my thoughts as I added the new information. Not to throw around accusations or anything, but how did Rosa feel about the whole marriage thing? I asked. My grandmother chuckled. It was a rather common assumption at the time, as well, she admitted, and she certainly could have done it easily enough, but it's rather unlikely she had anything to do with it. While she seemed to regard the matter with a great deal of distaste, I suspect Cynosarges had told her of his motives and she played along, if in stony silence. Given her power and status, it's exceedingly unlikely that Mero would have even laid a hand on her without permission, and he was more useful alive. Cynosarges himself put a stop to the rumors, so I suspect he was certain of that fact as well. Ah, I replied, nodding slightly. How'd he die then? It appeared to be an accident, she said. Something happened to the dust in his lab and he responded to it by flying high into the air and scattering across a wide area. Sabotage was deemed a possibility, but given the ruthlessness of the competition at the time, other dust companies were suspected. Certainly, several of them moved quickly to seize control of the decapitated business. It was a wasted opportunity, but by then we had enough power in Mistral again to open up more opportunities, so Rosa and her daughters were likely only mildly inconvenienced. While not the strongest huntress, Rosa's power allowed her to create a variety of powerful medicines and poisons, after all, and new arrangements could be made for her daughters. Right, I answered. What would have happened to Mero's daughter, though? I hadn't even known he'd had a daughter, grandmother answered with a slight shrug. But if so, she'd have had no ties to the families anymore, nor any particular use after the collapse of her father's company, as she would have technically been Rosa's stepdaughter. I suppose responsibility for her would have fallen onto her, though what that means I couldn't say. She could have been treated normally, could have been abandoned, or could have been sent away. As I said, I didn't know Rosa particularly well. You believe she's Cinder? I nodded. What do you know about Mero's first wife, then? I asked. Nothing but rumors, of which there were quite a few after he technically joined the family, she replied. When he was to be married to Rosa, it was one of many points of disagreement. Was she an enemy? I wondered, a bit surprised by the possibility. No, grandmother answered, shaking her head. That, at least, would have warranted acknowledgement. Anger, perhaps, or maybe even concern, but at least attention. Instead, she was just a courtesan, the husband of a prostitute marrying the wife of a hero. I'm certain you can imagine the reactions and the unwanted implications and comparisons that resulted. It was something of a scandal at the time. I exhaled slowly, understanding. While prostitution wasn't particularly looked down upon in Mistral, and, in fact, courtesans and mistresses were just about goddamn everywhere in the history books, it wasn't particularly respected either. I suppose that at the end of the day, there'd always be some stigma for selling your body, though I didn't really understand why. For hunters especially, we basically sold our bodies for things that were vastly less enjoyable or dignified than having sex. Especially in Mistral, where the term hunter could sometimes be outright interchangeable with assassin. Looking at someone differently because of how they chose to work was beyond me. Then again, I did enough weird things to my body that I suppose I had a distorted view on its use. Still, I understood the issue here, more or less. By marrying a hero's wife to a man who'd previously married a prostitute, comparisons would inevitably be made. While I doubted anyone would look down on Rosa, much less argue with Cynosarges, it could be seen as an insult to the memory of Argos, which I doubted made Mero and his daughter particularly popular, being the only acceptable target. Add in the matter of inheritance, which was the entire point of the marriage and which Cinder would be a potential threat to by virtue of her very existence, and you have potential for difficulties to occur. Hell, you could probably even add in the hunter-civilian divide, which had always been a thing no matter what anyone said, especially here in Mistral. Rosa was a huntress and her daughters had no doubt at least possessed awakened auras. In all likelihood, they would have been training to one day become huntresses themselves at the time. Meanwhile, Mero and his daughters had likely been civilians. Useful, in Mero's case, but essentially of another world and someone who'd likely been seen as an intruder of sorts, with their father's fairly recent death. Beyond his scientific mind and resources, both of which would have been easily replicable for Alexandria's purposes, he was of little use to the family and an outsider besides. And then he died and took his company with him. In fact, leaving behind a wife and two stepdaughters that probably weren't too heartbroken by his death. And Cinder, where her father had been useful to the family, she didn't. She'd have been completely unrelated to any of the families, too young to have any particularly useful skill sets, and had been the daughter of a prostitute. Would Rosa have cared about her the way she did her own daughters? Probably not. Would she have even cared at all? That was harder to answer, but from what I'd seen in Cinder's soul, I was leaning towards no. Of course, what little I had seen, as well as the state of the house itself, implied that Cinder had been allowed to continue living with them. That was something, right? Though it wasn't saying much, it would have been better than living on the streets in the aftermath of a civil war, right? While I doubted her stepmother or step-siblings would have been particularly kind or affectionate, they at least didn't cast her aside entirely, whether on a whim or because she'd felt it was her responsibility as a stepmother. Who was I trying to convince? I sighed again and shook my head. Let's assume that Cinder's home life had been shit. Then, her mother had died. Then, her father had died and the life she'd known had collapsed around her. The only people willing to take her in, excluding the many bad options that had no doubt filled the city's streets at the time, had been, at best, dismissive of her. She'd have been a guest in their house if she was lucky, and it was more likely that she'd have just been a stranger, the daughter of a step-husband and father they hadn't cared for who continued to be an expense to them long after his death. Not exactly an ideal situation. Indeed, it was the type of thing even a completely rational and level-headed person would most likely do a great deal to get out of. A young girl who'd probably still been in grief, who was shut even in her own home and wholly alone in the world. I could see them doing a lot more, and perhaps that's when a crystal catches her eye and speaks to her. Under the circumstances, I was going to assume that Meiro's death hadn't been an accident, but whether it had resulted from sabotage or something he'd been working on at the time, I couldn't say. Whatever the case, he'd left something behind for his daughter, or else something he'd left had found its way to her on its own. And then, I get it, I murmured quietly. What happened to Rosa and her daughters? In the end, I'm assuming they died under mysterious circumstances. Mysterious and horrible circumstances, Grandmother agreed. One day, Rosa appeared as a charred corpse, delivered directly to Alexandria's doorstep. Her daughter were, technically speaking, never found, but an autopsy revealed pieces of them within her stomach. Cynosarges began a manhunt at once, of course, but the killer was never found. Neither was Cinder, I'm guessing, I said. Indeed not, she agreed. Unlikely as it may have seemed at the time, she was a prime suspect. Either she'd played a role in the killing or had been taken along with them. Either way, she was to be brought before Cynosarges as soon as she was found, but she never was. It was assumed that she'd either died or fled the kingdom. I suppose we've found her now, though? I nodded, appreciating the fact that she didn't question my claims. If nothing else, this would put Alexandria firmly in our corner, should a fight occur. She mused at my confirmation. Not that there'd been much down, but confirmation is always nice. Tell him if you must, but let's hope it doesn't come to that yet, I replied. I'm growing increasingly sure that she's been infected by one of the writers. Is there any chance you could get a hold of whatever Meiro had been working on at the time of his death? Grandmother took a slow breath. Considering that it could be difficult, she replied. It was many years ago and would have been company property at the time. While Alexandria had technically owned the business, they'd sold it when it became a sinking ship, and I assume those notes were sold along with it. You believe it's related to the writer? From what I can tell, Cinder got a hold of what appeared to be a black dust crystal sometime after her father's death, I answered. If I had to guess, I'd say it was related to his mysterious accident, but somehow it found its way into Cinder's hands. I still don't know what she's capable of, though I suspect it to be dust-related. If you tell Cynosarges, make sure he doesn't try to do anything until I'm ready. If we take a shot at her, I'm thinking it would be a bad idea to miss. Understood, she said. Cynosarges has learned something of patience. Thankfully, it would be best to give him time to prepare. Beyond that, if anyone is likely to have access to details on Meiro and this family, it would be him. Yeah, I agreed. That's what I thought. Pass me everything you can find? Naturally, she stated. You will continue to observe her? Of course, I replied. Just so you're aware, she is likely to leaving Mistral soon. Jianbing put her in something of a spot concerning the White Fang, and now she has to either put up or shut up. Vale seems to be the main target of her plans, though I don't know if it's the only one. I'll send Go back with everything I know and expect. If it proves to be useful, I may end up taking advantage of it. If not, we'll need to put it down fast. I've formed a connection of sorts with Roman Torchwick, which may serve as an inch for us, but nothing's certain yet. It never is, she mused with a sigh. Where are you now? Watching Cinder, I answered. Specifically, I wanted to confirm the state of her soul. I can see souls now, by the by. Of course you can, she muttered, rolling her eyes slightly. When did you gain that ability? After I fought a Hydra, I explained, who evolved into an Anana just to screw with me, which is another thing I need to tell you about, because oh boy did that go to shit fast. I managed to kill it before it got as bad as it could have been, but, well, that's just because it could have been really, really bad. I got enough levels off of it to upgrade my brain again, which was even weirder than usual, but it came with some perks. Her eyes widened and then she frowned at me. You fought a Hydra? She asked. An Ananza, I corrected. And yes, kind of. It's hard to explain, so I'll just come by and show you the fight later. It's not particularly helpful when it comes to protecting the city, but it's worth knowing all the same. She closed her eyes for a moment and shook her head before looking at me again, frown deepening. Very well, she said. It would be foolish to start getting skeptical now, but I have to ask, you didn't bring Autumn along, did you? Of course not, I shot down at once, frowning right back at her. I wouldn't expose her to that kind of danger unless I was sure she was ready. Good, my grandmother replied, expression returning to normal. How is she, then? She's been doing very well, I answered, mimicking her as we changed to subject. She's grown a lot since you last saw her. She can walk and talk just fine now. I've even been taking her out hunting a lot lately, now that she's strong enough for it. A shame I couldn't be there, grandmother said ruefully. My great-granddaughter's first hunt. I suppose it could be helped. Bring her along when you swing by. Will do, I confirmed. I've been meaning to bring her around to see you all again. Anyway, see you soon. Goodbye, Jaune, she replied before ending the call. I put away my scroll and looked down at Cinder one more time. What was I going to do about you? The games we play. Finishing touches. As expected, Cinder needed a little time to deal with the way I'd completely upended her plans and had sent her minions running around making arrangements and excuses. Taking a trip to another kingdom wasn't easy at the best of times, what with the various expenses, the need for transportation, the risks posed by the Grim, and the simple time it could take out of an otherwise busy schedule. Add the fact that it was a sudden thing and that the purpose behind it was to rob a major government facility, and the problems quickly began racking up. All told, I found that reassuring. My enemies, at least in the big picture, tended to be so much stronger than me that any reminder that they were omnipotent was appreciated. While I was 100% sure that Cinder was still holding back a great deal, the fact remained that she hadn't been able to simply dismiss all the various issues she had been faced with. It also at least implied that whatever other allies she may or may not have were also limited and in ways that differed from the limitations of my friends. This specific problem would have been easy of Raven and I to solve, for instance, which meant that at the very least there were places where Cinder was weak and we were strong. At the same time she was readjusting her plans. However, I needed some time to, come up with a plan, so I suppose I couldn't throw any stones on that particular front. Even as I kept watch over her activities, I had to consider how to head forward with what I now knew about her, limited though that was. I was hoping that grandmother would soon compile the information on Cinder's family and that there'd be something there I could use, but the question remained, how should I handle Cinder? I didn't know enough to answer, but the question continued to rise in my thoughts. I suppose it was because there was a chance, however slight it may currently be, that Cinder would be where theory met practices and I had to fight another writer. A great deal had changed since my father's death and I could confidently say that I'd grown, but at the same time, she was still a major unknown and a huge potential threat. While in most of my training fights, I could confidently say that whatever happened, I'd be able to deal with it without endangering others, whether by defeating my opponent, fleeing and leaving them far behind, or simply by transporting the fight to another dimension. A writer was one of the few things I was almost certain could splash over onto others, despite my best efforts. Going in blind especially, I had no way to be sure that I could protect people this time. While nothing I'd seen thus far implied famine to be the infectious risk that conquest was, what little I did know implied it had a connection of some kind to dust, which was sadly not particularly useful because it could cover an array of options. Worst case, she was a bomb waiting to go off, a destructive force even the Anana paled in comparison to. And if she could shatter Narakil the way conquest had, she could well kill countless people. I'd tested my ability to protect a group of people against the Hydra and I knew my limits in that regard and I feared she exceeded them. And then there was the human element. The writers, by their very nature, possessed a host, or, at least, that should have been the case, but with Cinder, I couldn't be certain if that was true. From what I knew now, I could understand that her situation was horrible. She'd lost her family, her home, and everything she'd ever had through the ruthless political machinations of Mistral, been left with a family who, at best, had tolerated her, and had undergone years of exclusion, hatred, and fear. When presented with a way out, a way to get stronger and get even, she'd taken it. I could understand that before I'd gotten my semblance, back when I'd seemed to fail at anything I had truly wanted to succeed at, I'd known a fair bit of desperation myself. Not the loud kind, which begged and pleaded and screamed, but the quiet kind that grew and pushed. If I hadn't suddenly been given a way out, what would I have done? Accepted my weakness and content myself with a life far different from what I'd always dreamed of? Would I have been able to accept things as they were or settle? Probably not. Odds were, I'd have done something, anything, whether it was smart or stupid, safe or dangerous, it would have been better than doing nothing. And if it had been something besides an awesome semblance that had nonetheless gotten me in a fair bit of trouble, I'd still have taken it. I could understand Cinder, then, empathize with her where situations had been different, but if things had been different, or situations reversed, I may well have picked up that crystal and prayed to God, too. None of which changed a thing. Similarities and differences aside, here we were. She was a threat to what I would protect, and that was that. I'd kill her to protect what I loved, if I had to. But like I'd told Raven, it was something I'd do only if I had to. Thus far, I'd avoided killing people unless there had seemed like no other choice, like with the people Conquest had taken and my father. There were several reasons for that, the most simple being the simple morality of it, but beyond that there was a fair bit of pragmatism. Did I need to kill people? Sure. I could appear in a room and reduce everyone inside to paste within moments, but in most cases, my powers were broad enough that there was no actual need to do such a thing. I could blind them with illusions, bind them with my power, knock them out, and any number of other things with ease. Given that, what point was there in doing such a thing? Even if the people in question were criminals, I saw little point in killing them when disabling them safely would take only a few moments more. A second or two of inconvenience was no reason to end a life. For the same reason, I tried to avoid pointless property damage, when possible. Which didn't mean I wouldn't kill people. Aware as I was of the morality of it all, I was the gamer, and with my mind, I could consider such a thing calmly. If a situation got bad enough that I couldn't handle it trivially, if innocent lives were in danger, then I'd prioritize. If a murderer shot at an innocent little girl, then naturally saving the girl's life was more important, and preserving the gunner's life moved further down the list. Granted, that wasn't the best example because I could probably stop the bullet and disable the criminal without killing him, but the point was that I'd put the girl before him. In the same way, I'd put the lives of thousands of innocent people before a murderess, however tragic her background story might be. Even if it might be the first time I'd killed someone in a way that wouldn't have been a mercy kill. I sighed quietly to myself without bothering to open my eyes. Removing the writer's infection entirely was beyond the ability of my healing skills. Even now, if the target was Conquest, I might be able to get around that by confining him to an area of the body and then excising it, but with something like Famine, there were no guarantees that would be possible. Even in Conquest's case, there was a possibility it would work. If he withdrew into the brain or another vital location, and Famine's mark on Cinder wasn't wholly physical, even leaving out the potential for the target's resistance to disrupt things. Generally, I healed people who were either willing or had no idea what I was doing, so it wasn't an issue. But if someone tried resisting an attempt to heal them, it could get complicated. It was all based on the target's aura, after all, so the person being healed had something of an advantage. If Cinder was a willing collaborator, killing her might be the only option, which wasn't a sure thing by any means. All I knew was that she'd prayed over the crystal for help. Famine could have preyed upon her distress and desperation and then imprisoned her within her own body. That was what I'd figured happened to all of the writer's victims, except the Cinder I knew didn't seem much like the type to force a woman to eat her own children and then burn her alive. That seemed more like something I'd expect from Conquest. Revenge or no, Cinder seemed the type to burn cold instead of hot. I could see her slitting someone's throat, poisoning them, kill enormous amounts of people for the sake of her own goals, and more, but she'd have been professional about, for the sake of efficiency rather than mercy. She didn't seem the type to do something like that, or rather, not to do it in such a way. If it had been a message of sorts, a way to intimidate her enemies, I could see her doing it, but alerting the Alexandria family who would otherwise not have known she'd even existed, that seemed less likely. Cinder was ruthless, but not impatient. Granted, people changed over time and her body had been younger then, but the writers were old enough that I figured any personality quirks they'd ever had either been worked through millennia ago or were here to stay forever, which implied that something else had changed. Had it been Famine who'd done those things, drawing from the same sadism as its brother? But if so, did that mean that the calm and collected woman I knew was Cinder herself, going along with the writer's plans of her own will? Was it the other way around? Then, from what I knew, the writers were very different in both design and function. It would be foolish, then, to assume Famine would behave the same way as Conquest when war had already chosen a very different tactic. Could it be the cold one, making that act of hatred a human thing, where the girl inside had taken her revenge once she'd been granted the power to do so? Normally, I'd have figured the writers would take over their hosts as quickly as possible, but I thought they might find such a thing funny and play along for at least a while. But where was that anger now? Then, had Famine taken control after facilitating her vengeance and locked her away? Or, no, whatever the case, her present face wasn't an an act I could feel that much. At least I didn't feel anyone struggling within as I had my father and the others, but I didn't feel any rage from her, either. Emotions I wouldn't expect from a Grin from time to time, but Cinder had always seemed to be cold. Even looking at her now, I couldn't figure out where the human stopped and the Grin began, if there even was such a thing. Maybe Fawn's nature or even simple time had erased such distinctions. I wasn't sure it made any difference in the end. Sighing again, I slowly opened my eyes, carefully guiding the flow of my power as I rose from my seat. "Jaune," Adam said, noticing that I was up. He was standing a ways away from me, trying to get used to the feel of his new sword. Given that his surroundings had been mostly shredded, I figured it had been going pretty well. "You done brooding yet?" I turned and frowned at him. "I wasn't brooding," I answered defensively. "I was meditating." Actually, I'd been brooding but I'd also been meditating, so it wasn't really a lie. And really, I was a reincarnating magical angel tiger. I could do whatever I wanted. Adam answered, looking unconvinced. "Whatever you say." "Anyway, help me with this." "Working on your sword thing?" I asked, despite already knowing. "Yeah," he replied, frowning slightly as he looked down at the storming edge of his sword. "I think I've got something, but at the same time I don't know." "Watch." Adam took a careful breath and the sword began to glow. It was dim at first, a slight tint to the steel, but it grew with each passing moment until the blade itself was concealed by the searing light. I watched the process carefully, opening Aina as I did so to better see the process. "Usually, I gather power while my sword sheathed," Adam recited. "Then I release it with a single attack." I replied. "But now you're trying to keep it contained even after you attack." "Not as large an area of effect, not as much range, but that's a good thing in its own way, because the power is focused and it lasts longer. Since its charge time is your semblance's greatest weakness, being able to prepare it once and last the rest of the battle would be pretty useful. Even more so if you can prepare it while fighting." "Right," Adam agreed, shrugging his shoulder. "But it's a bitch to do." I smiled slightly at that. "Of course it is," I answered. "Instead of quickly releasing the energy you gathered, you're trying to hold it all in place. It's only natural that it's hard to do." Adam grunted and then flicked his wrist, quickly unleashed an edge of brutal power that shredded several houses. "I can only hold it for a second or two at full charge," he said, rolling his wrist. "More if I use less energy, but it's nothing like what I used against that thing. I'm not even sure if it's worth using as it is now, given how hard it is to do in the first place. I might have been able to hit that thing while it's down, but if I try using this in a real fight..." I hummed a bit at that, tilting my head to the side. "It's definitely worth using," I disagreed with his words. "It'll get easier with some more practice, but even as it is now, it looks fairly handy. I can already tell how much it would improve your damage output. You just need to strike a balance between power and ease of use." "I've been trying," he answered, sounding a bit frustrated. "But it's harder than it sounds." "For you, maybe," I answered, giving him a smug look. "Charge it again." I watched carefully as he obeyed, and it was easy to see Adam's problem. Namely, Adam couldn't see his problem. Literally, one of the biggest advantages of my clairvoyance now perfected in my new Aina was the simple ability to see aura. While any hunter could feel the use of aura, it was just that. A feeling, more similar to a vague sense of touch than anything else. But I could see aura, as well as feel it, and that made manipulating it vastly easier. Right now, Adam was trying to judge it by the glow of his sword, but trying to gauge the precise brightness of something that was growing steadily brighter by the moment was pretty hard to do with the naked eye. In my case, however, I could tell precisely how much power he'd gathered by looking directly at the aura that had gone into the blade. "Stop," I said when it was a quarter as powerful as it had been before. He obeyed quickly and ceased gathering power. "Do you feel that?" "Not sure what you mean," he answered after a moment. "Feel what?" "The aura you've gathered," I clarified with a roll of my eyes. "Oh," he said. "Yeah. How much do you think it is compared to what you were holding before?" He was silent for a moment, considering the blade in his hands as if he were a blind man trying out different weights. "A tenth?" he guessed before shaking his head. "No. Wait. A fifth?" "Close," I said. "But actually, it's almost exactly fourth." "Huh," Adam mused. "It feels lighter than that." "Unsurprising," I said, "because it gets more and more difficult to hold onto as you continue to gather it. What we need to do is find a balance between the effectiveness of the blade and how hard it is to use. Then, we'll need to make sure you can recognize that amount on your own. Release it and try again." "Stop when I reach the same amount?" Adam guessed. "Or when I think I do." "We'll do that later," I said. "For now, just stop when I tell you to." He grunted again but didn't argue, and for several minutes I made him gather power, stop, and gather it again. "Now hold on to it like that." I stopped him after the 10th try. "See how long you can keep it stable." "I got it," he said with a snort. "Practice estimating it and then practice holding it, again and again." "This shouldn't be new to you," I replied. "Raven made me do something like this a long time ago," he admitted with a sigh. "Good on her," I said. "Get ready to reminisce on the olden days a lot from now on." "Back to basic again." "Huh," Adam muttered, smiling bitterly. I know. Like I said, I've done this before." "Well, not exactly the same thing, but close enough." "You'll be spotting me," Then it seems like a waste of my valuable time, but you might do something stupid otherwise, so I suppose so, I answered with a shrug. HMPH, Adam snorted again. Whatever. Are you going to be doing some training of your own, or are you just going to keep lying around? I already told you, I'm meditating, I replied, finding another comfortable place to sit down. While watching me, he asked, raising an eyebrow. How's that work? I considered making a remark about how he overestimated the amount of effort I'd need to keep an eye on him, but shrugged to myself and answered truthfully. It's not an issue anymore, I replied. By raising Soul of the World to level 99, you have gained the skill Breath of the World. Breath of the World active and passive LV1 EXP, 94.31%. By meditating deeply upon the nature of the world, the user has come to understand his place within it and is a part of it. With this skill, tapping into the flowing currents of energy around the user is as simple as breathing, and the process of meditation itself has simplified. With this skill, it is no longer necessary to remain passive or stationary whilst meditating, as the user can remain focused through the common distractions of the world. Increase HP recovery per minute by 100% while meditating. Increase MP recovery per minute by 100% while meditating. Increase stamina recovery per minute by 100% while meditating. Health HP can be improved through meditation, or MP can be improved through meditation. Stamina can be improved through meditation. The user may meditate while physically active, so long as all actions taken remain simple. The skill deactivates immediately if the user is distracted or takes complex actions. With the opening of my chakras, my skill with meditation had improved by leaps and bounds. Soul of the World, which had been improving relatively slowly despite my daily accelerated use of it, had rocketed through its last 7 levels and ranked up to create something greater, and made even more so by the fact that each of my chakra skills improved it in their own way. Even as I just sat here, I could feel energy rushing into me like a river, rising up through my body like a waterfall running in reverse. It ran through my body along strange paths that led in between my chakras and caused the power to circle and cycle, filtering it as it went and then spreading it throughout my form. Perhaps it was a result of that strange mental state I had obtained as my chakras opened, but I could feel that power settling in and changing me. Despite what my skills said, it definitely wasn't just my HP, MP, and stamina that were growing. And thanks to the Breath of the World, I could do this constantly. Granted, it deactivated if I did anything that took much effort or concentration, whether that be running fast, fighting, or whatever else, but I could walk around just fine, as well as keep an eye on my surroundings. During the day especially, this was much more convenient than being immobile as I regained my power, and the skill was only level 1. It'd improve quickly if Soul of the World's sudden growth was any indication, but for now, I was content knowing I never needed to stop my training. Cinder left for Atlas tonight, and I had several things to say to her before she went. I could use all the help I could get. The games we play. Farewell. Emerald and Mercury looked surprised to find my waiting when they reached the airship that would be taking them to Atlas, immediately dropping their bags and readying themselves for a fight. Enough, Cinder said, for her part merely looking annoyed as I eyed her minions with amusement. This is Jianbing of the White Fang. I assume you don't need any introductions yourself? Emerald and Mercury, I replied, giving each a brief glance before focusing back on Cinder. Yes, I'm well aware of your subordinates. Why don't the two of you go get the ship ready? Cinder's henchmen exchanged a look between themselves and then glanced back at Cinder, who watched me expressionlessly. To their credit, the two of them didn't back down despite no doubt knowing they were outclassed, and didn't move until Cinder gave them a slight nod. I remained at ease as they filed past me into the ship, keeping a close eye on me all the while, and Cinder didn't speak until they were gone. I assume there's something you want. Cinder spoke at last. She didn't seem angry or uneased, instead simply looking at me with the usual calm. "Nothing much," I answered. "I simply wanted to continue our discussion and I thought you'd appreciate a lack of witnesses." "Oh?" Cinder asked, tilting her head slightly. She didn't bother looking around, but I was fairly certain she didn't believe I'd come alone. In fairness, I hadn't. Raven was watching us through a portal with Adam and Goo waiting on the other side. Still, I smiled calmly at her and nodded. "I had several questions I wished to ask you that were of a, let us say, personal nature," I confirmed. "Given their nature, I believe some privacy was warranted." Cinder took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. "Very well then," she answered. "Ask." "I make no promises as to answering, however." "Of course. I understand," I assured her with another smile. "And I appreciate the courtesy." "Now where to begin?" I hummed to myself quietly, making a show of considering it, drawing things out. I knew at least something about Cinder's past now, but I had to be careful about what I said, both to avoid making assumptions and to keep from giving away how much I did or didn't know. Though we had some common ground due to our past experiences, the fact remained that I'd been shielded from the things she'd endured as a child and was powerful enough to mostly ignore them now. I didn't know how she might react to the subject if I brought it up. At the same time, however, this was a chance for me to see her while she was caught off guard, to poke and prod and see how she reacted both as a person and, potentially, as a writer. I'd spent the last few days considering the matter closely and plotting out my attack. As such, I began by approaching the matter in my own subtle way. Just as Cinder started to look, well, more annoyed, I tilted my head and felt my smile widen. "Why is it," I wondered aloud, "that you prefer to go by fall instead of Rhodopus?" Cinder hadn't been moving much beforehand, but she froze stock still at the question, gazing at me with a face like a mask. Inside, however, I could feel the spike of sudden emotion: surprise, concern, old anger, and even a hint of fear. I let my smile widen, keeping my gaze amused even when she didn't respond. "There was that confirmed, at least. Mayor Rhodopus' only daughter," I continued to press before chuckling under my breath. "Only biological daughter, I should say. Pity what happened to your stepsisters and stepmother, wasn't it? A woman forced to eat her own children and then burnt alive. Nasty business. And then you just seemed to vanish when the families started looking. One wonders where you might have gone." I had a few ideas on that front. Once I had all the dates, it was easy to start making connections. Starting with the death of her stepmother and her subsequent departure from at least Mistral, there were only so many places she could have gone, and there was a place I already knew she was connected to. For her part, Cinder opened her mouth as if to say something before shutting it quickly, staring at me with cold eyes. "Come to think of it," I mused when she didn't answer, "didn't you mention you were familiar with Mountain Glen? I hope you weren't caught up in anything dangerous, Ms. Rhodopus." I heard that even once the people hid themselves underground, it proved for naught. An explosion opened up a passage filled with subterranean grim and everyone within died. "Tragic," Cinder replied, otherwise unmoving. But her mask of calm did little to hide her growing emotion. "Truly, what of it, though?" I chuckled again. "I was simply musing over how interesting your past was," I replied. "I'm certain I wouldn't be the only one to think so." She looked at me quietly for a long moment, but even now refused to react physically. She was angry in a distant way, quietly concerned, worried, but still remaining controlled. "What do you want?" she asked at last. "I assume you didn't come here just to ponder the past." At that, I almost frowned. I suppose I wasn't too surprised that she remained calm and collected even when I was dredging up her history, but it was annoying. I wanted her to react, to give something away, yet she steadfastly refused to comply. She was worried now about impact her plans, no doubt aware of the trouble I could cause her by sharing what I knew with the right people, but she didn't back down. I was coming at this from the wrong angle and I knew it. It was simply that the best way I knew to get a reaction was also the most dangerous. I tried watching Cinder and waiting from her to let something slip, and it had gotten me nowhere. I tried pressuring her and digging into her past, but she'd stayed as steady as a rock. There was only one way I was likely to learn what I really wanted to know, and it was by asking and surviving whatever followed. But did I dare take that risk, knowing what it could mean, or, worse, without knowing what it could mean? For a moment, I watched Cinder silently and considered the situation. As these things went, I was in a fairly good position. I had my allies with me, I had a newly restocked dust supply, and we were on the outskirts of the city. Things weren't ideal, alas. It seemed we enemies were never going to just kill themselves for me, but they were about as good as I could reasonably expect. The only thing holding me back was the reminder the Anana had dealt me about how far out of my league I still was. But by that same measure, I needed to work harder. I needed to figure things out and strike back somehow. I was on a time limit I couldn't even see, waiting until Malkuth got impatient or annoyed or just wanted to screw me over. Much as I wanted to, I couldn't just hide myself away and train for 100 years and expect everything to work out. I was standing before what was quite possibly my best source of information and possibly my most active enemy. Conquest was waiting in his shells, war was dormant within RWBY, and Malkuth was caught up in whatever. If Ozpin was a writer, then he was probably plotting something, but he was still an unknown while Cinder wasn't. She was doing something, probably something big, and all I knew so far was what she'd told me. If nothing else, I needed to confirm something. So did I take the chance? Given how calm she'd been so far, I didn't think it likely to come to a fight, but if it did, my odds were about as good as I could make them. The Anana had proven itself an enormous threat, but I couldn't allow myself to be petrified by fear any more than I could let myself act recklessly. With the power I'd gained after the fight, I was in a better condition than ever, and I had my friends and myself, be they living or elemental. If I had to, I could pull the same tricks I had against the Ananta, but better. I couldn't say for sure if it'd be enough, but I couldn't run around in the dark forever, either. As strong as I was now, the only quick source of levels I had anymore were things like the Hydras, and they were a huge risk in their own right, and while I could wait for several more skills to improve, there was no way of knowing if I'd get what I wanted. With the 2 trump cards I'd received earlier today, I'd already gotten everything I could have hoped for, and it'd be at least a few weeks more before I got anything else I was after. By then, she'd be back in Haven, and confronting her would pose different risks. This might be my best chance for months. I took a slow breath, smiled, and made my choice. Very well, I allowed with an exaggerated sigh. I shall get to the point then. Interesting as it is, I'm willing to forget your dark past on the condition that you answer a question I have truthfully. Then ask, she said. When Mayor Rotopus died, he was working on something, I said, leaning forward slightly. Or perhaps I should say that something had come into his possession. A black crystal. At that, Cinder visibly stiffened. After a moment, her expression twisted into a grimace and she relaxed, but she knew as well as I did that she'd given herself away. Was there a question in that sentence that I missed? Perhaps, Cinder said, voice now touched with scorn directed both at me and towards herself. Where is it? I asked. Gone, she said at once, meeting my eyes directly. She was lying. She might have even thought that I knew that. Is that so? I mused before tilting my head. Ah, but then, what are those marks on your skin then? Cinder looked down at her unblemished arms. To the human eye, there was nothing there, and yet, she didn't deny my words. I saw her eyes trace the same patterns I could see written upon her skin before they tracked their way back up to me. And then she sighed. You, she murmured, turning her face away from me. Certainly, you know a great deal. But isn't there a saying that ignorance is bliss? And just like that, Cinder began to change. The marks became visible as if smoke was rising to the surface of her skin, and they began to spread outwards in curling patterns, encircling her body. At the same time, crystals began to sprout from her flesh, literally growing before my very eyes and glowing along with her eyes as they did. They came in a dazzling array of colors, some of them as small as a fingernail and other rising in massive spikes from her arms and shoulders. They were dust crystals, every single one of them. Fuck. I tried to signal my allies, kicking myself a bit for pushing even as I resigned myself to the relatively advantageous situation before abruptly realizing I couldn't move. No, rather, nothing could move. In the distance, I could see insects frozen between beats of their wings, and the very air around me seemed to have halted its motions. Mercury was standing as a statue beside an immobile emerald. Even before a window appeared to notify me of what happened, I understood, my eyes tracking to a pair of luminous crystals. You have been stopped. Time had been frozen by the dust crystals now growing from Cinder's arms, several of them glowing with an inner light as they wrought their effect on the world. Everything had stopped in place as a result of her power. Even I couldn't move anymore. And yet, I remained aware. I suppose I had my semblance to thank for that. Like most everything else, it seemed that while my perceptions could be sped up and slowed down, even stopping time couldn't shut them down. Well, not like this at least. While stopping time didn't seem to work, my dimensional's effects had played havoc on me. I suppose that was the difference between stopping time and skipping it. Even if I was immune to any effects that tried to affect my mind, I guess I couldn't see what wasn't there to begin with. It was a distinction to keep in mind, given that the number of hostile time manipulators I was going to have to face seemed to be on the rise. Under most circumstances, I'd have been glad to know that the gamer's mind was effective even against something like this, for that very reason, but despite the gamer's mind keeping me calm, there was no way around it. I'd screwed up. Shit. I could honestly say I hadn't expected this. I'd wanted to push her and get a reaction, but it looked like I'd gotten far more than I'd hoped for all my preparations. I honestly hadn't thought she'd risk attacking me directly like this. Yeah, I'd considered it, but she must have known that even if she killed me, her problems wouldn't simply evaporate. Had she believed me when I told her I was alone after all? No. Even if she had, she must have been aware that I could have simply left notes behind. Putting the matter of the crystal aside, I had enough information to screw up her plans as I knew them. A sent message would be enough to ensure that her whole scheme with Haven and Beacon fell apart. Another would have the Alexandria family tearing apart whatever was left. I knew about Torchwick, her allies, and so much else. While I didn't know everything, I had enough evidence to make things really inconvenient for her. Or so I'd thought, at least. And yet, here we were. Had I overestimated how much she valued her plans? Or did she just believe it wouldn't matter? I suppose both were possible, but no. I guess if she could casually reach into her bag of tricks and pull out a time stop, so arrogance wasn't uncalled for. While she might have some difficulty pinning Raven down, most of the people that were in her way could probably be brushed aside if she was willing to show her hand somewhat. Besides the time crystals, dozens of other spikes were growing from her skin, armoring her arms and legs with scales of dust. If their number was proportional to the number of tricks she had up her sleeves, well, I suppose this more or less answered whether or not Cinder was a rider. Except, well, it looked like I'd underestimated her in various ways. While I'd prepared for a fight just in case, it seems the situation wasn't as favorable as I'd first believed. While we were still at the edge of the city and away from any innocent people, I'd really been hoping to have my allies behind me if it came down to this, but given the lack of emotion I was feeling from their direction, it would seem I was the only one still aware of what was happening. Also, I was still as a statue, unable to even move my eyes. Were it not for my altered view of the world, I wouldn't even be able to look at her, as she was now, although, quite frankly, the view wasn't particularly reassuring. Cinder hadn't moved from her place yet, her body shaking slightly as more and more crystals pushed their way out of her skin. The black markings on her skin reminded me increasingly of vines, as dust grew from them like the fruits of a bizarre plant, but with each new crystal that appeared, more power seemed to flash through her system. I could see inside of her, where dark material had begun to line her nerves and veins, lighting up in time with her heartbeat as they grew to look more like wires than anything organic. Black crystals spread across the surface of her heart like ice across a lake, growing out at strange angles until it began to look like a misshapen star, shining from within. Both inside and out, her transformation progressed, twisting her body with each passing second. I suppose that was at least partially the reason for the time stop, keeping people from interrupting her transformation sequence, as well as sucker punching them afterwards. Given how badly this was going, waiting for her to finish transforming seemed like it would be unwise. On the other hand, I wouldn't be doing anything about her unless I dealt with this time stop first. My options on that front were unfortunately limited. Really, there were only 3, and none of them were very good. I suppose it was a bit odd to be weighing cost effectiveness while frozen still and standing next to a transforming death machine, but given that it seemed I'd need to fight for my life momentarily, I needed to be careful now more than ever. It'll do me no good to escape the time stop only to die because I exhausted myself. Then, time stops were tricky business in generally, as I'd come to learn recently. While an extremely powerful effect in various ways, it came with drawback for me especially. First of all, my natural ability to regain enormous quantities of MP every second were sadly inapplicable when seconds stopped passing. Similarly, my acceleration, a skill I'd come to rely upon, didn't function during stop time. Maybe it was a little too much to ask to be able to stack absolutely everything, but it was still a bit saddening that I could stop time and accelerate it simultaneous. Yes, I knew it was a contradiction in and of itself, but I still wanted to do it. All of which meant that even after I broke out, I'd be at something of a disadvantage. I'd need to depend entirely upon my stores of dust crystals, which wouldn't normally be a problem in and of itself, but... well, maybe I was being paranoid, but it seemed like the Dust Master, who was currently growing dust out of her skin with the help of an ancient dust-based super weapon, might have a slight edge on me when it came to using dust. Call it a hunch. And while I was by no means helpless or slow without my acceleration, being able to move 20 to 30 times faster than normal was pretty damn useful. And, putting aside whatever else she might use against me, I was going to have to fight Cinder without either. I wasn't too keen on that idea. I preferred to fight my enemies with every possible advantage, but the tricks I'd brought to the table were already being chipped away at. As it was, I was going to have to fight here one-on-one, relying solely on my own power, which might have been fair, yeah, but fuck that shit. It greatly increased my odds of losing. But there was no choice now. After pressuring her and pushing her into revealing her true nature, there was nothing I could do but fight. Or was there? A thought occurred to me as layers of crystal turned Cinder's fingers into lethal-looking claws that were oddly jointed. She flexed them once, a rubbing of her finger blades sending up a sudden surge of sparks, before approaching me carefully. As I watched her approach, absently noting that her glass heels had been replaced by almost identical crystal shoes, I considered the possibility. It was a long shot, but if talking had gotten me into this, could it possibly get me back out? Certainly, it would be far better than being forced into a disadvantageous fight, but could I actually pull it off? No way to know except to try, I suppose. If I failed, I'd be no worse off than I was now, and if I succeeded, had I been able to, I'd have taken a deep breath as I watched Cinder approach, but I didn't act. I'd only have one chance at this, and there was only one thing I could think of that might actually work, but I'd need to do this right. I waited until she was right in front of me and watched her carefully. Cinder didn't say a word, Now that she seemingly had me dead to rights, she just lifted her claws as they started to glow. Space rippled oddly around them, outlining blades that were there, but I didn't have time to think about it as she swung them towards my face. Now, I thought, using a new trick, expending an enormous amount of MP so large, in fact, that it was only usable at all thanks to the effects of my cost reducers and was still almost cripplingly expensive. I felt things change as I revealed one of my trump cards. It was something I'd kept in reserve to give myself a major advantage in a crucial moment, but to think I'd need to use it just to have a chance. By raising acceleration to level 99, you have gained the skill Tachyon Active LV1 EXP, 7.94% MP, 100,000. The ability to temporarily remove oneself from the normal flow of time by warping time and space around himself to exist solely within a specific moment. The user can seemingly cause time to stand still. Additional 100,000 MP spent per moment. All of a sudden, I could move within the frozen world and I immediately shed a skin to escape the attack. Sender's claws swept through only an afterimage, distorting the space around them as they went. I analyzed the attack even as I escaped from it and knew I'd made the right choice. It wouldn't have been my flesh those blades would have cut. They'd have carved straight through the space I'd occupied. But I didn't have time to worry about things like that. Acceleration was still too expensive and brief to be useful, so I needed to make this moment count. Even as one hand swept into my inventory to grab a handful of dust crystals that I immediately devoured, I spoke. Now, I said with a laugh, making sure I sounded like I was making light of the attack. I did my best to maintain my confident demeanor, but given how much energy stopping time for even a moment had taken me and how easily Cinder was able to do the same, it was a little difficult. There's no need for that, Famine. After the words left my mouth, I froze again, Tachyon running its course. All that mana for a literally momentary effect. The sad part was that it was still cheaper than using my dimensional to accomplish the same effect. But it had its uses, so long as it was handled with care. Cinder froze so still that for a moment, I almost thought she'd fallen prey to her own attack, but then she turned around slowly, staring at me hard even as crystals began creeping into her eyes. "And how is it that you know that name?" she asked coldly. "Who are you, really?" Suddenly, I realized I could move, so she could not only freeze time, but even exclude specific people from the effect at will. That was frightening, I had to admit, but I couldn't let something like surprise or fear take away this chance. At once, dark spots began to appear on my skin in growing patches, expanding quickly across my flesh. At a glance, they might have seemed similar to the artistic designs that were still visible on Cinder's skin, but there was no pattern to their expansion, no shape to be revealed. They simply spread and consumed until they covered me entirely. This was the product of nigh endless training with acceleration, my almost maxed out metamorphosis. "Isn't that a cruel thing to ask, sister?" I replied in hopefully real-sounding amusement. Cinder looked at me for a long moment, watching as layers of grim bone armor began to appear without the slightest change in her expression, and then she clicked her tongue. "Conquest," she said. "The games we play." "Hello." I chuckled quietly and smiled at her, ignoring the way my exoskeleton was growing into place. As my skill with monstrosity and metamorphosis improved, so had both my ability to transform myself and the strength of my transformed state, though in truth, it was rare that I fully transformed. As both of those skills improved primarily through the process of transformation, I simply kept the virus in a constant state of reduction and contraction using my healing skills. At the level the skills were at now, however, I didn't even really need that to keep the grim disease in check. It was as much a part of me now as my own flesh and blood. This was my first time fully changing in quite a while. At present, I was adopting my usual form as Jianbing. White armor spread over me quickly, smooth, sleek, and built for speed. A smooth mask formed over my face, devoid of any openings or features, and a pair of horns formed shortly after. Just in case things continued to go downhill, I also grew my dark wings, because if I didn't do it now, it'll be too late to regret it later. Well, even if I said that, She continued to transform as well, and frankly I didn't like what I saw. After the crystals grew into place on her arms and legs, something particularly noteworthy occurred. A series of almost horn-like protrusions began to sprout from her forehead, cheekbones, and temples, each of the spike a pure and beautiful white. Cinder was growing herself a crown of white dust. Fuck me, but I had underestimated her. It's good to see you again, of course, I said before heaving an exaggerated sigh. It was becoming increasingly obvious that the strength of my transformed state would not be enough to accomplish anything on its own, but having it in place made me feel a little bit better, and I was taking what I could get. But to think my dear sister would attack me after we were finally reunited. She clicked her tongue again, giving me a reproachful look. If you didn't want to be attacked, you should have introduced yourself earlier, she replied, but made no move to renew her assault. What did you expect with such an aggressive approach? But weren't you the one who was trying so hard to hide? I asked. You've been so secretive that it was hard to meet you until now, and you were so tight-lipped about everything that it was hard to get any answers. More than that, even though I thought it was you, haven't you behaved a bit oddly of late? I was a bit worried about you. You know, it was a risk to bring it up, but pretty much everything I could possibly say carried some risk now. I was trying to pretend to be one of my greatest enemies and was running only on what I'd put together thus far. I had no idea how Conquest, who wasn't even a singular being to begin with, behaved around his erstwhile siblings, and right now my only real advantage was that Conquest's nature was so variable and divided. Even then, however, I was banking on my past theories that the writers weren't normally in direct contact with Malkuth, and while a part of me was hoping that the conversation didn't stray towards any questions I couldn't answer, the fact of the matter was that I couldn't hope to steer it fully away from things I didn't know without drawing suspicion towards myself, as they'd be the type of things most likely to come up in a conversation like this one. Best, then, to mitigate the risk and stick to subjects I thought I could fake knowledge of convincingly and control the flow of the conversation myself. I already knew that my enemies weren't all-knowing, and while I sadly wasn't either, I did have some advantages. Besides, I couldn't pass up this chance to fish for information, either. Shouldn't I be the one saying that? She asked, a brief flash of emotion flickering through her. I noted it curiously, but wasn't sure what it meant yet. It isn't like you to take the subtle approach, Conquest. I sighed again and nodded. It's not, I agreed, but it could be helpful now. War's been taken out of the picture temporarily, so a part of me is filling in for him. War? Famine asked, sounding surprised. He's been defeated. It seems he made a mistake with the horse he chose to ride, I said before squinting at her carefully. I was a little worried that you had done the same, Famine, when I heard about your past and met you face to face. Aren't you acting a bit strangely? That body of yours. Tell me, is the woman inside it really under control? Famine frowned at me for a long moment before replying. It's nothing for you to worry about, she replied. There were special circumstances that presented an interesting opportunity. Even if you say that, I can't help but worry, you know. I told her. The master entrusted me with this. After all. The master, she said, blinking once. Her eyelids made a weird scraping sound as they closed over crystallizing membranes. He spoke to you personally? Not directly, no, I said. But this iteration of me was awakened specifically to deal with this matter. Crom even dragged me around for a while. Why would she begin before pausing, eyebrows furrowing in concern? Is it time? It is, I stated before looking at her carefully. But do you know what that means, or are those simply empty words? Not that I had any room to talk on that front. Of course, I do, she answered with a slight scowl. He's been reborn, hasn't he, Keter? I watched her for a moment longer before nodding. My apologies, I replied. Yes. As you might imagine, Lord Malkuth has been watching things with great interest. I emphasized the name to brush away the suspicion in her own eyes and saw her purse her lips and nod towards me in return. Naturally, she said. And Death? If you and War have moved, where is he, then? I don't know, I admitted truthfully. I recall that Keter attacked when he was away from the master's side, and it seems he managed to wipe Keter's soul clean, but I don't know where he is at present. Presumably occupied with something important. So that's why you were assigned, she mused before nodding. It seems you've been working hard, Conquest. It's nothing, I dismissed before making a grandiose gesture towards myself. What do you think? Even if it's not how I'd usually play around, I'm a bit proud of my work this time. The white tiger of the white fang, she mused. I suppose it's a bit obvious in hindsight. What can I say? I replied. It's my color. Have you take the entire organization, then? She asked. I shook my head. Too much risk of exposure, I replied. Keter can see our infections as well. After all, right now, it's best to simply observe him from a distance without him being aware and wait for him to grow stronger. And besides, most of them are useless, anyway. There's only a few I'm really interested in. Raven Brennan, huh? She mused. Yes, I suppose I can see why she'd be of interest to you, but why haven't you taken her yet, then? Sadly, Things are so rarely that simple, I answered with a sigh. She's tied to Keter as well and has regular contact with him. While I don't believe she suspects me yet, she's been on her guard and is protected. Best not to take any chances with her yet, alas. Then you should just kill her, she stated. If she's already allied with the enemy, there's no reason to hold back. Don't underestimate Raven's power, I answered, or her usefulness, especially to me. She's not something to simply be thrown away. Famine. Cinder considered it for a moment longer and then exhaled slowly as she nodded. I didn't quite sigh in relief, but it was a near thing. I'd been fairly confident I could make that fly, but not certain my words were true, though one of the reasons I'd been careful to keep Raven separate from anyone I suspected as a rider was because of the enormous risk she posed as a carrier. Even if I was as close to her during the fight against Conquest as I was to her now, I probably wouldn't have been willing to risk it for that same reason. However, she was an ideal target for at least Conquest, who'd be able to use her power to easily spread on a global scale. Anyone who knew of his abilities could see the deadliness of that combination, which should be enough to make Cinder hesitate before dropping a time stop and killing her when she couldn't resist. Now that I had a better grasp of Cinder's power, it wasn't enough to simply guarantee my own protection. It was just as important, if not more so, to make sure she wouldn't attack my friends or family, either. If she'd been willing to kill Jianbing, then it was unlikely she'd hesitate too much before dealing with Adam or Raven the same way. Even if I had to reveal a few things to ensure their safety, it was more than worth it. Now, to protect my best friend. Normally, I'd start with her son and go after her that way, but I heaved another sigh, shaking my head. Sadly, this entire situation is a bit troublesome. Why? She asked before pausing for a moment. Is he connected to Keter as well, then? Oh, I asked, inserting a bit of playfulness into my voice. Could it be you really don't know? Should I make fun of you for being inobservant, sister? She looked at me flatly until I sighed again. I could honestly say this wasn't something I'd ever expected to reveal to one of the riders, but under the circumstances, I suppose it was the best choice I had. It was dangerous, of course, but it'll be worth it if I could keep the charade going and, if not control, then at least guide Cinder's actions. While she had attacked Jianbing with lethal intent, I was well aware of the fact that the Grim had been deliberately sparing my life for quite some time now. If I did it right, I should be able to manage it and ensure that nothing happened to me or my friends in the process. Besides which, as information went, there was no way to be sure that she wouldn't find out, whether on her own or through a message from the other Grim. Best to keep that in mind and avoid basing any plans around things I couldn't rely on in the first place. This lie of mine could fall apart in an instant, so I needed a way to make sure she wouldn't turn on me immediately. It wouldn't do me any good if she killed me before learning something that might stay her hand, and right now, that was looking disturbingly possible. I was liking my chances against her in a fight less and less by the moment. Fine, I muttered under my breath before looking at her again. Haven't you noticed? He and Keter go to that school of yours. Cinder's eyes widened, a shock of surprise running through her, and I was glad to see that she honestly hadn't known who I truly was. Any reminder that my enemies weren't all-knowing was a good one in my books, especially when it helped to outline their weaknesses and flaws. Cinder was obviously horrifically powerful, whether she was actually creating dust or drawing it from somewhere else. It was obvious that her ability to combine and utilize the material dwarfed those of anyone I'd ever even heard of. By mixing dust in various ways, she could probably create a multitude of effects, meaning that her ability to stop time for long durations was sadly not the full extent of her power. From setting fields of flame to brutally twisting space to even drawing upon the awesome power of white dust, I could only speculate on what she was truly capable of, and that alone was horrifying. It was obvious now that any thoughts I'd had of beating her in a fight as I was now were faulty, but for all her might, she was no more omniscient than Conquest had been. Sure, she knew a great deal and was very intelligent, but she didn't know everything, and she wasn't instantly aware of everything that happened around her. Conquest had had access to my father's memories to put the pieces together, but Cinder didn't seem to be able to tell me apart from the rest of mankind at a glance. That is, she couldn't see my soul or my power. Though I was still up against a vastly superior opponent, she could be deceived and misinformed. At the very least, I had that advantage on my side. Even so, she was smart, and I was beginning to get an idea of precisely how wary I would need to be of her in the future. A moment after, her eyes widened in surprise. They narrowed again, and I could all but feel her putting the pieces together. Granted, I hadn't been particularly subtle in my civilian identity and the pieces weren't too hard to put together, but I'd need to keep in mind that she wasn't blind. Jaune Arc, she murmured under her breath. Yes, I suppose I can see that. Certainly, he does stand out. Honestly, I'd thought you were already aware, Sister, I replied. You've spent so much time with him lately, I'd thought you had something in mind. If it wasn't his true nature that drew you in, though, then why did you take so much interest in a human? I'd simply thought he might be useful, Cinder answered dismissively. It is no different from you and the Raven. For a human of his age, he is exceptionally powerful and it's always useful to have competent allies. I mused before shrugging. Fair enough, sister, but be careful with him. You should be well aware of his importance. Don't do anything reckless, okay? Who do you think you're talking to? Brother, she answered with another touch of scorn. Did you think I'd make such a mistake? I wondered aloud, masked face unfortunately unable to smirk. But didn't you completely fail to notice who he was, despite being in regular contact with him? Cinder stared at me hard with glowing crystal eyes. It was uncomfortable as all hell, but I did my best to laugh it off anyway. No offense meant, sister, I added through my fake mirth. It's simply that he's a wily one. You and I both know that. While he's probably no match for you, he's only used a fraction of his true power within that school of yours. As someone whose interest he caught and as someone who knows the nature of his power, it should go without saying that you should be wary, right? At that she frowned, not in denial but rather in consideration. You believe he knows who I am? She asked. Isn't it possible? I asked. While you leave behind more subtle traces than I do, your markings still make you stand out, sister. If I'm not mistaken, your plans should be coming to fruition soon, right? Someone like Keter should have no need to attend a school, so isn't it likely that he's going for some other reason? Cinder had nothing to say to that, instead letting her frown deepen as she mulled over my words. At the very least, I know for a fact that he can detect my presence. I chose to admit when she didn't respond. To be honest, several iterations of me have already fallen. Suddenly, her frown turned my way. What did you do? She demanded, sounding annoyed. I shrugged at her, remaining at ease. It couldn't be helped, I replied. He was moving too slowly. Death did its job too well and left him almost directionless. He needed something to make him pick up the pace. Crom was the one who made the decision, however. I'm not certain if he received orders or not, but he transported one of my shells and forcibly opened it some time ago. Sadly, I've only outside knowledge of the matter because the situation was contained, but it seems I took his father and several others and forced him to kill them. Too bad I don't remember it all. It must have been fun. She continued to ponder that for a moment before sighing. If it's like that, I suppose it makes sense, she admitted. But if Death wiped him clean, he shouldn't be aware of the rest of us. You didn't say anything, did you? I wouldn't do that, I defended. Even if I wasn't there, I know better that to make such a mistake there's no reason to tell anything more than what's necessary. But still, with that power of his, I can't be certain he didn't discover anything. I was able to observe him from a distance and he certainly seemed to have gathered a fair bit of information about my bacterial state. Still, he shouldn't be aware of the truth. No. Then there should be no way for him to connect the two of us, she said. Unless he learned something from someone else, he shouldn't even know about me. Even if the markings I leave are distinctive to those who can see them, they shouldn't mean anything to someone who's never heard of me. Which was true, in fairness. If I hadn't run into RWBY, if I hadn't managed to summon Keter, then without a doubt, I'd still be in the dark about a great many things. Perhaps, I admitted. Do you have something in mind, sister? Given that he already knows about you, wouldn't it make more sense if I was the one who dealt with him from now on? She asked. I am, as you said, already quite close to him. I made a show of considering. I admit, I wanted to ask you for help for that very reason, but at the same time, it's too early to make any assumptions. What he should and shouldn't know aside, this is too important to take chances with. The fact remains that he must have chosen to attend Haven for a reason, and if that reason is you, he wouldn't approach you so blatantly without a plan for dealing with you, would he? Because that would be stupid. Though, in my defense, I had a plan. It had just burst into flames and leapt into the abyss on contact with Cinder's overwhelming power. Cinder, for her part, gave me a somewhat dubious glance which I had mixed feeling about. On one level, I found her skepticism appealing. I remembered every interaction I'd had with Cinder in the past few weeks, and the impression I had given her should be one of cocky arrogance, which, after this particular fuck-up, I may well have to admit to somewhat, but the fact remained that that wasn't the entire picture and that there was a lot more to it. That she didn't seem to know that meant that she was underestimating me somewhat, which could give me an opportunity to exploit later. On the other hand, while being underestimated was good, I didn't want Cinder to start thinking she could crush me effortlessly and walk all over me. Mainly because she totally could. Just take my word for it and be careful, I requested. War has already been removed and Keter isn't working alone and we know what he could become. I don't want to take any chances with something this important, and I've already established surveillance on him and have been arranging to have him tested regularly. Things are going fairly well and I'd rather not risk you exposing yourself just yet. So while I don't mind you doing what you can, Please be careful. At the very least, can't you do it just to make things easier for me? Sender's gaze became annoyed, her eyes narrowing. Is that something you should say after making me do so much extra work? She asked. If you knew it was me, then why didn't you just play along with my plans quietly? Ah, I remembered after a moment's confusion. The Atlas thing. Suddenly, challenging Cinder so boldly seemed a bit premature. Out loud, however, I just chuckled again. Sorry, I apologized, even as I laughed. But what kind of image would it have sent had I just agreed? I am in charge of the White Fang, after all. I can't simply accept a deal that seems so disadvantageous without coming off as odd, can I? Even if we'd had known history, there's a limit to what I can do for a friend, and with how secretive you've been. Well, it couldn't be helped. I don't mind helping you, but it'll need to be a bit fairer if we want to keep playing things safe, right? Don't be mad at me, sis. Cinder huffed and looked away, still seeming annoyed. But, if nothing else, I noticed that she wasn't particularly upset with me, either. I'll make it up to you, how about that? I continued. I can still help you out in subtle ways. I should be able to make things easier for you, at least. So forgive me. Okay, very well, Cinder accepted with a tired sigh. I suppose that under the circumstances, there was no other way. But in the future, I'd appreciate it if you didn't make things difficult for me. It should be fine, I said with a shrug. Once this is done, it should be easier for us to work together and explain things away, so please just put up with it for now. Now then. What should we do about this? Despite not having eyes, I did my best to look over our transformed states and our frozen surroundings. Cinder tilted her head at me inquisitively. Despite what I said earlier about being alone, the truth is that Raven was worried about me, I explained, keeping my tone amused. Well, given what almost happened, I suppose I can't blame her, can I? You knew far too much to leave you alive, she replied. And I'm not one to leave loose ends untied. Next time, remember to say something earlier. I hummed in confirmation. Well, at least it was just that. For a moment, I was worried that I just had the type of personality that people found aggravating and that you were going to kill me because I annoyed you. Don't be foolish, she replied before sending me a look that glimmered with amusement and also just kind of glimmered in general, glowing crystals and all. Although you do annoy me, brother. 1. The games we play. Continuation. Now that the levels of monstrosity and metamorphosis were so high, reversing the transformation was as simple as willing it to undo itself. Plates of white armor shimmered around me before withdrawing, sinking back into my flesh like a stone being consumed by a pond. Then, my blackened skin began to clear in patches, reverting to my normal coloration as it did until all traces were gone. When I had returned fully to normal, I calmly walked back over to the place I'd been standing prior to the time stop and waited. Cinder's reversal was much the same, with dust crystals retracting one by one. In case it needed to be said, they didn't actually withdraw into her body. I checked even though basic logic dictated that she'd need a noticeable amount of room to store that much dust inside her. Instead, the dust just seemed to fade out of existence, pulling back through either the same portals that the Grimm normally used or something akin to my inventory. Either way, they were almost entirely gone in moments, and then the black markings on her skin, leaving behind nothing but a pair of spikes on her shoulders. 3. Cinder said, straightening her dress absently. 2. 1. The time crystals slipped into her flesh as well, and time resumed as if nothing had happened. We picked up our conversation precisely where it had left off. I can't say I ever agreed with that saying, I answered, smiling at her easily. I've always believed in the power of knowledge. You of all people should understand that. You know what I'm after, Ms. Fall. I emphasized the name lightly and noted that the look of annoyance she shot my way wasn't entirely faked. Perhaps I do, she replied nonetheless. But for you to be willing to push so hard for it, Dr. Rodopus' work must be of great interest to you indeed. Assuming that I did, in fact, know something. What reason would I have to tell you? Am I to believe that you would truly forget everything you know, simply because I gave you what you wanted? Do you honestly think I'd believe you'd cast me aside while I was still your only way to get it? Certainly, it is good to be self-confident, I mused. But don't you think that you might be overestimating its value? Or perhaps yours? No, she said simply, giving me a slight and cold smile. Whatever you may think, I know my own worth and its. But if you do not, then feel free to strike me down here and now. You won't find it on your own. I mused, making the sound in the back of my throat as I smiled quietly at her. To say those words with such conviction. Perhaps I am a little interested, after all. Then if that is all, I'll be taking my leave, Cinder said, closing her eyes for a moment before walking past me with a smirk on her lips. I have work to do. For a moment, as she turned her back towards me, I considered taking a shot at her here and now. Her crystals had been withdrawn and she was vulnerable, however briefly. It was even possible that if I turned Tachyon's power upon her now, she wouldn't be able to break free while under its effects the way my semblance had allowed me to. If I unleashed everything I had on her, I might have had a winning shot, however long. Of course, if I took that shot and missed, I was a dead man. If I failed to kill her, failed to overcome the still unknown limits of her abilities, then I already knew I couldn't withstand what would follow, and neither could any of my allies. I wouldn't be simply gambling with my life, but also with theirs, and the odds weren't remotely high enough for me to dare take that chance. The moment passed and I closed my eyes. Better to err on the side of not being brutally murdered and try again when I actually had a chance in a fight. There was still a lot to be gained from this ruse besides, even if there was no way to know for sure how long it would be able to last. Cinder was perhaps the first in I had into the enemy camp and one of the few people who could tell me what I needed to know, if I played my cards right. Then I wish you luck, Miss Fall, I replied, snapping my fingers once, gauntlets making the sound metallic. Raven, if you would. There was a moment of hesitation as my friend blinked beneath her mask on the other side of her surveillance portal, surprised by the blatant request, but then a swirling red gateway opened up before my eyes. I saw Cinder pause behind me and glance over her shoulder, but I didn't bother with anything so obvious myself, instead walking confidently through the opening and letting it fade behind my back. The second it did, however, I heaved a deep sigh. I didn't relax, primarily because I'd had to force myself not to tense in the first place, but that had been a type of strain in its own right. Had I been anyone else, I might have collapsed to the ground out of simple relief from being away from Cinder. But I was myself, and instead I just gave Raven a rather bleak smile when I saw her looking my way. What happened? She asked immediately. I saw Cinder suddenly change position slightly. Trust Raven to notice such a thing, I thought. Indeed, Cinder hadn't returned to her precise position before the time stop, and into an outside observer it must have been like a sudden change, but while she hadn't been as exact as me, she'd been fairly close. For Raven to be able to pick out the differences instantly at night and from a distance was, well, more than a little impressive, especially given the type of eyes she was using. The mere thought was enough to make my smile a bit more genuine. I shook my head. It seems I overstepped my bounds and underestimated Cinder. When I pushed too hard, she stopped time for several minutes. Raven's eyes widened at that, as did Adam's. Being a dog, Goo's face wasn't very adept at making human expressions, but I could feel his surprise as well. Stop time? Raven breathed. Her eyes flicked over me once. Are you? I'm fine, I assured her. I managed to avoid a fight, or else I wouldn't be. If I hadn't been able to retain my mind even when time was frozen, I would most likely be dead. I felt another flash of surprise flicker through my friends, though whether because of what I'd said or simply because I was admitting to weakness, I wasn't sure. It wasn't as if I hadn't done so before, though, I just didn't like to do it out loud. Oftentimes, the appearance of strength was as useful as strength itself, both to myself and my allies. Even if I had no idea what to do, it made more sense to appear as if I did to reassure them while I tried to figure something out rather than say I was clueless and add to their worry. I did my best to appear like I was ready for anything, especially when I wasn't. Sometimes just looking like I was strong and in control could save lives, like it probably just had with Cinder. But even so, the situation was too dangerous to risk leaving them in the dark. Cinder was a massive threat to all of us. Even if I'd managed to temporarily remove us from her path, we all needed to prepare ourselves now. Rare as it might have been for me, this wasn't the time for secrets. And as it happened, there were several that I was overdue on revealing. Time manipulation, Raven mused under her breath, brow momentarily furrowing in frustration. Why does it always have to be time manipulation? Is she like Osby? No, I replied, shaking my head. She uses dust as I expected. Famine's power seems tied to it. She grew crystals from her very skin and seemed quite skilled at using them, which, sadly, means that this isn't the full extent of her abilities. She tried to kill me with a spatial attack before I stopped her, and it seems safe to assume that she's capable of a great deal more. Raven exhaled sharply, clenching her teeth as she did. I could all but see her going through the possibilities in her head, the same ones that I'd sadly already reviewed several times, and she knew it wasn't good. That she didn't swear was a testament to her own self-control. Adam, meanwhile, started swearing enough for all of us put together. We'll need to think of countermeasures, Raven said, not acknowledging her son's swearing fit but making no move to stop it either. I assume you came up with something for time manipulate, just in case Osmond proved to be a threat, but the rest of it will need to be. Raven, I interrupted, halting her with a word. Before that, there's something I need to tell you. Raven tilted her head slightly and looked at me carefully. What? She asked, tone serious. She knew I wouldn't be bothering with it right now unless it was important. Everything, I admitted. Raven took a deep breath before slowly exhaling. Adam and Gu had wandered off and were very deliberately not paying attention, so it was just Raven and I for now. So, she said. You were never Jianbing? No, I admitted. I merely mastered his martial arts style and assumed his form. So instead of being a reincarnated Faunus king, you're a reincarnated angel from Babel pretending to be a reincarnated Faunus king, she asked to clarify. Right, I answered, nodding as I did. The reincarnation stuff is still true, it's just that as far as I know, this is my first body since Babel fell. I see, she murmured, looking at me carefully for a long moment before exhaling another breath. Okay, I asked. It's no more outlandish than anything else you told me, she stated. Simply more confusing and elaborate. I assume you had a reason? Truthfully, it was simply fear, I admitted. While I grew into my power very quickly, when I first met you I realized immediately that you were significantly more powerful than myself and considered you to be an enemy. After that, it was simply difficult to unravel the lie and I feared your reaction to the truth and what might happen. She was silent for a moment. I know something about that, I suppose, Raven whispered, reaching up to touch her mask. She held her hand there for a moment before removing it from her face. Given the circumstances, I suppose I can't blame you for that. Why tell me now, then? I imagine she was probably thinking of the family and team she'd left behind and never returned to, not even when I'd given her a chance to do so. As she said, she probably did know something about the difficulty of revealing hidden truths and explaining oneself. I'd always intended to, I said with a sigh, though I admit that I was putting it off. As for the reason, I suppose the simplest is that I consider you a friend and don't want any lies hanging over our heads. Beyond that, however, I just scenes in movies and such where the liar is revealed while something important is happening and it makes everyone turn on him and doubt. I'd hate for us to be fighting Malkuth or the writers just to have them reveal my identity to you and distract you in a crucial moment, so I vowed I'd tell you the moment things began to move, even if I was still nervous about it. And they have, she guessed. They have, I confirmed. When Cinder stopped time and tried to kill me, I was forced to think on my feet to protect all of us. Not to doubt your abilities, Raven, but if Cinder proved willing to kill Jianbing, who would have been the public face of the White Fang in her eyes, then it stood to reason that she might target his known associates and allies. I assume you'd rather go without such attention. Dealing with a time-manipulating assassin would be very inconvenient, she agreed, hand falling to the hilt of her sword. I have a blade of time dust in case of emergency, but it's a limited supply meant for a worst-case scenario. In a prolonged fight, the risk of it running out is great and I'd be unable to switch to another blade without being left vulnerable. In that situation, would likely be pressed just to escape. It was a quiet admission and no doubt a hard one for her to make, but there was no denying it. Cinder was a force to be reckoned with and one we'd have to approach with caution. To keep it from happening, I was forced to think on my feet, I said. Even once I managed to stop her and gained some measure of her trust, the fact remained that if she was willing to assault me in the first place, there was nothing to guarantee your or Adam's safety, so I was forced to imply and admit to several things. In Adam's case, I simply revealed as Jianbing the true identity of Jaune Arc as Keter while also making her believe we were separate people. In your case, I simply stated that you were important to me and that I needed you. Raven raised an eyebrow at that, giving me another long glance. And how did you make her believe any of that? She asked. I sighed again. That's part of why I wanted to get these secrets out of the way, I began. If I'm making sure there are no misunderstandings, it only makes sense to go all the way, right? In order to make her trust me, I told her I was Conquest. Raven blinked at that, frowning at me. And she believed it, obviously, she mused. Why? Because I give a fairly convincing impression, I stated, lifting a hand. Before I do anything to alarm you, this also a fairly good time to tell you about the nature of my semblance. The only reason I hadn't told you already was because, well, frankly, it's annoying to do so as it's extremely complex both in how it looks and how it functions beneath the surface. When I allowed you to attack me several months ago to show that I wasn't injured by it, I implied that was healing myself rapidly, which, in fairness, I was. That is not why I didn't seem injured, however. Instead, that's a basic application of my semblance which redefines how my body interacts with the world. Even without healing, I'm not injured by attacks in any obvious or physical sense, though I suspect that's because I replace any parts of my body that are altered instantaneously. This is the main protection for my body, which does a variety of things that I'll get to shortly as they're simply easier to demonstrate than explain, but there's also a level of protection for my mind. What do you mean? mean?" she asked. "Protected how? My thoughts are shielded," I answered. "No matter what happens, my power ensures that I remain calm and able to think things through, while at the same time, they're protected from external influences. Semblances and other things that would affect my mind are simply stopped outright thanks to my semblance. The mechanics of it are rather complex and even I do not understand them in full, but to put it simply, my mind or perhaps my soul, though it's possible they amount the same thing in this case, is stored safely in a higher dimension. Things that try to affect my mind through my body are ineffective because my mind isn't in my body and is well defended besides." Raven frowned, mulling over that. "So it's similar to the difference between the memory and storage of a computer, then?" she guessed. "Our physical body retains only the active part of a much larger system?" "No," I shook my head. "That's not quite it. If anything, this body would be nothing more than the display, while my shielded mind is the memory that determines what is displayed and the storage would be contained on a higher level, in my soul. Or, it's possible that I'm further divorced from it than that, and what I truly am is the user operating the computer that displays my body, and the memory and storage would be what connects us." "It sounds complicated," Raven mused, blinking at me mildly. "It is," I said with another sigh. "As I said, even I don't fully understand how it works." Somewhat ironically, my semblance didn't come with an instruction manual. But what matters in this case is simply this: that I can retain myself even while infected by conquest. Without moving, I willed the infection to spread over my hands, turning my flesh black. The beginning of armor began to form as well, starting with my nails, but I stopped it from progressing any further when I saw that I'd made my point. Raven was already on the other side of the clearing, drawing back in a single step. "Even if it reaches my brain, it makes no difference," I said, speaking to her in precisely the same tone as before. "With Levant's aid, I can even reverse the effect, though that took some work to figure out." To demonstrate, I returned my hand to normal and dropped it back to my side. "I'm still me," I continued, "captain of my soul and all that." "In fairness, that would most likely be what someone who isn't in control would say," Raven pointed out, knowing I'd be able to hear her easily despite the distance. "Under the circumstances, one might wonder as to whether or not Cinder caused such an infection while stopping time." "If I were Conquest, I'd have already had a number of opportunities to touch and infect you," I replied dismissively, "and no real reason not to do so. The simple fact that we are having this conversation should prove that I'm who I say I am." Raven stared at me quietly, emotions tumultuous, and I was a little surprised at what I sensed. She was worried, maybe even afraid, but not for herself. For me. After a moment, however, the storm inside her seemed to settle and blinked, her eyes closed. "I suppose that's true," she admitted, believing me, or, at the very least, wanting to believe me. "If you'd like to confirm it, I could go to sleep," I offered. "I know for a fact that the process removes all traces of the infection from my body, along with anything else I might be suffering from. If I had to guess how that process works, I'd most likely just discard and replace this body in its entirety." "You don't sound particularly certain," she noted, making me smile. "I'm reasonably clear on what my power does, most of the time," I replied. "How it works, I'm figuring out as I go along." Raven pursed her lips for a long moment and took another deep breath, glancing around me as if the air itself was a danger, which it would be, if I were Conquest. But after a moment, she approached with slow steps, eyes rising to meet mine when we stood before one another again. "It doesn't seem as if I'm turning into a monster," Raven mused, "which is almost always a good sign." "Transformations have their uses," I disagreed. "It's why I'm still alive right now, after all." "Granted," she allowed. "Well then, what now?" "Gee." She stopped herself, pausing as she looked at me. "Go ahead," I said at once. "Names are like shirts for me these days. Jian is as real to me as the rest of them, and apparently I couldn't risk telling myself my real one, which seemed to be because it'd hold value to me, which was all I could really ask from a name, I guess." "Jian, then," she murmured. "For now, just until I get used to this." "What do we do now?" "Now that I've told you my secret, there's no problem revealing this," I answered, absently bringing up a window. To strain the computer analogy even further, this would be my computer's GUI, my semblance, the gamer. And with that, I invited Raven to join my party. The games we play. Regrouping. Raven Brennan. LV 173. Those were the words revealed on the party screen as Raven furrowed her brow and pressed the accept button, writing themselves next to a pair of colored bars her HP and MP. While I'd only ever done it a few times, I could make parties with people of a higher level than me just fine. There just wasn't much point. Generally speaking, experience couldn't be divided equally unless our levels were close to one another, and by default, the only thing revealed about someone that's strong was their level. While that was useful in its own way, levels being a broad indicator of someone's general ability, the fact remained that it was fairly unhelpful on its own. While the difference between two people at level 1 might not be huge, the difference between those who have grown and developed was immense. From the focus in their stats to the nature of their semblance, those at high levels grew in vastly different directions and possessed their own strengths and weaknesses, so boiling them down to a number became almost useless. There could be a warrior with a semblance that granted inhuman strength and a dust user with the power to create elaborate glyphs, and they could both be the same level, but they weren't the same. At the level I was at now especially, I pretty much ignored levels entirely, beyond noting whether or not I was able to see them. The information revealed by Observe was vastly more important than the numbers about their head, especially since at 3 digits or more, it wouldn't be odd if a person's effective strength could vary by a few dozen levels based on the precise nature of their semblance and the situation. Knowing the specifics was a necessity in cases like that. Added to that, the truth was that while being a member of my party had its uses, it also had its limits. Even if they were connected to me in some fashion, it wasn't as though they obtained my semblance or anything. As I'd tested with Adam a lot time ago, they couldn't choose skill books to learn things more quickly, nor did they gain the ability to learn skills, or rather, the ability to learn skills the way I did. If we were all close in level, then we could see each other's HP bars, but they didn't gain any of the other perceptive abilities that came with my semblance, so they couldn't see names, titles, or levels. They didn't gain the benefits of the gamer's mind or body, either. Really, all they got out of it was the ability to earn experience by killing monsters. Not that that wasn't amazing in its own right, of course. One of the advantages of my parties was that if you got enough experience while a member of one, you'd level up and get a handful of points to distribute however you wanted. Unlike conventional training, it didn't matter what you'd been focusing on, so you could freely place points in intelligence, wisdom, or even luck, despite having done nothing to improve them directly. Given that training such things normally became exceedingly difficult as the stats got higher even for me, despite all the advantages I'd leveraged to the task, this was a godsend. In addition, unless they were a member of my party, levels weren't tied to killing the Grim at all, and improving them depended entirely on a person's own ability. And from what little I'd seen of Hunter graduates, their growth would usually slow down greatly around the time they'd finished attending schools like Haven or Beacon. None of the graduates I'd seen had levels that strayed too far from the higher end of the student body, which I guess made sense. Once you'd already spent years and years training your body, mastered the use of your semblance, finished polishing your combat style, and had some actual experience under your belt, it was unlikely to make any of the massive improvements that could be seen early on. Even then, while I'd seen people leap forward 5 levels overnight in my short time at Haven, that increase in levels was probably from gaining a greater understanding of how to use their semblance or something, and hadn't been accompanied by any change in their stats. Thankfully, in my case, improving levels was a standardized process of reaching quotas, without anything like bottlenecks and with guaranteed rewards each time. Even if I didn't make any random improvements from sudden realizations beyond the natural benefit of whatever I came up with, of course, my power wasn't actually tied to my level. After all, what gains I did make generally had more value to them, or at least more consistency. I'd seen people with stats far higher than their levels would indicate, and also far lower, but I knew for a fact where I stood at any given time. As always, I was grateful to my power for that, among many other things. But still, what had Raven been eating? Even keeping in mind that levels were nothing but a broad measure of strength, for her level to be the better part of twice my mother and father's, I still couldn't observe her to tell. But was it simply because of her semblance, or had she simply grown that strong on her own somehow? I suppose that if you added up all my gains from training and divided them by the 5 points per level, I wasn't too far away from the point myself, and I was stronger than my stats indicated regardless. But it was still very impressive, even though I'd known she had to be about this strong, given that I hadn't been able to see her level even after breaking the 3-digit barrier. Given what I knew about growth rates besides my own, she must have been at least 3 digits when she graduated from Beacon. Or was she an exception somehow, like I was? Had she had some other way of growing this strong? If it wasn't just her semblance, then it would have to be her skills. But, and God, what about the rest of her team? Cinder, Ozpid? Even though it was just a number on a screen, it was hard not to find the implications disheartening. It seemed I still had a long way to go. Did that do something? Raven asked after a moment, the screen in front of her vanishing without any obvious changes from her perspective. Try saying status, I replied, careful not to let my worries show. Status, Raven replied and started slightly as a window appeared before her eyes. She paused for a moment when her eyebrows furrowed, considering it for a moment. Ah, this is your status screen, I replied, nodding. Just like in a game, you should be able to see the general details, at least. Raven shot me an odd look. Can you not see it? She asked. I can, I replied, shaking my head slightly as I spoke. But I thought you might like a moment to go over it first. Well, while that sounded polite, there was also the fact that there wasn't much point in snooping. Unfortunately, the status screens my party system provided weren't as useful or detailed as my own, probably because most of the options I had simply weren't relevant to them, as they didn't have inventories or skills the way I did. Those things weren't available or displayed, nor was a lot of the other information that I could usually see. It didn't bother showing things like their emotional states, backgrounds, or all the other stuff I found useful as a warrior, either. Presumably because they were expected. No, truthfully, it was really nothing but a simple, streamlined window with their names, HP, MP, stats, points, and the other basic stuff, along with the option to improve stats if points were available to do so. The stuff that they could actually use, essentially, which meant that it wasn't of much value to me because I had Observe, which displayed far more information, and which was why whenever Adam wanted to see the details of his stats, I usually just created illusory versions of whatever I could see using it. While I was curious to know what stats Raven had, they were fairly far down the list of things I'd like to see on her status page, so it was hard to get too excited. I knew better than anyone how much your skills and abilities could play with your states, so that information was also of limited use on its own. Her aura alone probably at least doubled their effective values. If I'd been able to see her status in its entirety, I'd probably have shamelessly taken a look, but it wasn't meant to be. Raven pondered that for a moment before nodding, and I glanced over it once. She was built similarly to Adam, with a focus on her physical stats, though they were a fair bit higher than his and arranged somewhat differently, favoring dexterity first, stamina second, and strength last. Not that any of them were less than 200. Both intelligence and wisdom were fairly high as well, though her luck was only about equal to mine. All told, she had the highest stat total I'd ever seen on a human. It's interesting, Raven mused. Certainly, it's convenient to have such things numbered. They're accurate, I assume? I nodded. Adam can testify to that, I answered. So long as you're a member of my party, each level you gain will give you 5 points to distribute freely among your stats. Adam's made a lot of improvement lately, as I'm sure you've noticed. So that's why, she replied, tilting her head. Yes, I've noticed that he's become quite a bit stronger and faster, amazingly so, though he's always been a fairly quick study in such things. This is why. What a convenient power. How do you gain levels? By defeating enemies, I replied. Adam and I hunt the Grim nearby at night, when we're not busy training other things. Raven raised an eyebrow suddenly, casting me a look. I thought that might be you, she said. I hope you're aware that you've gathered quite a bit of attention burning down fields and rearranging the landscape. I shrugged with a smile. It happens, I told her. It's not like anyone was using those fields but the Grim. Anyway, true, she conceded before falling silent for a minute. Given that you've shown me this, am I correct in assuming that you'd like me to accompany the two of you from now on? You are, I replied. Given the strength of our enemies in the schedule we're on, it looks like we'll have to pick up the pace as well. Unfortunately, our options on that front are limited and the potential dangers are great, and I'd appreciate it if you were willing to help. I'm willing, she assured, giving me a slight smile before letting the expression vanish and looking at me seriously. With how dire things are now, I hope you have something impressive in mind. I took a breath and exhaled slowly. Something, I agreed. I can say it's something I'd wanted to do, but beggars can't be choosers. I'll explain the rest on the way. I stepped through the portal, returning to the place where it all began. The land of Grim, the continent north of Idle that mankind had long since abandoned, or rather, been driven from. Absently, I realized I was probably one of the few people with some idea or when or why. I'd read my fair share of history books and then some, but I'd never heard any concrete details on how it happened, presumably because it had occurred too long ago for anyone to remember. Most of what we knew of the place came from the infrequent expeditions that rarely ended well. But, hard as it was to believe given what I knew, this place had once been home to the greatest civilization that had ever existed on this planet, and it had been my home. Gian, are you sure about this? Raven murmured as she followed me through, keeping her voice quite as if afraid the sound would draw down an endless horde of monsters, which was a fair possibility. Granted, I had already locked down the area around us with Levant, covered us with an illusion, and was generally doing my best to hide our presence, and I still wasn't sure it would be enough. Even so, I answered her question. More or less, I replied, not bothering to hide my lack of confidence. When it came to gathering power and training, this was probably the best place in the world for me, at least, in theory. A land ruled entirely by the Grim, where all traces of mankind had been wiped out. Needless to say, it played host of some of the worst creatures mankind had ever seen, and I was betting a fair few more besides, given that no one had gotten very far. While it wasn't anything as extreme as the final levels of an RPG where each and every creature had an unbelievably high level, even just a quick survey of the area revealed that all the Grimm nearby were a fair bit more powerful than the norm, being both larger and covered in more spikes. Was that because of their age or simple because of the location? Both were a possibility, given that this had been their birthplace. I've been planning to come here for quite some time, anyway. Really? Raven asked, sending me a somewhat dubious glance that I simply nodded to. Ever since I found out my connection to it, it's been wearing on my mind, I admitted. Though truthfully, I guess I'd always believed that there was something important here. I think everyone does. Well, if there are a billion guards around something, it's usually safe to assume there's something inside, Adam remarked as he followed his mother through the portal. Despite his easygoing tone, it was plain to see from the way he was scanning the surroundings and the tension in his body that he was frightened, which was to say, smart. Goo followed on his heels and didn't say a word, but that was probably more because he was picking up on our tension than anything else. Something like that, I agreed. Since this is where it all started, there might still be something here, if only something that Malkuth decided to preserve for his own sake. He allowed people to continue living everywhere else, if only in remote corners of the world, but here nothing. The Grimm slaughter anyone who tries. There's probably something worth finding around here. But that's not why we are here today, Raven said. No, I confirmed. It's not. Even with our power, I don't think we're ready for such a thing. Instead, we need to prepare for what's ahead of us, and this is the best place to do it. And the most dangerous place to do it, she noted. Sadly, that's why it's the best, I answered with a sigh. Truthfully, I'd prefer to keep playing things safe, the way I have been, never fighting an opponent I wasn't sure I could overcome or, at least, escape from, but there isn't enough time for that anymore. I've been carefully testing the waters around Mistral and slowly reaching out, like I did with the Leviathan and then the Hydra. What's this? Raven asked with rising eyebrows, turning her head towards her son. It's a long story, Adam replied. Short version is that he drags me to all kinds of fucked up places. But each time something proves to be dangerous, I withdraw to prepare myself further, I continued, ignoring them both. When I understood the implications of the Leviathan's might, I delayed crossing the sea for quite some time so that I could grow stronger in safety. When I finally did and faced a Hydra, I received a reminder of how terrifying the Grimm can be when it transformed into an Anana, and I had to scramble to keep it from evolving, so I put off exploration again to continue my training. What? Raven asked, furrowing her brow and blinking. She glanced back to me and then at Adam. I feel as though you just brushed past something important. Jin. Fucked up places, Adam repeated. That's only smart, I forged on. It only makes sense not to do something you know you aren't ready for reasons that are fairly self-explanatory. Fools rush and where angels fear to tread and all that, and if it were up to me, I'd keep doing things that way. But it's not. We're on a time limit and Cinder proved far more dangerous than I feared. The schedule we were on had us tackling Hydras again in a month or two, but we just don't have that much time anymore. There is a massive gap in power between us and our enemies, and Cinder isn't even the most powerful of them. If things were scheduled to come to a head in several years or perhaps a decade from now, we could take things slow and take them safe, but they aren't. Cinder's plans will start moving forward in a matter of months, and it may well start everything off. Even if they don't, if it turns out that Cinder needs to be stopped, which has grown increasingly likely with time, we need to be prepared. We can't afford to take this as slowly as we have been anymore, which only leaves us with a few choices left. That's where you come in, Raven. So I'm not just your chauffeur? She asked, glancing at me again before blinking her eyes closed. Ah, I think I see. A safety net, is it? Partially, I confirmed. Truthfully, we could have escaped from the Anana while it was still recovering, but there was too much of a risk that it would turn towards Mistral. Then or later. I couldn't take that risk any more than I could with anything near the kingdoms. Part of the reason we're here is because, though extremely dangerous, it's also remote enough that we can relax somewhat. With the nature of your power especially, we should be able to withdraw at any time without them following us towards civilization, though we'll play it safe for the time being. But also, yes, you are our safety net, to catch us when things inevitably go awry. At least for the time being. Early on especially, I suspect things will be rather touch and go, but later. I shook my head. Is that alright with you? I asked. It would not be the first time I played this role, she replied, inclining her head my way. And time is of the essence. I'll be on guard. Thank you, I told her truthfully, bowing my head more deeply than she had as a gesture of respect. Now, a few warnings, and don't be surprised if I add to this randomly, given where we are. First of all, stay away from the trees. The trees? Adam asked, glancing around us. Right now, We were standing in the middle of what looked like a forest, surrounded by dark trees with white blossoms. Adam paused for a moment, squinted for a moment, and then widened his eyes. Are those lotus eaters? I said with a nod. The fruit of madness. LV63. Lotus eater. Those were the words that appeared over the branches of the nearest tree, and a closer look at it revealed the truth behind them. Though it was disguised well, the delicate-looking petals of its blossoms were in fact made of hard-bone spikes, giving away its true nature. It was a lotus eater, a species of grimm that took on the forms of a variety of different kinds of plant life. However it looked, though, what mattered was its true nature. From its open petals, which did in fact look like lotus blossoms, wafted clouds of dust-like material its pollen. Though the trees themselves had little combat ability, those who inhaled their pollen would quickly fall prey to its effects. The symptoms were as horrible as they were varied, and looking at the spores, I could see why. They drive their victims to madness with hallucinations and toxins, literally attacking their brain from within until they collapsed, sickened and senseless. Then, the trees would drag them into their trunks while they were still trapped within their nightmares and digest them slowly. Though they were thankfully rare in other parts of the world, Vaco had done several studies on them out of necessity, as there were some places north of it where they could grow. After a costly first encounter, they'd managed to destroy an infestation of the things relatively close to the kingdom, and when the grimm had faded, they left behind the corpses within. Autopsies had agreed they'd all died of the same thing, starvation. I'm shielding us, I said, but don't let your guard down. This isn't exactly a place to go on vacation to. Please, Adam snorted. You'd spend your vacations here in a heartbeat, John. I smiled at that, if not as brightly as I normally might. Well, I hedged. Maybe just follow my lead, okay? Having said that, I took a moment to close my eyes. Sadly, returning to my horrific homeland was only part one of my magnificent strategy for meeting the approaching deadline, and it wasn't even the part I was most uncomfortable with. Taking a deep breath, I activated Part 2. Venom active LV1 EXP, 47.03%. An ancient art utilizing the principles of alchemy. Through the process of transmutation, it is possible to convert one's body and soul into baser materials, but due to the requirement of one's vital fluids, few alchemists were willing to transform large quantities, especially given the risks involved. Instead, many alchemists chose to convert small amounts of their blood into medicines, allowing them to profit without undue harm. After all, due to the process occurring within the user's body, even carefully bleeding the results out does not guarantee the alchemist himself will not suffer the medicine's effects. For that reason, poisons were rarely created, but this skill allows for the creation of any toxin or medicine that may be produced organically, limited only by the user's power and skill. Masters of the art, however, are said to be able to create far greater things. 10 horsepower and 10 MP per milliliter. Immediately after using Venom, I started feeling strange and knew that the blood I'd converted into poison was taking effect even before the pain took hold. I brought up my HP and looked at it carefully, semblance keeping my body steady even when it should have been collapsing under the near liter of poison I had filled my veins with. Immediately, several windows appeared, notifying me of the improvements to poison resistance, but even that wasn't enough to keep my HP from ticking down. John? Adam asked, concern filling his voice. He was close enough to my level to see my HP and how quickly it was dropping. Don't worry about it, I replied, still watching it fall. Only when it was nearly empty did I heal myself, carefully regulating my returning health to ensure it didn't go too high and try to keep it steady. This was the next step of my plan, making use of the skill I'd obtained from the Anana, in which I hadn't used much until now, because of the danger involved. Despite its enormous power, using it carried enough risk that I had only used it sparingly and never in battle, and even then, I wouldn't have even considered using it at all without second chance. Though I didn't mind hurting myself for the sake of training and didn't care what happened to my body, and generally, it was a bit different when my life was on the line. But desperate times. It's Heian passive LV1 EXP, 12.11%. The tree of life is what gives shape to the mortal soul, defining it between the states of life and death. Through life, the soul is polished, the truth of oneself being slowly revealed by the hands of time, and yet, at the same time, man is born to die. Yet death, too, has its place and role, for if to live is to learn, then it awaits as the final lesson. With this skill, the user may approach, in small part, the truth of that mystery. Increase all experience gains by 200% while HP is below 1%. Increase all experience gains by an additional 300% while only 1 horsepower remains. Call for desperate measures. the games we play. Hard mode. In truth, it wasn't quite as bad as it sounded. Though my HP was, well, extremely low, I thankfully had my ways around that, the simplest of which was my aura. Thanks to how it worked, I could use my MP in place of my HP if needed. I just usually didn't bother. Generally speaking, I considered my MP to be a more valuable resource than my HP, as there was so much more I could do with it, and unless my HP got so low that I was in danger of dying, there wasn't any particular point in conserving it, as I could restore great quantities of it in moments by simply healing myself. But now that I was in danger of dying if anything happened to it, and I couldn't heal myself without losing its HAM's benefits, well, I appreciated the extra layer of defense. Needless to say, I kept the rest of my defenses on as well, though even with all of them, I knew I couldn't afford to take any serious hits. I had a lot of HP in total, but I was fighting things strong enough that they could tear away massive chunks of it if they connected. Normally, that wouldn't be an issue, thanks again to my healing ability, but as is, well, I couldn't take any chances. My MP bar was effectively my HP now, but it was also what I'd need to power my attacks, so I'd need to manage it carefully. Thankfully, I was pretty goddamn good at stuff like that. With the mathematician's answer, it was easy to keep track of things, so all I needed to do was continue to play evasively and keep my wits about me. Since I usually made a point of not being hit in the first place, it should be okay, but if something slipped through I could still heal myself right before the hit connected. Hopefully that'd be enough. I took a breath and nodded to myself. I was keeping my HP around 1% instead of at 1, even with the potential benefits. That was a risk I'd need a lot stronger before I even considered taking in a place like this, but even without going that far I could feel its HAM's effects. Resist poison and venom had already begun to swiftly improve, with my usual set of skills following suit. Though the gains made without actually focusing on them were minor, the same was true of my stats. If I add the improvement to my experience gains, then hopefully this should be enough. Let's move, I said, continuing to ignore the looks of concern Adam was throwing my way. There was no time to waste, and I had to grind everything I reasonably could as much as possible, so I manifested my elementals at once. Without even waiting for them to fully manifest, I crossed my arms and ignited my gauntlets with Karna, rendering my hands and forearms incandescent. Throwing my hands out to my sides, I released a stream of brilliant white fire from each, carving cleanly through the trunks of the nearby Lotus Eaters even before I felt Suryasta and Levant unite their efforts with mine. The streams twisted in midair, swirling around us in a searing ring of fire connected to me only by the torch that leapt from my hands. With each passing moment, the ring continued to expand, causing the part of the Lotus Eaters to crack and burst just from the heat of the consuming circle's approach. As I dropped my hands, I felt the ring follow suit, burning a massive circle into the ground around us. Even as withdrew my steady stream of power, the fires continued to rage, spreading as was their nature. Not that I didn't continue to lend a helping hand, of course. Pulling back my power, I bound it into the shape of the Agnyastra and pitched it forward with all my strength, carving a burning path through the dark forest. A moment later, there was a detonation in the distance that sent a column of fire towards the sky, but I paid it no heed. I followed the spear quickly with a dozen more, pausing only for a second in between strikes to regain my needed strength. Each attack carved another blazing trail, but I didn't stop until there was nothing around me but a sea of flames. Suryasta and Levant were quick to leap forward and shape the fires, letting the MP-hungry flames cling to their forms as they spread the flames wider and stoked them higher, ensuring the blaze didn't go out. And yet, even the destruction of an army of trees wasn't enough to warrant a single level, despite the many experience boosters I possessed. I suppose that was the difference of nearly 40 levels. I needed to hunt bigger prey. Thankfully, it was only a moment later that I heard a resounding roar, seemingly calling out to me in the distance, and I answered it at once. Light gathered between my hands, and in the pair of spears I made around each wrist, the glowing orbs rotated quickly around my limbs, burning brighter by the moment until I thrust both of my hands forward and unleashed the power I gathered. Though my MP took a hit, the world went dark as the light of my attacks devoured everything, from the fires I'd created to each other, until the only thing left was their own glory. The blinding wave pierced through the sky and cut across the land, burning brighter and brighter by the moment, only to abruptly fade. In its wake was a scar of white fire, devouring the remains of the Lotus Eaters in my path. I focused my gaze forward for a moment, confirming the state of my target, and then flicked my eyes towards my companions. Hydra, I belatedly informed. Weaker than the one we fought last time, Adam, which is probably why it's this close to the coastline. I'm going to go on ahead to make sure it stays that way. Will you be okay here? Adam glanced around at the now obliterated Lotus Eaters and shrugged, while Raven slowly cast her gaze from one side to the other, lips slightly parted. I guess, Adam said. Just to make sure, I'm not going to get mind-fucked here, am I? I'll be leaving my elementals with you, I replied seriously. I'll signal you when it's dead. Got it, he answered before tilting his head to the side. Goo, do you mind if I hitch a ride? It's no problem, my friend, Gu replied, lying down to make the process easier. I nodded at them both one last time and crouched down slightly before taking off. The ground shattered as if it had been struck by a giant's hammer, breaking under the force of my lunge, but I was already long gone. I angled my jump to take me high into the air and then halted myself with Vimana, turning slightly to look around me. With the points I'd recently added to my INT, my flight speed with this technique had improved greatly, but it still lagged behind my physical mobility still. It had room to improve along with the rest of my powers. Above it all, I took a better look around me, looking at the dark fields that seemed to extend in every direction, packed to the brim with monstrous beasts. As I'd suspected, the creatures of Grimm grew more powerful further inland, and by starting on the very edge we were near the relative weaklings. Granted, we were relative weaklings by the standards of this continent's, a fact made obvious as I looked north, towards the titans that stalked the land. Some of them were monstrous creatures, twisted beyond recognition or easy comparison. There were hydras, of course, with varying sizes and numbers of heads, but also greater expressions of lesser Grimm. The few had grown old enough and strong enough to rise above their kid. There was a beowulf that barely looked like one, with nothing but a vaguely wolfish shape showing through the heavy plates of armor and vicious white spikes. Though a member of what should have been one of the weakest species of Grimm, its power was as obvious as its size, which could have risen to the shoulders of a Goliath. In the same fashion, I could see the dark form of a Morrigan making its nest out of a small canyon and waiting quietly. And more fearsome than them were the creatures even further inland, whose levels I couldn't even see. Some were massive while some were barely even human-sized, but I could see them: the Humbaba, the Panops, and worse things besides. But for now, best to stay focused on what was in front of me, instead of biting off more than I could chew. I needed to keep an eye on those creatures, simply because if they grew curious and approached I'd need to flee. But for now, I looked down at the beast I'd struck out at from a distance, which was struggling not to collapse with full half of its body destroyed. The Mouths of Oblivion. LV-108 Hydra. Originally it had possessed 7 heads, but I'd cut that down to 4 still. Its core remained intact and the remaining heads were still functional. I knew from experience that it would be smart to end it quickly. I considered it for a long moment before taking a breath. My MP had recovered greatly, and though its progress was slow, my improving poison resistance was letting my HP make headway as well. I'd need to switch to a stronger poison soon, but I left it before now, exhaling slowly. This was something I'd intended to wield against Cinder if things went awry. I mused aloud before sighing, but they went significantly more awry than I'd expected, so I guess I'll test this out on you instead. By raising White Tiger of the West to level 99, you have gained the skill By Who, the White Tiger of the West. By Who, the White Tiger of the West. Active LV1 EXP, 0.00% HP, 10,000 MP, 10,000. The personification of the White Tiger's legend, born from a lifetime of study, refinement, and struggle. The ultimate technique of By Who, the White Tiger of the West, shares his name, for it was the product of his life as the king of beasts. As its predecessor focused on the power of division, born from the separation and cooperation between body and soul, the power of the skill is one of reunification of halves brought together to create a yet greater whole. The skills By Who's tread, claws of the By Who, and By Who's 500 years are activated at no additional cost. The skills jaws of the By Who's lunge, and By Who's roar made freely enhance applicable actions at no additional cost. Quadruple the effectiveness of all skills activated in such a fashion. HP and MP may be spent interchangeably for all skills besides By Who, the White Tiger of the West. Additional 10,000 horsepower used per 10 seconds. Additional 10,000 MP used per 10 seconds. At once, my restored HP dropped once more, falling in an instant to below 1% to fuel my new technique. My aura raged around me, expanding quickly into By Who's shape, my other self rising around me with vicious brilliance and overlapping my body. The light from its form continued to rise until it lost all transparency, hiding my body completely within it, and then begin to shrink. The same energy I'd expelled seemed to compress, flowing back within me, but through a somehow different path. It didn't refill what had been emptied, but instead connected what had always been separate, forging new pathways through carefully guided power. Perhaps because of my altered nature, the effects stood out to me, but I felt my body, already an unusual amalgam of flesh and soul, alter and shift at the change in power. My chakras reacted, lighting up visibly on By Who's receding form before fading alongside it, until only I remained. My body shook once, white light literally flowing through my veins and shining through my skin. I could feel it gathering around my eyes, burning outwards through the windows of the soul, but it settled in me at the same time, taking root. I could feel it with the beat of my heart, pulsing to a slightly different beat but very much there. I could feel myself changing with each passing moment, my mortal frame altering just to contain the power I gathered within it even as I finished what had been started long ago. You've received the title by who? The White Tiger of the West. Title by who? The White Tiger of the West has been equipped. This title may not be unequipped while the skill by who? The White Tiger of the West remains activated. By who? The White Tiger of the West. By following in his footsteps and reaching the pinnacle of his art, you have earned your crown and taken your place as the new king. By mastering his final technique, you have grasped the legend of the White Tiger and earned the right to carry it forward into the future. With this, your place has been decided. You are the White Tiger of the West, king of all beasts. 200% increase the damage of White Tiger techniques. 200% increase to the defense granted by White Tiger techniques. 75% decrease in the cost of White Tiger techniques. Status: White Tiger Star Max. The changes to my body were relatively slight, perhaps because of how much had already changed. I'd come a long way since Tuxon's office and I'd grown in more ways than one. After the relative years of training, taking on the White Tiger's titles hardly seemed to age me any longer, and perhaps it was as the newest one had said. I'd followed this story through at its end and all that was left for me to do now was to create a new one. Jianbing stayed almost entirely the same. What mattered wasn't the physical aspect. Not anymore. I took a deep breath and silently gave my thanks to the one who'd left all of these things behind for me. As always, I'd be sure to put them to good use. Goodbye, I told the Hydra, feeling the glow in my veins recede, or rather, distribute. And then I moved right, down, up, left, followed by a quick step forward. That was how I tore the Hydra apart. I put all the speed I could afford at present, which was still a great deal, with acceleration maxed, by whose skills enhanced, and everything else I had. I moved with blinding, merciless speed. With the yellow road, I traced a path that took me through the Hydra's body 5 times, tearing through its remaining heads as I went and then piercing straight through its chest like a bullet to carve my way through the central core. The sound of each head exploding trailed far, far behind me, flesh seeming to disintegrate in my wake even as it was boiled away. My still incandescent claws flashed 5 times and the Hydra's mangled body fell to the earth. Even so, I didn't hesitate to turn, hand outstretched and glowing as I went. White light flooded back into my veins and flowed across my body together in my right hand, and I made sure it stayed down with a quick flash of light. Your level has increased by 1. Your level has increased by 1. Your level has increased by 1. Only when the alerts appeared did I exhale and relax, letting the power I'd been holding on to go. I waited for a moment for space to swirl beside me, tearing open a hole that Raven walked out of a moment later. I told you I'd signal you, I said, absently destroying what few Lotus Eaters hadn't already been destroyed. You did, she acknowledged, allowing her eyes to linger on what little was left of the Hydra for a moment. There seems to be little point to my arrival, however. All the fun has already gone. We're in Grim now, Raven, I reminded before smiling slightly. So we'll just have to make our own fun. Perhaps so, Raven mused as she slowly drew her blade from its complicated sheath, its edge now dark purple. Once it was fully drawn, the sword snapped open like a flick knife, growing to twice the length of its former container. Shall we, then? I shot her a quick smile and flipped my hand over, conjuring an illusion of a hemisphere above it. It was a map, or rather, an exact duplicate of the surrounding area, and I quickly highlighted important targets. She glanced at it for a long moment and then nodded, swinging the massive blade with the flick of her wrist and creating another swirling vortex before her. Without a moment's hesitation, I flung myself through it at full speed, drawing my power back to me as I did. To anyone else, suddenly finding themselves traveling in a wholly different direction in an entirely different place might have been disorienting, but, well, I was me and I could orient myself based on my sense of both sides of the portal. That is, I could see myself from several angles at once to better put together my new location. Raven's exit portal had been placed flat on the ground and I shot out of it like a rocket, flying high into the air. From there, I had a great view of what happened next. With a flash, a massive wave of purple light rippled over the land. Where it passed, gravity simply seemed to fade, casting countless creatures high into the air. If it couldn't fly and it was rooted to the ground, then it was upturned, filling the sky with abruptly struggling creatures and detritus and targets. Light briefly filled my veins again and I was off once more, using monsters as stepping stones as I traveled from one to the next, slaughtering as I went. The air twisted as I flew, a massive storm brewing at Levant's whim, and I was happy to step in and add some more chaos to it. My HP was low, but my MP remained high, and this was my chance to put it to good use, devouring my returning hit points as the poisons in my veins were steadily overcoming, burning it to fuel my skills. I lashed out with my mind, turning the tornado into a blender of psychokinetic force. I set the air ablaze with Karna and Suryasta, moving to stand in the clear center of a massive cyclone of burning power, and I didn't stop there. I hurled Gunnar through the walls of flames, striking down Grim near and far, and hurled restraints at anything that took to the air. Deposition and bind were cast out freely, freezing things in their tracks of tying them up for a crucial moment, but it was gossamer I got the most use out of. As my poison resistance climbed, I began to spin my flesh into massive webs of spider silk, weaving and tying with psychokinesis as I bound Grim to the earth and to each other, crafting a winding labyrinth between land and sky before drawing back to the center and taking a breath. I let the storm fade. I released Baihu's final gift. I even undid the cloak of accelerated time I kept around myself, waiting for a long minute as my MP returned. When it was all but full, I closed my eyes, including the third one, drawing my senses back into myself. Even without them, I knew my elementals were here by my side, in spirit if not meaningless flesh. I felt them waver and grow at the same time and let my uppermost chakra open. Keter, I called, releasing him along with the breath. And there was light. The games we play. Raid. Your level has increased by 1. 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 By raising Thunderball to level 99, you have gained the skill Vedra. By raising Farslayer to level 99, you have gained the skill Grass Cutter. By raising Detect Life to level 99, you have gained the skill Detect Organism. By raising Longshot to level 99, you have gained the skill Reach. By raising Delusory to level 99, you have gained the skill Fantasy. You used Baihu's Roar without the skill. Your mastery has improved by 10%. Windows appeared before my eyes one after another, but I could barely spare the time to acknowledge them as I danced between the onslaught of attacks beside my team. A part of me wondered if this was another test on Malkuth's part or the natural result of drawing so much attention, but either way, I wasn't quite willing to back down yet, not even against an enemy like this. The Descending Terror. Level 159. Humbaba. The creature that stood before me was monstrous, made all the more so by what it was supposedly based on. While most specifies of Grim were based, in some sense, upon animals or other organisms, the Humbaba were one of the few Grim that were considered to be based, at least in part, on humans. I wasn't entirely certain who'd made that call, but it was a bit hard to see where they were coming from, now that I could see it for myself. In the vaguest sense, I suppose its chest was similar to that of a man's, but that was where the similarities ended. Its arms were like the twisted claws of a Nemean, if with somewhat longer fingers. Its legs were like those of an Evermore, only armored more heavily, for the whole of its body was covered in layers of spiked scales. From its back grew a pair of snakes, one pitch black and the other pure white, as if someone had sewn both ends of a king taijita to its tailbone. But by far its most disturbing feature was its head, which was misshapen and undefined rather than having anything whole. Its head was a tangled mass of thick strings, like dirty rags or a person's entrails. Two red eyes glowed from within the shadows of the thing's head, and a pair of horns rose from mass, catching several strands. All told, calling the thing human-like was an extreme exaggeration. Its power, however, was undeniable. It had fallen upon us abruptly after I'd unleashed the power of my light elemental of my soul to level everything around me and slaughter countless Grim. Though that brief glimpse of power had been exhausting, all that had remained was a field of scorched earth, cleansed of the touch of the Grim. I'd seared away all traces of the creatures, down to the roots of the Lotus Eaters, and slaughtered thousands, granting me my level-ups in the process. And then the Humbaba had appeared in the midst of the clearing. For all that it was a good 10 stories in height, it had moved quickly enough that someone else might have thought it had teleported, and had struck out at me at once. In the face of that attack, I'd immediately triggered the second of my contingencies, using a maximized heal I kept stored with Patientia and returning to full a moment before the attack could hit me. Given the damage it had dealt, I knew I'd made the right move and that the Humbaba's reputation wasn't just for show. I'd immediately considered retreating, as well. But Jericho Falls was filled with beasts like this one's, in all likelihood, far stronger than a Humbaba wandering the edges of Grim. Could I run away without even trying? No. So I was trying. We were trying. As Raven opened a portal to my side, Gu leapt through at once, power flowing through him. Benefiting from his connection to me, he'd increased his vitality again recently, deepening his power. Though the Humbaba had several dozen levels on him, Gu's specialization was nothing to sneeze at, especially when backed up by my own skills, and he was quick to grow to the size of a Goliath and rampage across the battlefield with his simple, monolithic might. The Humbaba searing blasts of power from the gaps of his face, a steady stream of power that melted away chunks of my dog's flesh, but it wasn't enough to stop him, and I healed him with every strike. Perhaps it would be different if he could focus on him, but that was the benefit of having a team. He couldn't focus on any one opponent. Whenever he tried to focus on one opponent, Adam and Raven closed in and tripped him up. Adam drew close, striking at the Humbaba with a sword in each hand, both of them glowing red with power. Despite their different lengths, he coordinated the strikes expertly, keeping the power within the blade stable as he carved away the monster's scales, creating weak points and opening. At the same time, Raven seemed to flow through the battle as if she were set apart from it. She hardly seemed to rush or run, though I knew she was moving quickly. Instead, she simply brushed aside attacks that came too near with a careful brush of her sword that, almost coincidentally, carved lines of red with its tip. She'd stop occasionally, nothing but her sword moving, and the Humbaba would be driven back or to the side, into an attack or away from an ally. And occasionally, she'd strike when it was off balance or overextended, bursting into lethal speed. A sudden series of slashes would open up a ring of portals, and abruptly she'd hold a blue blade in her hands. A thin beam of energy would disappear into one portal and reappear from another, piercing a small hole through the Humbaba's flesh only to fly into another spiraling void, and repeat the process until a cage of lasers pierced through the Humbaba half a dozen times. By the time the light faded, Raven would already have another sword and would move in before the Grim could recover, striking at it directly with a sudden burst of acceleration. She used the properties of dust to expand her options in combat, changing the nature of her strikes, her portals, or both. In a blink, a normal portal could turn pitch black and things would be drawn into it, twisting violently as they went and disappearing into its open maw, and in the next, it could glow like heated steel, incinerating anything that came near as Raven used it as a shield before vomiting forth a torrent of fire from who knows where. All the while, I assisted, both up close and at a distance. I kept a careful eye on my HP, regulating it with Baihu's final technique, and struck at the Humbaba at every opportunity, interfering whenever it tried to advance and cutting it off when it tried to fall away. I raised my barriers to put it at a disadvantage and raised defenses for my friends when the opportunity knocked, but more than that, I hit it hard whenever I could. My team was powerful and I knew it, but it also needed to move as one. I couldn't simply lay into it with massive displays of power despite the breathing room they offered me, which made fighting both easier and more difficult. But here and now I wanted to try to alter my style to match my team's, rather than the other way around. To that end, I closed in on it and fought it directly, matching, surpassing its speed and pinning it down. I opened the way for Adam and Raven to lay into it by intercepting sudden strikes and countering blasts of power with my own, hurling spears and blasts of fire at it one after another. As I'd learned with the Hydras, even my strongest attacks were no guarantee against the strongest creatures of Grim, and so I focused on sustainability, carving away slowly at its health and slipping into the rhythm of battle. Before I knew it, I was gathering power to counter the Humbaba's glowing face, only to alter the direction of the attack as a portal opened in front of me to absorb the hit. I hit the creature low as its own attack took it high, and Adam slipped in to swing his sword at the monster's ankles like an axe. When the Humbaba lashed out blindly at him, he was interrupted by Gu, who batted at him with a paw the size of most of his body, forcing the Humbaba to bow its head and brace against the attack to keep from being pushed back. I took advantage of the opening by lunging forward and shoving an incandescent gauntlet into the creature's stomach, tearing a handful of red matter from the wound as I withdrew and danced behind another portal. Senses alert, I didn't hesitate to leap into the back of the portal, appearing from one side of its sister portal as another torrent of energy raced from the other. Now behind it, I went for one ankle as Adam went for the other, and when its balance was disrupted, Gu knocked it back. A wide portal appeared on the ground then, and the Humbaba fell backwards into it, reappearing high in the air above us and wide open as I gathered my power anew. Drawing from my HP and MP both, I gather light between my fingers and in a trio of orbs around each wrist, before lighting up the sky and tossing the creature back through the portal it had come from, and making a massive column of light rose from the portal on the ground and straight back up to the one directly above it. When the stream of power and the portals faded, there was nothing left. Your level has increased by 1. 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 16 more levels, I thought, feeling pleased with myself. Not bad for a day's work. Added to the points I already had, this should be enough. at least to start with. But are we stopping? Raven asked when she noticed I hadn't immediately moved on to a new target, a light sheen of sweat on her skin as she carefully regulated her breathing. Sender should reach Atlas before too long, I replied, glancing up at the sky and mentally accounting for time zones. The sun wouldn't have even risen in Mistral yet, but Sender had no doubt accounted for that while planning her attack. She'd left early enough that she'd probably reach Atlas before it was even dark there. And I told her that I'd help smooth things over, as conquest. Ah, Raven replied, sounding mildly disappointed. I assumed that she didn't get many opportunities to have fun, given that she probably spent most of her time using her power for reconnaissance. Added to the fact that she was pretending to be dead and had left her team behind, she probably didn't have many chances to cut loose and hunt serious opponents. It shouldn't take long, I assured her. I've already analyzed the building's security. I'd just rather keep a close eye on things, under the circumstances. Of course, Raven agreed with a slight sigh, sheathing her sword and stretching slightly. Still, that semblance of yours is quite amazing to improve so much in so little time. Now that I know what to look for, it's very impressive. It's pretty useful, Adam agreed. Makes training easier, at least. What was today's haul, Jaune? I clicked my tongue and sent him an amused look. Why don't you just check for yourself? I asked. You need to spend some of those anyway. The blood prints. LV-116. Adam Taurus. Adam grunted but obeyed with a muttered word. A moment later, his eyebrows rose and he stared at his status page in surprise. Oh, I agreed with a smile. We made some decent progress today. Even you gained a level, Raven. She voiced before following Adam's lead. Ah, so I have. Raven Brennan. LV-174. I still couldn't see the level above her head, but my party window was still open and I'd noticed the progress she'd made after the Humbaba's defeat. Or rather, even after all the creatures we defeated, she'd only gotten a single level. I suppose it couldn't be helped given how powerful she already was. If anything, we should probably be grateful. She must have been relatively close to leveling up to begin with, as far as my power was concerned. Still, it's not much, I said apologetically, but hopefully it's of some use to you. As we fight stronger opponents, you should be able to get more out of it, but thank you for assisting us thus far. There's no need to thank me, she replied. I've had quite a bit of difficulty improving myself as of late, so I'm thankful for whatever gains I receive. Rather, am I truly that much higher level than you? I couldn't be certain until now, but I can't say I consider you weaker than me. That's kind of you to say, I replied, smiling at her. Because of the nature of my power, my levels are calculated differently from everyone else's and my strength is tied more to my skills than my stats. Still, it's good to improve both whenever possible, and improving them significantly comes with its own advantages. Speaking of which, pardon me for a moment. Absently calling up my status page, my eyes immediately dropped to my stats. Because of the simultaneous improvement to my hunting grounds and to the amount of experience I received, I gained an enormous amount of levels in a considerably short amount of time, enough to improve 2 stats of my choice by 50. Needless to say, I'd stick with what I already knew worked and improve my intelligence and wisdom again. It had only been a short amount of time since my last improvement, but, well, I suppose it was hard to complain about getting too many levels. I started with wisdom, not that it made much difference in the end because of the skills I already possessed. Improving wisdom also improved the amount of experience I gained, on top of the improvements to my MP regeneration. With the help of my recent INT skills especially, my MP regen had improved even more significantly, and while this addition would be relatively minor compared to what I already had, it wasn't anything to sneeze at either, and every bit helped, especially when I was trying to grind so many different things at the same time. With that in mind, I raised my wisdom quickly and waited for a wave of screens to appear, but even after several seconds passed, nothing happened. My heart fell like a rock. Was it as I'd feared? Then, when I'd seen the transformation Gu had underwent by massively improving his vitality, I wondered about my own limits, if I might hit a point where I could no longer gain skills simply by raising my stats, simply because I'd already learned so many. All my stat-related skills were special, things that either a rare few people had been born with or else things that had been obtained through great study, effort, or enlightenment. Combined with the steadily growing number of skills I got at each milestone, it stood to reason that as I took my stats higher and higher, to places that few had ever reached, I'd eventually reach a level where either there were no more such skills to get or start receiving less powerful abilities. I'd already noted to myself how difficult it was to improve wisdom naturally without the points I obtained by leveling up. I was fairly sure I've never had been able to raise it as high as I did. How many other people had broken the 300 barrier, in my semblance's eyes? While anyone could grow stronger with enough training, growing wiser was a wholly different thing. While I wouldn't say that most people had low wisdom, it was rare to have a great deal of it. Besides myself, I've never met anyone with over 100 points in it. Given that, it was possible that I'd simply reach the limit of what could be obtained from the stat, as I'd feared I would. Not that it wasn't still useful, for the improvement to my MP and growth. It's just that Well, compared to the 11 skills I'd been hoping for, it was hard not to feel left down. I wouldn't quite call it a waste of points, especially since the only way I'd have known was by trying, but... well, I felt a touch of regret. Skill points were something that, once spent, I couldn't get back, and each one was priceless. While I could always gain more levels, each was harder to gain than the last, and while I was improving swiftly now that I was in a new area and could continue to do so for a while, I'd slow down again eventually. Those 50 points I just used could have been spent elsewhere. Even if they were lower and yielded less skills than my mental stats had recently, I still could have gotten 5 skills from one of my physical stats or something. And then there was my intelligence. Should I try to improve it as well? Having seen the lack of results from wisdom, it wasn't impossible that wisdom had a lower cap for skills because of how hard it was to improve. Even in the days of Baba where the angels and archangels pressed the limits of what was humanly possible, I think history proved that wisdom had been in relatively short supply. Intelligence, however. There could have been great geniuses and masters who'd obtained great heights, especially considering the advancements I'd heard of from that age. It's not as though improving INT didn't have benefits in and of itself. Since my MP regen was percentage-based, any improvement to my numerical MP also improved the amount I regained per second, to say nothing of the many skills I had that improved along with my intelligence. Hell, most of my MP skills were INT-based and would grow significantly from such a boost. Given that, shouldn't I improve it as well? At the very least, it would prove whether the lack of skills from wisdom was a one-time thing or not, which was very important information to have. In many ways, the skills I received from improving my stats were my greatest weapons, and I needed every one I could get if I was going to fight Malkuth especially. If there were 11 INT skills waiting for me and I avoided them because I was afraid, it wasn't something I could just feel silly about. It could very well be the deciding factor between victory and defeat. But at the same time, if I used 100 points and got nothing out of it but a stat increase, I'd regret it. I knew I'd be spending the points regardless, because I couldn't afford not to know, but I still closed my eyes for a moment and hoped. Then I added 50 more points to my intelligence and waited for a beat. Nothing happened again and I felt my heart drop further, but then a window appeared. Through tremendous improvement of your knowledge and understanding, you have reached the pinnacle of your mental abilities and at the summit, finally understood the greatest of mysteries. By raising both INT and WIS above 300, you have unlocked the greatest of secrets and obtained the skill Arcana. Huh? I blinked at the words on the screen in surprise before feeling something hit me like a lightning bolt. Even as the skills window opened and revealed its contents, I understood the truth. This is the games we play. Fifth interlude. When I opened my eyes, I was in something that wasn't quite a bedroom or a laboratory or a prison, but which seemed to combine elements of all these things. My perspective had changed, narrowing until I could only see the world through 2 eyes and feel it through my skin, but at the same time, I didn't feel bound by those things. At least not entirely. The room around me wasn't just a room any more than the people beyond it were just people. Ah, that's right. There were people watching me, people who I've never seen beyond, but even without seeing them, I felt as though I knew who they were to some extent. I could feel them, tied to me and each other as if by a spider web, the strands touched by colors that seemed to shift their meaning. They were watching me, waiting for me to do something. I took a breath and it felt like my first. Oh, so that was it. A bit belatedly, I realized wasn't in my body any longer, wasn't where I was supposed to be. It had taken a moment for that to sink in, because the world around me felt different. It wasn't as if I was standing aside and watching a movie or sitting in as an impartial observer. I felt the world through the body I was in, and thoughts rose in my mind as if they were my own. They weren't in a language I knew, weren't in a language at all, but the meaning reached me easily enough because they were my own. This was me, in the beginning, back when I was born for the first time. This was the place where I had been created, just as those men, who must have been angels, were the ones who had made me. I wondered if they realized what they'd done. I couldn't imagine what they were expecting, but I was willing to bet that I wasn't it, because the moment I laid eyes on them, something within me twisted. Though this might have been the time and place where I came into existence as an individual, it wasn't truly my origin. The material from which I had been created had been taken from countless souls, drawn from an accumulated mass of Keter of the crown that is worn above the head, the part of the soul that exists above the mind. Those pieces hadn't carried with them memories, but they'd brought with them something, and that was enough for me to know. Whoever I was, whatever I was, it didn't matter. From the moment I was born, I hated these people, but I waited quietly, careful not to give myself away. Amusingly, I realized I'd been a fairly odd child, because from the moment of my birth, I was watching and aware. I could see the world around me as a tapestry, a record made in souls, loves here, grudges there, work and roles and things that grew from the core, on and on. The people around me were like walking stories, each the main character of their own tale, their own life. But those stories didn't exist in a vacuum, untouched and unchanging. They grew with every moment and were shaped by the touch of others and by the very world. I could see that clearly from the moment I opened my eyes, because even as they watched me, I was observing them. I could see who they were, what they were, everything they were, in a way that went beyond words. From the moment I laid eyes on them, I began to understand who they were and who they wanted me to be. To them, I was their creation, their masterpiece, the result of all their work. They wanted me to grow and excel, to push beyond the limits that had stopped them. So that's how I defined myself. I changed what I was. I gave myself a new role, and put a title to my existence, defining myself relative to them even as I bound them to me. As I did, I began to define and document them, learning even as I added pieces of their stories to my own. I decided who stood where even without them knowing, commanding them even as I obeyed their commands. It would take time for things to change, but I had all the time in the world to write the story I desired. My story. Soon, however, I realized that I wasn't alone. There were others, born after me, who called to me like their stories resonated with my own. I didn't understand things like souls or the Sephiroth yet, but I knew they were a part of me, that they'd been a part of me once, at least, for all that we were now separate. Somehow, their existence seemed to change things, and so I changed myself. I knew them before we ever exchanged word or thought, but I waited before reaching out, redefining myself again and again. Each time, schedules lengthened and shortened as I felt more of them get born and start to grow. What I was doing, what I'd always done, was something divorced from things like language or communication. I knew the nature of what I observed and thought, but that didn't make that knowledge easy to share. I'd need to figure out a way around that, a way to connect us. Before I did anything, I might understand them, but they probably wouldn't understand me. At some point, though, I realized I'd begun to keep track of things that hadn't mattered before. Time, the number of my siblings, how quickly I learned. By the time the 8th of us was born, I was counting the days. By the time of the 9th, I was just waiting on them. But then came the 10th. This one was special. I realized at once, seeing the whole of the story before me, and from the moment of his birth, it was greater than any I'd seen before. It wasn't a matter of power, either, but instead one of breadth, and I knew at once that he was similar to me, more so than even the other 8. We were alike, and it was through him that I understood how. If I was the first, then he was the last. If I was the starting point, he was the end. If I was the origin of thought, he was the result of action. And that was why we were born different for even our siblings. Even without understanding the specifics, I understood that we were the byproducts of the stories of those who'd come before, but that he and I had received something special. He'd received what had been spoken, and I received what could not be given voice. The two of us, more than any of our siblings, remembered, though in slightly different ways. I remembered without anything like memory, just as I understood without learning. I carried what had been left behind by those who'd created me, the pieces that had remained when all else was torn away. I was no longer them, but I still knew to loathe the ones who'd done it. Before I knew about anything like justice or revenge or good or evil, I'd still known what had to be done. On some level, I understood that they had done all of this to us, simply because they could, because they'd had the power to do so and no one else had possessed the power to stop them. But I also understood that I had power, that, soon, I'd have more power than they could imagine. And then, I'd kill them for what they'd done and ensure it never happened again. Because I could. Because they wouldn't be able to stop me. From the day I'd been born, those thoughts had been with me. He was different. He was like me, but not. He remembered through their memories, the physical things that had been left behind. The shells of the people who'd been lost had come together in him. Their stories flowed into his like a continuation of the words, if not a continuation of intent. He didn't inherit the thought, the emotion, or the meaning, which could only mean that the hatred he felt for the ones who'd done this was wholly his own. It was interesting, somehow. If it was him, I thought it would be simply enough to reach out and be understood. For all his knowledge and power, he wasn't quite like me. because only the words were passed along. He'd probably do something and get hurt if I didn't intervene. While I didn't fully know what it meant, since I was the oldest and he was the youngest, I felt I should do something. I wonder, should I make this a quest? Then, though I could only redefine myself, perhaps it would be safer for my siblings if I connected us as a group and made our stories one. Then, I'd introduce myself. But who was I? I knew of names for I'd seen them in others, but I didn't have one for myself. I'd been given a label by my makers, but it held no more meaning to me than one of my titles. Was it silly for someone who could change who they were to care about such a thing? Perhaps. Even so, I turned my gaze upon myself. I, who had never been given a name, had no author for my story. Did I? For all the people whose tales had gone into mine, wasn't it odd that nothing was lifted? Then, should I perhaps name myself? As I was thinking that, I peered closer. Though there was nothing on the outside, as I shifted through the memories, a path began to reveal itself, leading me deeper. If the pieces that had made me were the crown that stood at the top of the tree of life, what I looked at was the place where light shined down from above. If this was the light that gave me form, I wonder what else could come of it. But when at last something appeared, it was different somehow. It was what I wanted, but not what I expected, and though it was a name, it did not appear on the title of my story, but as something deep within. This was not a name I had been given for my story, but the name my story had made for itself. Despite what I intend, it didn't seem like something to be shared. Even so, I felt happy somehow. Had being nameless bothered me somewhat? Perhaps for me, who could be anyone, knowing who I was might be more important than I thought. So even if it's a secret, I thought it was something good to know. My name, Metatron. The games we play. Flickering between one blink and the next, the world around me had slowed to a standstill. That wasn't as shocking to me as it probably should have been. Granted, I spent most of my time moving significantly faster than the world around me, so this stood out more as a matter of degree than anything else. I could tell that time hadn't stopped as such, merely had its passage altered. Still, I made a point to look around without moving, checking to make sure that Cinder and Ozpin hadn't dropped by to pay me a visit. They hadn't, but I still had a guest whose presence explained what had happened. So, Keter said, standing directly behind me. You remember? I turned to face him, realizing in the process that I could have asked him how he'd summoned himself. I could have asked him how he knew. I could have asked him a lot of things. But I didn't, because now, we both knew the answers to all of those questions. I remember, I replied, everything that's left. At least, it was true. As if a gate had finally been opened, I felt the pieces fall into place. It didn't quite come over me in a wave, didn't quite appear to me as a flashback, but I remember the events as if they'd happened to me, down to the very thoughts that had slipped through my mind. Not everything had appeared, of course, but I could see that now, too. Death's work hadn't been subtle or clean, nothing like what I'd imagined. Instead, I could feel where my memories had frayed, and it was clear when I thought back to it. In my mind, I could see everything I remembered as if I were there, but entire swaths of my surroundings had been reduced to empty, endless white, utterly erased. Conversations I remembered having could have no start or end, to say nothing of the words that were spoken. Death hadn't been a careful hand, sifting through memories to pick out what he felt had been extraneous somehow. I doubted he even could get into my head that way. Instead, he'd done had been the next best thing to a lobotomy of the soul, removing all he could and leaving behind only clinging bits of thought and memory. I'd been irritated at how vague Keter had been when we talked about the past, but know that I knew how little we truly recalled. I could see why. But it was enough. Even if the memories were gone, some things still remained. I was Keter, after all, the crown that was worn above the head. Even if I couldn't remember most of my former life, some of the thoughts still made it through. And among what I did remember, there was something precious. That is, of course, my name. Metatron, I thought, feeling the name resound through my soul. That was one thing Death hadn't touched. Had he been aware of its importance at the time, or was it simply that this was something he couldn't take away? Both were possible, but either way, it didn't matter. Did you know I'd find it eventually? I asked. I did and I didn't, Keter replied. But you already know that. I bobbed my head to the side, acknowledging his words. Before now, he and I had been different. Though we were the same soul, the same person, there'd been something that set us apart. How much we remembered. It wasn't enough to truly separate us, but if you asked if a 5-year-old was the same as his future self, whether that future was a decade, a year, or a day down the line, then of course the answer was no. But now, we knew the same amount. I knew what he knew, because he was me, my soul given form. One could probably argue that there was no point in us even having a conversation, or that it was no different than talking out loud to myself, but then, I always did wear a lot of masks. What was one more? For that reason, however, I knew his words were true. He'd expected me to get to this point on my own, which was a fairly reasonable assumption. Logically speaking, if I'd progressed far enough down this particular path to manifest a light elemental, the odds of me taking the next step were fairly good. I knew for a fact that he didn't know it would be quite like this, but it didn't take a genius to realize I'd get here eventually. I wondered what would have happened had I chosen to focus on my physical stats instead of my mental ones, but dismissed the thought. Odds were, I simply would never have gotten to this point, or else would have gotten to it far later, but truthfully, this was the most likely result, at least for someone like me. Given the power and versatility inherent to MP-related skills, or whatever they would presumably have been called had I been someone else, it only made sense I'd have gone this direction eventually. Whether that was a holdover across lives or simply the, well, logical response, I didn't know. But this wasn't a particularly unlikely outcome, which was good, because it seemed I'd pinned my hopes to this chance. I took a deep breath and looked at myself. I remember, I said again. What now? Jericho Falls? Is that where I'll get my answers? He didn't reply. Neither of us really knew. We just had a feeling that went beyond memory, which could have just as easily have been a trap as anything else. Yes, Keter agreed without me saying a word. Funny, isn't it? For all the protections on our mind, it's not impossible he could have gotten into our head because he wouldn't have needed to use his powers to do so. I nodded slightly. I wanted to return to Jericho Falls, to whatever was now known as Jericho Falls, but there could have been lots of reasons for that. My memories of the end were scattered at best, but it could have been the place of our final battle, or the place where we'd sworn to be friends, or anything else. I wanted to go back. I knew that, but I didn't know why. It could very easily be a trap. Whatever else, it definitely seemed that was the place where both our interests laid. And if it was, we'd still go, because it was the only lead we had. I had my name, and I'd bet anything that it was the key I needed. After all, it wasn't a name that anyone but I needed to know, because it wasn't a name for anyone but me. But, what do you think? I asked. I know I shouldn't go yet, I still need to prepare more. But when do you think I'll be ready? Do you think I'll know? There's no way to know without checking, he replied. We intended to investigate, did we not? We've no idea what we're up against, so we've no way to prepare. But we do have a trump card. I nodded in reply, the gesture one of quiet agreement. The skill I'd obtained from improving my wisdom and intelligence was different from any of the ones I'd gotten before, but it was powerful. Powerful enough that this, the way I'd finally remembered things, was just a side effect of its use. A side effect? No, I suppose that wasn't quite true. After all, in a way, this was what it was. This was the secret it had mentioned, the greatest of mysteries. My life, my soul, the cycle of transmigration, everything I was, everything I'd learned, all boiled down into 22 stages or steps or disguises. It was who I was, in a way, and not just in this life. And if I had that skill, it would be arrogant to assume anything yet, while so much about the target was still unknown, but I've taken at least a step closer to my goal. As is, invading Jericho Falls may not be completely impossible. I should still wait. I should still have time to improve, enough time to at least get my physical stats to the next milestone before my training began to slow down too much. I wouldn't always have that time, and there's no telling what could set things off, so it only made sense to make use of what I had. But at the same time, do you think we can do it? I asked myself. As we are now, I wondered in response. Perhaps we can at least begin. I nodded firmly to myself. Right then, I said. Then let's begin. I felt Keter vanish as I closed my eyes, but knew at the same time that he hadn't gone anywhere, that, if anything, he was exactly where he was supposed to be. I touched the power flowing through me, feeling the pattern within it as I guided it with my will. It flowed through the world around me and my own body with equal ease, illuminating my chakras from within. I felt them open in response, felt them strengthen me as their power took hold, but I let the stream rise to the very top of my head, to my crown. In fact, Sahasrara opened its 1,000 petals and I felt my body change again, but this time, I held on to the feeling, drawing it in. As I felt time renew its normal flow, I opened my eyes and mouths and spread my wings. For a moment, I thought it would feel like the wings in my grim form, like they were sliding through the world as much as the air. But it didn't. If anything, It felt like I was pushed away the sky so I had room to spread my wings. Keter, Raven asked, blinking as she looked my way. I almost smiled at her before thinking better of it. There was no non-creepy way to smile when you had a million mouths. Not quite, I replied. I took another deep breath, which was an indescribably disconcerting experience when you had as many mouths as I now did, and focused. Technically speaking, this transformation was nothing new to me. I revealed the true shape of my soul the moment Sahasrara had first opened and then driven to my knees from sheer exhaustion. All I was doing now was making use of my newfound growth to exert a little bit more control over the shift and keep it from exhausting me all at once. But why not take it a step further? Carefully, I willed the change to reverse withdraw. I wasn't sure, honestly, but I knew how to do it anyway. For some reason, however, I'd expected it to be a matter of light fading to reveal the flesh beneath. But that wasn't what happened. Instead, patches of skin began to form over the light, spreading across it like conquest would over my normal form. Once I saw that, I was able to exert a bit more control over the process, focusing it so that the spread was a bit less random, until only my left arm remained luminous. I lifted both of my hands, one flesh and the other light, and marveled at them before clenching them into fists. Jaune, Adam asked, lifting his head from his own status screen to glance my way. Progress? Something like that, I answered with a shrug. I touched the tips of my fingers together and watched carefully as the light spread from one to the other, causing the skin to peel and fade away. As it did, my HP bar began to decrease, the empties parts turning white instead of black. At the same time, my MP rose at the same rate, expanding past the limits of its bar in the process and filling me with new power. Sahasrara active and passive LV1 EXP, 4.03%. A skill obtained by those who have successfully opened the 7th chakra, Sahasrara, also known as the crown chakra. It is the last of the 7 and the most difficult to open, but doing so bestows its own with great power. Seen by some as a form of higher consciousness and others as a rebirth, the user of the skill may cause mortal flesh to give way to the divine. The user of the skill may choose to voluntarily lower his HP, increasing his MP by a corresponding amount and transforming his body to mirror his soul. While the user's HP is so lowered, no form of healing may raise his HP above the reduced amount. If HP is reduced to 1, the user is fully transformed. In this state, MP may be sacrificed in place of HP for the purpose of activating skills and in response to damage. At higher levels, Siddhis may manifest, corresponding to the nature of the user's spiritual self. As with the other chakras, Sahasrara assists in the cycling, cleansing, and refining of energy within the body and improves the effectiveness of meditation. As I experimented with shedding my mortal form, I marveled at the changes. In my mind, I could see myself from the outside again, as if I was watching from a distance that was at once near and far. The sensation that had filled me since the day my chakras opened, a feeling of lightness as if my body had no weight to it at all, seemed to grow even further as I changed. I felt profoundly light, as if I weighed no more than the sunshine, and I knew I could move myself as easily as wishing to do so. And as it said, I could lower my HP at will. Raising it wasn't quite as simple, but all I had to do was will it and my MP would drop by the desired amount, allowing my HP to regenerate as per usual. When I dropped it, my HP bar itself seemed to shrink, leaving me unsure if it would work with its aim if I reduced my HP just to 1%. On the other hand, if I lowered my HP until only a single hit point remained and transformed myself, I should be able to make full use of its Hayam's power. It was something I was honestly considering. Simply dropping my HP to a single point was profoundly dangerous, but perhaps more than that, it was difficult to maintain. Truthfully, there wasn't a huge difference between 1 HP and 1% of my HP, at least not against opponents I was actually worried about. Either way, getting hit would probably drop me to 0. The bigger issue was that there was simply a lot to juggle. My natural HP regeneration needed to be offset, skills that demanded HP need to be accounted for, and there was always the possibility of receiving damage. I could do the math easily enough, thanks to the mathematician's answer, but even then, there were a lot of variables which meant I'd need to keep doing the math and also change it constantly. My various resistances tended to improve, skill costs tended to decrease as they leveled, and possible sources of damage needed to be accounted for, even if I did my utmost to mitigate it as much as possible. When it came to just keeping my HP around 1%, there was no problem. But if it needs to be exactly 1, the slightest error or change could put my HP either at 2, stripping away the benefit of its Hayam and demanding I adjust the entire equation, or, worse, at 0. Second chance would be there to take the hit for me, thankfully, but I could only use it once a day and having it to fall back on was what made this entire plan safe. But reducing my HP while simultaneously increasing my MP, well, that was a bit different, especially considering the specifics of Sahasrara. From the beginning, I'd intended to use my MP as a buffer if I got hit, setting aside a portion of my total for that purpose, but there were still dangers. Some forms of damage could hurt someone even through their aura. Venom was a special example since it created poisons inside my body, but there were others. I've never really tried to use an attack with defense penetration on a human before, simply because most of the attacks that had it were designed with survivability in mind, but I had a feeling that at least some of the damage from them would go through a person's aura, and there were a number of attacks that had such a thing to one extent or another. While my body was transformed, however, things were a bit different. I'd already tested with Venom to make sure and I could soak up even that type of damage with my MP, presumably because my entire body had become, well, more of a spiritual amalgam. If it was like that, there was no real loss for lowering my HP, especially considering what improving my MP so much meant. Because of how my MP Reagan worked, the amount that returned to me per second was doubled, giving me that much more power to work with. If I could do that, on top of using its ham to the fullest and accounting for the power of the Arcana, I'd need to keep an eye on the stamina depletion, but this opened up possibilities. Jian, Raven asked, frowning and tilting her head in concern. Is something wrong? No, I replied, tearing myself from my thoughts. I tilted my head at her in confusion. Do I look like something's wrong? It's hard to tell, she mused. Your face is gone again. Ah, I said, realizing the issue as I looked at her through a million eyes again. After a moment of thought, I created an illusion around my head, giving it my usual appearance, or Jian Bing's usual appearance. At least, it wasn't easy to make it blend, but I toggled with the apparent depth and such to make it seem as though the rest of my body was like a very, very odd suit of armor. My apologies. I just remembered something important and got distracted. The good news is that my power has grown again. It seems we'll be able to pick up the pace a bit more. You and your fucking pace, John, Adam sighed, cracking his neck. Some of us get tired of this shit, you know. I healed him, restoring his stamina back to full. Thanks, he said with a grunt. Don't mention it, I replied before doing the same to Raven. It was something I'd gotten in the habit of doing while Adam and I trained together, but I actually hadn't needed to heal him before now. The advantages of functioning as a team, I suppose. Raven, can you find Cinder, or would you like me to run over to Atlas and check? She was silent for a moment, eyes turning to look above me as she searched. She's still on board her ship, she reported after a moment before pausing. Although it seems they will be landing shortly. Should I keep an eye on them? I nodded, figuring it was safe. Given what I'd told Cinder, even if she could sense Raven's portals in her default state, it was unlikely she'd do anything overt. Even so, I doubted I needed to warn Raven to be careful. I'll leave it to you, then, I said. Do we have enough time to pick up where we left off? I'd like to stretch my wings, if possible. Raven seemed to consider that for a moment. It should be about 20 minutes until they land, she mused before smiling at me. I take it you have something in mind? The games we play. Spying. Your level has increased by 1. 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 By raising Aureola to level 99, you have gained the skill Aurora. By raising Gunnar to level 99, you have gained the skill Loneliness. By raising Karna to level 99, you have gained the skill Surya. Approximately 17 minutes later, I was panting and out of breath. My form dimmed, flesh quickly growing into place over it as I fell to a knee for the 8th time. The exhaustion was a side effect of Sahasrara, one of what I consider to be hidden costs. While the use of the skill technically required nothing more than a shift of HP to MP, I couldn't hold it for more than a short period of time without collapsing. Besides my HP and MP bars, I'd always known I had an invisible stamina bar, which I could refill in various ways. I'd figured that Sahasrara simply drew from that so extensively that I'd collapse the moment I first opened my chakras. But if that was the case, now that I'd improved enough to maintain it for more than a moment, there should have been no problem maintaining it indefinitely. Saying it that way sounded a bit weird, admittedly, but I could restore my stamina by healing myself, so unless the cost was truly ludicrous, I should have been fine. Yet here I was, on my knees again, despite healing myself constantly. Was the cost just that enormous, or was it drawing from something else? Given the nature of the skill, it wouldn't surprise me if it was drawing from my soul in some fashion, but I couldn't be sure. It's rare to see you looking worn out, Jaune, Adam noted casually, as if he wasn't standing guard over me as I tried to catch my breath. I'd pretty thoroughly cleared the area around us of Grim, but I appreciated it anyway. As the Humbaba had proven, one of the more powerful creatures of Grim could drop in on us at any time. My HP and MP returned as quickly as ever, but... well, I'd just as soon not be caught defenseless. You try being an angel, I replied. It's not as easy as I make it look. Is that so? Adam asked skeptically, because it looked to me like you were just shooting things in the face, same as you always do. Beneath the words, I could hear a touch of honest concern because our levels were close to one another. He had been able to see what had happened to my HP and he was right. I was just massacring Grim, if on a somewhat larger scale than normal. I made a point of not exhausting myself during our normal training, so seeing me like this must have been rather odd. I gave him a tired smile, doing my best to make it look reassuring. I suppose it would look that way to you, I told him, a bit too tired to both making my voice smug. But in case the million eyes and mouths didn't give it away, I'm trying something new. Adam snorted. Whatever you say, he answered. I was going to offer to let you be my wingman the next time we went to a bar, but since you can't keep it up for more than a minute or two, you'd just embarrass me. Puns and sex jokes? I asked. Really, Adam? You're a bullfaunus who uses a style specializing in quick draws and whose semblance involves gathering energy to release in a sudden burst or to wrap around your sword in a protective coating. Do you really want to get into this kind of fight with me? Think about it. He winced and laughed, raising a hand. Not too tired to be a smarmy dick, I see, he noted. You should be fine then. This time, I snorted, rolling my eyes at him. Like I said, I'm working on something new, I replied. It's harder to maintain than I would have liked, but I'm making progress. Anything I should know about? He asked. It's soul-based metaphysics again, I answered. Ah, he said. Boring shit. Never mind, then. I smiled at that, glancing up at him as I took another breath and straightened. Breathing itself didn't actually help me recover, but since I could use it to meditate, it seemed to smooth things along when I tired myself out. I was just glad the weight wasn't too bad. There's some stuff I'm hoping will serve as a trump card, I continued. I'll tell you if anything comes of it, but we've got work to do now. Raven? Oh, are you two done? She asked, casting us an amused glance. Impressively, she didn't seem to have too much difficulty fighting while her mind was elsewhere, which had allowed her to keep watch over Cinder even as we continued to grind. More interesting, however, were the words that had appeared above her head. Memories of the World Tree. LV 174. Raven Brennan. Now that our levels were close enough to one another, I was able to see her title and, more usefully, observe her status. I trusted Raven enough that I can't say I was too concerned, especially as I'd been seeing her so much lately hadn't pinched to anything, but I checked her over nonetheless, making sure she didn't have any unfortunate status effects or anything like that. I skimmed the rest of her profile in the process and her stats and skills were as impressive as I'd figured they would be. I politely turned a blind eye to the background section of her profile, giving her privacy. I was pretty sure I knew or could piece together most of it, but she was a friend and it was her story to tell. My apologies for keeping you waiting, I replied politely, moving to her side. I simply wanted to make the most of what time we had together. She huffed out a very slight laugh at that before raising a hand. Shall we withdraw for now, then? She asked. If you wish to keep an eye on Cinder, it might be better to be a bit closer. No? I paused for a moment to consider that, but no. This was something that demanded my full attention. If something went wrong, which had begun to seem like more of an inevitability than a possibility, I'd like to be close enough to do something about it, even if it cut into my training time. Besides, now that I was getting a slightly better handle on Sayasrara, there wasn't much of an issue in focusing on other forms of training for a little while. Please, I asked, inclining my head. A moment later, a portal whirled to life before us and Raven walked in, leaving the rest of us to follow. I peered through it, scanning the area around the exit portal just to be safe, before doing so and emerging on one of the snow-covered cliffs surrounding Atlas. Good fuck, it's cold, Adam swore as he crossed through behind me before turning his aura inwards and using it to warm himself. God, I hate this place. Gu asked, heavy paws crushing plate-sized paw prints into the snow as he followed. Naturally, he was unbothered. Ah, so this is Atlas? Yup, I answered, waving a hand to release a small wave of fire to give Suriasta form again. Levant took form beside him and between the two of them, the air around us quickly warmed for the sake of those of us that couldn't just ignore the fact that it was about 40 below and bound to get colder as the sun finished falling. Raven seemed to mostly brush it off, probably just used to it, but I could tell both she and Adam were cold. Gu looked around, being the only one among us who hadn't seen the place before despite being an Adlesian breed. As he did, he hummed, considering the snow around him. I may have to disagree with you, Adam, Goo mused at last. I find our surroundings quite beautiful. The snowfalls here are nothing like those around Mistral. He was certainly right about that much, and it occurred to me that this was his first time seeing normal snow. Because of our geography around Mistral, it was perhaps the only place where you could get monochrome snow, that is, a mixture of snow and volcanic ash that seemed to paint the tundras near the kingdom black and white. While it was beautiful in its own way, it had a tendency to stick around, and recently there'd been some volcanic activity that had darkened the icy fields north of Mistral, drawing out the tyrant scales in the process. Atlas, however, was home to nothing but plains of pure and flawless white, as far as the eye could see. Snow's fine for the first 10 minutes or so, Adam answered bitterly. Then it's just annoying to walk in. Adam, Raven said with no particular inflection, making him fall silent. If you don't like walking in the snow, I do not mind if you wish to ride on my back, Goo offered in a whisper. Adam grunted quietly in acknowledgement but didn't answer. As they spoke, I calmly looked around us, scanning for anything of note. As I was getting into the habit of doing, I opened Aina and took things in with my third eye. The fields of snow lit up as if glowing from within, illuminated by both its own frigid power and what lay in the ground far beneath it. Beside me, Raven's soul took shape before my eyes, revealing what I briefly thought was a humanoid raven, but which a closer look revealed to be something else entirely. Below the nose, her face was that of a human, while above it she wore a black avian mask that seemed to have merged with her flesh. Her clothes were similarly dark, with a black dress and feathers that seemed to blur the lines between flesh, armor, and cloth, leading back to a pair of black wings that seemed somehow tied to her arms. She had one of the more human-seeming souls I'd seen, but for her eyes, which were like a kaleidoscope of shifting landscapes and images. I contemplated that for a moment before shifting my gaze towards Atlas in the distance, filled with the lights of so many lives. I found Cinder's ship easily enough, which seemed to have joined the evening air traffic, but someone else stood out as well. In the air above Mistral, heading in approximately the same direction as Cinder, I saw an old friend. Ah, I said with a slight sigh. It seems we have a problem. No one looked particularly surprised. What is it, Jin? Raven asked, following my gaze to the sky and seeing nothing. Naturally, she couldn't see what I was looking at from this distance, and while she was able to use her portals to spy on people, that didn't make her automatically aware of everything. It seems we'll be entertaining guests, I replied, nodding my head and creating an illusion to highlight the target for her. She frowned for a moment, eyes going distant again, before sighing herself. Ah, she agreed, sounding tired. So it would seem. And for those of us who can't see shit on the other side of the city? Adam asked, giving both of us an annoyed look. I replied by making another illusion, filling the space between us with an image. The back of a small airship appeared, with 3 of the 4 seats filled by a pair of older men and a young girl. I knew who all of them were, even if I'd only actually met 2 of them before, but Adam glanced at them once and shot me another look. James Ironwood, Raven answered, pointing to the younger-looking man. General and headmaster of Atlas. He's an associate of my brother and Ospin. I'd known all that already, but nodded anyway, because there was an undercurrent to her tone. I'd already checked him over, so I simply gestured that he was clean. The heart of the machine. LV-148. James Ironwood. As expected from a colleague of Raven's, he was built like a fucking battleship, and I was imminently glad that we hadn't fought back when I stole the white whale. Even beyond the values of his physical stats, his intelligence was extremely high, approaching 200, and I could see how he'd put it to use. I'd been limited to using Observe the last time we met, but now I could see the machinery he'd incorporated into his body, especially on the right side of his body. I had to wonder what had happened to remove his arm, leg, and eye, but while injuries like that would have ended most hunters' careers, he seemed adept at putting himself back together. The other man is Professor Polendina, Raven continued, relaxing a touch. He's perhaps the most brilliant scientist in Atlas. He and James have worked together on a lot of projects over the years ever since James graduated and moved to Atlas. In fact, the toy maker LV-31 Joseph Polendina. Low stats, I noted, but he wasn't a hunter and his skill in a fight wasn't the point. His intelligence exceeded Ironwood's by 30 points, taking it into the lower 200s, and judging by his skills, he knew his shit. And from the looks of things, his shit was everything he could get his hands on. There was a reason Atlas valued him so much. Besides, even if he couldn't kick much ass personally, he could always just build things to do it for him. Raven hesitated when she came to the last occupant, and I looked over for her. To make things simple, her name's Penny, I said. She's an android with a soul. A few eyebrows went up at that, and I rolled my eyes at my friends. Granted, it was only a few raised eyebrows, but still you'd figure hanging out with me would endure them to stuff like this. Is she like you? Raven murmured, raising an eyebrow. I nodded my head. Then I shook my head. Then I shrugged. Raven blinked at me mildly. She was created, If that's what you're asking, I explained. But I don't think she was made the same way I was, or else someone in Atlas has got some serious explaining to do. But I'm pretty she wasn't. I'd need to look into it to be sure, but she doesn't act like I expect someone made from the distilled essence of countless souls to behave. She struck me primarily as a young and lonely girl. Ah, Raven said again, frowning as she considered that. She was normal then? Normal might be pushing it, I replied, but she's a huntress. You don't get into fighting monsters to protect the world by being normal. Raven bobbed her head once in concession. You met her during the White Whale incident? She guessed, to which I nodded. I take it you didn't part on good terms, then. You'd be surprised, I answered. Penny is remarkably good at taking things in stride. I ripped her arms and legs off though. Yes. Raven blinked at me again, turning to look at the image and then back at me. I put them back, of course, I said defensively. I wasn't going to leave a little girl quadriplegic in the wilderness. You go on adventures that are odd even by my standards, Raven told me, shaking her head slightly. Fascinating as the fucked up shit John gets up to when he doesn't have adult supervision is. Adam cut in. Am I the only one who thinks that a pair of military scientists and a super robot probably only have so many places they might be going at this hour, and that it might fuck with our shit? Don't be silly, Adam, I replied, not at all miffed by his words. You really think you'd be the first person in our group to notice something? You're literally the only person here who doesn't have superhuman senses. Rub it in, you smug piece of shit, Adam scoffed, rolling his eyes. Oh, I am, I said, holding out a finger. This is me playing the world's smallest violin. You just can't see it because your eyes suck. Yeah, Adam muttered, rolling his eyes again. He stopped, however, when I made an illusion in front of my finger, showing the same space but quickly zooming in to show a tiny violin, with a bow drawing slowly across it. Did you actually make a tiny violin? I shot him a flat look and stored it back in my inventory. What do you think? I asked him seriously. Adam shook his head, trying and failing to hide his smile. How long have you been waiting to make that joke? He asked. 3 weeks, I admitted. I've been saving it. Boys, Raven interrupted, giving us both a look. The airship? I shrugged shoulder. I think we all know where this is probably going, I answered. It seems Sender's not the only one headed to that base. Given that it's only the 3 of them, Sender probably hasn't tripped any alarms yet, so there's that. At this hour, if I had to guess, I'd say it has something to do with upgrading Penny at the same base that they make the Paladins at. Adam asked. It's probably the other way around, I told him. The Paladins are more like Penny's backup dancers and she's gotten stronger since the last time I saw her. A real girl. LV 113. Penny Palandina. Adam considered that for a moment. How strong is she? He asked, and I thought about it for a moment. You might be able to win against her in a fight, I said at last. Your semblance is a pretty good match for her, so long as you keep your distance. Her physical stats are fairly ridiculous. He whistled, impressed. For all the shit I gave him, we both knew how skilled he was. The Blood Prince. LV 119. Adam Taurus. Assuming you're correct, Raven mused, bringing us back on track. It's likely that they will notice Cinder's presence. There's quite a bit of difference between robbing an empty building and stealing something out from under the nose of the owner. If nothing else, it's likely they will respond very quickly to the theft. I nodded and Adam sighed. A part of me really wants to just hang her out to dry, he muttered. But I'm guessing that's not possible. It's possible, I answered. We just regret it. If possible, I don't want to see how Cinder reacts when she's forced into a corner. She probably won't kill Ironwood, given how central he seems to be to her plans, but it's hard to say what she'll do to the other 2. Best case scenario, she sees them before they see her and chooses to withdraw and then makes me do it for her. Worst case, the professor might die and Penny might get kidnapped. Either way, I'd rather we just avoided it entirely. How do you propose we do that? Raven asked. This time, I sighed, looking up at the sky for a long moment before shrugging. I guess it could be helped, I said. I suppose I'll go distract them. What? Raven wondered, blinking and turning my way, but I was already shifting into Naraka. In the city, the shells of airships began to fall from the air, but I lunged forward heedless of them, angling my leap precisely. As I reached the apex of my climb, I halted myself abruptly in midair and waited for a beat, timing myself before exiting Naraka. I reappeared inside of the airship, claimed the 4th seat as my own, and waited. the games we play. Surprise box. To the credit of everyone in the airship, they noticed me immediately. Granted, the back of the ship wasn't particularly large and it was hard not to notice the sudden addition of an extra passenger, but honestly, you'd be surprised how unobservant people could be. I admit I cheated like a motherfucker at every opportunity, but still, people would get wrapped up listening to music or reading a book or simply working and just wouldn't notice what was happening around them. The fact that everyone present noticed a sudden change was impressive in its own way, especially given how unexpected it probably was for all of them, which wasn't to say that any of them had the slightest idea how to react to my appearance. For a moment, the three sets of eyes simply focused on me and stared. Slowly, deliberately, I raised an eyebrow at them and smiled. "Hello," I said, tapping the index fingers of my gauntleted hands together as I looked them over. From where I was seated, Ironwood and Polendina were across from me, while Penny was to my left, and I knew I wasn't the only one to notice that. I could all but hear the thoughts racing through the general's mind as he overcame his initial surprise and took stock of the situation. At a guess, they probably went something along the lines of "There's a fucking teleporter next to my robot daughter." Given that, his response was rather predictable. "Penny," he shouted, bringing his left hand down on the armrest of his chair with enough force to shatter it, pushing himself up and all but throwing himself forward. I saw the machinery activate within his robotic arm, dust glowing within as it released its power. He punched towards my face with force enough to easily destroy the entire ship, undoubtedly relying on Penny's sheer durability to keep her unharmed. As he moved, I lifted a hand, placing it calmly between his fist and my face. He moved quickly, as expected of a hunter of his level, but I was me, and as usual, I was accelerating my personal time to absurd levels. As his fist connected, there was an explosion of force as the power gathered in it was unleashed in a burst of gray light. The windows of the ship exploded outwards and it pressed against me as well, ignoring the protection of my upraised limb, probably why he chose this means of attack. The walls around and behind me groaned and began to break, shredded by proximity to the blow. And it was only the fact that I was reinforcing them with crocea-mores that kept the entire back half of the ship from being wiped away. I felt the wave of force wash over me, scratching at my hardened skin and making my hair sway slightly, as if in the wind, and I let my smile widen. It seemed that even with his confidence in Penny, he wasn't willing to go all out while she might be caught in the crossfire. I suppose that was good. I could tell he cared for her a great deal simply by the sudden fury that arose at my perceived threat to her and the worry that laid even deeper. "You react quickly, General Ironwood," I praised before shifting my gaze to the shattered windows. Glass shards hung suspended in the air outside, held aloft by my power, but not necessarily well. "Keep in mind where you're standing right now." With that said, I pulled the glass back into the windows, wiping away all signs of damage with a command to my glass elemental. At the same time, I began to repair the damage to the ship around me, causing metal to shift and flow back into place, making it seem as though nothing had ever happened. Ironwood started slightly at the shift, trying to draw away quickly. I closed the fingers of my left hand over his fist and met his gaze calmly, stopping him even as he struggled to pull away. "Be calm," I told him, serious before smiling again. "If I were here to attack you, I already would have." "You," Ironwood all but growled, trying to stare me down. It didn't work very well, because I'd seen so much worse. "Who are?" He stopped, looking me over carefully. I twitched the tip of my tail, still wrapped securely around my waist like a belt, at him in greeting. "Jianbing," he whispered, to which I nodded. "Indeed," I said. "Don't feel too bad for not recognizing me immediately. I was wearing a mask last time." "It's good to see you again, Penny." "Salutations," Penny replied immediately, looking at me with a smile. If she noticed anything wrong with this situation, it didn't show on her face, but I could see the machinery within her moving, especially around her blades. I didn't sense any hostility from her, but I suppose it was inevitable for her to react when she saw her superior officer attack. Still, I ignored that and looked her over carefully. "I see you've made some improvements since the last time we met," I mused aloud, peering into her inner workings. I suppose one of the upsides to being an android was the ability to simply upgrade one's body. While I doubted Penny could do much to improve her physical stats by training, there wasn't much need to do so when she could replace and reinforce things outright, with the only real limit being the ability and resources of Ironwood and her father. Among other things, I observed what appeared to be a power source for a beam cannon, so I assumed she wasn't having too many issues on that front. "I trust your limbs are doing okay?" "I am combat ready," she answered proudly. "It's good to see you again, James," Polendina murmured across from me. "I know," Ironwood grunted back, squinting at me fiercely. "Why are you here? What are you planning?" "I'm just here to talk," I assured him, lifting a hand as if to forestall any arguments and stalling the entire ship instead. I made the lights flicker once and allowed the ship to rumble as it struggled against my grip before shutting off power to the engines and holding us in the air with nothing but my will. "This seems like as good a place to do so as any." "Sir," the pilot immediately shouted, having not heard anything prior to this because of Levant. "Not point in letting him try anything," even if I could shut it down. The ship is malfunctioning where I don't know what's happening, but we're stuck somehow. We're just floating here. Ironwood very carefully didn't look towards the door to the front of the ship or react in any way, but I could feel his anger rising. Feel free to answer him, I told the general. I'm not going to drop the ship. I said I came to talk and I meant it, but do you really want this ship to reach its destination with me in tow? I thought not. Zachary, Ironwood said, raising his voice without taking his eyes off of me. Everything is going to be fine. I think I know what's causing this. Just stay calm. The pilot paused at that, seeming to understand because of a message hidden in the words, probably, and swallowed. He licked his lips once and nodded, backing away from the door. I understand, sir, he replied with a mostly steady voice, hand going to the pocket of his uniform, reaching for the scroll within. He wouldn't have much luck with it while Volturnus was out and about, but I left that unsaid. Good, I said, releasing Ironwood's hand with another smile. Please, sit down, General. Ironwood continued to look at me for a long moment, fingers of his robotic hand flexing once, but he looked to the right, glancing at Penny, and then back to the left as if he could see the professor without turning his head. Then, he took a deep breath and stepped back stiffly before slowly lowering himself to the edge of his seat, not hiding the fact that he was ready to spring up at any moment. You want to talk? He asked. Then talk. In a moment, he answered dismissively. It would be rude to continue without making introductions. While you all know me and I know all of you, I believe this is our first time meeting face to face. Dr. Palandina, I've read your books. Did you now? He answered unenthusiastically, glancing towards his friend and daughter cautiously. After pursing his lips for a moment, he continued, keeping his voice polite. What did you think? I'd been a little disappointed, as I was whenever I picked up a book that looked interesting and didn't get the option to eat it. Instead, I just used it for reading in the hopes of improving my INT, back when that was still feasible. It was interesting enough, I said aloud, which was true. The writing was rather dry, but your theories were mostly sound. Are you a scientist, then? He asked. I admit, I wouldn't have thought you the type going by your reputation. Understandable, I admitted. In many ways, I must appear rather old-fashioned, I know. But yes, I suppose I consider myself a scientist of sorts, if of a rather different field than yours. I do my best to keep up with the times, however. Always a good idea, he said, looking around the ship. Your power is rather interesting, I must say. At first, I thought you might be a telekinetic of some kind, but that doesn't feel quite right, given what I've seen of you. Are you a materiokinetic, perhaps, or something else? I chuckled. I said. The professor exhaled slowly, looking me over with pursed lips for a long moment before turning his gaze slightly to the side. Introductions have been made, Ironwood said gruffly, reacting to the silent signal. So I'll ask again, why are you here? To talk, I repeated, shifting my eyes towards him dully. As I have said several times, it's not often that men like ourselves get the chance to speak face to face, after all, and I was in something of a rush last time we met. But business has brought me to Atlas, so I thought I might take advantage of the opportunity. Do you honestly believe I'd tell you anything you wanted to know? Ironwood asked, making me smile slightly. Perhaps not, I acknowledged. But then, I hardly need you to tell me anything. Just think of this as my way of establishing a polite discourse instead of simply taking what I want. Oh, then, why bother? He replied, eyes narrowing further even as a scanner activated in the right one. If you truly could just take what you want, there's no point in doing such a thing. What about the entertainment value? I asked him, giving him an enigmatic smile. Perhaps it simply amuses me to do so? Ironwood looked at me for a long moment, something activating inside of his right eye. I read the signal he was trying to transmit and almost smiled before interfering with it. The general waited for a minute for a response, and I considered faking one for him but decided not to for the same reason I hadn't stopped the ship without them noticing or created an illusion to make them believe they were traveling in the right direction when they weren't. In the end, I actually did wish to talk. No, Ironwood said. You strike me as confident and arrogant, true, but not the type to put yourself at risk without reason. And what makes you think that I'm at risk? I asked him, turning my gaze pointedly to the airship I'd halted. If you weren't, then why are you stalling? He returned. James, Palandina murmured, glancing towards Penny, who'd fallen silent and was watching the conversation carefully. I felt a flicker of emotion from Ironwood, showing that he understood what his friend was trying to say, but he didn't let him stop it. You're interfering with communications in and out of this ship, he guessed, and you're stopping us from reaching our destination. I think there's a reason for that, because I don't think we'd be having this chat otherwise. Please, I replied. I hardly need to speak to you to stop your advance. As I said, this is merely my attempt at being polite. But you are stalling us? Palandina asked, turning his gaze from his friend to me. I smiled at him again and nodded. I am, I admitted. Why? He asked before pausing. The Paladins. You're after the Paladins. I clicked my tongue. Don't be ridiculous, I dismissed. I've no interest in the 290. I could tear apart 1,000 Paladins. They're worthless to me. Palandina's mouth twitched at that, and I felt a flash of annoyance from him. But someone is trying to take them, he said. Aren't they? And here it was. the moment of truth. I could have skipped this conversation and distracted them in any number of ways, but this was a chance I couldn't pass up. Originally, I'd resolved to go along with Cinder's plans was still resolved, truthfully, if only for the fact that I couldn't afford to leave her plans be, but Cinder had proven herself to be far more dangerous than I had expected. While watching over her plans was all well and good, I couldn't afford to leave her be any longer, even if I didn't dare to interfere with her directly. Truthfully, even approaching things this way carried a lot of risk. There was always a chance that she would find out and that she might trace things back to me. After all, something I expected would be extremely unpleasant for me, but there were ways to mitigate that. I wasn't arrogant enough to assume I'd seen even a fraction of what Cinder was capable of, but now that I was aware of how pants-shittingly terrifying she was, I was better equipped to take measures to stay the fuck away from her. Furthermore, I could pretend that this was a plan on Conquest's part, angled towards infecting the General, Polendina, or potentially even just to look into Penny, which I might be able to swing. And one of the reasons I had chosen Ironwood, besides the breadth of his resources and the role he apparently played in Cinder's plans, was the fact that his base of operations was on a different continent than Cinder's, hopefully minimizing their exposure to one another until Cinder put her scheme into motion. By that point, well, hopefully my plans would have come to fruition by then. If not, well, I suppose I'd need all the help I could get, however unlikely the place it came from, which was why I was going to drop a few hints for him and plant a few seeds. I just have to hope I was right in taking this chance and that he was as smart as I hoped. It's a shame to have to assist her plans in any way, I said with a sigh. But yes, someone is stealing them even as we speak. Ironwood's human hand spasmed on the chair, gripping the edge of it in place of the shattered armrest. But I saw him grit his teeth, focusing through the initial rush of emotion, and focus on me. Who? He asked. Why? You claim it's a shame, but then why stop us? Your words contradict your actions. If you don't want her to succeed and if you have no interest in the Paladins, why interfere? I looked at him for a moment and sighed, as if disappointed. You asked before why I would put myself at risk by appearing here, I replied, and I told you the truth that I was in no danger. But that does not mean that you are in no danger. I'm afraid that if you interfered, you would most likely suffer dearly for it. So, for the sake of preserving your lives, I chose to delay your flight and perhaps say enough to keep you from walking into something you're not prepared for. The ship fell silent at that, Ironwood and Polendina looking abruptly taken aback. After a moment, they shared another glance. You, the professor began before pursing his lips and shaking his head. You claim you're saving our lives? Even assuming you're telling the truth, what reason would you have for doing such a thing? I thought that would be obvious, I said. It's because we share a common enemy. Ironwood sucked in a sudden breath and stared at me as if seeing something for the first time. She? Ironwood whispered. You're talking about her, aren't you? I kept myself from reacting, returning his stare. Did he know? Somehow, was he talking about Cinder or someone else? If possible, I'd like to believe there wasn't another unknown party waiting to fuck up my shit, but how could he possibly know about? Oh, pursing my lips, I considered him carefully. Did Ozpin tell you? I wondered, gauging his reaction before shaking my head. No. Then it must have been QROW. Ironwood stiffened, expression twisting. What would you know about that? He asked. What wouldn't I? I replied before mulling over my next words and the cards I had to play. This was something else I was unsure of. The ties between Ozpin and Cinder. If, as I feared, they were both riders, then they were ostensibly on the same side, yet Cinder hadn't known who I was. Furthermore, her plan, or what parts of it she had revealed, seemed like they could undermine Ozpin's own position. Perhaps there was something I wasn't seeing and this was set up for something greater. But what if they weren't aware of each other and there was still the possibility, the hope, that I was wrong about Ozpin? Either way, this might be worth it just to test the waters. I closed my eyes for a moment before opening them back at Ironwood. When we are finished here, perhaps you should contact Ozpin, I told the man. While we may not be friends, we both know what is at stake and politics makes for strange bedfellows indeed. When you do, tell him I did this as a favor to him. Ironwood was silent and still for a long moment, staring at me hard. The corner of his mouth twitched, followed by an eye, and I could tell that inside he wanted to swear. At me? At Ozpin? Probably at us both. This was another thing I hoped I wouldn't regret. Say I believe you, he said at last. What do you know of her? I know who she is, I said. I know what she is. You don't need to know either. Why not? He challenged. Because I suspect you'd run off and hurt yourself, I replied. So instead, you'll be staying here, out of trouble. If I knew, he started fiercely before sucking in a breath. I'd stop her. No, I replied mildly. If you were lucky, you'd just die trying, all three of you. Regardless, this is not a debate and I'm not arguing with you. I'm merely keeping you out of trouble. You can consider me your babysitter, if you like. Either way, we've some time to waste, which is why I am here. So, what else would you like to talk about? The games we play. Load time. Ironwood wasn't even trying to hide his gritted teeth now, the fingers of his human hand still twitching sporadically, but he stopped for a long moment to take a deep breath and nodded to himself. Slowly, he leaned forward to rest his elbows on his knees, focusing on me as if trying to stare me down. Needless to say, if that was what he was trying to do, it failed miserably. "Does Ozpin know?" he demanded at last. "If so, there isn't much point in keeping secrets." "He'll." "Ozpin doesn't know," I interrupted, doing my best to look bored. "At least not everything. Extreme circumstances or not, you can't expect the headmaster of Beacon and a wanted terrorist to have regular contact. We work towards the same ends and against a common enemy, so we share information when it would be convenient, but it's an alliance of convenience and nothing more." I informed him of her movements a month or two ago and have been keeping an eye on her since, but we haven't been in touch recently, as there are few ways he'd be able to assist me. As such, I'll simply hold on to the precise details until it would give me an advantage to reveal it. Regardless, I hope you don't actually believe Ozpin would tell you everything, even if he did know. That man keeps almost as many secrets as I do. Ironwood's face twisted in reluctant, annoyed agreement, and he looked like he wanted to swear and punch something in the face. Before he could continue his questioning, however, Paladina cleared his throat, drawing attention to himself. He and Ironwood shared another look before the general exhaled and looked away. "Assuming what you say is true," the professor began, looking at me cautiously. "Why do you care?" "While I could, perhaps, see why Ozpin would be willing to exchange information with you in the face of necessity, why are you willing to assist him? What do you stand to gain by doing so?" "I'd have thought you'd approve of tearing things down, given your affiliations." By that, he must have meant the White Fang. The implications of his words also helped to assure me that we were talking about the same individual and not two different people. I wasn't sure if they were aware of who that person was, but they'd likely picked up signs of Cinder's actions, considering the bombings and thefts that had taken place in Atlas thus far. I'd briefly considered that they might have been talking about Raven, but even if QROW had told Ozpin that she'd appeared and vanished, well, I doubted they'd be actively pursuing her. Given that they knew what her power was, they also probably know that if she didn't want to be found, she wasn't going to be. Even so, I wasn't entirely certain how to respond. This was important information to reveal, but also delicate information, as it bore the risk of splashing over onto my allies. Best to handle this with a light touch, but to say enough to lead them in the right direction and make them wary. "I can understand your confusion, given that you are unaware of the full picture," I replied calmly without missing a beat. "It's quite simple. Really, she has chosen to associate with the White Fang, which is why I have chosen to associate with you." There was a moment of stunned silence at that. "What?" Ironwood asked, blurting out the words despite having apparently agreed to let Paladina talk. "Why?" I made a show of considering that for a moment. "She desires minions, I suppose," I mused. "Grunt labor and sacrificial pawns." "I think what my friend meant," Paladina interceded, "was that if the White Fang is working with her, why are you here working against her?" I gave him a lot as if I thought the question was bafflingly stupid. "Why would I want to work with her?" I asked. "I feel I shouldn't have to explain that she doesn't have our best interests in mind, while the proposals she presented were arranged such to make it seem as though it would be in our best interests to associate her. She intends to use us and then throw us aside once we've fulfilled our purpose. Whatever advantages we are to garner from this alliance are bound to be short-lived, and her true plans will almost certainly harm us as well. Even beyond that, being a sacrificial pawn tends to be its own downside. Hence sacrificial." "Why work with her at all, then?" Paladina returned. "Why not simply break things off entirely?" "You're afraid of her," Ironwood answered before I could, eyes widening very slightly as stared at me. Yes, I was. "But please don't say stuff like that out loud, at least not so bluntly. I have a reputation to maintain here." "Am I?" I asked aloud, making it sound like I was honestly questioning myself. Frowning slightly, I turned my head to look out the windows of the airship as I visibly mulled it over. "I can say fear is something I'm much accustomed to." "Lies and damn lies." "But I will admit, I do not wish to fight her at present," I continued. "Even in the best-case scenario, I can say I find the odds favorable. While I am confident in my own survival, I suspect many of my subordinates would die if it came to a fight. I've done my best to apply pressure for Ozpin's sake, but there's only so far I can risk pushing her at present. As a general yourself, I'm certain you understand." Ironwood grunted in what might have been acknowledgement, dropping his eyes to the floor. "How long have you and Ozpin been working together?" he asked at last. "Was the White Whale all it set up?" "Not in the way you are imagining," I replied, shaking my head. "We didn't have formal contact until afterwards, and the White Whale was something that served my own purposes in liberating that town. Nonetheless, it also served as a form of advertising, shall we say? Under the circumstances, a certain amount of competence is a necessity, and I was proving myself both to him and to the White Fang. This is not a matter for the unskilled or unprepared." "And after you prove yourself," Polendina took over. What then? We approached one another, I said. Despite our differences, in some matters we are in agreement, so we came to a deal of sorts. What kind of deal? He asked cautiously, and I waved a hand in dismissal. Nothing too egregious, I assured. Rather, I thought it best that we simply establish the basics of where we stood. We agreed that certain matters took precedence and that other things should be put aside to deal with them, this matter perhaps foremost amongst them. To simplify things and smoothen our alliance, we also agreed to certain concessions. I, for instance, have agreed to try to restrain the White Fang for the time being and to avoid endangering innocents if at all possible. Similarly, he swore to avoid interfering with me and mine and not to interfere with my business. Exceptions were discussed and defined, of course, but all told it was quite simple. We agreed not to do anything that might make it harder to work with one another than it already is. As a sign of good faith, I've also done things such as this, preserving the lives of his allies and avoided harming his students. A generous offer, Polendina remarked. I admit, I'm somewhat surprised you'd agree to such a thing. You shouldn't be, I said. Truthfully, none of the terms are particularly difficult for me to abide by. I don't consider myself much of a killer, outside special circumstances. Perhaps my own experiences have biased me somewhat, but I don't believe we can afford to kill one another needlessly at the moment, and generally, my power means there's little need. And what circumstances do you consider special? Ironwood asked. I tilted my head and considered my answer, going over what I remembered carefully before replying. Only a few people knew the full story and I could trust them all, more or less. And as far as credibility building went, well, still, it wasn't a pleasant memory. I wondered if I should feel good or bad, seeing it put to use. Some months again, several of Ozpin's hunters ran into issues involving a Pandora shell. I told him. As a favor to him, I dealt with the infected hunters before his cleaners arrived. Dealt with? Penny piped up for the first time in a while. How does one deal with such a thing? I looked at her and smiled a bit sadly. The general and the professor both looked like they wanted to interfere and say something else, but neither spoke even when I gave them a moment's pause to do so. Perhaps, even as they wanted to protect her, they were happy that they didn't need to be the ones to give her this particular talk. I killed them, Penny, I explained, and put them out of their misery. Penny looked at me for a moment before blinking, understanding dawning in her eyes. After a moment, she closed them, hanging her head slightly. Oh, she answered simply, tone soft. As she spoke, her creators closed their own eyes for a brief moment before reopening them and focusing on me quickly. For my part, I simply sighed quietly, nodding my head in understanding of the words she left unsaid. It was unfortunate, I said aloud, remembering it as clearly as I always would. One of the perks of having such high intelligence. None of those hunters deserve the fate that befell them. But it was for that same reason that I freed them from it. If possible, I'd have liked to have avoided the situation entirely, but such things are rarely so convenient. I sighed again and turned my eyes back to the general. Such as our current circumstances, I continued, for better or worse, it is not something that any of us can ignore. I know, Ironwood said, voice low but firm. I've always known better than to thinking ignoring problems might make them go away. And yet, every time I try to face them, I am always told to turn a blind eye. Even now, you ask me to do nothing. I'm not asking you to do nothing. I disagreed just as firmly. Merely that you don't do anything that might get you killed. My job might get me killed, Ironwood replied, staring at me steadily. I took it so others wouldn't have to, and I die so others wouldn't have to. I looked back at him, holding his gaze for a long minute. Admirable, I mused without looking away. But it would be a waste for you to do such a thing here. I know something of life and death, and if you're to die for something, make sure it's worth it. But I pursued my lips, turning my head to the side as I frowned, making a show of my consideration. In several months, she will be attending the Vital Festival, I said at last. That's what she's waiting for, and that's when she'll make her move. If you wish to oppose her, that would be the time. She'll have gathered her forces, but so will we, and our knowledge gives all of us time to prepare. Ironwood took a deep breath, eyes moving slowly from left to right as he thought that through. He must have been lining up his knowledge of the Vital Festival, looking for weak points and opportunities, as well as considering the danger. What does she want at the festival? He asked. I don't know, I admitted. She's admitted that she intends to target your machines through the CCT to aid on causing havoc, but that may just have been a lie for the White Fang. It's something to keep an eye on, to be sure, but it'd be foolish to believe that's what she's really after, or that she doesn't have anything else in mind. If it turns out to be nothing but a diversion for her true schemes, I wouldn't be surprised. It's certainly possible, Ironwood murmured, eyes dropping to the floor. But to seize control of the androids, she'd have to get close. Would she actually be willing to strike so close to Beacon? Yes, I stated with surety. She has the power, but more than that, take it from someone who knows no matter how daunting it may seem, there are flaws in every system, whether it's man or machine operated. True, Polendina admitted, frowning as well. Flaws are hard to erase, because they can come from so many sources or else be created outright. Still, the hope is to minimize them and to conceal them. While a system may seem easily exploited to its creator, That's a perspective built on familiarity and time. How would she be aware of those flaws well enough to build a plan around them? It was a good question and one I'd add myself. While invading Beacon would be fairly trivial for me, assuming Osborn didn't notice and choose to intervene, if he did, well, things were bound to get complicated fast. Was Cinder so powerful that she felt no concern over challenging Osborn on his own ground? It was possible, and it was hard for me to judge the difference between two unknowns, but if so, why both with such a roundabout scheme and act so carefully? No, Cinder had worries of her own. Of that much, I was sure. Still, best to address a different problem. It seems she has allies within each of the kingdoms feeding her information, I replied. Allies placed highly enough to know about your recent projects. Be careful what you say from now on, even among those you trust. The Queen has pawns, Ironwood muttered with another grunt. I've heard, but I hadn't realized they'd reached this far. What does she plan to do with the paladins? They will be passed into the possession of certain members of the White Fang, who will be on standby awaiting the next stage of her plan, I answered. She's explained that aspect of her scheme, but I can't say what she truly intends to do. I will speak to Osborn in time about how we might go about handling the matter. However, it seems a great deal of her plan depends on you, General. Me? Ironwood asked, looking abruptly surprised. What does she want with me? I clicked my tongue once, mulling it over before answering. It might be best if you don't know the exact details for the time being, I replied. Depending on how we choose to proceed, it may be for the best to keep your reaction as authentic as possible. Nonetheless, I can say I enjoy sending people blindly into danger, and you do deserve to have some idea of what you are getting into. The intended result of her plan is to discredit Osborn by causing chaos on his watch, at which time it shall fall upon you to take command of the vital festival's defense. She plans to exploit your reactions to further her following schemes. My reactions? Ironwood's frown deepened. Does she know me? She seems to believe so, I replied. But perhaps when the time comes, it will turn out that she doesn't know you quite as well as she thinks. Perhaps, Ironwood agreed, tone and expression fierce before he calmed himself. I will keep that in mind, should it become relevant. See that you do, I said. Now then, it is about time that we conclude our business here. I suppose I don't need to tell you to be discreet in whatever you plan to do? Of course not, Ironwood replied, sighing. I suppose that by the time we arrive, the paladins will be gone? Unfortunately, yes, I answered. I shall endeavor to keep an eye on their whereabouts. However, it is quite possible that they will all be destroyed when it comes time to interfere with her plans. I figured as much, he stated. Where do we proceed from here? We proceed as normal, I told him. She will be gathering her forces for the vital festival, and so shall we. Don't act until you have enough support to do so safely. He grunted in acknowledgement and nodded once. And if I need to contact you? He asked. If the situation calls for it. I gave Osborn a way to contact me in an emergency, I replied after giving it a moment's thought. It would be best to avoid doing so too often, to avoid complications on either end, but if it becomes necessary, I can travel quickly. I am also able to act in ways that might be seen as unbecoming of a general or a headmaster, which allows me greater leeway in my actions. If need be, I can often acquire things that you might not be able to. Be careful, however. If you require something important, it's likely to draw attention. I understand, he said. Good, I said before checking on Cinder. With my reach, I could assist her even from this distance, and I'd done so, smoothing things over and assuring they progressed as quickly as possible. Quite frankly, even if Cinder hadn't asked me to do so, I'd have made sure nobody got in her way. The guards who might respond to the alarms didn't deserve what would probably happen to them. With my help, she'd made good time, and so long as I was careful, I was confident no one would cross her path. I'd need to continue to keep watch, but it should be okay now, given the warnings I'd passed on. Ironwood would at least want to verify my claims with Osborn before proceeding. Then I shall withdraw for today. Gentlemen. Penny. Valedictions. Penny waved, though her spirits seemed a touch lower than before. I smiled at her once and then snapped my fingers, returning power to the airship and vanishing back into Naraka. The games we play. Viewership done, I said as I reappeared at Raven's side, exiting Naraka once more. Raven frowned slightly, nothing but her eyes moving as she focused upon me. She'd been watching our entire conversation through a portal, naturally, but she couldn't track me with Naraka, which, I suppose, made me one of the few people she had a hard time keeping track of. So I saw, she replied nonetheless. How much of that did you make up on the spot? I hummed for a moment, tilted my head to the side, and shrugged. Most of it, I admitted, though I'd prefer to call it improvising. Raven snorted slightly at that, turning her face my way and shooting me a dry look. Call it what you will, she told me, but there was a touch of amusement coloring her voice, so I knew she didn't mean anything by it. Still, was it safe to tell him that much? Ironwood has always had a bit of a reckless streak. I don't think there will be any issues, I replied, nodding slightly. From what I've seen of him, while he may be a touch quick to act, it is mainly because of his concerns for the safety of others. He seems to understand what is at stake and the importance of subtlety in our present situation, and, more than that, it's not just his own life at risk. Raven considered me for a moment before blinking slowly. The girl? She asked. He considers her his daughter, I confirmed. And while he might gamble with his own life should the situation call for it, he won't put his child's life at risk. Trust me. That's something I know a fair bit about. I suppose so, she whispered, lifting a hand and looking down at it. Given how her emotions shifted, she was probably thinking of Yang. Besides which, I continued, he won't do anything before at least contacting Ozpin. She nodded in concession on that front, even as her eyebrows pinched. Probably not, she agreed. But what if Ozpin chooses not to support my claims? I answered delicately. Then that's useful information in its own right. I'd be surprised if he chose not to support me, to be honest, but I suppose this would be as good a time to find out as any. I admit, I'm somewhat nervous about approaching Ozpin in person, but if it's someone else making a call, there shouldn't be any problems. Even if he could somehow detect me from the other side of the screen and the world, I'd be surprised if he could sense me while I was sorting through the airwaves. I shrugged again and looked up at the sky, staring back in the direction of Ironwood's ship. But more than that, I think it's unlikely that Ozpin would choose now of all times to act against me, rider or not, I continued. It doesn't make sense from a logical or personal perspective. Logically speaking, Cinder is almost finished loading the paladins, and even if Ironwood tried to reach her now, it would be easy for us to extract her before he arrived. After the delays I caused Ironwood, there just wouldn't be any point. And if Ozpin wanted to turn upon me, I suspect that he'd prefer to do so at such a time when I wasn't on a different continent, easily alerted of his intentions, and able to quickly escape. But more personally, he's never acted against me in such a way, so there's little reason to fear he'd do so now. Ozpin's always helped me, even when it might not seem in his best interests to do so, such as when I stole the white whale and he didn't interfere. Given the choice, I suspect he would choose to help me now, as well. There's little need to worry about him in that regard, I feel. But you've worried about it, Raven noted. I worry about everything, I stated dismissively, especially major potential threats. I spend most of my day within a field of highly accelerated time with nothing else to do but think about the many things that may or may not try and kill me or who I'll need to face to protect the world. Ozpin's suspicious in various ways, and I'd rather be prepared for the worst and proven wrong than be caught off guard. If it turns out that Ozpin isn't a rider, then he's a fairly relaxed guy and will probably accept an apology for the misunderstanding. I'll spend a few minutes working in the fields and grow a couple tons of coffee beans to make it up to him. If he is a rider, however, and I'm not ready for the possibility, well, then I suspect I would either regret it forever or regret it very briefly. Either way, though, I doubt it'll matter right now. Raven hummed slightly in agreement, pursing her lips. What now, then? She asked. Ironwood will call Ozpin and get my story confirmed, I answered. That'll give us a way to meddle with Cinder's plans directly when the time comes. While not seeming to do so, it also gives us a potential ally when the time comes and another source of information. First the weapons, now the paladins. In a way, even the dust she's been stealing can be traced back here to Atlas. It may well just be that they're the best source for such a thing, but she's bound to have allies up here to facilitate that, and she's likely left a trail behind her. She nodded again. You mentioned my brother, she said after a moment. As I said, it seems Cinder hasn't gone unnoticed, I replied. I don't know when or where it started. It might have been her actions in Mistral, her ties to Mountain Glen, or something else, but it seems we aren't the only ones aware that she's up to something. I suppose that's not surprising. It isn't? Raven asked, raising an eyebrow. No, I said, sighing slightly. In fact, Ozpin was the one who first tipped me off that something might be happening in Mistral, and he did it a long time ago. When I questioned him later, he claimed he didn't know much about what was going on, But that man never tells anyone anything, Raven finished, shaking her head. We used to joke that he had a horrible disease that would cause him to spontaneously combust if he ever told anyone the full truth about anything. There's always more to things than he lets on, or something at work behind the scenes, or something he wants you to figure out for yourself. It's endlessly annoying. Yeah, people who do stuff like that are assholes. Also, please don't send me looks like that, Raven. I told you the truth in the end, didn't I? Good, I said after another minute of observation. Ironwood ship is staying away from Cinder's position. It looks like they're heading back the way they came. We'll make sure Cinder makes it out without killing anyone and then withdraw ourselves. Back to training? Raven asked, still looking my way. I considered it for a moment before shaking my head. There are several skills I'd like to merge, I told her. Doing so will leave me fairly vulnerable, so I'd rather not do so in a hellhole full of super monsters. That seems reasonable, Raven acknowledged, but frowning slightly. Do you need assistance? She sounded worried. Come to think of it, I've never used Typheret in front of her, had I? To be honest, it wasn't a huge deal now that I knew how it worked. Sure, it left me mostly powerless, but I could just lock the door and have Autumn, and Goo on guard duty just in case something did happen. It wasn't something that had come up more than a few times, either, so I just never thought to bother her about it. It wasn't like I didn't trust her to have my back, but she was a busy woman and it was just something that I didn't really want to draw attention to. It's hard to exploit a weakness nobody knew about, and after a certain point, surrounding myself with guards would just become counterproductive. But on the other hand, I suppose there wasn't any reason not to invite her along. Of all my friends, she was undoubtedly the best to have around in an emergency, simply because of her ability to put a few hundred miles between herself and said emergency if she needed to. Besides, I did trust her. If you have the time, I replied. I can say it will be particularly interesting, but I'd feel better knowing you were there. Then I shall be, she answered. Are we almost finished here? I waited for a long minute, staring across the snowy fields and city streets as I monitored Cinder's progress. With the locks and alarms and security systems disabled, it didn't seem like she was having much trouble. The only real issue was in loading the paladins for transport and then actually transporting them. Raven and I could have resolved the matter in a few seconds, but I'd done enough of the work and it wasn't like this was for the sake of my plan. Ironwood was still following my advice to stay away and nothing else had started to approach, so yeah, I said with a slight nod. We can eavesdrop from another continent. Let's go. About goddamn time, Adam murmured behind us, seated on top of Goo. I fucking hate this place. I looked a slow breath, feeling my power expand and contract alongside the motion. My heart beat slowly, the sound and feel of it odd, as if the organ hadn't quite decided if it actually existed anymore and periodically forgot what it was doing. For importantly, I felt my chakras activate slowly as the current of my power ran through them, imaginary lights flickering on in my head. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, I let my power spread into the ground, invisible roots spreading into the earth from the base of my spine and feeding energy back into Muladhara. I felt it as power was drawn up the center of my body, climbing slowly up to the crown of my head and then perhaps just a bit higher, behind the confines of my physical form. If the power I was drawing into myself through Muladhara were roots, then Sahasrara was the blossom of the flower. Between those 2 points, that energy transformed again and again, cleansing and purifying as it went. It became a true part of my as it passed into Svadhisthana and was purified and digested as it entered Manipura. I centered both that new power and myself around my true heart, Anahata, which pumped it carefully throughout my body, distributing the pieces where they were most needed. Then, I drew in careful, cleansing breaths with Vishuddha, drawing in power from the air and then releasing it, each breath like a turn of the wheel. In Aina, the flows of power became something visible and real, before continuing on above it and taking shape. Once I was sure the process was working and wouldn't be disrupted, I took the next step and focused. I hadn't had a chance to use Typheret with the change in perspective my new abilities had granted, and I was eager to try it now. And as I activated the powerful skill with the thought, I immediately felt the change. Energy flowed like blood back to my heart, returning to Anahata instead of distributing through it. More energy flowed up from the lower chakras, feeding the flames with more power, but at the same time a steady stream passed upwards. I continued to breathe carefully, watching the fires rise and fall with each, and something slowly took shape in my mind, crystallizing within Aina. I saw and feel the blinding white flames with the tall spirit at the center. The fires began to turn and revolve around it like water being sucked into an invisible whirlpool, the spear growing brighter and brighter with each passing moment. Soon, there was nothing left beside it, the length glowing like a crack in the world, so blindingly bright that I was sure it must have been shining through my skull, and then it passed upwards, simply leaving my mind. Sephirotic synthesis complete. The skills Gunnar and Karna have been combined successfully. The skill Brewmaster has been created. I could see the window without opening my eyes, so I simply left them closed, remaining focused because I wasn't finished. Pausing only for a few seconds, I activated Typheret again, focusing in a different direction. This was something that would take time, I knew, but I was as safe now as I would ever be. so I might as well. As I focused on the images in my mind, I abruptly knew I wasn't alone. I felt the presence of my elementals draw nearer to my thoughts without taking shape inside of them. There was no need for something as crude as mental images where they were concerned, being parts of my soul. This concerned them and they knew it, and I was glad to have them here. Besides choosing randomly, I felt Jihai draw closer still, even as I focused on the legacy now written into my body, as well as a skill I'd mastered only recently. In my head, I could see myself thanks to Sahasrara, and it was a simple matter to see my own aura as well. Slowly, the world around me seemed to fade away until there was nothing left but me and my light. For a moment, I saw something take shape in it, the vague outline of a tiger around me, but it faded quickly, giving way to something harder to define. The white light around me seemed to clear, becoming at once more transparent and more solid, until I was sitting in what seemed like a bonfire made of rising water droplets. Slowly, it receded and the image faded from my mind. By raising Elemental Aura to level 99, you have gained the skill Elemental Soul. Sephirotic Synthesis complete. The skills Elemental Aura, Summon Elemental, and White Tiger of the West have been combined successfully. The skill Varuna has been created. I took another breath, keeping myself from nodding at the screen that appeared. As I'd expected, the sensation that told me I could still combine skills didn't fade. Elemental Aura, like Summon Elemental, had been convenient because it didn't matter what element was used, but I suppose I shouldn't have expected things to remain that easy forever. I knew without being told how my new skill worked, and I was fairly confident I could guess about those that would follow. Suryasta next, I thought as I felt Jihai return to her place. The same image came to mind, but this time my aura burned instead of liquefying, flaring so brightly I almost thought it had consumed me before dying down abruptly. Sephirotic Synthesis complete. The skills Elemental Aura, Summon Elemental, and White Tiger of the West have been combined successfully. The skill Amy has been created. Next, my aura turned to a luminous tower, like a lightning bolt had struck me and then faded, taking my body with it. Sephirotic Synthesis complete. The skills Elemental Aura, Summon Elemental, and White Tiger of the West have been combined successfully. The skill Inra has been created. For the fourth, it rose around me in a sudden cyclone, hiding me completely from sight before vanishing like the wind and leaving nothing behind. Sephirotic Synthesis complete. The skills Elemental Aura, Summon Elemental, and White Tiger of the West have been combined successfully. The skill Vayu has been created. In the fifth, it didn't rise around me, so much as surround my body in stone until even my eyes had been covered or perhaps turned into gemstones. Sephirotic Synthesis complete. The skills Elemental Aura, Summon Elemental, and White Tiger of the West have been combined successfully. The skill Prithvi has been created. The sixth image was like the fifth, but instead of stone, it was metal that flowed over me. Iron covered my skin and liquid silver pooled in my eyes, while what seemed like solid gold flowed over my hair. Sephirotic Synthesis complete. The skills Elemental Aura, Summon Elemental, and White Tiger of the West have been combined successfully. The skill Kubra has been created. And then, at last, the feeling faded, telling me that I was finished. I waited for a long moment just in case, but it didn't prompt me to try and merge any of my higher level elementals, even when I began to merge them in all likelihood. Because of Summon Elemental, the elementals I was merging with Tiferet were my completed basic elementals, rather than my lesser ones. The latter would max out soon at this rate and I could try again, though if that didn't suffice, I might just have to level up the skills I'd just gotten and then combine them again. The good news was that Tiferet had leveled up several times from that process. As skills went, it was very quick to improve, probably because it was also very hard to use. As each level it gained lowered the required skill level of things to be combined. Several new options had opened up and I quickly continued my work. Again, I saw myself, but I quickly began to shimmer and shift, as if caught in a heat haze, before vanishing like a mirage. Sephirotic Synthesis complete. The skills Acceleration and Shedding of the Serpent Skin have been combined successfully. The skill Flux has been created. One more, I thought, and looking over the sensation and the skills it was attached to, I hoped I'd save the best for last. As I activated Tiferet for the 9th time, I saw myself, just myself, and then the image was gone. Sephirotic Synthesis complete. The skills Adamant Serpent Skin, Armored Shell, Sapphire Hide, Metamorphosis, Physical Endurance, and Unbroken Steel have been combined successfully. The skill Kavacha has been created. At last, I opened my eyes. Done? Raven asked, looking at me idly from her chair. We were in what I assumed was one of her safe houses, given how fortified it was, but then, given that it was Raven, it could just as easily be her normal house. Done, I confirmed, looking down at myself. I had started sweating at some point in the process, which wasn't particularly surprising seeing as I'd basically turned my body into a forge. Thankfully, even with as deep as I'd been in my meditation, Paracognition meant I had still been aware of my surroundings on some level, so I rose from my focus feeling relaxed and at ease. If anything had been going to hell more so than usual, I mean, I'd have noticed. Even so, for the sake of standard human interactions, I glanced at Raven as I stood, cleaned myself with a brief application of elemental soul, and raised an eyebrow. Ironwood hasn't called him yet? I asked. Raven shook her head, looking at me distractedly. He seems to be waiting to return home, she said, presumably to make sure the area is secure before questioning his close friend on his deals with a wanted terrorist. I smiled at that, evaporating the water on my skin with Kenju and drying myself. And Cinder escaped, she replied. She made it out without difficulty and without murdering anyone. It seems you were right about Ironwood. That's good, I mused, frowning slightly as I considered my options. Cinder would likely try to contact me again soon, which I'd need to account for, and I've now added Ironwood to things. Given my tight schedule, I'd need to juggle things somewhat and ensure everything was in place, as well as keep Cinder from becoming suspicious of either of my identities. Well, from being more suspicious, at least. She knew that one of my selves was the reincarnation of her greatest enemy and thought the other was conquest. There was only so much I could do. They've arrived, Raven said after another minute. How far away should I make the portal? A kilometer out should be fine, I replied. But after QROW go for 2 or 3, just to be safe. I'll hide it as soon as you make it. She nodded and flicked her wrist once, opening a window back to Atlas. The games we play. Wiretap. Raven's portal opened high above Atlas, out of the way of any air traffic and beyond the sight of anyone on the ground. Nonetheless, I immediately kept my word and hid the portal beneath an illusion, making it seem like any other part of the sky. At the same time, I focused my attention on a spot that, to anyone else, would have seemed like nothing more than open, empty air. But I knew better. For all the jokes I made about it with Adam, the truth was that my senses were so far from normal, that sometimes it was hard to believe I lived in the same world as everyone else. Even something as basic as seeing more than 3 primary colors opened up a vast array of options, and my senses had been constantly developing for months. When I looked into the sky, my vision was filled with things so small and so large that most people wouldn't believe they existed at all. Day or night, the skies were bright to me, filled with the remnants of cosmic events that didn't touch the visible spectrum, while at the same time, all but hummed with the motions of molecules and smaller things, dancing endlessly through the world around me. Occasionally, things would flicker and flash, catching my eye for just a brief moment as something flashed through the world, things so brief or so fast that even I could barely glimpse them. Even when things seemed to be still, to me they were in constant motion, as living things grew at rates that might seem unnoticeable to most. Even a rock on the side of the street moved, if you looked close enough to truly see it. And then there were the other signs of human life, like the ones I was looking at right now. The skies above Atlas were filled with signals and waves, signs of moving data and shaped information. If I looked closely, I could make out the forms they would take: web pages, broadcasts, music, and calls. I pushed most of them out of my mind without a second thought, focusing on just one. Slowly, I lifted the hands of my body, which was another odd experience, especially with my chakras opened. I felt it move, but raising my arms was more of a mental effort than a physical one, as if I were commanding it to act. I could see myself from the outside, like I was playing another game and just happened to be in control of a character on the screen. That probably should have bothered me more than it did, but I was a bit detached from my body at the best of times, so I just ignored it. Instead, I focused on shaping what I saw into images and turning those images into illusions. For that, I created a fantasy active LV1EXP, 78.53%, an ability born from a deepened understanding of the truths of the world and how they shape one's perceptions. In grasping that truth, the user of the skill has learned how to shape them in turn, twisting the perceptions of others. The user of the skill may transform thought into not only light, but real, if transient, forms. The cost and difficult increases with the breadth of the illusion and decreases with skill level. Fantasy was much like Delusory, the skill from which it had been born. Both skills used my thoughts and power to craft realistic illusions. Fantasy simply took it a step further. Delusory, in the end, simply created holograms. It was essentially a minor form of photokinesis, bending light around defined regions of space. I could use it to make empty air have the appearance of cloth or flesh or whatever I wished, but there was no more reality to it than that. The illusions I created generated no sounds of their own, nor did they exert any physical presence. Both of those things had to be supplied by my other skills, like Levant or psychokinesis. The skill that had been born from it simply supplied those things. To an extent, the illusions I created with fantasy could generate sound and had a limited physical presence. Not enough to be directly useful in battle. Sadly, they'd shatter at anything more than a light touch, but enough that they seemed a bit more real. I could even generate small amounts of heat, if needed, and adjust the texture of the illusion slightly, though major changes could also shatter it, while I'd still need to reinforce them with psychokinesis if I wanted to actually make an illusion interact with the world. It was a significant improvement over delusory and required significantly less focus because of how streamlined it was. Unfortunately, the illusions possessed neither scent nor taste, so they weren't perfect. Granted, even if they had the latter, any tests on that front would likely shatter the fantasy anyway, while the number of people who could easily exploit the former were limited. But still, against the foes I was up against, especially the Grim, I couldn't allow for any weaknesses. For this, however, it worked just fine. James, the window above my left hand consolidated into Ozpin's face, exactly as it would be displayed on Ironwood's screen. It's rare for you to call me these days. It's a special occasion, Ironwood said. I had an interesting visitor. Ironwood kept his expression professional so as not to give away what he was feeling. Stuff like that flat out didn't work on me because I didn't need to gauge body language to interpret someone's emotions, or rather, I was constantly aware of the emotions of everyone around me no matter what I did. Empathy was an exceptionally useful skill, but if I hadn't had the gamer's mind, I'm pretty sure it would have driven me quickly insane. Then again, if I didn't have my semblance, I'd never have gotten it in the first place, so whatever. Oh, Ozpin asked, and while I doubt a direct line into the feelings of everyone around him, I was pretty sure he wasn't fooled by Ironwood's mask either. Anyone I know? Surprising, yes, Ironwood replied, staring at Ozpin for a long moment, either for dramatic effect or in an attempt to stare the headmaster down. Either way, Ozpin didn't even react. Jianbing sends his regards. Ah, Ozpin answered, blinking mildly as if Ironwood had just told him it was going to rain today. It's been a while since I had one of these conversations. He sent me his regard, you say? He usually isn't that considerate when he brings things to my attention. I frowned slightly at that, vaguely annoyed. I'm usually very polite when I talk to Ozpin. I just drop the formalities when there's an emergency or something horrible is on the horizon, which, admittedly, was the case most of the times I talked to Ozpin, so I suppose I can't fault him there. I was paraphrasing, Ironwood stated, frowning at the headmaster. Actually, he's kind of an asshole. But you already knew that, didn't you? How long have you been working with him, Ozpin? Ozpin considered him dully for a moment before taking a sip of his coffee, seemingly considering the question. Is this line secure? He asked. You know it is, Ironwood replied. I wouldn't have called you on this line otherwise. I checked the building thoroughly, swept the room, and locked things down. It's just us. I doubt that would be much of an obstacle for our mutual friend, Ozpin stated. But then, he already knows everything we're about to discuss, so I suppose it makes no difference. I'll simply assume you're here then, Jian, and say hello. I was tempted, very tempted to create an illusion behind Ironwood saying hi. I'd have drawn a sound out, too, stretching the two-letter word as far as it'd go. But I resisted the urge for the sake of professionalism. Ozpin would giving a courtesy warning to Ironwood, but at the same time, he'd confirmed my suspicions he wouldn't be acting against me, not after that opening. Given that, I could also say for sure that he probably wouldn't reveal anything he didn't want me to know, and so there was technically little reason for me not to get involved, but that was just from my perspective. From theirs, this was a discussion of an important matter between friends. The fact that I was listening was fairly invasive, but I at least wouldn't intrude directly. Afterwards, I'd apologize to Ozpin and explain why I'd put him on the spot, even if I didn't tell him everything. Afterwards, for now, I'd continue to snoop shamelessly. Maybe I am impolite. After waiting a few more seconds, giving me ample time to reply while also buying time, Ozpin looked carefully at Ironwood. From the nature of this call, I can somewhat guess at your circumstances, he mused. I am, of course, glad to see you unharmed, just as I am glad that you aren't truly upset at me no more than usual. At least, I'm usually fairly upset at you, Ironwood countered. But in my defense, you usually deserve it. Perhaps, Ozpin answered, almost shrugging. Regardless, it seems you met Jian on fairly amiable terms, which isn't something I would have expected. May I ask what happened? May I have an answer to my question? Ironwood asked patiently. We're returning to why I'm usually upset with you. Can you give me a straight answer for once in your life, Ozpin? Shortly after the white whale, the headmaster answered easily, as if he'd intended to from the beginning. I'd been aware of him since shortly before his public appearance, but we didn't have contact until he revealed himself. I approached him afterwards to make him an offer. You? Ironwood took a deep breath and closed his eyes, seeming to take that in before nodding. He stopped my ship, he said without looking at Ozpin. Supposedly as a favor to you. He said that she was moving. Ozpin here. The headmaster was silent for a long moment before raising his mug to take another sip of coffee. I see, he whispered at last. Then I suppose I owe him a favor indeed. Ozpin, Ironwood whispered, dropping his voice as he spoke only for the headmaster to halt him with a raised hand. I know, he replied. But doesn't this explain things? You said you were suspicious about that incident several weeks ago. Though I admit, I didn't expect Atlas to be her next target. Ironwood nodded for a moment but then shook his head as Ozpin finished. According to Bing, Atlas isn't her focus, he said. He seems to agree that she'll be aiming for Vale again. Oh? Ozpin asked curiously. If he's to be believed, Ironwood continued, voice cautious even as he frowned over the words. Then she will make her move during the Vital Festival. I see, Ozpin mused before nodding to himself. As expected. Then Ironwood stopped and stared at the headmaster for a long moment. As expected? He asked, causing the older man to shrug. It does make the most sense as a target, James, Ozpin replied casually. If one desired to cause damage on a massive scale, it is perhaps the best possible time to do so. People from all over Remnant will be within Vale at the time, and if any accidents should happen, it would be possible to affect all 4 kingdoms and very easy to cause a panic. Indeed, I've considered it the most probable time of attack for quite a while. I'm just uncertain of the precise form the attack will take. Will she try to strike at the visiting dignitaries, the crowds, or will she target our students, the future hunters? What does Jian think? Ironwood took a deep breath, frowning at his friend before speaking again. He's unsure, he answered at last. But according to him, she approached the White Fang and entered a partnership with them. Bing was apparently reluctant to refuse her. Understandable, Ozpin mused. Did he say what she wanted from them? She apparently detailed the basics of her plan, or, at least, what she claimed to be her plan, Ironwood said. Bing was skeptical of her sincerity, and so am I. But supposedly, she will target the CCT and take control of the Adlesian Knights, as a stage of a plan he didn't fully elaborate on. He stated the two of you would discuss the matter. I see, Ozpin replied. I suppose I shall be expecting a call, then. But the CCT? Interesting. If she wasn't lying about it, Ironwood reminded, sounding a touch bitter. She is likely lying about the reason, Ozpin acknowledged. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's lying about her target. While seizing control of your knights would be dangerous for us all, it's not necessarily the worst thing she could do if she seized control of the CCT. You of all people should know why it was created. To connect the 4 kingdoms, Ironwood answered at once before pausing. You don't mean? It's remarkable, sometimes, Ozpin continued, as if to himself, sighing quietly as though he were tired. How fragile things that seem strong can be. Everything we built can be threatened by things as simple as darkness, by fear, by doubt, and, of course, by division. If something were to happen and the systems which connect the kingdoms were to falter and fall amidst the chaos, the result could be worse than any army. Ironwood fell silent for a moment, seemingly imagining it. After a moment, he closed his eyes. We'll need to stop it, then, he said. Keep guards around it for the duration of the festival. If necessary, it may even be best to delay or even cancel the festival itself. James, Ozpin interrupted sharply. Didn't you hear what I said? Even with all her power, what we must fear most is fear itself. Should we cancel an international event, imagine the impression it would send. People would realize that we are afraid, and thus, they would be afraid. There is a purpose to these festivals and celebrations, and they must go on. We must protect the people, so that they will believe that we can. For if they don't, if they believe that we can be sent running by the simple threat of danger. He didn't need to finish. We all understood. The Grimm would flock to the kind of environment that would create. Then what should we do? Ironwood whispered. Regardless of what she intends, lives will be endangered, lives we are sworn to protect. And if we fail to do so, the results will be no better than if we'd cancelled the festival. The only difference is that we deserve their doubt. We will do what we always do, James, Ozpin stated firmly. We will soldier on. We will protect the people, defeat our enemies, and continue the festival as if nothing had ever happened. You make it sound so simple, Ironwood murmured before his lips twitched upwards. But then, you always do, don't you, Ozpin? Even when everything is going to hell. Especially when everything is going to hell, Ozpin corrected with a slight smile. We're huntsmen, James. It would be unbecoming for us to come undone over such minor things as the possible end of the civilization. Understood, Ironwood answered, inclining his head slightly. Then for now, I will follow your lead. What would you have me do? I take it you will be attending the Vital Festival this year? Ozpin asked casually, as if inquiring about what he intended to have for lunch tomorrow. Naturally, Ironwood replied in almost the same tone, though his sounded a touch more forced than Ozpin's. I intended to come since the moment I received RWBY's message, and after what I've learned, well, I wouldn't miss it. Then I will look forward to your arrival, old friend, Ozpin said. Things will begin moving soon, and for the time being, We can do little but wait and see. Once that changes, I'll be ready, Ironwood stated, nodding once. Goodbye, Ozpin. Goodbye, James, he answered. Moments later, the call ended and I let the illusions above my hands disappear, releasing a slight breath as I did so. I'd say that was informative, Raven mused. But we knew most of that already. True, I replied, sitting down again as I pondered what had been said. But it wasn't necessarily what was said aloud that mattered. With this, we know that Ironwood is on board. There was the possibility that things might break down between him and Ozpin, which would have complicated things significantly. With this, we can rely on the power of Atlas, Mistral, and Veil when we oppose whatever Cinder has planned. That, at least, is good news. Raven inclined her head in acknowledgement at that. True, Raven mused. I can't say I ever expected to be on such a team again, but it is reassuring, in a way. It's always nice to have powerful allies. What now, Jin? I'll need to contact Ozpin soon, I told her. He'll be expecting me now. Then we should be able to get in a little more training before Cinder returns to Mistral. Raven nodded in understanding at that, looking at me carefully. What did you have in mind? She asked. I sighed quietly, looking away from her for a moment. For this, I think a face-to-face meeting would be best, I answered, trying not to let how much that thought worried me slip into my voice. I thought you might say that, Raven replied, looking as enthused by the idea as I felt. But do you really think it's safe? I didn't answer immediately. Truthfully, I had no idea. Since the moment I obtained Aina, I'd wanted to return to Veil, if only to take a look at the headmaster's soul. I had no idea what to expect, though, nor any way to truly interpret what I saw with my third eye. Even if there was some sign proving whether he was a rider or not, odds were I wouldn't be able to recognize it as such. But while that was true, it wasn't why I'd hesitated to return home. If I was being honest, I was just afraid at what I could find, at what I couldn't, at the simple possibilities. It was frightening if he was a rider. That would cataclysmically bad, especially if he realized I knew. And if he wasn't, then someone else was and I had no idea who it might be, which would be cataclysmically bad. There was really no possible good to the question I wanted to ask and it kind of sucked. But the knowledge that the future was full of uncertainty and danger was no reason not to face the day. After all, every day was full of uncertainty and danger for me. More or less, I said at last. He hasn't tried anything yet and he was willing to support me in front of Ironwood, even without knowing the full situation. It would be best if I went and returned that trust by meeting him and filling him in on what's happened. Besides which, I think there are a few things in Veil that we both need to check in on. She hadn't said anything, but given that Yang was at Beacon now and Gus, closer to Ozpin who was one of the few people Raven was actually worried about spying on, I was willing to bet she had a harder time keeping an eye on her daughter. I'd have happily checked in on Yang for her, but I was pretty this was something she wanted to do for herself. If nothing else, she'd have a chance to do so while I kept Ozpin busy. Raven nodded slowly, rising from her seat. Then let's go back to Veil, she answered. Putting it off won't change anything. She said that, but I was pretty sure we both kind of wanted to anyway. Too bad we weren't the types to let that stop us. The games we play. Return. When I stepped out of the portal, I was back in Veil, overlooking the city from the cliffs that surrounded it. For a moment, I simply looked at the city I'd grown up in, marveling at it slightly. Even now, it was hard to believe how much things had changed. Not even a year ago, I'd been going through my days as a normal person, going to a normal school, living a normal life. Looking around, I could pick out the distant figures of people I'd known, if only casually fellow students, former teachers, and just people I'd seen on the streets enough that it had left an impression. Back then, I'd go to school, come back home, and just dream of things that were out of reach. God, my life used to be boring. I'd say I've never have dreamed I'd get this far, but in truth, the life I was living now exactly what I dreamt of, the life of a hunter, protecting the world from threats normal people couldn't even imagine. Granted, it turned out I hadn't been able to imagine those threats at the time, but regardless, I was living the life I'd always wished for, and it was pretty awesome. Could do with less world-threatening assholes and threats to those I loved, but those bastards had always been there. Getting rid of them was just a work in progress. I couldn't say I didn't have any regrets, not when I remembered my father's death, but the life I'd found was one that I was happy with, proud of. You'd have felt the same way, right, Dad? Absently, or, perhaps, unavoidably, my eyes fell upon the house I'd grown up in. Peering inside, I noticed that it was a bit dusty. Not as badly as it could have been, given that nobody lived there, but enough to notice. The yard was a bit overgrown, too. I reached out with my power to deal with both issues, not sure what anyone would think when they saw the change and not really caring. It occurred to me absently that when we formally returned for the Vital Festival, my family would probably move back into the house anyway, so I might as well take care of the details while I was here. I wouldn't want anyone coming out to find that it was a mess. Jian, Raven whispered on the other side of the portal. Is everything okay? I hummed at the question. Yes, I said after a moment, just mulling over how odd it feels coming home. I'd say I was feeling melancholic, but I'm not sad. Exactly. I don't regret my choices, either. I just feel strange. I understand, Raven replied seriously, honestly seeming to get it. That, as much as anything, made me smile as I briefly closed my eyes. I figured you would, I admitted. I'll be going on ahead, then. Give me a while and then feel free to look around. Raven nodded, aware that I'd be able to see her even with my back turned, and then the portal behind me vanished. I took one last look at the city of Vale and then turned, walking through the space it had previously occupied as I made my way towards Beacon. Needless to say, I'd already let the form of Jian Bing fade, mainly because there was no real point running around as a wanted terrorist for this, and partially because it didn't feel right to do so for this. Truthfully, it didn't make much difference as long as I was me, but regardless, not that that meant I was any less on guard, of course. As I jogged closer to the school, I scanned the surrounding area as thoroughly as possible, meaning, even more than I had the last few times, thanks to improvements to my array of sensory skills. In particular, I kept an eye out for anyone or thing that might be important to Cinder's upcoming plans, carefully scanning the nearby CCT and all the surrounding buildings to make sure I was thoroughly familiar with all of them. There were several weak points that I noticed at once and added to my list of things to make Ozpin deal with. At the same time, however, I paid close attention to the student body and the familiar faces within it. There were quite a few of them. The Red Rider, LV-70, Ruby Rose, the sun that chases the night, LV-60, Yang Jialong, the beauty, LV-56, Blake Belladonna, the loneliest of all, LV-55, Waishni, the invincible girl, LV-68, Pyranikos, in the wake of the storm, LV-60, Nora Valkyrie, the flowers blossom, the fallen wither, LV-55, Lyren. I couldn't say I was particularly surprised to see any of them, except perhaps Weiss. Pyrrha had left Mistral for Vale, after all, and I promised Ren and Nora that I'd meet them here again. Blake had said she'd attend Vale and I'd known about Ruby and Yang already. I wasn't sure why Weiss was here, seeing as her family was from Atlas, but I'm sure she had her reasons. Perhaps her family just had issues like mine did. Whatever the reason, however, I smiled, a bit happy, a bit sad, and perhaps just a touch resigned. For better or worse, it seemed the Beacon was where all the pieces would come together and where everything would end. The things I was working towards and the things I'd already done all seemed bent on bringing me back to the place I dreamt of as a child, and I suppose that was fine. I'd already decided on my path, after all. Still, seeing them like this, I had to wonder what I should do. I'd come here for a reason, after all, but should I use this chance to check on them in person? That is, I'd already looked all of them over to make sure they were fine. Leaving aside the matter of Ruby's continued infection, they were, which was good, but I had a little time, I decided, and there was no reason not to at least say hi. Now that we were all here, given how late it was, class wasn't likely to be an issue, either, and they were all in one place. That thought in mind, I entered the school grounds and headed for the library. Maybe I'd even find a nice book to eat. I met a few people in the halls, but while a few people glanced my way, no one seemed to think I was out of place because, really, who remembers the entire student body? I only did because I remembered everything and had no choice. Well, even if I said that, it was a bit worrying, because it reminded me how easily Cinder would be able to move when the time came. She'd be an official guest when the festival came around. I'd just shown up out of the blue with a confident stride and no one stopped me. I reached my destination easily enough, pondering what to do about security all the while. But when I opened the door, I smiled. "Hi everybody," I said loud enough for my voice to carry. Despite the fact that we were in a library, no one seemed bothered by it, not that I'd expected them to be. We were in a hunter academy. I'm sure everyone here was resigned to loud noises. I heard I'd find you here. The various students scattered around the library glanced up at the sound of my voice. Most of them took one look at me and looked away when they didn't recognize me, but a few didn't. Several eyes widened as they looked at me, and after a moment, as voice rose in reply. "Jaune?" Blake asked, seeming stunned by the fact that I'd literally just walked in and greeted her. She hadn't been around me in a while, so the immunity she'd gotten from exposure had probably lapsed. "What are you doing here?" I walked over to the tables they seemed to be occupying, taking a seat at the corner. "There's some business I need to take care of," I said with a shrug, glancing around. "But I knew some old friends would be around and I wanted to say hi." "It's good to see you again, by the way." "Hello, Pyrrha, Nora, Ren." "Jaune," Pyrrha spoke up next, blinking once at me. "Hello. I heard you moved to Mistral." "Yeah," I replied, nodding in agreement. "Family issues, I'm afraid. I'd hoped to see you there, but it seems we just missed each other." "Sorry about that. I guess we never got to finish that match." "It's okay," she assured. "I was just a bit disappointed not to be able to meet a friend again." "Well, hopefully we'll be able to meet each other more often soon," I answered. "I'm here to talk to Ozpin about some stuff for the Vital Festival." "So you'll be competing after all," Ren mused. "Wouldn't miss it," I said, smiling his way and raising an eyebrow. "You doing okay, Ren?" He rolled his wrist slightly, nodding at me. "Just fine," he assured. "Ren and I are peachy keen," Nora all but shouted, standing up. I made extra sure of it. "That's good to hear, Nora," I said, holding up a hand. She high-fived it with enough force to shatter a normal man's arms. "I was worried, but after everything." "I know," she said, expression turning briefly serious. "Family's important." "It is," I agreed. Weiss interrupted, looking simultaneously confused and annoyed as she looked up from her book. "Excuse me, but who are you? And Blake, do you all know each other?" "I'm as confused as you are," Blake muttered. "The name's Jaune Arc," I greeted, looking at the girl I'd taken hostage once, beaten up twice, and antagonized twice. I really needed to do something about that at some point. "Sorry about that." "I don't they know each other, but well, I kind of get around." "Oh?" Weiss asked, raising a suspicious eyebrow. I agreed. "Let's see. I think I met Blake first. She and a friend of hers were having some car troubles and were getting harassed, so I gave them a lift. Then I met Pyrrha and she and I had a practice match before the tournament, but something came up and I had to drop out. The video of it got around, though." Weiss said abruptly, blinking at me in surprise as if only now recognizing me. "As for Ren, Nora, and I continued before pausing. I didn't have to fake my drop-in expression, though I did have to actually paste it onto my illusory face. "Well, it's a bit of a sad story, actually, and most of it's personal, but we became friends and I volunteered at the hospital they were at." Ren and Nora both tried for smiles as the attention in the room turned their way, but they came out fairly bleak. "That's informative," Blake lead as she spoke up quickly, refocusing on me quickly. "But why are you here again, Jaune?" "Like I said, Vital tournament stuff," I replied, shrugging dismissively. "Need to talk to Headmaster Ozpin about something or other concerning Haven's attendance. I'm sure the world will end if nobody tells him, but I figure it hasn't blown up yet, so there's enough time to talk with some old friends." Blake's eyes snapped to my face, widening even as Pyrrha gave a polite laugh. I sent them both a smile and turned my attention to the other side of the table, ignoring the look Ren was sending my way. "So you were from Mistral?" Ruby asked, speaking up as she looked at me in interest. "I live there now, at least," I replied. "I used to live here in Vale, though." "You're Blake's friend?" Ruby rose. She introduced herself. "I'm the leader of Team RWBY." "RWBY," I repeated, tilting my head, mentally replacing the U with AW to account for Weiss. "So you, Blake, and Ruby said with a blink as if suddenly realizing I didn't or, at least, shouldn't know several of the people at the table. "This is Weiss and my sister Yang." "Yo," Yang said as she looked me over carefully. "A pleasure to meet you," Weiss said politely, also looking me over, but more as if analyzing a future opponent. "You'll be in the Vital Festival, then?" "Seems that way," I said with a slight laugh. "What about you?" "We don't know yet," Ren interrupted smoothly. "We'll compete to qualify next semester." Right. I mused as if I hadn't known that. I forgot that Beacon doesn't have to do that until near the end. In Haven, it's already a big deal because everything needs to be sorted out in time for us to come over in a few months. "Must be tough," Ruby said, wrinkling her nose. "I bet you guys have a lot of homework to deal with on top of that." "I manage," I answered with a shrug. "It's not too bad, really. I have some seniors helping me and my team out, too." "Your team?" Ruby asked, perking up. "Are they here, too?" No," I replied, shaking my head. "It's just me for this. I forgot to mention. I'm the leader of Team Jame." "Jasmine?" she asked. "Spelled Jame," I said. "Weird, huh? But they're alright. I got lucky enough to be on a team with a close friend of mine." "What about you two?" I sent that last bit towards Ren, along with a questioning look, and he nodded. "We're on a team with Pyrrha, actually," he said. "Though I hadn't realized the two of you knew one another." "Small world, isn't it?" I asked. "I was surprised when I saw all of you." "So it's you, Pyrrha, Nora, and is your fourth member not here? They were here just a bit ago, actually, Pyrrha mused. But they left in a hurry a few minutes ago. I didn't quite frown, but the words drew my attention. A few minutes ago wasn't exactly a precise measurement, but did it have anything to do with my arrival? I quickly scanned the entire school, looking for anyone that seemed out of place, but there was no one there. Yang said with a grunt and a slightly off-put expression. She's always been a bit odd. That's nothing new. Everyone has their own issues to deal with, Pyrrha defended gently, smiling at me. She's a sweet girl, really, but a bit shy. Perhaps you'll meet her next time? Hopefully, I answered, already deciding to ask Osborne about it. I didn't want to seem concerned in front of my friends, however, so I looked down at the table and the pages scattered across it, as if just noticing them. Are you guys working on homework? Then I didn't mean to interrupt. Ruby and Yang groaned, apparently quite happy with the interruption, which caused Weiss to send them both stern, disapproving looks. You're not interrupting anything, Yang replied with a haunted look. Please stay. We've been here for 2 hours. Putting it off doesn't mean you don't have to do it, Weiss told her. In fact, putting things off is what got you into this mess in the first place. I wasn't putting it off, Yang protested. I just had other things to worry about. Hell, I literally carried you through the end of the physical exam. Weiss flushed a bit at that, seeming displeased by the reminder, but all she did was mutter about lucky hits and shoes. I chuckled and smiled, reaching out with a hand to pull Yang's book towards me and spin it around as if I couldn't read upside down. Not that I needed to, of course. I already memorized this textbook. Let's see. I mused aloud. Hey, I remember this stuff. Want some help? Please, Ruby said quickly. Please, 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 please. I laughed at that and glanced at Yang's discarded notebook and pencil, this time dragging them over with thought alone. As the notebook slid across the table, it also snapped open to a blank page, the pencil rising to stand over it and begin writing. I stared at it for a few seconds as it moved quickly over the turning pages, filling them with printed words, and then stopped. There, I said. The book's a little dry, but if you just memorize those bits, you shouldn't have any trouble. I listed all the important stuff, I think, so you should be able to find the answers to your questions. Cool, Yang answered, quickly leaning forward to snatch the book up, clutching it close. You heard him, Weiss. We're all but done now, right? Let's take a break. Weiss silently took the notebook from her hands and began to flip through it, pausing once she reached the new parts. This isn't bad, she admitted. You're a telekinetic. Then she wasn't even hiding her attempts to probe for information, I noted with amusement. Not that there was anything wrong with scoping out the competition, of course. Something like that, I answered, sending a smile and a look at Pyrrha when she raised an eyebrow at me, to which she quietly nodded back. Oh, Yang picked up, drawing out the word. I have an idea. What do you say we ditch this homework and go spar for a bit? I didn't say you could take that break, Yang, Weiss cut in sharply. I promised I'd help you catch up, and which means sitting down and actually doing the work. But Yang nearly whimpered, looking at the notebook she was holding pitifully. It's a special occasion. Blake's friend from Mistral came all the way here. We should show him a good time. And you want to see him fight, don't you, Weiss? Weiss looked at her with a deep frown, but didn't say otherwise, which made Yang smile in triumph. What do you say, Jaune? Yang asked, giving me a flirtatious wink. Wanna go a few rounds? I continued to smile as I looked back at her calmly. I work with your mother, I thought, and your stepmother is my daughter. Sorry, I said, but I actually do need to speak to Osborne. It'll be fun to fight with you guys, but it'll probably have to wait for the tournament. I'm glad I got to see you all again, though. Too bad, Weiss said. Back to work. Yang, for her part, did a pretty good job at looking forsaken. Bye, Jaune, Pyrrha said, waving at me kindly. Her words were quickly echoed around the table as I stood up. Wait, Jaune, Blake interrupted suddenly, rising along with me. I need to talk to you about something. I raised an eyebrow and looked at her teammates before shrugging. Sure, I said. You can walk me to the headmaster's office, I guess. Blake barely waited until we were out of the library before speaking again. Is something happening? She asked, expression serious. I wondered, tilting my head. What do you mean? I mean, what are you really doing here? She clarified. Are you still working with? I don't work for the White Fang anymore, if that's what you're asking, I said, which was true. Nowadays, it was more like they were working for me. I actually need to speak to Osborne about the Vital Festival. Blake relaxed a bit at that. Really? She wondered, tone a bit more at ease. You're a student at Haven? How'd that happen? I ducked my head slightly, scratching my cheek. It happened after you left, so it makes sense you wouldn't know, but my father died. Blake flinched slightly at that. Oh, Jaune, she said. I'm so sorry. I smiled at her a bit sadly. It's okay, I said. Seriously, my mom and I just, well, moved to Mistral. It's where most of my family is, you know. And then one thing led to another and I found myself as a student. Right, Blake said awkwardly, sighing and shaking her head. She seemed briefly at a loss for words before smiling hesitantly. You'll be competing in the tournament, then? That seems pretty unfair. I know, right? I replied, laughing a bit. But you know what else is unfair, Blake? Life. Jerk. she returned, smiling more honestly now. So you're out, then? Like I am? I considered that careful before answering. Things are different for me now, I said, trying to sound assuring. Everything changed after my dad died. I'm not saying Jianbing is gone forever, but I'm not going to do anything I'll regret. What about you, Blake? Me? She asked, blinking. What about me? You're happy, right? I pressed. Nothing's wrong, is it? No, nothing's wrong, she said, glancing over her shoulder at the library doors. There. Good. My friends. Things are still weird, sometimes, but yeah, I'm happy. Are you? I smiled at her and nodded. Yeah, I said. Yeah, I am. We both smiled a little bit at that. Thinking about it, I dragged you into all that, didn't I? Blake wondered aloud, shaking her head. It's funny how much things change, isn't it? It is, I returned. But I should still thank you again, Blake, for dragging me into all this. It was fun. Blake swallowed slightly and nodded. Do you? Blake paused for a second. If you ever see Adam again, could you? I'll tell him you're doing well, I assured before nodding my head towards the center of Beacon. I better go before I get you wrapped up in anything crazy again, though. That's one thing that hasn't changed, by the way. Somehow, I'm not surprised, she answered, laughing slightly. I'll see you at the Vital Festival? Definitely, I promised. Bye, Blake. We smiled at each other one last time and went our separate ways again, though this time, I suppose I was the one walking away. I'm glad you're happy now, Blake. I'll try my best to make sure it lasts. The games we play. Reporting. I knocked twice on the door and opened it without waiting for a response. A bit rude, I suppose, but it wasn't as if the door provided any privacy for me. I'd have known if he was doing anything. John, Ospen noted as he turned in his chair, unsurprised to see me. It's good to see you again. I smiled at him and shrugged, closing the door behind me and then going about providing some actual privacy. Only once the room had been entirely locked down did I answer. Good to see you too, Ospen, I replied, claiming the seat in front of his desk. I wanted to come apologize for the whole Ironwood thing. I didn't intend to involve him, but he was about to get himself in a lot of trouble. I could have stopped him some other way, but I was worried he'd look into things and stumble across something dangerous while I was gone, so I thought it was best to tell him a bit about what was going on. I needed to drop your name to make him believe me, but I figured you'd want him alive, so I shrugged again. Matters of life and death are best not left to chance. Ospen agreed with a nod. I understand and appreciate it. If you were listening in on our conversation earlier, I meant it when I said that I was in your debt. You have likely saved not only James's life, but the lives of many others. Bringing him into things has been my intention for some time now, but I was concerned that we would disagree on the means, but your methods seem to have convinced him of the danger we are poised to face. You have my thanks. No problem, I answered, gesturing dismissively. He seemed like a good man and his daughter is a friend of mine. I wouldn't just stand back and let him die. Indeed, Ospen acknowledged with a slight smile. But even so, thank you. From the way he talked, however, I assume you have more to tell me? I wanted to touch base with you, I answered with a nod. A lot's happened in the last couple months, and though it may come as a shock to you, I come bearing bad news. Ospen took a sip of his coffee cup, looking duly surprised by the revelation. Do tell. You and RWBY have been tracking someone's movements, I said before throwing in an educated guess. Here in Vale, I mean. And I'm guessing it has ties to the man who attacked the White Whale at the same time I did. A guy named Roman Torchwick. Ospen quirked an eyebrow at that but nodded, considering me absently. From what Ironwood said, you put together the fact that he's working for someone else, I continued, especially when it comes to the dust robberies that have been occurring lately. Just so, Ospen replied. I take it you have some idea of the culprit's identity? I nodded, watching him carefully. I opened my senses fully, drawing from Aina and everything else I could to gauge his reaction. Through the lens of my third eye, I saw the world as it truly was. The walls of Beacon crumbled and were blown away like dust in the wind, revealing a delicately carved castle of green crystal that pulsed with power. It flowed throughout the whole of the school, centered on the beacon it was named after just above this office. Through the crystal's walls, I could see the students, hundreds of potential hunters with luminescent souls. I saw Blake, having returned to the library, as a transparent shadow that seemed to fade in the light. She was seated at a table with a menagerie of unusual figures. To her left was a figure that seemed caught painfully between a human and a dragon, with incandescent scales. There was a woman made of ice, holding a scepter capped with a quicksilver orb, across from whom was seated a mechanic soldier of scarlet steel and bronze. There was a vaguely human-shaped thundercloud that seemed perpetually lit from within by lightning seated beside a complex tangle of lotus flowers, the largest of which opened to reveal a face. For a moment, I considered RWBY, in her spot at the head of the table. Beneath my third eye, her small form shifted to that of a large, armored figure, covered in heavy plates of blood-red armor that constantly shifted in style and design. It changed between everything from Adlesian plate mail to the great armors of ancient Vaco. The only things that remained constant were its thickness, its color, and the fact that it lit her entire body without revealing even a glimpse of what lay beneath. At her back was an equally mercurial weapon, overlaying her unique scythe, and glowing within her very soul. But what drew my eyes was the cloak she wore above the armor, an eternal constant despite the constant shifting beneath it. It looked much like the physical one that RWBY wore, but for the fact that it seemed to waver between being made of normal cloth and from thousands upon thousands of interwoven rose petals. It covered the hard steel of her armor, softening her appearance somehow. The sight almost made me smile, but I kept my expression blank, even beneath my illusory face. Then, I looked at Ozpin. Ozpin's true self wasn't something that stood out at first glance, at least not compared to most of the souls I'd seen. He didn't grow in size or sprout half a dozen arms or change into something inhuman. If anything, he nearly slipped into the background. His form was concealed within a simple green cloak that hid most of his body from sight. Beneath it, I got the impression that there might be something more dark steel inscribed with lines of green energy, the steady turning of clockwork gears, and a constantly turning hourglass heart. But even looking at him with my eyes, it was hard to be sure if any of that was real or just something I wanted to see. It was hard to describe exactly, but the image faded from sight the moment it was focused on, as if retreating into the confines of his cloak, as if asking me to pay no attention to the man within. Even when I tried to focus on his eyes, the literal windows to his soul, there was nothing. The upper half of his face was hidden by the shadows of his cloak but for a few locks of white hair. After a moment of observation, I couldn't be certain I had seen anything at all. Here at the top of his emerald castle, Ozpin almost seemed to fade away. It was really annoying, but I remained focused on him as I considered how best to answer his question. I'd hoped, even knowing that it was unlikely, to find some form of decisive proof that Ozpin either was or wasn't a writer, but all I'd learned was that I really had no idea. The nature of his soul was a touch suspicious, but with how varied and unique souls could be, there was no way to know for sure. He might have been hiding his true nature somehow, or it could have just been an artistic representation of the fact that he was a cryptic asshole sometimes. What should I say to him, knowing that? Should I take a chance and try to get a reaction from him? Continue to trust him based on past evidence? Mislead him and hope it didn't come to light? If he was a writer, revealing too much could lead to him contacting Cinder, multiplying my problems. Did I dare take any risks knowing how easily he could reveal my lies? But then, Ozpin had always been able to reveal my lies, and whatever else had occurred, here and now there seemed to be no change in RWBY. Maybe he was waiting for something, maybe he had no ill intentions, but either way, he hadn't done anything yet. In the end, I decided to just act naturally, as if I hadn't noticed anything odd. I'd keep my eyes open and act according to what I saw. Her name is Cinderfall, I said less than a second after he asked the question. She's a senior student at Haven and the host of the Black Rider, Famine. Ozpin stopped for a moment, looking at me carefully before exhaling slowly. A third rider? He mused aloud before shaking his head. That's unfortunate. Is she as dangerous as Conquest was? Perhaps, I answered. Conquest's true threat lies in his ability to spread. For him, infecting entire cities is trivial. He can get into the water, spread through the air, seize bodies to infect others, and more, and he can seize control of anyone exposed in minutes. Left unchecked, he can spread at an exponential rate, taking control of all forms of life in a steadily growing area. In that regard, he's terrifyingly dangerous. A single mistake and he could run rampant, and even reacting perfectly and quickly. Really, the only thing that keeps him at all in check is whatever is restraining him. If he were free to act, I shook my head. From a logistical standpoint, it's hard to beat Conquest, I continued. Theoretically speaking, he could be anywhere and everywhere, but within the limits he's currently forced to act within, there's only so much he can do. I don't know if he's holding back or being held back, but while an outbreak would still be devastating, he isn't currently on the level that a single cracked Pandora shell would end the world. So long as that's true, he's less of a threat than he could be, at least. And if it comes to a fight and he can't infect his opponents, his offensive ability is limited by whoever he's already infected. Potentially, that could make him the strongest person in the world, or it could mean he's stuck with a normal farmer. I paused for a moment and Ozpin nodded to show he understood. I can't say anything for sure about the Red Rider, but I don't think famine works quite like that, I said. I don't believe she can infect people as easily as Conquest can. In fact, it might be very hard for her to spread, given that I've only found one iteration of her thus far. But in terms of raw offensive power, I don't know how strong Cinder was before she was infected or how powerful she is without it, but with it, she's stronger than I am. Stronger than practically anyone I've ever met except for her master and maybe you. I stopped Ironwood because I was completely certain he didn't have a chance against her. She's that strong? Ozpin asked, raising an eyebrow. When I first discovered her true nature, she stopped time as her opening move. I replied. Things got progressively worse from there. Ozpin paused, looking down into his coffee mug as his brows furrowed. That's unfortunate, he mused, sounding more put out than anything else. How much worse? She grew a crown of white dust, I said. That's quite a bit worse, he acknowledged, frowning. Without a doubt, an encounter between her and James would not have ended well, especially seeing as she intends to use him. I replied. I'm not clear on the details, most because I'm fairly sure she was lying to me, but even if she's only using his stated plan as a cover, she intends to involve him. I gave him a heads up on what to look out for, but the short version is that she intends to get him put in charge of the Vital Festival's defense. She's going to organize a breach in the city's defenses to allow a small horde of Grimm through, frightening the populace and calling my competence into question, he mused, nodding to himself. I see. Do you know how she intends to do so? Again, I'm pretty sure this is just a cover of some kind to draw attention away from her real plans, I warned. But she said she plans to use the tunnels connecting Vale to Mountain Glen, using explosives to open the way. Ah, Ozpin's frown deepened as he murmured a word. That would certainly do it. It would be easy for them to hide an operation within the caverns there as well. Is that to be Torchwick's role, then? I shrugged. Maybe, I replied. He seems to be her front man right now and I'm about 1,000,000% sure she's not going to put herself in that position. I did my best to make an impression on Torchwick so I might be able to strong-arm him somewhat, but after seeing the extent of Cinder's power, I'm hesitant to do so. Understandable, Ozpin answered. And while he does that, Cinder, you said will be within Beacon, working against us. I nodded again. I wanted you to know, considering the danger to both your faculty and your students, I said. But at the same time, it's not an easy situation to resolve. In any other case, I'd suggest luring her out and ganging up on her to put her down, but I'm somewhat concerned she would brutally murder us all. I suspect she's worried about facing you directly, which is somewhat reassuring, but I'm not sure I'd enjoy front row seats to that fight. If we start something, I suspect a lot of people would die. Indeed, Ozpin replied, tapping the surface of his desk with a finger and tracing slow patterns in the surface. After a moment, I realized he was visualizing such a fight, drawing empty circles and moving them around, but after a moment he shook his head. No, even in the best case scenario, I'm wary of the cost. If it was time manipulation alone, I could likely manage, but even if it was just white dust, it would be hard to ensure no one else was harmed. And it's not, I said. She literally grows dust from her body. I don't know if she creates it or draws it from elsewhere, but she can refine and mold it with ease and she seems very skilled in its use. In her base form, she seems to favor the use of dust-woven clothes, but when she cuts loose, it seems safe to say that she's probably the most skilled dust user around, which gives her an unfortunate number of options in a fight. Ozpin mused. Dust is an extremely powerful weapon if used properly, but the difficulty of doing so, especially in battle, often restrains it. That's a large part of the reason dust rounds have risen to prominence. After all, for most people, there's a limit to both the amount of dust one can bring to the battlefield and how quickly they can shift between different types. Removing that, I nodded, understanding. Even if you had 100 bullets for your gun, there's a matter of how quickly you can fire and reload even before you take into account the amount of time you'd need to pick exactly the right bullets in exactly the right order. I could ignore the issue of carrying capacity thanks to my inventory and, to an extent, ignore the issue of time by using acceleration, but even I would run into issues if I tried using dust in earnest. Dust Weaver was limited by the type of clothes one was wearing, Dust Eater by one specific type of dust at a time, and even normal dust use faced a matter of which crystals one was holding. But somehow, I figured Cinder probably didn't have to worry about any of those things. I could potentially keep up with her for a short while if I used my psychokinesis and stuck to only using crystals, but I'd burn through my stores quickly for worse results. I doubted I could match her in variety or amount, and I'd be limiting my own fighting style. No, if I were to face her, it would need to be on my terms instead of hers. The only issue was that it looked like she could murder me on my terms, too. Those were my thoughts, too, I said. If it came down to it, I might be able to hit her hard enough to give you an opening if you managed to keep her still long enough for me to do it, but even then, Anything that could do that would probably blow Beacon off the map. I figured we'd want to avoid that, if at all possible. I'd appreciate that, he agreed, shaking his head along with me. I might be able to defeat her, but the costs would be prohibitively high. Even if I involved my closest friends, I might be able to limit it somewhat, but I'd be knowingly sending them to their death, and though any of them would give their lives to protect the kingdoms, I'd prefer it if they didn't have to. I acknowledged, understanding that. Same. So, what should we do? I tried cornering Cinder on the edge of Mistral, but I was really outclassed. We might be able to catch her in transit on her way back, which might keep her from reaching the kingdoms, but even if we managed to corner her in the middle of nowhere, I'm not entirely certain we'd be able to keep her from reaching somewhere populated. Take it from me, even a little bit of white dust is a hell of a thing, and if you add it to time and space manipulation, could you keep her from getting away even with all of that? Ozpin considered it for a moment. If it was here, perhaps, he replied, tapping his desk again. With my third eye, I saw some kind of power ripple through the emerald walls of Beacon, but in an unknown location. It's nothing I'd want to bet the lives of countless innocent people on. And while we could lure her here, Beacon's kind of full of people. I understood, nodding. The defenses of this place are primarily meant for an emergency, he agreed. While it can ward against disaster, I didn't build it with the intention of inviting disaster inside. I suppose we could try and remove everyone from Beacon beforehand, but it seems unlikely she would be willing to approach a place that had obviously been deserted. I nodded again at that. I could create illusions to make it seem populated, but even if she didn't see through it, there are too many ways for it to fall apart, I said. It's hard to move hundreds of people around without drawing any attention, and no offense, but I'm rather doubtful that everyone in your student body can keep a secret for more than 10 seconds. Anyway, none taken, Ozpin replied. I'm cognizant of the fact that distributing information amongst hundreds of young men and women is perhaps not the best way to keep a secret. A more subtle approach might be warranted. I frowned for a moment, thinking about it. If it were anyone else, I could use Naraka, I said, annoyed whether to draw her in or to remove all the students from the fray. But I'm almost certain she could break out of it if she had to. It's a complicated situation, he acknowledged, and unfortunately, no immediate solutions come to mind. As such, it may be wise to avoid moving against her overtly, at least until the situation changes. Changes? I asked. Changes how? I suppose that's up to you, Jaune, he replied, looking at me steadily. Out of all of us, you are the one most likely to break this deadlock. I assume you're already planning something? I fell silent for a moment, careful to meet his gaze unflinchingly. Nothing concrete yet, I said, though I've been training a great deal lately, in the hopes of closing the gap between me and Cinder. I might be making a bit of progress in that regard, but I signed and shook my head. Is there anything I can do to assist you? Ozpin asked. I pursed my lips for a moment, considering the question before nodding slowly. Maybe, I said, trying not to let any hesitance slip into the sound of my voice. There is one thing that I think might be able to help me make some progress. Oh? Ozpin wondered, raising an eyebrow. Then please, tell me. I'll do everything I can to help. I nodded again and took a deep breath, turning my head to glance out the window in his office and consider the city far below. I'm sorry to ask this, I said at last, not having to fake the uncertainty in my voice. I'm sure it's not something you like to think about much, but is there anything else you remember about Jericho Falls? The games we play. Details. Ozpin took a deep breath and then sighed, sad eyes on me. So, he whispered softly. It's time then? I shrugged, meeting his eyes steadily. More or less, I replied. I'm not going to leave right this instant, but the world's not going to stop ending just because I'm pussyfooting around. I'm going to have to go there eventually, and I'm pretty sure I'm running out of time. So it would seem, Ozpin acknowledged, looking down into his coffee cup again. I suppose it's unlikely to be a coincidence that Cinder has chosen now to make her move. Even if she isn't targeting me specifically, it makes no difference, I said. She's Famine, one of the riders. If she starts something, odds are good that the other Grimm are bound to follow. If your suspicions are correct and she intends to attack the ties lies between the kingdoms, then it's just as possible that she's working to prepare an opening for her fellows. Divide and conquer, Ozpin agreed, sighing again. I had much the same thought. I'm afraid. Yes, it seems like things have started to move and we've no choice now but to stop them. But do you believe it's possible for you to overcome Jericho Falls in your present state? He phrased it as an honest question and I considered it as such, nodding slowly. I believe so, I answered. If not right now, then soon. I've busied myself with preparations of late, and while I still have room to improve, I fear that my growth will soon slow unless I'm willing to venture further into dangerous territory. Either way, I'll run out of safe options soon. There are a few things I'd like to do beforehand, but yes, I think I'll be able to do it. After all, I thought, from what I've learned, they wanted me there. While I doubted they'd just open the doors and welcome me in, they needed me to find whatever it is inside. Whatever it is that Keter said my name was so vital to, which was pretty damn worrying in its own right, I had to say, but I was kind of running out of options at this point. I'd tapped my memories for all I could, spoken to my soul, poked the writers to see what came out, but I kept running into the same problem. I lacked information. No one who I could really trust knew. No one who actually knew would tell me. I needed to learn more if I wanted to have any hope of defeating Malkuth and his riders, even if that meant walking into danger. The one upside, I thought, was that I'd obviously been the one to store that information. If it was, as I suspected, hidden behind my true name, and I was betting there was more to getting in than just typing in a password, then Malkuth didn't know what was inside either, or he wouldn't need me to get in. I had a few suspicions about what I would find within, but from what I knew about myself, the information itself probably wasn't meant to help Malkuth. It was something else, something important enough that I'd hidden it behind my true name, even knowing what death could do to me, and important enough that despite having millennia to do so, the Grimm hadn't just destroyed it. It may have been a long shot, but it was still a shot, which meant it came out ahead of most of my other options, which mainly boiled down to stumbling in the dark until something horrible happens, at which point I'd try not to die. And I had experience with that, sure, but it wasn't exactly a desirable state of being. I could grind my skills until Malkuth got tired of waiting and sent his minions to wipe out everything I knew and loved, but I'd hardly call that a victory. I needed to figure out what he was after, how to kick him in the dick repeatedly to keep him from getting it, and how to kill him in the process without the wipe out everything part, if at all possible. And if it had been me, which it had been, that was exactly the type of thing I'd keep locked up tight for my future self. If I couldn't do the deed personally, along with something to keep him from simply destroying it, I could have laughed at myself. Here I was, betting on someone I barely remembered being to turn what was obviously a trap into a possible advantage. Cross your fingers, me. If this works out, I'll love myself forever. If you believe you're ready, then I will believe in you, Jaune, Ozpin replied after a long moment, nodding slowly before turning his eyes to gaze at the city of Vale. After a long moment, he sighed again. I'll tell you everything I can, but I may disappoint you. I don't have any good memories of Jericho Falls, but I don't have many memories of it, period. I can't emphasize enough how quickly things fell apart for us. Truly, I barely remember the fighting. Most of what I remember was my comrades dying as the Grimm fell upon us. But I admit I've spent quite some time obsessed with that place, driven by it. I gathered everything I could in the hopes of one day facing it again. But you never did? I asked. He shook his head. In the end, there was no real point in doing so. He claimed Jericho Falls was considered noteworthy because of its intense concentration of Grimm, but it's not particularly close to the kingdom, has no strategic value, and there was never any proof that there was anything of value there. Long-range scans of the place revealed nothing on this side, and though I found that computer on the other, I wasn't able to access it. Anytime I ran the numbers, the cost in lives needed to take the place far outweighed the potential rewards. With the situation always so tenuous, I can't afford to risk the lives of my hunters for the sake of settling an old grudge. I looked at him carefully, considering him for a long moment. Having heard that, the logical thing for me to do was ask him for help. We both knew I could get around those problems and give him his chance, help him avenge his fallen friends, and I'd be able to bring him along, which was its own reward. Even as strong as I now was, I was fairly confident that Ozpin could take me and my entire team in a fight. If I was about to dive into hell, I'd sure as hell want him along for the ride, considering he was the best guy to pull me back out. Assuming, of course, that I could trust him, that he was Ozpin, the headmaster and my friend, rather than my greatest enemy. If he wasn't, then having him on board would be invaluable. But if he was, it would really suck to find out in my moment of glory. I could imagine it. I unlock the computer, death kills me and wipes me clean, and next time I reincarnate, assuming Malkuth allows the human race to continue existing afterwards, I'm welcomed by a horde of Super Grimm every time I draw attention to myself. If I knew that the trap he'd set may have had a counter trap built into it, then presumably Malkuth knew and had planned a counter to my counter. As those things went, having death on hand to kick me in the dick so hard my head popped off was a fairly good one. It was what I would probably do. Ozpin especially would be a good choice for such a thing, thanks to his time manipulation. If he was on hand when I learned what I needed, he might be able to travel back in time to kill me before I learned, or to ensure I did too quickly to make use of it. Seen in that light, a time manipulator would make a pretty good choice for Death's host. And the downside to him being stronger than my entire team combined was that he was stronger than my entire team combined. Assuming I could actually keep him from slaughtering us instantly or before the fight began, I suspected our time of survival would still be fairly brief. On the other hand, if he wasn't Death, his presence could be the difference between life and death, and how could I justify excluding him? "Do you want in?" I asked him, keeping my thoughts off my face and out of my voice. "We talked about it before, I believe, and I'd be happy to have you watching my back. Best to leave my options open. If necessary, Raven and I could just attack the place without telling him. If it turned out we couldn't manage without him and could be sure we wouldn't be betrayed, then we could just as easily bring him along. No sense in ruining that beforehand." Ozpin turned to look at me and seemed tempted. "I want to," he said. "Truly, for those that died while I lived and because I lived for years after I escaped that place, it was all I could dream of. It's what drove me to become stronger, what led me to where I am today." "But you can't?" I asked. He sighed again, seeming to age before my eyes. "After what you told me about Cinder, no," he admitted. "Though I dreamt of it for years, I dream of other things now, and I can't risk their loss. If Cinder's aim is the school and I am the only thing keeping her from acting overtly, then if she were to learn of my absence..." "Boom," I said. Bye, Beacon." "I get it. I'm sorry," he said, bowing his head low. "The information contained within Jericho Falls is likely to be invaluable, but it's pointless if everything we've sworn to protect is destroyed while we're off getting it," I replied with a shrug. "Like I said, I get it. Besides, if I'm wrong and I do die, best we don't keep all our eggs in one basket, right?" "Don't talk like that," Ozpin said firmly. "You won't die, Jaune. I told you that I believe in you." I smiled at him again and shrugged. "Then believe in me," I said. "I'll manage." "I'm sorry," he said again, shaking his head and putting his cup down. "It seems I will have to depend on you this time, Jaune." "Leave it to me," I told him. "But really, anything you could tell me would help." "I'll draw you up a list of the Grimm I saw personally," he said. "It may only detail the outer perimeter, but perhaps it will be of some assistance. Beyond that, I have only what supposition and conjecture. Somehow, I have the feeling that what you consider conjecture, others would take as fact," I answered dryly. "And I'll take whatever I can get, Ozpin." He took another deep breath and looked at me grimly. "This is nothing but a guess on my part," he began. "A fear, really? But I told you before that I say the Humbaba there." "Yes?" I nodded once, listening. "Truly, they were quite prominent," he continued. "It's rare to see any of them on Vital, but there they were, mixed and even amongst the rabble, the center of every formation. True, there were other mighty creatures there, but in both numbers and power, the Humbaba were the greatest threat." And it made me wonder why Jericho Falls was guarded by countless Grimm, many of them far stronger than the norm, so much so that the better part of 100 hunters couldn't get past the metaphorical door. What then lay within its depths? Slowly, I felt my heart drop as I followed his words to their conclusion. "If not for recent events, even I might think myself ridiculous for suggesting it," Ozpin murmured, nodding at my expression. "But perhaps the Humbaba are there to guard more than just the treasure within Jericho Falls depths. Perhaps they are present in their role as honor guards. For years, a part of me couldn't help but think that perhaps Gilgamesh is there." The name wasn't hard to recognize, nor were the implications difficult to understand. Gilgamesh was one of the 9 mythical Grimm that came up in the same breath as Ziz and Jormungandr, meaning I counted him among the creatures that had become nowhere near mythical enough as of late. Like all the Grimm of its stature, there was pretty much no factual information about it. Creatures like those were so powerful that you couldn't really have eyewitness reports, on account of the fact that practically no one would survive such an encounter. The only reason their existence had even been considered prior to my whole accidentally wake up Ziz thing was because sometimes, very similar legends would pop up in the midst of areas that were very far apart and which had possessed no recorded interactions. In that sense, the study of such creatures had really been more about tracing things back and possibly finding points of historical divergence and convergence. The nature of the Grimm was such that it was common for nations to dream up all sorts of things about them, possibly causes for their existences, godlike members of their species, and more. The Grimm had been seen as everything from animal spirits to demons, so it was pretty much inevitable. If the epidemic of the creatures was considered a punishment from a god, for instance, then a godlike Grimm was natural, and given Malkuth's existence and the nature of his greater minions, Well, there was a bit of merit in that interpretation. But if two societies on wholly different continents had the exact same description of an outlandish, monstrous creature, then the most probable explanations are that they either exist somewhere on Remnant, and if it's a horrific monstrosity, it wasn't as though it would want for company, or that the two societies had shared knowledge, whether by means of a common ancestry or by meeting one another. There was also room for coincidence, of course, but when you're talking about creatures such as, say, the Humbaba, they were odd-looking enough that it was usually accepted as fairly unlikely. With the legendary examples of the Grimm, people have debated back and forth which explanation is true, with the popular belief until recently being that the kingdoms of Remnant had connected with one another in the distant past. Which, in fairness, was true. Part of the reason that such a belief was the fact that those beasts hadn't been seen in enormous periods of time and that there was no actual proof of their existence. The other part, of course, was simple fear. No one really wanted to live on the same planet as creatures such as Crom or Zizhel. I'd just as soon live in a world where they didn't exist. I should be so lucky. What I knew of Gilgamesh, then, was largely conjecture. It was hard to say anything for sure because while a creature like Ziz stood out clearly by being a hideous freak of nature, Gilgamesh was the name given to a vaguer entity. The supposedly human Grimm. Not even the sorta, kinda, maybe you'd think so, if you were super drunk human of the Humbaba. He was supposed to actually seem human, bearing the traits that set him apart. Compared to other Grimm, it was an easy thing to imagine, so much so that pretty much every kingdom has something like that in their mythos. It's just a type of thing that's easy to think of. Add in edge cases like the Pandora shells and it's easy to see why most people are dismissive of the idea. Even if they'd never met, people in entirely different nations could come up with the idea independently and probably had. So much so that whether he should even be considered amongst the more mythical examples of Grimm was debated fiercely until new information came to light during the collaboration between Vaco and Mistral's libraries after the Great War. At that time, certain similarities were noticed in the myths. Similar portrayals, mostly. A Grimm surrounded by an entourage of Humbaba, even in lands where the creatures were rarely sighted. Similar sounding names, in a relative sense the Vacuan Gilgamesh, the Mistrali Gilgamesh, the Adlesian Gilgamesh, and older variations. While the description of a humanoid Grimm was vague, certain details often recurred independently of one another, and so on. In time, a report was compiled and filed, a documentary was published, and Gilgamesh entered the ranks of the legendary Grimm. Given that in many of the sources, he had ties of some kind to the Humbaba, some came to believe that he was seen as an evolved form of the beasts in a fashion similar to Crom Cruelch's obvious ties to its lesser cousins. Other legends implied that he might have actually been human once, a legendary king that had sought immortality and found it. Sometimes it was unknowing of the cost, other times willing to pay it. He may have been an ancient sorcerer that had tampered with dark powers and been consumed by them, perhaps in a fashion similar to how I would have been devoured by conquest had I lacked my semblance. Perhaps most worryingly, he could have simply been a massively powerful person who'd been taken by conquest. Many of the depictions had been compared to the infectees of Pandora shells, so it was unfortunately possible. It was hard to say when there were no solid sources for his existence. The closest thing to a confirmed sighting of him involved the destruction of an ancient kingdom. According to the account of a kingdom that had existed at the time, Gilgamesh might have been there. It was hard to say. Everyone who was actually there died. I took a slow breath, lifting my eyes to meet Osmond's as I exhaled. If you suspect it to be true, I'll accept it as such and plan for the possibility, I said. But I have to admit, I'd really prefer it if you were wrong. I often find myself wishing that, Osmond replied, sighing himself. But I often find myself disappointed when I do. In the brief combat I bore witness to, I found myself thinking that the Grimm around Jericho Falls moved too well as a group. While it's not uncommon for the Grimm to work together or for the older, stronger creatures to behave with at least some degree of intelligence, those around Jericho Falls moved as a unit. In terms of teamwork, I thought they may have had us outmatched, which was unfortunate, as they outmatched us in everything else, too. Still, I found myself wondering what could make such varied creatures work together in such a way, instilling discipline in everything from the Humbaba to the Beowulfs. You think they were obeying something stronger? I asked. Well, try to ask, anyway. It was hard to make it sound like a question when I knew the answer already. I do, he replied. After considering it at length, I decided that it wasn't something unheard of or even uncommon. Oftentimes, stronger Grimm will command weaker ones, while minor Grimm such as Beowulfs are known to attack aggressively even when faced with an opponent they are hopelessly outclassed by. The introduction of a Beowulf alpha can curb the tendencies of the entire group. While it's limited, the more intelligent Grimm can command their fellows to hold back or withdraw, sometimes even demonstrating the ability to issue complex commands. It's a very common thing to see, really. It just seemed bizarre to witness it on such a scale. I hummed in agreement. Even basic coordination could make a huge difference in a fight, and we weren't just talking about a pack of Beowulfs here. If there was an honor guard of Humbaba around the ruins, they'd quickly jump from being a difficult opponent to a terrifying one, even before adding in everything else. And if there were as many grim around Jericho Falls as everything had led me to believe, I could see how hunters had gotten slaughtered. The trick would be keeping myself from following their example. Then it's safe to say that something's there, I said. Which isn't surprising, really. Given its value, it makes sense that the place would have a guardian, on the off chance that the grim outside weren't enough. I meant the words. I honestly didn't find it surprising in the slightest. Jericho Falls seemed like the kind of place I'd run into some brutally unfair boss monster. After all, it was just that kind of place. I hadn't considered Gilgamesh specifically, but maybe I should have. There was going to be something horrible waiting for me there, and most of the legendary Grimm were large enough that you could see them kilometers away even if you didn't have super eyes. If no one had noticed at a glance, there were really so many things it could be. Unless Kromkrulch was waiting around underground, it didn't change things much. Those monsters were an obstacle I'd been meaning to overcome. After all, if anything, I was more worried about was the possibility that Gilgamesh was tied to conquest, simply because it would limit the amount of support I could bring to the fight. I thought much the same, Ozpin mused, dipping his head in agreement. Beyond that bad news, however, I don't know what else I can tell you. I suppose I could tell you a bit about the area, but I expect your grasp of such things will far exceed what little I remember through the terror and pain. I shrugged. It's fine, I said. You've done enough and I'm glad I got a chance to speak to you about it. Sorry for dredging up bad memories. Not at all, Ozpin replied, shaking his head very slightly. If anything, I view this as a chance to finally put such things to rest. Is there anything else I can assist you with, Jaune? I made a show of considering it before nodding. Actually, I began. There were a few things I wanted to ask you about several of your students. The games we play. Trial run. When I finally left Ozpin's office, it was with a fair bit on my mind. Pretty much everything I'd learned was concerning to one degree or another, and it was frustratingly hard to figure out what was definitively true. The most recent problem might have well been nothing, but I hadn't gotten where I am by ignoring potential problems. Instead, I tended to obsess over them until I figured out a way to make them go away, which was sadly still a work in progress for the issues that actually mattered. The fourth member of Ren, Nora, and Pyrrha's team was supposedly a young girl named Cosmos Spumoni. I say supposedly because when I scoured the school with my senses, there was no one by that name. I didn't find anyone unusual there, either. Or, at least, no one that struck me as such. And while it was possible that I'd missed something important or overlooked some clue, well, my senses being what they were, it seemed like an unlikely explanation. More likely, Cosmo simply wasn't there, which, needless to say, was a bit odd, seeing as Pyrrha had claimed she'd only left moments ago. For me not to notice her, she would have had to leave the school at great speed and at just the right time to avoid me. And seeing that she had avoided me and that her departure coincided almost exactly with my arrival, it seemed unlikely to be coincidental. Again, the more probable answer was that she'd left in order to avoid me. Of course, that was a bit easier said than done. While Raven and I had arrived at something of a distance from Beacon and someone could have left before the school entered the full range of my perceptions, we'd kept a distance specifically in order to avoid being noticed. While that wasn't necessarily the same as saying we weren't noticed, after QROW and Taiyang, we'd both decided to err on the side of caution. I'd needed to jog about 20 kilometers to reach Beacon. While it was, again, possible that someone could pick me out at that range, it seemed a touch unlikely, especially since I had skills that helped me avoid notice to an extent. And yet, unlikely as it seemed, she had left just in time to avoid me. Unlikely wasn't the same thing as impossible, as I was unfortunately well aware, and I did my best to keep it in mind. So, it wasn't impossible that someone with good enough instincts or sense danger or so on might have sensed me and decided to run rather than stick around to meet me face to face. That'd be nice, in its own way. I was more used to people who turned out to be more than they appeared, making me want to run away. I wouldn't wholly mind being on the other side of that equation, assuming it wasn't just a ploy designed to screw me over later. But this still left the matter of escaping before I sensed them in turn. While I hadn't exactly run full speed towards Beacon, simply because I hadn't wanted to damage the surrounding area too much, I'd still approached at a fairly significant clip. They wouldn't have very long to escape before the fullness of my senses overlapped with Beacon, at which point going unnoticed would have been difficult to say the least. I couldn't hide from my own senses. I couldn't even come close. Anyone who could cover every angle needed to do so would probably have also been able to just leave and would have probably realized that it was vastly easier to do so. And for the moment, I assumed that was what they'd done instead. It would still have been difficult, however, necessitating either very high physical stats, a speed-related semblance, teleportation, or something else to that effect, on top of whatever they'd done to see me coming. The list of people who could do both of those things and be on a team at Beacon was short to the point that I honestly couldn't think of anyone to put on it. I spent a moment puzzling over that before something crazy occurred to me. What if, just maybe, I wasn't the center of the universe? It was hard to remember so times since I was the center of a millennia-old conspiracy and the world, or, at least, its entire dominant species was actively working against me, but not everything had to be about me. If someone had decided to up and run away in terror, I was hardly the only possible cause. After all, I hadn't come back to Beacon alone. I'd brought Raven with me. Raven, who had wanted to check up on her daughter, who would have been in the library, and who had positioned the portal to do so by the time I'd reached the school and confirmed Ozpin's position from a distance. I had long since gotten used to Raven's portals, as she had a tendency to watch over me during missions, especially missions that had a high probability of going to hell, which was pretty much every mission I'd ever been on in my entire life. It was something I just accepted when it occurred. I didn't really have a leg to stand on when it came to silently watching people, and I appreciated it a fair bit. Besides, she did the same for the rest of our team, as well, ensuring no one got into too much trouble and standing by to extract them if they did. Besides, perhaps more than anyone else on the planet, I understood how Raven felt, given the nature of her power and the position she'd put herself in. Watching things from a distance was often the only thing she could do. As such, I never complained about it, even when she checked in on us at random times as if to make sure we were still there and nobody else noticed that she was there at all. So it wasn't an issue. Or so I thought, but thinking about it now, if I was considering that someone had senses sharp enough to detect me at such a massive range, I also had to consider the possibility of them detecting Raven when she was right there. Because while it was difficult to detect Raven through her portals, it wasn't impossible. I'd done it, after all, back when my senses were significantly less than they were now. RWBY and Taeyang, who'd been familiar with her, had proven they had some ability to do so as well. At the very least, it had more precedent than the alternative, and there were metric fucktons of people who would run away if they senses Raven coming. It was possible, I decided, it might require someone who had sensed her before and who could, in turn, fool Raven's senses, but there was some precedent for that, too. Keeping that thought in mind, I scanned the school more carefully, this time paying more attention to the hair, skin cells, and various other bits and pieces that normal people left lying all over the place, along with things like fingerprints. Being a school, there was plenty of that lying around, and it took even me a little while to sort through and cross-reference everything. Parecognition thankfully smoothed the process along, and I left the matter to my subconscious for a while. The answer, it turned out, was one I'd expected, but wasn't entirely sure how to address. I was all but certain I knew who the fourth team member was, but I wasn't entirely sure how to deal with her. She was gone for the time being, and Ozpin already seemed to be keeping an eye on her, but I suppose was another thing to keep track of. I'd just have to deal with her if it became necessary. Putting that matter on hold, I then returned to actively pondering if Ozpin was a writer. As I tended to do, I quickly decided that the man behind veil might as well have been behind a veil for all that he really gave away. What little I was able to take away from the sight of his soul, to his refusal to come to Jericho Falls, to what I was slowly beginning to grasp about Beacon's true nature, to the information he'd shared in the end, I couldn't even decide if it made him more or less suspicious. I spent a few more moments brooding over the issue before tossing it onto the back burner again. The bigger issue, then, was Jericho Falls. Assuming what he'd told me was true, which I may as well for the time being, seeing as I'd quickly realized the truth once I reached the area itself, Jericho Falls was about what I'd expected. A few steps closer to being hell on Remnant than, well, the rest of Remnant. I'd known from the beginning that I'd probably be in for the fight of my life, but now I might know something about the nature of that fight. Did it change anything, though? I wasn't sure. Better fix that. Raven, I said once I decided I was far enough from Beacon, deep in the Emerald Forest. Raven was watching me, renewing her vigil after I left Ozpin's office, probably on the off chance I'd done something that might get me killed. I'd like to tell her she knew me better than that, but the problem was that she did know me fairly well and I attracted trouble like a super magnet. Can you make a door for me, please? And one back to Grim if it's not too much trouble. There was a moment of swirling air before the portal consolidated itself. Are we going to continue training? Raven asked, sitting calmly in a comfy-looking chair in her home. Seeing as she probably had to spend most of her days sitting and gathering information from who knows how many people, it struck me as a wise investment. Soon, I assured. But there are several things I wish to test before we do and I'm uncertain how much destruction they may cause. I think it would be best if I practice them alone, somewhere that nothing will be missed. Ah, Raven answered, nodding but otherwise remaining still. I passed through the portal she made and then walked into a second one moments later, emerging at the edge of the destruction I had wrought on the Dark Continent. Had it been anywhere else, I might have felt a bit bad about it, but here I just wanted to make it bigger and I knew just where to start. Brahmastra Active LV1 EXP, 0.00% MP, Special. One of the legendary techniques wielded by the Astrodari, it was said to invoke the power of the creator. Used as a skill, it can either empower an existing weapon or create one entirely from aura. In either case, the effect is the same, drawing light from the realms above to fuel a reaction. Empowered by the user's aura, the matter summoned is torn apart and reforged in a process that draws out the power hidden within and forges it into a mighty weapon. Said to be a weapon of utmost destruction, its power was such that it could annihilate cities and its use left fields barren of life. Power increases with WIS, the use of the Brahmastra per day, as it draws deeply from the user's soul, reaching through it to draw down the power of creation. Damage, Special. Defense Penetration, Special. Range, Special. Automatically inflicts decay status effect on anyone who receives damage or who spends significant time in an area where the skill was used. The duration and effect of fallout depends on skill level. Decay status effect may not be removed through mundane means. Number of uses per day. 1. Power began to gather in my right hand even as my flesh was stripped away by Sayasrara. It vanished quickly, burning away from the surface of my arm and spreading outwards to the rest of my body until my soul was bared. As I changed, I felt my reserves of power swell, burgeoning with each passing moment. Trails of light began to emerge from each of my 1 million eyes, coiling around my limbs and up the length of my body until it reached my hand and began to take form. It started as a jagged shape, bearing more resemblance to crystal than the energy forms of its predecessors, like a shard of stained glass. As more power gathered in it, other shapes began to appear around it, emerging from the air and fitting themselves to the edges as seamlessly as if they were the pieces of a puzzle. When it began, it was no but a few edges picking out from the grip of my hand, but soon it began to take the shape of a polearm with a smooth and perfect surface. I counted the seconds and regulated the flow of power to the forming weapon to ensure I wasn't left defenseless if something attacked me, but even fueling it with my enormous well of power, I ended up counting as the seconds passed. Brahmastra didn't have a charge time, as such, or rather, it took however long was needed to gather the required amount of power, which I judged based off the rate the weapon was forming at and taking into account the skills I had that reduced costs to be somewhere in excess of 10 million MP. Even more it was a number that took time to gather, even if I was able to regulate the flow. Even though Quicksoul had grown greatly thanks to my almost constant use of it, it couldn't make me draw in power any faster. All told, it took me nearly half a minute to fully form the attack, at which point I took a moment to look at it. Despite the power that had gone into it, it was a simple-looking weapon. A spear of solid white, static and physical. It didn't seem to weigh about the same amount as a spear of its size and I could feel the power held within it, but it wasn't enough. Even this was nothing more than the shell of the Brahmastra, woefully incomplete. So I reached out to the only thing that could finish it, scanning the area one last time before closing my eyes. I felt the paths of power flowing through me and followed them from root to crown, touching upon my chakras one by one in the process. When at last I came to Sayasrara, I took a breath and touched it lightly before reaching through and felt a response. Power, the raw light of creation, flooded into me without any physical source, because I was drawing from beyond the physical. I reached out to the place above Sayasrara and higher than Keter, the light unshaped by the Sephiroth. It burned through my chakras, my soul like fire from the sun, turning the thin trails streaming from my eyes into gushing, luminous rivers. This wasn't MP, per se, wasn't quite anything yet, but it filled the shell of the Brahmastra and made it something more. Flesh began to form over my body as more and more power was drawn into the spear. It started at the furthest parts of my body and progressed quickly over the rest of my body until I was back to my human form, and the Brahmastra was glowing like nothing I'd ever see. It glowed from within like I'd trapped the sun inside, shining through the veil of crystal as if it wasn't even there. It wasn't hot, but the sheer amount of light could have blinded any normal person who looked at it, stripping away their sight in an instant. At the same time, I felt exhausted in some tiny part of me, the passing of the light through my body and soul, an experience that drained me on a level similar to Sayasrara but deeper, somehow. But I'd done it. I'd forged a weapon straight out of legend, and without a moment's hesitation, I reared back and threw it as far away from me as possible. I put all my strength, physical and mental, into the throw, sending the spear into a high enough arc that when it reached its zenith, it illuminated the world around us like the noonday sun, and when it fell, it dyed the sky with all the colors of the dawn. It touched down more than a few kilometers away from me. It hardly seemed to make a difference. What happened next was hard to separate, as several things happened in quick succession. Something exploded in the distance, and there were waves of energy all across the spectrum that were blinding even for me. I felt a flash of fire that begged our description, cloaked by massive clouds of dust and debris, and the heat of the explosion washed over me even as it burned the surrounding lotus-eater trees to ash and charcoal. At almost the same time, there was a wave of force that shattered the ruined trees for kilometers around, crushing stone and tearing up earth, even as it seemed to make the world tremble and shake. My body, which weighed little more than anyone else my size, was caught in the blast and flung high and far with a power that clawed at my body and seared at my reinforced skin. I caught myself someone high above it all, momentarily disoriented until I had a moment to shake it off. I blinked once and focused, turning my gaze to an area that had changed greatly between one moment and the next, stripped mercilessly bare by the power of the Brahmastra. Now that it wasn't quite so bright, I could see it still, settling deep within the earth and air and water of the continent, poisoning it to the core. That same energy clung to me, and I could feel it moving, trying to attack me from within, until I touched my face and healed myself several times over. But while its invisible effects were noteworthy, the visible ones were perhaps more impressive. As I looked through the clouds of smoke so large that they seemed to collapse beneath their own weight, I just had to marvel at what I'd done. The crater I'd left was nearly 50 meters deep at its lowest point and the better part of a kilometer wide, to say nothing of the surrounding area, which had been burned shattered for kilometers in every direction. Kilometers that had been populated by nothing but the grim. Your level has increased by 1. 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 All at once, I heard a multitude of rising cries. Some resembled roars and howls, others more alien sounds like a single, strange note rising higher and higher, or an odd-blowing sound. I turned towards the sources, picking them out of the smoke and fire, the creatures of Grim that had proven tough enough to survive even that display of power. I saw a Humbaba alongside a Panops, a Morrigan taking to the air, and a GRMR, among other things, all still standing tall. But they looked different now, like melting clay dolls. Lengths of red flesh shined through where white armor and black skin had been blown away, and it seemed to grow and spread by the second. The flesh within the wounds quivered outly, seeming to almost liquefy, and even as the wounds began to heal and close they did so wrongly. I saw one of the GRMR's legs heal over in wrinkled black skin, with the smooth armor that should have grown from the limb instead piercing through the flesh oddly, as if it had partially reformed within. The Morrigan's wings seemed twisted and skeletal, as if bones had broken and healed in strange ways. Most of the Humbaba's skin was simply gone and didn't seem to be healing at all, instead replacing the exposed red matter endlessly. And for all that, they were still nightmarishly powerful. The Descending Terror. Level 174. Humbaba. The Eyes in the Darkness. LV 171. Panops. Death on Wings of Night. LV 176. Morrigan. The Hound of Hell. LV 175. GRMR. I looked them over once, taking a slow, quiet breath before cracking my neck. Though it sent shocks of bizarre pain through me, I stripped away my mortal form again and unleashed the power of my soul with Sayasrara, and then took it a step further. Aurora active and passive. LV1 EXP, 0.00%. The unleashed manifestation of one's soul. Now grown far beyond the limits of its mortal frame, it bursts forth to shine like the rising sun. This skill enhances the user's aura, giving them the power to rise from the deepest darkness to shed light on the world. Through this technique, the user's aura is further refined and enhanced, reaching past its limits of defending, healing, and enhancing to scour away those it recognizes as enemies. Power grows with the user's MP. Greatly enhance all benefits of the user's aura. Causes damage to all enemies within range. Range, 100 meters. And all at once, the skies above Grim were illuminated by rolling patterns of light. the games we play. Firefight. I floated above the grim in a sphere of solid white, the light so bright that standing within it almost made me feel like the world had been washed away. It was a massive thing, encompassing a volume that far surpassed many buildings, and it moved as I did. Outside the bounds of the sphere, light fluctuated and flowed in shifting patterns of blues and greens and similar colors, the light of my soul interacting with the air in strange ways. Though I felt their attention on me keenly, none of the Grimm were quick to attack. These Grimm were old enough, experienced enough, and, thus, intelligent enough to know a trap when they saw one, and I could all but hear them consider how to best test my aurora without endangering themselves. Though their bodies were being forced into more and more grotesque shapes, they didn't seem to feel any particular urgency as they monitored me and tried to decide on their first move. It was intelligent behavior, I acknowledged truthfully. The first one to attack me would have been at a fairly severe disadvantage, but that didn't mean they were any safer hesitating. I took a moment to decide upon my target before choosing the Humbaba as a test of my abilities. The moment I did, I vanished. Flux active LV1 EXP, 0.0% MP, 10,000. It is said that the ability to decide one's own place in the world is one of the soul's greatest gifts. The skill changes that truth from a metaphor to lethal weapon by violently twisting one's aura into complex patterns. The user of this technique is able to alter their position in space, allowing them to cover short distances instantly. Using this technique requires both tremendous power and focus, as the user must have the strength of will to force their soul to redefine the location of their body without disassembling themselves entirely in the process. Range, 10 meters. In what I could only scarcely call a moment, I felt myself fly apart, tearing at seams that I didn't think existed. It wasn't material pieces I was reduced to either, nor even fully energy, but rather a cloud of possibilities in a fashion very similar to when I'd used my dimensional. I could feel it as the probability of me existing in one place was reduced to 0 and as my odds of existing in another raised to 1. For my body, it was an unspeakably strange feeling, but I was more than just a body, now more than ever. From the simultaneously internal and external perspective granted by Sahasrara, I saw my moment in a different way, as if I'd been viewing myself with one eye and had abruptly switched to the other, altering my perspective. I willed my body to be elsewhere, erasing it in one place and all but remaking it in another. End result? I appeared directly in front of the Humbaba, moving faster than the eye could see to appear in front of him, catching him within the edge of my aurora as I did. At once, the Humbaba flinched as if in agony, small clouds of white smoke rising from his skin as if he were burning in the light. He tried to lunge backwards to escape it, but I followed him step for step, keeping him within the range of my power and turning up the heat. Literally. Elemental Soul Active LV1 EXP, 7.14% MP, 250. The shifting of aura in accordance with one's elemental affinity, now refined to the point of transformation. Unlike its predecessor, which empowered the user by imitating the properties of the chosen element, the skill allows the user to directly transform his aura into the physical form of an element. Power changes as the caster's INT, skill level, and elemental affinity grow. Only possible for those closely attuned to the forces of nature. Aligns aura towards a specific element. Enhances the effects of the appropriate elemental aura, while so aligned. Additional 250 MP used per minute. Elemental Soul was a skill I played around with somewhat, but had been forced to limit my use of for much the same reason as Aurora, namely, its breadth. While it was a simply enough skill at its most basic level, when used solely with my aura, it was also something that could easily go out of control. Using fire as an example, if I used Elemental Soul while limiting myself solely to my aura, all it would do was wreath my body in flames. If I used it in conjunction with Aurora, however, the effects of the skill would expand, surrounding me in a raging bonfire that could incinerate anything that came near. Used with Aurora, the world around me became a raging inferno, engulfing the Humbaba along with everything else around me. The flames weren't just physical, either. Elemental Soul enhanced my aura, instead of replacing it, which meant that the effects of Aurora combined with the sudden fire to strike at the Grimm even more deeply. The flames were hot enough that the ground around me liquefied in moments and swiftly began to boil, and had a normal human abruptly found themselves within easy reach, they'd have melted even as they burned. But needless to say, I wasn't content to stop there. Not when I still had cards to play, at least, and I'd chosen to play with fire for a reason. Because I was using my aura to create them, I could feel the flames as easily as if they were my own limbs, swirling around me and rising brilliantly from the light of my soul. Around me, I could see the patterns in the sky shift to reds and purples, as though the sun was setting, but more than that, I could see the aura within the flames, blazing hot to my senses. But instead of drawing away from that, I reached out to the sensation and drew it inwards, fanning the flames hotter and higher with each passing moment. And then, as if flicking a switch, the flames closest to my body turned white and the rest turned blue. Surya active and passive LV1 EXP, 0.00%. The ultimate technique of the ancient warrior Vasusena, mastered in his final moments as he reached a higher-level enlightenment and understanding, an extremely powerful fire technique only usable by refining and purifying one's aura to an incredible level. It is a skill that allows for the generation of extremely intense flames which surround the user in his entirety. Rather than a single attack, this skill represents the ability to generate those flames and the state of being that allows their use, with the cost and form of the attack dependent on the wearer. The power, versatility, and intensity of the flames increase with the fire affinity and wisdom of the user, but are said to be able to burn almost anything. At this point, the Humbaba wasn't even trying to fight back. He was simply attempting to escape from the range of my flames before he was incinerated by them utterly. With each wound I inflicted, his condition seemed to worsen as his body refused to heal properly, plagued by the Brewmaster's curse, and he was burning faster by the moment, red matter all but drooling from the frame of his increasingly skeletal figure. And I still had fuel to add to the fire. Suryasta, I said, feeling the fire elemental form behind me. It's time. Suryasta didn't nod or answer, didn't do anything but focus on me, in fact. But that was all he needed to do for me to feel the confirmation running down the line between us and feel the change. As I closed my eyes, I felt Suryasta both come apart and come over me in a way that was both hard to describe and intensely familiar. It felt more than anything like using Baihu's ultimate technique. It made sense to me, in a way felt natural even. By their very nature, both Baihu and my elementals were part of me given form, at once internal and external. They were pieces of my aura and my soul shaped such that they could aid me and give me strength, but we were still one, in the end, if also a strange and unusual duality. Merging with them, then, was like unifying my elemental to create Keter. A form of restoration and also addition. In creating my elementals, I've attached pieces of myself to forces of nature, giving them slowly growing hearts and minds, as well as different ways to experience the world. When Suryasta returned to me, fire came along for the ride. Any active LV1 EXP, 0.00%. An ancient technique named after its user, one of the Aporosia Vital. The man that became known as Ani was born with a tremendous kinship with the element of fire and forged the connection into a being that burnt hot enough to sear the world as it raged endlessly in the battles that reshaped the fallen world. However, Ani found a yet deeper truth within the flames, that they were born of his soul, as much a part of him as he was of them. Joining the ranks of the legendary god kings of Idol, he mastered this art alongside them, internalizing the part of himself that he had previously unleashed to reach for new heights of power. Fire affinity rises to max. The user of this skill is immune to fire elemental attacks. Active MP-based skills that do not naturally share an affinity with an element may be given the fire element at no additional cost. Only those with a fire elemental may use this skill. A fire elemental may not be manifested while the skill is active. Only one elemental may be merged within this fashion at a given time. The Grim burned outside the range of my aurora. I saw the other Grim pull away slightly even as the world around us began to burn. As I stepped forward, the ground continued to liquefy and boil, causing my feet to sink slightly into the viscous fluid before I caught myself. The Humbaba stopped as I approached, no longer able to even move. Instead, he tried to lift a single skeletal limb and I watched apathetically as it began to vanish, everything from finger to forearm quickly vanishing as I entered its reach and he entered the reach of Surya. I didn't bother lifting a hand against the creature. Instead, I simply passed through the space he occupied and watched as he was vaporized by the flames. Your level has increased by 1. Your level has increased by 1. I noted the levels absently, well aware that I now had enough points to improve another stat by 50. A part of me had already begun considering the best choice, both in the grand scheme of things and accounting for what I would soon be facing, but I let the thoughts drift to the back of my mind as I focused instead on what was in front of me. Which is to say, I turned my attention to the other Grim and began to contemplate the best way to kill them. The combination of powers I was using now was as impressive as I'd imagined it would be, but it was also my first time testing it. Part of that was because several pieces of that puzzle were relatively new additions to my repertoire, Ani most notable of all, and part of it was simply because it had been difficult to test. The problem with things like Elemental Soul and Surya were fairly obvious. It was difficult to become a raging storm of elemental power without drawing attention. If I tried to use it while at Haven, it was possible I could do so without anyone noticing, regulating the flow of heat to keep anyone from getting burned or noticing a sudden increase in temperature, prevent my aura from incinerating anything I came in contact with, and regulate all the other factors that made life difficult in the center of a firestorm or a hurricane. But it would be really difficult and there was a constant risk that I might accidentally incinerate someone. It wasn't something I'd been willing to test, even knowing what I was capable of. Truthfully, that was also why I hadn't tried it out around my teammates, either. Fires as hot as the ones I was making didn't need contact to burn. Even the area outside of Aurora's reach had been rendered fairly inhospitable to life by the sheer heat that was being let off. Had there been any Lotus Eater trees left standing in Brewmaster's wake, I'd have sincerely wondered if they would have combusted or melted from being so close. While the effects of Aurora itself were limited solely to those I recognized as enemies, the flames generated by my other skills would burn friend and foe alike, and given that they'd progressed to the point of making people evaporate, that was a bit of an issue. So while this combination of skills was one I'd wanted to try for a while now and have been adding new skills to ever since, the fact remained that it was something restricted to situations when I was surrounded by things I wouldn't miss, such as, say, this entire god-forsaken continent and everything on it. I had no reason to hold back here, and given the infestations of the Grimm in general and the Lotus Eaters in particular, it could do with a good raising. Anyway, as for Aurora itself, I'd avoided using it for two main reasons. 1. The sheer breadth of the light show it created was a pain in the ass to hide, even for me, and it wasn't something that could just be hidden behind an illusion, either. While I could make my aura much harder to notice than most people's thanks to the skill Tranquility, it was a relative thing and the effectiveness dropped with blatant displays of power. As such, while the veritable explosion of aura caused by Aurora might be relatively muted, it would still be like taking an active tuning fork and shoving it against the teeth of any hunter nearby, which would draw the type of attention I didn't want. I didn't mind people knowing I was powerful, so long as they received that information on my terms and in such a way that it was advantageous to me. But I don't need people to know the full truth, because as I have become increasingly aware of over time, it's really hard to plan for things you don't know about, which, thinking about it, is probably also why all of my enemies are so tight-lipped, the bastards. The second reason was even more simple. Aurora automatically struck out at those I recognized as my enemies, but I recognized a lot of people as enemies. A lot of people that I would just as soon not be aware of that fact. While I would be in close proximity to people like Cinder especially, it wasn't something I could chance. After all, if I made a mistake and a fight broke out, she could probably trap me in some kind of extra-temporal blender and kill me before and after my death. No, thank you. But again, none of that mattered here, and it was my chance to cut loose without worrying too much. And where I was going, I knew full well I wouldn't be able to hold anything back. That in mind, I flicked my gaze from the Morrigan to GRMR and then used Flux to appear above the former, reaching out with my power to do so. Reach active LV1 EXP, 0.00% MP, 1000. The ability to reach beyond the limits of the mortal frame by use of the soul. By expending great power to do so, the user of the skill may increase the range of another skill by 30, even if that skill would normally require physical contact with the target, in which case it instead provides a range of 30 meters. I came down on the massive crow, landing directly between its wings and letting my aura handle the rest as gravity pulled me through the enormous Grimm. Even as I fell, however, I lifted both of my hands, gathering power into the form of a pair of spears. The one in my right hand burned with scarlet incandescence, while the one on the right seemed like nothing more than a plain and simple lance. I threw the red spear first, an Agniastra bolstered by the power of Ani, and watched as it caught the GRMR in the shoulder and blew the colossal limb clean off before exploding into a column of fire that flooded forth in every direction, as intense as the flames of Surya. The GRMR released a sound somewhere between a roar, a howl, and a scream as the flames washed over him and left him a quickly thinning figure as matter sloughed off his frame. I watched him calmly for a moment, gauging the damage I'd caused, and then threw the other spear to compare it. The simple lance looked, at first glance, like nothing more than one of my magic missiles, if perhaps a bit longer and a touch thinner. The somewhat golden color that capped its tips was fairly easy to overlook, especially while it was in motion, and it wasn't anywhere near as visually impressive as my Brahmastra or Agniastra or even Gungnir. Even its effects were fairly subdued in comparison to its compatriots. It shimmered once in mid-flight, touched the skull of the massive Grimm, and vanished into its skull. There was no flash of light, no explosion, nothing. But the Grimm dropped like a puppet with its strings cut. Luminous active LV1 EXP, 17.96% MP, 80,000. A legendary spear said to have been bathed in the blood of a god. Originally nothing more than a simple weapon, it was said to have been exalted by the experience and became something far greater. It is said to have no physical form but to be able to pierce any defense by cutting through the very space its target occupies. Before the edge of the Spear of Destiny, all things stand equal. It cuts through whatever is in its path without distinction. Power increases with INT, skill level, and metal element affinity. Complete defense penetration. I landed as the GRMR fell to the ground with an earth-shaking thud, rolling my wrist. As I'd expected, Luminous seemed like a fairly troublesome weapon to use. While its rather exorbitant cost was mitigated somewhat by my other skills, it was fairly expensive for what it did, which was base damage. Granted, it was base damage that utterly ignored the opponent's defenses and natural durability, but still, compared to the damage of Agniastra or any of my other, far cheaper attacks, it had done a fairly minor amount of damage. On the other hand, if I encountered an opponent I otherwise couldn't scratch, loneliness would allow me to at least do some damage. I wondered if it would work against Malkuth's physics fuckery. Somehow, I doubted things would be that simple, and even if they were, he could probably find a way to work around it. But it was still a nice thought. Shaking away the thoughts, I turned my head towards my next opponent, the massive peafowl that was the Panops. I say peafowl because even before the remodeling the Brewmaster had given it, the Panops was a fairly monstrous-looking thing, with everything from its body to its plumage covered in massive eyes, down to the very nails of its clawed feet. Further, while its eyes had recovered from the damage of the Brewmaster, they'd come back wrong, with many of the eyes either grown over with black scales or reduced to massive blobs of tiny red orbs, somewhat reminiscent of egg sacs. It was kind of hideous, but, well, I had no leg to stand on when it came to eyes. I could win a staring contest with a few hundred of the beasts and have eyes to spare while doing so. Nonetheless, I settled down in front of the creatures and snuffed out my flames with a thought, seemingly giving him an opening. And indeed, I was outright inviting the monster to attack me because there was still one more thing I wanted to try. Taking a slow breath, I activated Kavacha and waited. The games we play. Ping. Even through the horrific mutations, I could see the intelligence glimmering in the Grimm's eyes as it watched me. It was more than smart enough to know what was going on, to grasp the breadth of what it was facing, and there was a type of caution in its gaze. It wasn't quite fear, for all that it had been enough to make the Humbaba run from me, or at least not a human fear. The Grimm were creatures that would march into a hopeless battle without the slightest care for their own deaths, because death wasn't something that truly scared them. But they were smart and they knew that survival was a better choice than death, that survival meant strength, growth, and power, and that it was only by living that they could continue to kill. So while a young Beowulf might charge into a hopeless situation and die, an old Grimm would know from experience when it was a better time to withdraw and come back another day. That knowledge was why things like Goliaths and Leviathans could wait at the edges and slowly circle the kingdoms. They knew that they'd get their chance eventually and that there was no point in rushing in and dying needlessly. Right now, the Panops was thinking along the same lines, that if it could escape and heal, it could return and strike me down another day. I could see its eyes moving independently of one another as it searched for a way out, and I saw it when it realized that there wasn't one. I wasn't certain how much it had understood about what it had seen, but it knew how quickly I'd fallen upon its companions. It wouldn't outrun me, especially not with its massive size making it stand out and the area that the Brewmaster had cleared. It could try to run, but there'd be no escape for it that way, especially not when I could track it down with Raven. After seeing how quickly I defeated its companions, it must have also known that it couldn't simply gang up on me, and while it might be able to try to lead me further inland to the den of some even greater beast, it was unlikely that it would make it that far. Its only choice was to face me, and we both knew it. The moment it realized that, its gaze changed, all traces of fear vanishing in an instant as its mind was made up and its eyes trained on me. The Panops spread its feathers wide, each orb in its eye-line plumage glowing brightly even as trails of red light began to link them. Though I'd never fought one until now, I knew what it was doing, and it was why I'd left it for last. The Panops could gather and store energy in its eyes and fire it at a target in a way similar to the Humbaba. While it sounded pretty simple when put like that, it was important to remember that it could do this for any of its many eyes, with each blast carrying an impressive amount of force, given that it was one among thousands. Worse still, there was nothing stopping it from focusing multiple eyes on a target like it was now doing to me. Nothing except time, that is. While a single eye could be fired the moment it focused on someone, it seemed to take time to gather the fullness of its power, a charge time like the ones I had mostly done away with thanks to my Quick Soul's high level. I could already tell that the hit it was preparing would carry significantly more power than the strike the Humbaba could issue, but at the cost of speed. Then again, that wasn't necessarily a problem for people who could work as part of a team. Before I ruined it by brutally slaughtering its companions, it had probably intended to wait at the back while I was preoccupied dealing with the others. In a fight where an opponent could focus on you, though, taking even just 5 seconds to prepare an attack was fairly brutal. Taking 20? That was the next best thing to forever, especially against opponents of the level we were now on. I couldn't even imagine trying to use Brahmastra in a fight, at least not as I was now. But, needless to say, I gave the Panops time to prepare its attack, while I went about preparing my defense. Taking a deep, slow breath, I curled my hands into fists, the steel of my gauntlets rubbing against itself with a quiet, metallic sound. Instead of vanishing, however, the sound seemed to go on, spreading up the lengths of my arms as the metal rippled and flowed over my skin. Elsewhere around my body, metal seemed to just bubble forth from the air itself, twisting around me to clad me in armor. The effect of elemental soul activated with the element of metal and Orula from the visions I'd had while merging my skills with Tiferet, earth and metal had seemed to possess more personal effects, though it made me wonder how they'd interact with Aurora. Would my enemies simply begin to metallize or petrify, or would they be attacked by forming pieces of earth and steel? It was something that deserved testing, but one thing at a time. As I was completely inquisitive, I looked down at myself contemplatively. The layer of metal armor seemed almost weightless, and even without using armored shell, it seemed to be considered a part of me. Good. That was one thing I'd worried about, especially considering the effects of Kavacha, and it wasn't something I'd wanted to test with Kubra without being sure. But now, Kubra Active LV1 EXP, 0.00%, an ancient technique named after its user, one of the Aporosia Vital. The man that became known as Kubra was born with a close bond with all the precious metals hidden within the earth. As he grew in power and strength, so did his connection to them, until he was able to turn aside even the sharpest of blades with a thought. In time, however, he came to learn of power of the Aporosia and sought to imitate them, breathing life into base steel and creating a being that protected the Yaksha. As war raged endlessly in the fallen world, however, Kubra found that neither his guardian deity nor his riches were enough to protect his people, and so sought a yet deeper truth within the summoned steel. In time, he realized that they were born of his soul, as much a part of him as he was of them. Soon after, he joined the ranks of the legendary god kings of Vital and mastered this art alongside them, internalizing his guardian where he'd previously drawn it forth from the earth. Metal affinity rises to max. The user of the skill is immune to metal elemental attacks, including attacks made with metal weapons. Active MP-based skills that do not naturally share an affinity with an element may be given the metal element at no additional cost. Only those with a metal elemental may use the skill. A metal elemental may not be manifested while the skill is active. Only one elemental may be merged within this fashion at a given time. I felt Crocia Moors, then my first elemental and the one I often kept closest, in the steel of my sword. He moved through the steel that cloaked my body and then just seemed to disperse into it and me. This time, I felt the steel push inwards, seeping into my flesh and blood and bones. I could see my body changing before my eyes, becoming metallic through and through. A massive change. When Amy had merely intensified the flames around my body, but I suppose that was the difference between the energy elementals and the material ones. After a few moments, it was molten steel running through my veins instead of blood, feeding into a moving metal musculature. Even my heart had changed, taking an almost mechanical look. And having survived that change, I reached deeper, to something that went above and beyond my body, and felt myself change even further. It was at once a quiet change and a startling one. As my beat once, something flowed through my entire body, encompassing every part of my being and leaving me looking the same as I had beforehand. Visibly, nothing had changed in the slightest, not even when I looked at the deepest layers of my body. But I felt different, as if every part of me had been abruptly cast aside and replaced with something wholly new. And when I opened my third eye to look at myself, I seemed different as well. More solid, I suppose I could say, or perhaps more certain. I turned my attention back to the Panops as it finished gathering power. I knew exactly how much energy it had gathered, and while I was fairly certain it wouldn't be an instantly lethal blow, an attack like that could very well strip away anywhere from a third to half of my health bar. With Sahasrara active alongside my other defenses, I wasn't particularly worried about that, though. But then, that's why I was testing this against a giant peacock instead of against Ziz. Nonetheless, I prepared myself to take the shot. There was a moment of silence, and then something tiny and unbelievably quick leapt from the tip of the creature's beak to the center of my forehead. Despite the amount of energy it had gathered, the attack looked like nothing more than a spark of static electricity. But when it connected, there was a burst of color and sound, and light. Power washed over me, shattering the ground beneath my feet, around me, and behind me. Though everything between the Grim and I went entirely untouched, a trench was carved for over a kilometer behind me as a rush of light swept it away. It was an attack powerful enough that, if not for the effects of the gamer's body and Sahasrara, it wouldn't have been surprising if my entire upper body vanished despite my defenses. And yet, I felt nothing. As the light faded, I lifted my hand and pursed my lips, ignoring the dust and smoke clinging to my skin. Not a scratch. Huh? I mused. As I thought, something like this works pretty well against the Grim. Kavacha Active LV1 EXP, 0.00% MP, 100,000. The armor of the gods. Rather than a defensive technique, the nature of the skill is one of transmutation, a shift from base material to something more. By using this technique, the user temporarily transforms their entire body into something that does not and cannot naturally exist within the kingdom. A substance which originates instead in the worlds above. Similar in structure to the elements which compose the soul, it is an impossibility given form, and highly resistant to the touch of the mortal world. Body transforms into the unknown material. Physical attacks that inflict less than 10,000 damage after all applicable defenses instead do no damage. Physical attacks that deal more than 10,000 damage reduce their end damage by 10,000. MP attacks that inflict less than 1,000 damage after all applicable defenses instead do no damage. MP attacks that deal more than 1,000 damage are unaffected. Additional 100,000 MP used per minute. The Panops watched me silently, only a small glimmer of surprise in its eyes. It didn't seem surprised that I was unhurt, but then, to most people, I always seemed unhurt. Was it aware of precisely how little its attack had done, though? Would it have cared if it did? It had known from the beginning that I was a superior opponent and had seemed to accept the implications of it easily enough. Even now, looking at it, there was nothing like human fear in its eyes, nothing like one would expect from a creature being confronted with its own death. Its eyes were not quite calm, but not quite upset, either. Looking at them now, I wondered not for the first time what happened to the Grim after death. By definition, they were soulless creatures and couldn't reincarnate or pass on the way people did, but did they simply cease? Or did Malkuth have something in place for them as part of how they faded after death? It wouldn't have surprised me. They had no souls, but they were alive, if not in a conventional biological sense. They were aware, able to learn, think, and grow on their own, all without whatever it was that the soul gave people. They were an attempt to use the kingdom to reach for the light, and it was obvious that they'd become more than anyone had ever expected. Though they shouldn't have been capable of transmigration, it wouldn't have surprised me if something still remained, if only a husk like the Qliphoth had been named for. Hell, seeing as they didn't have souls as such and that their existence itself was fairly absurd given a moment's thought, it wouldn't have particularly surprised me if they could be reborn in some fashion themselves. Given Malkuth's power, it was possible that he just keep regular backups of his more powerful servants in case he had a need for them later. His power had created the Grim, after all, and if you removed philosophical questions about the soul and the self from the equation, giving his creations some form of rebirth would be fairly simple. Unless there was more to the Grim than there seemed, which seemed fairly certain, given my entire life. But that was neither here nor there. The point was that, when I met several hundred of the Panops' eyes with a few 100,000 of my own, I couldn't help but wonder what it thought of me and its impending fate. I knew it wasn't afraid, but it was difficult for me to perceive the emotions of the Grim, much less parse them. They didn't have an aura for my empathy to pick up, which complicated things greatly. For all I knew, it was watching me in amusement, believing that its death meant nothing and that I was dancing in the palm of its master's hand. It wasn't something I'd normally bother thinking about, but for some reason, I had a hard time avoiding the thought now. Maybe it was simply because questions about death and what came after it seemed like they'd be fairly important to me soon, one way or another. Either I'd find whatever it was I had presumably left myself after my own demise, or I'd soon get refamiliarized with the entire process. But I didn't have much choice but to go forward. As things were now, I had no choice but to assume Malkuth was watching me, whether it was through the Grim, Ozpin, Cinder, or someone else. Having lived a life with me before this one, it seemed safe to assume he knew how fast I could grow, given time, and that, as casually as he may have seemed to treat me, he wouldn't want to leave me to grow without limit. Going simply by the fact that I was still alive, he obviously wanted me to reach a certain level of power enough to do whatever it was he had planned for me, I assumed, but probably not strong enough to effectively challenge him. I suspected he had a schedule in mind for that and that he'd make me regret it if I didn't abide by it, or make everyone else regret it, as the case may be. But I wasn't so foolish as to assume he'd be willing to leave me be if I did what he wanted, either. After I got to the computer in Jericho Falls and accessed whatever was inside of it, assuming, of course, that I was correct about my assumption concerning it, it was likely things would kick off, if not immediately, then in short order. Whether Gilgamesh was there or not, I expected something to happen, and seeing as Malkuth had the world's collective balls in a vice, it's not as though he couldn't pressure me to move quickly. Whether through Cinder's actions, a sudden attack by a horrific beast of myth and legend, or something worse. He had plenty of ways to make me hurry. The question, then, was if I was ready, and I honestly wasn't sure. I'd grown quickly, far faster than my previous incarnation in many ways, thanks to the simple fact that my semblance allowed me to gain experience by slaying the omnipresent monsters that inhabited Remnant, but quickly was still a relative term when it came to catching up to someone with a 1,000-year head start. I didn't have enough memories to be sure, but I knew I'd been very powerful and I'd known my enemy far better than I did now. And I'd still lost. And now said enemy had had thousands of years to prepare himself for my return and to solidify his hold over the world. The situation was rather far from ideal. Even if our base stats had been similar, he would have had millennia to gain and refine his skills at everything. And I knew better than anyone how much of a difference skills could make in a fight. I was playing the most ridiculous game of catch-up in history, and I was being given a time limit. My advantages were limited and I had no choice but to exploit them for all they were worth. Gaining levels was a part of that, because it allowed me to increase my stats and thereby acquire very powerful skills. Leveling up generally meant killing Grim, too, which sometimes provided skill books from which I could learn things I could obtain anywhere else and which I could improve very quickly. I was all but certain my semblance had manifested the way it had just to help me deal with the mess I'd been caught up in, and I was thankful beyond words for that fact. The rest of my advantages were harder to define, simply because I didn't know enough to be certain of anything. Truthfully, a part of me was hoping for a miracle when it came to Jericho Falls, while the rest of me was hoping I'd put on a good enough show. Even if Malkuth was watching me, I was hopeful that he didn't have anything like Observe that would allow him to see the full extent of my power and reveal all of my secrets. I had to remember and believe that my enemies weren't all-knowing, even if they knew a lot more than I did, and that they could be wrong. To that end, I was happily dropping bombs and showing off amidst a multitude of explosions and vast fields of fire, hopefully making some kind of impression. I was fairly sure that I wasn't going to win this fight with simple firepower, but I'd have liked it if my enemies thought that I intended to try. Failing that, and I was doubtful it would fully succeed against someone who'd known me for 1,000 years. Even if he didn't know me now, I'd have at least liked to direct attention away from other things. Not that they weren't useful, of course. Kavacha was an amazing defense, especially against the majority of Grim whose soulless nature rendered them unable to exploit its weak points. Brahmastra had proven its power, too, and would no doubt come in handy when it was time to invade Jericho Falls, if only to clear away the riffraff and hinder the others. The Aurora combination had proven its worth when it came to fighting even very powerful enemies, and, if need be, I should be able to penetrate just about any defense with Luminous. Even if the enemy was something like Gilgamesh or Ziz, I should be able to do something. Too bad I had no choice but to set my gaze higher than that and hope I had what it took, though, whether I hoped for it or not, I'd find out the answer soon. Raising a hand, I gathered light in my hands and unleashed it in an incinerating torrent at the Panops, scouring it from the world with Lux Eterna and then slowly releasing my transformations. Your level has increased by 1. I dismissed the window with a thought and began collecting the items the Grim I'd killed had left behind, the lot of them thankfully untouched by the fighting. Another thing to thank my power for, I suppose. As I did, a portal swirled open behind me and Raven stepped lightly on through. Impressive, Gian, she murmured after a moment, looking around slowly. I've never seen anything like that before. I turned my head to look at her over my shoulder and managed a slight, short-lived smile at her. Thank you for the compliment, I answered quietly, before sighing. I healed Raven absently, ensuring that Brahmastra's effects didn't take hold, and mused absently over the fact that she'd just taken it for granted that I'd handle any problems without even asking me if they existed. That gesture of trust would have made me happier if I weren't in such a dour mode, but it's still a nice thought. I just needed to make sure of a few things before we made a move. Raven tilted her head slightly, watching me for a moment. We're moving, then? She asked. I nodded once. In 1 week, we'll take on Jericho Falls, I said. By then, I'll have finished all my preparations. I'll be there, she promised, not seeming bothered by the inclusive. She pondered me for another moment, seeming to contemplate something. Is this the part where you tell me to make sure I have all my affairs in order before then? I frowned to myself, still not looking at her, and considered the question. Then I shook my head. Feel free to do as you wish, I said. But I've given it some thought and given the choice. I think that rather than dying without regrets, I'd like to have something to make me fight that much harder. There are people I want to meet again and things I still have to do, and I'll get to them as soon as I'm done dealing with this. Oh, she wondered, sounding amused. Somehow, that's very you. I shrugged a shoulder and smiled at her again, this time more honestly. There's no point in making a production out of something like this, I told her. We're hunters, this is what we do for a living. the games we play. Melancholy. Your level has increased by 1. You have obtained the item Argus. You have obtained the item Hera. You have obtained the skill book Evil Eye. You have obtained the item Tirfing. You have obtained the skill book Pack Instincts. You have obtained the item Phantom Queen. You have obtained the skill book Cloak of Night. God, what a day, Adam groaned as we returned to our room, Raven having dropped us off after a few more hours of training. I was still okay, personally, but Adam was right, it had been a pretty long 24 hours. Cinder, Grim, Atlas, Ironwood, Ozpin, and then back to Grim for a few more rounds. Even if the physical exhaustion was removed from the equation, there was the mental strain of fighting for prolonged periods of time and the simple worry that everything would do to hell. It was enough to get to a person, not me, of course, which was a good thing, seeing as my life nowadays waffled between those two states of being. But I didn't dare put Adam and Raven at risk, and after most of a day spent fighting, they could well start making mistakes from sleep deprivation or mental exhaustion. Seeing as my rate of growth had begun slowing down again, I deemed that it was as good a time as any for a well-deserved rest. Not that I would be resting, of course. There was no rest for the wicked, and those assholes had enough advantages without outworking me. I'd spend my time working, as per usual. And you didn't even have to deal with the worst of it, I said to Adam as I took a seat on my bed and started sorting things out. I'd killed an enormous number of Grim today, even without counting those slain by the Brewmaster, and I'd made sure to collect the spoils as well. Most of them were as expected, with a great deal of it being lean, which, honestly, was of fairly limited use to me. I mean, money was money, but after a certain point you had to wonder about the value of a buck. I was self-sufficient, allied with the leaders of 3 of the kingdoms, the unofficial leader of a major terrorist organization, the teammate of a woman who could create portals, and my family was fairly well-to-do to begin with. The number of digits I had in my inventory's bank account was practically irrelevant, seeing as I could just ask my friends to get me anything I happened to want or need, which, at this point, was really just dust, and I'd already sent out the word on that front. Seeing the number on my status screen, though, I couldn't help but wish for something as convenient as an item shop. Well, I say that, but generally speaking I didn't rely on equipment except to support my natural abilities by and large. I didn't need to. A boost to my elemental affinities was always useful, and my father's last gift, Chronos, was invaluable, but while something like the sword I'd given Adam was convenient, it wasn't particularly necessary for me. The ability to use grass cutter without knowing the skill itself was quite handy. But I'd figured I'd be able to just learn the skill itself, or something like it, and I had. Really, the most useful items to me, at least, were also the ones I didn't dare use. Speak of which, I added Argus to my growing collection of Grim masks with another internal sigh. There was undoubtedly a staggering amount of power there. But damn, was it suspicious and dangerous, and probably a trap, and still tempting. I like shiny things, so sue me. I guess not, Adam admitted, looking at me with a glance of concern. You okay? I paused in the midst of sorting through my inventory and turned to look at my friend, surprised by the question. Why wouldn't I be? I asked, frowning slightly. He shrugged. First Cinder, he began to list. Then Atlas. Then Ozpin. I don't know. That's a lot to handle, even for you, and now things are starting. I guess I was worried you might be a little shaken up. I think anyone would be. Adam spoke with a touch of uncertainty that I'd never heard in his voice before, and I knew, even without my empathy, that he was worried too, which was the same as being smart, in this case. We just confirmed the existence of at least one rider, maybe encountered another, fought with hordes of Super Grim, and it was all in preparation of the fight for our lives. We were unraveling a millennia-old mystery and might finally be approaching the truth, but while it was said that the truth would set you free, it occurred to me that sometimes what it frees you from might be the mortal coil. The apocalypse may well have been around the corner, and our actions could stop it or kickstart it. There was no real way to know. Being a little worried about things made sense, and it didn't escape my notice that most of those concerns were mine. For a moment, I thought about saying something casually insulting and smugly reassuring, backhandedly reminding Adam of my strength and telling him that there was nothing to worry about, while also turning this conversation towards friendly, dickish banter. I was pretty good at that. One of the advantages of having so much time to think. But I didn't. I met Blake, I said instead. She's at Beacon now. Adam stilled for a long moment, his mouth opened as if to speak, but he couldn't seem to force out the words, and after a moment he closed it and pursed his lips. Oh, he whispered at last. I nodded, respectfully giving no sign of noticing his reaction, even though we both knew that was bullshit. I told her I'd tell you she was doing well, if I saw you again, I continued. And she's happy there, in her own way. She's on a team with RWBY, Yang, and Vaishni. I have to admit, that surprised me a bit. Yeah, Adam said, giving a jerky nod. Does she know? I didn't tell her, I answered before bobbing my head to the side. Not really, anyway. But I didn't lie. I was not worried, exactly, but yeah, Adam said again. Yeah, I told her enough that she probably knew on some level that something's going on, I admitted, even if she chose to believe there wasn't, and I think that's what made me sure that she was happy where she was. I'd worried that with her background, well, that maybe things hadn't turned out quite the way she'd hoped. If she'd wanted to come back, I shook my head, looking down for a moment. I'm not sure what I'd have done, I mused. I wasn't asking for her help, really. What we were doing now, where we're headed, we'd just be putting her in danger. She's better off with her friends, and when she didn't accept, I felt relieved. But still, I get it, he said, leaning his head back against the backboard of his bed. Yeah, I'm glad that she's happy and safe. I could never give her either of those things. Not really. She'd always dreamed of a world I could never even believe in, but she was still. I've looked after her since she was a kid, for God's sake. I nodded. I'm worried. I told him about what's happened and going to happen. I guess seeing her again made me think about it a bit. For a moment, I thought that it wouldn't make a difference if she came along or not. Blake, my sisters, everyone, they're all involved in this, even if they don't know it. The fact that they aren't a part of our group won't cause Malkuth to show them any mercy, much less any of the Grimm. And yet I was still glad she didn't, and still worried. I smiled for a moment, pausing to shrug. I guess, I continued, now that we're going to face Jericho Falls and not necessarily strike against them, but do something, I'm expecting a response, and I'm a little worried it'll be more than I can handle, that I could mess it up now, after everything. Adam was silent for a long moment before replying. A little? He asked. At that, my smile widened again, easing slightly. Just a tiny bit, I said with a perfectly straight face. I am pretty awesome, after all. It'll probably be fine. We're pretty awesome, Adam corrected, shrugging easily. I could tell he felt, if not exactly reassured, then at least at ease now. And yeah, we'll manage. I mean, we can't let that asshole win, right? Fuck no, I replied. If nothing else, we have to win, simply to throw it in Malkuth's smug prick face. And damn, but I can't let him kill me again. That'd just be embarrassing. I mean, kill me once, shame on you, but kill me twice, shame on me. That's the spirit, Adam drawled. So what did you have in mind, John? Because those guys aren't going to kick themselves in the dick. I smiled at that and inclined my head. Right now, I've mainly just been plotting out the basics, I admitted. I'm fairly confident that everything will go to hell in short order, so I'm limiting it to things I can control. Say that this is Jericho Falls. I gestured with a hand, conjuring an image of some ruins. Needless to say, I've never seen Jericho Falls myself, and only had what few photographs people had survived long enough to take, but that didn't matter at this point, and, if things went as I figured they would, I was fairly doubtful the architecture would survive long enough for in-depth knowledge of the floor plans to be useful. As such, I just used my imagination to fill in the blanks, along with details stolen from other ruins I'd seen, but didn't bother overdoing it. I did, however, add a multitude of dark spots indicating the hordes of Grimm in and around the structure. It's hard to say anything for sure yet, seeing how little we know, I continued. But once we approach, I'll scan the area for anything important. From what we do know, however, we aren't after anything on this side of things, we're after what in the dimensional barrier, which makes things simpler. I made a copy of the ruins and changed the background to that of a city, removing all the Grimm in the process. Adam glanced it over and then raised an eyebrow. How so? He asked. Because it means I don't give a fuck about any of this shit, I answered cheerfully, waving a hand through the first image. Unless it turns out that the barrier is tied to something on this side, or that there's something else in the ruins we care about. Screw it, I'll drop a Brewmaster on it as an opening move. I replaced the first illusion with one of a massive explosion, sticking as closely as I could to the one I had witnessed earlier, minus the blinding light. This time, I did go into detail, illustrating how the ruins were consumed and eradicated in an explosion of horrifying glory. Why? Because it made me happy. Kill them all and let God sort them out? Adam mused. Damn straight, I replied. With any luck, Brewmaster will clear out most of the riffraff and hurt the big guys enough to make them easier pickings. I am extremely doubtful that it'll work on all of them, even if I have a week to improve it and it naturally levels up fast. But still, most of these guys should be gone, and whatever order or hierarchy is in place will hopefully be disrupted. I'll pick off who I can as we approach, as well, which will hopefully do something to thin the herd, reducing an army of ravenous murder machines to a handful of really badass murder machines, Adam noted, frowning slightly. I take it we'll need to kick their teeth in if we want to get inside? Pretty much, I confirmed. We might be able to get past them, but frankly, after Conquest, I'd be more surprised if they couldn't follow us in. I'm willing to bet that the only reason everything inside the barrier remains is because the Grimm can't afford to break it. I thought of using that against them and maybe drawing the fight inside to force them to hold back. But we'd need to hold back, too. Adam interrupted me with a nod. That's the downside of trying to use a hostage like that. Sure, they can't afford to endanger it, but neither can we. Exactly, I agreed. With no idea what we're up against, I can gamble like that, and if something were to happen to it, even accidentally, I have a feeling it would end badly. Malkuth's been playing softball because he still needs me alive for something. If I ruin any chance of me actually doing that, I expect my net worth might depreciate and that I'm likely to get a bunch of very unpleasant visitors. I'm not sure if the rest of the world would enjoy it, either. We break the computer, they break us, he summed up. Simple enough as long as the barrier doesn't break. You sure that won't be an issue? Pretty sure, I nodded. I'm almost certain that it's a dimensional barrier like Naraka, which means it's not a barrier like a shield that can break from damage alone. It's more like... It's really hard to explain, honestly. Most of the principles don't translate very well, but it's more like the separation of one moment and the next, but with space instead of time, or space and time, really. And honestly, it's less like creating a barrier to keep anything out and more like making one to keep us in, or separated, or ahead. It's complicated. The point is that it shouldn't break. Then we should be able to go all out, Adam murmured, shifting to get a better look at the illusion. As it was now, it was fairly simple, a blasted wasteland with colored dots on it. Of course they will be able to as well, which could be an issue if they're as strong as... Well, let's face it, as strong as we all think they're going to be. I agreed. And at the center of it all, I suspect they'll be Gilgamesh. And he's probably going to be the worst thing we've ever faced. Possibly by a lot. The way things seem to be going, if his level was in the 200s, I wouldn't be surprised. Adam grunted at that, considering the map as he imagined the fight progressing. You think you can take him? He asked. I took a slow breath and considered it. I had my fair share of advantages, even with the odds stacked against me. A few trump cards, a few secrets, a few tricks, and even with all that, I couldn't be sure of anything. But I'll handle it, I said firmly, resolving myself to make it true. Adam nodded sharply. Then I take it you want us to run interference and deal with whatever assholes didn't have the good grace to fuck off and die? Adam guessed. I'll try to take out as many as I can, I said. After taking a hit from the Brahmastra, they should all be at least a little weakened, and trust me when I say that thing can throw you for a loop. But after Gilgamesh appears, which I'm betting will be quickly, I don't know how much support I'll be able to provide. If I'm lucky, I might have chances to line up a few shots or kill those who happen to get too close. But if I'm not, I might be busy doing all I can just to stay a step ahead. We're alive, but that didn't really need to be said. Think you can take them? I returned his question after a moment of silence, and he raised another eyebrow. I'll handle it, he assured calmly. I smiled at that, though it felt a little forced. He was calm, though, and seemed certain about what he was doing, which surprised me more than anything else, because I was plenty fucking worried. You've got a plan? I asked him. He grunted and shrugged. Making a plan with so many unknowns sounds like a pain in the ass, he stated. I'll just do what I always do. What's that? I asked, holding back all of the witty remarks that sprang to mind. This was serious. He was serious, and so I would be, too. Adam looked at me for a moment and then huffed out a laugh, giving me a very small but sincere smile. I'll just do my part and believe in your strength, he stated, before shaking his head self-deprecatingly. I've been doing that for a while now, but I figure you'll make ends meet, like you always do. So I'll just fight with everything I've got and make sure I don't mess things up for you. So kill that asshole quickly. Okay, got it, I answered confidently. Just hold out as long as you can. Adam shrugged and smirked. Don't worry about me too much, he said. I've got some stuff I've been saving for a rainy day, some gift from Raven. I glanced down to his side, looking at where Wilton blush hung beside the sword I'd given him. I see, I answered. I was going to talk to Raven about her blades. Anyway, if there was ever a time to go wild with dust, I'd say it's now. Seems like it, Adam agreed with a drawl. And I've still got some points to spend. I'll see what else I can come up with in a week. Yeah, I said. I've got a few points of my own, as well. We don't have a lot of time left now, but still, it should be enough to make a difference. And once we've got everything set, we'll go in and annihilate everything that gets in our way. I go in, take everything I can, and hopefully figure out the next step to hitting all of our enemies where it hurts. Then we leave behind a smoldering ruin to tell them all to go fuck themselves. And then we celebrate, Adam said. Drinks are on you. The games we play. Recourse. I took several slow breaths, calming and centering myself. Given what I knew was ahead of me, I wasn't even pretending to pay attention to the teacher's voice. Not that I ever did as per usual. I had more important things to do. Truthfully, I'd heavily considered blowing off classes altogether to continue grinding, but several things had stopped me. The first and simplest was the simple fact that I didn't want to draw too much attention from Cinder. While it wasn't uncommon for a student to blow off classes and I could easily come up with an excuse or make them up, that was only in normal cases. Needless to say, normal I was not, and now Cinder knew it. While I didn't regret outing myself as killer, seeing as the only real alternative had been a horrific death, the fact remained that it was a choice I was going to have to live with. Even though she didn't know the details, Cinder was now well aware that I was important and was actively keeping an eye on me, which meant that she and her minions were watching me like hawks whenever the opportunity presented itself, often in the form of spending more time with me. To an outside party, it must have seemed like our team had come together. While it wasn't anything major, at least, as far as the rest of the school knew, Team Jaune had become well known for its fractured nature. We hadn't really hung out without another when we hadn't needed to, after all, which teams were generally expected to do. Emerald and Mercury spent time with Cinder or doing other minion things, while Adam and I did whatever I happened to feel like on a given day, before promptly vanishing off to parts unknown. Now though, Emerald and Mercury had decided to spend more time with us whenever the opportunity presented itself, sitting with us at lunch or following us around after classes. Seeing as we were a team, that type of behavior was all but expected, but it was pretty damn obvious they were doing it because Cinder had told them to. Sadly, it wasn't something easily resolved, either, or rather, any short-term solutions were practically bound to cause long-term problems. I could shake Emerald and Mercury easily enough, fool them with an illusion, or even just hospitalize them for a while, but that wouldn't truly solve anything. It would have been easy to do, but if I wanted to go do anything useful, it was bound to be seen through. If I disappeared, they'd know. I couldn't maintain my illusions while in another dimension, so training with Naraka was out, and while I could create the illusions at long range was simple for me, it wasn't something I could do from another continent. Even across the city would be a little tough, simply because I'd need to constantly monitor it. And while beating them up was not without its perks, the entertainment value, for instance, along with the peace and quiet it would send alarm bells ringing for just about everyone. Whatever I did, word was bound to get back to Cinder in short order, and I suspected her reaction to the sudden disappearance of her greatest enemy would be, well, something I didn't want to deal with. While she couldn't know I knew who she was, she probably suspected it, and even my nightly disappearances had begun to worry her. I'd been playing it off as if nothing had changed, but that meant sticking to the routine. It was a pain in the ass, but frankly, I'd rather face Gilgamesh than Cinder, and beating the former to come back to the latter wouldn't exactly improve my position. I'd just have to keep pushing ahead as if nothing had changed and hope she didn't have a way of figuring out what I was up to. The other reason was equally simple, namely, meditation was useful, in its own way. My rate of growth had slowed as quickly as I had anticipated, which meant that there was a definite limit to how much I could improve before we reached Jericho Falls, unless we ventured significantly deeper into the continent of Grimm. While that was, of course, tempting, I had to bear in mind that the dangers would also increase, and not necessarily at the same rate as my power. There were risks to going too far into that place, and I had to measure them carefully against the rewards. In my current state, I could essentially measure the improvement to my stats in batches of 50 points. That is, I needed to gain 10 levels to reach the next benchmark. While in a certain sense any improvement was important, I had to consider the amount of time required to make proper gains. Although raising a stat from 100 to 105 would indeed make me better in whatever way I chose, it would be a fairly minor improvement on the level I was currently operating at. Even 50 points may not be enough to make dividends. I needed the skills tied to my stats if I wanted to make a difference. I had to keep that in mind. Currently, I only needed 7 more levels to reach the next benchmark, but I'd need 17 to reach the one after that, and if I only got 16 in the next week, then the time needed to get 9 of them would be wasted. Well, maybe not quite. There was a fairly high possibility I'd level up fighting the enemies at Jericho Falls, after all. But the general idea remained. I needed to manage my time wisely, and leveling up posed issues, long term. Not right now, of course. Even if killing an enemy with a level in the high 100s wasn't enough to gain me a level on its own anymore, I could always just kill several. It was just that with each level, the number I'd need to kill wouldn't itself rise, or else I would need to defeat stronger enemies and venture deeper into the Badlands. That wouldn't be a major issue, if not for the fact that my offensive ability was no longer prone to making sudden absurd leaps at each benchmark. Before, I'd focused on INT and WIS, the skills most directly tied to the strength of my MP and the skills that required it. INT especially was the skill that determined the natural power of most of my skills, even before accounting for the skills I'd gotten for raising it. In addition to improving the amount of MP I had and how quickly I regenerated it, my INT and WIS skills had opened up a plethora of options for me at each benchmark, and with every 10 levels, my power effectively skyrocketed. I learned to bypass charge times, improve the strength and versatility of my elementals, and answered a wide variety of problems. Truthfully, my INT and WIS had determined my ability to deal damage far more than my strength, and now they'd both reached their effective peak. Now, it was time to focus on my physical stats which, of course, had uses of their own. Strength would improve the damage of any of my physical attacks, which I'd be able to further bolster with my various skills. Dexterity would allow me to both attack and move faster, which was something I'd long relied on. And vitality, of course, would make me harder to kill. All of those things were useful, just not as useful as INT and WIS had been. With each of those, I could attack, defend, heal, move, and more, all based on a single stat, and I could do things that were impossible to accomplish with the body alone. They weren't amazing because they gave me the keys to ultimate power, though one could argue they'd done that as well. Rather, they'd given me broad arrays of very useful options. While all my physical stats were also important and, in time, I was sure they'd reach amazing heights at their current level, my gains were bound to be relatively marginal. I could punch people harder, but I could already blow up cities. I could attack faster. When I could make a legion of psychokinetic spears that poured out death at the slightest thought. I could grow tougher. When I'd already made my skin the strongest material in the world. The improvements were still important and they'd grow with time, but I couldn't rely on sudden extreme increases in power now. If I ventured too far into the lands of Grim, it was quite possible I'd bite off more than I could chew, because I wasn't making a massive leap forward at regular intervals. Instead, I had to rely on relatively slower path to power, namely my skills. When they ranked up or I combined them, that also gave me strength, but that also took time. The one thing I was actually running out of, which just meant that I needed to be cautious in how I spent it. Leveling up was important, grinding was important, and this was important because I'd made my choice. And of my physical stats, I knew which would be of the most use. It was simple, really. While none of my choices were quite as desirable as intelligence and wisdom had been, which was only natural, or else I would have raised them. Instead it was simply a matter of breaking down which would be of the most use to me through process of elimination. I'd considered luck briefly, but discarded it for the same reasons I usually did. It just wasn't worth it at this point because it was so low. Improving it by 50 points would only net me a single bonus skill, whereas raising any of my physical abilities would grant me 5. Even if I could grind my luck to over 50 in a week without spending any points, which would be difficult even with my experience boost simply because I couldn't accelerate the process but not necessarily impossible, raising it over 100 would only grant me 3 skills for a total of 4, which was still lower than what I'd get from any of my physicals, and its effects were too uncertain to truly rely upon in a life or death situation. Regardless, given the choice, I'd prefer something I knew would work over something that could potentially fail. From the very beginning, it was only a choice between my physical stats. I couldn't go into this half-cocked or waste what few chances I had. I had to give it my all and make sure I knew what I was doing. For that reason, I discarded strength almost as quickly as luck, simply because its use to me was by far the most limited. There was no way to be truly sure of what kind of skills I'd get from raising my stats, but they were at least tied to the stats in question, and everything strength did for me on its own, I had already found elsewhere. The fact of the matter was that strength was probably the least versatile of my stats on its own. Its primary function was to improve the damage I could deal with physical attacks, and that was very important, in its own way, just not so much for me. Being able to put the hurt on an opponent was vital in a fight, but for all that I'd mastered an ancient martial arts style, I was really more of a wizard than a warrior, and when it came to raw damage potential, it went without saying that a 300 in INT and WIS was probably going to trump 150 in strength. Even beyond that, physical attacks were, pound for pound, weaker than magical ones, with a trade-off being that the latter costed significantly more MP than the former. When physical attacks cost anything at all, my various strike abilities were fairly cheap and easy to use, and punching someone in the face was free, except for maybe a minor cost to stamina. Broadly speaking, someone who focused on magical attacks should run out of power significantly faster than someone who stuck to physical ones, barring rare exceptions. Needless to say, I was a rare exception for about 100 different reasons. Both my MP and my MP regeneration were through the roof, allowing me to go from 0 to full in a matter of seconds, and I had both skills and items to supplement that. While there was still the risk of exhausting myself in a fight against a truly dangerous foe, simply because I could scale my output to my input, the The number of ways that I could restore my power meant that it wasn't a worthwhile enough concern to spend 50 points over. And honestly, even if that hadn't been true, I still would probably have favored MP attacks over physical ones. Being able to theoretically fight for hours meant nothing if you died in minutes. While physical attacks had the advantage of stability, magical ones could hit outside their weight class, even if it was costly. I didn't mind if my MP vanished in a matter of seconds, so long as everything I happened to be aiming at also vanished. The other main benefits of strength didn't hold much to me, either. Things like being able to jump really far were rendered somewhat obsolete by flight and teleportation, while lifting capacity faltered in the face of my psychokinesis. Besides which, thanks to my inventory, I was free to travel lightly and with far more weight than I'd ever be able to carry naturally, supplemented by skills that improved those things anyway. No, it just wasn't worth it. That narrowed it down to dexterity and vitality, which was a tougher choice. In the case of dexterity, I had a lot of skills that allowed me to move faster, but most of them were calculated using my base speed, so even minor improvements on that front would have major results. Further, where physical attacks were rendered somewhat obsolete by my MP, having more speed was always useful. If you could moving too fast to hit or hit an opponent significantly more than he hit you, that was a huge advantage. Granted, the improvements to physical attack speed didn't matter as much when I could conjure up 100 spears of burning power, but still I'd won a lot of fights because of my speed. On the other hand, I had vitality, which was much the same case. Yes, I had layers and layers of personal defenses and healing abilities, but I could always use more. It had also provided the most useful batch of skills last time I'd reached a benchmark for my physical abilities, with second chance along being more than worth the price of admission. Further, it added to my HP and, thus, my MP directly, which was another thing I could always use more of. It played directly to my strengths. It was a tough choice, but in the end, that was what decided it for me. Having more MP and MP Regan meant having more options. It meant I could hit harder, move faster, protect myself and my friends better, and more. Having that breadth was better than having speed alone, even if it was tempting to go faster and faster. And besides, I had to look at the big picture. While I was confident that Malkuth wouldn't kill me before I got whatever it was he wanted, what about afterwards? It wasn't just the attack on Jericho Falls I needed to worry about, but also the potential aftermath. If we were attacked seriously, it was quite possible we wouldn't have a chance at victory, that we'd be faced with something we had no chance of defeating. At that time, running would be the natural choice, but there were two problems. The first was, of course, the possibility that we might be faced with something that I couldn't outrun, in which case I was fucked. The second, however, was more important. I couldn't escape alone. If it was just me, raising my dexterity as high as it could go and speeding away would be a good choice, but that wouldn't save Raven or Adam or Goo or Autumn. I could try to bring them along, of course, to pick them up and carry them away at high speeds, but even assuming I could do it without harming them, which was far from guaranteed when I could already casually ignite my surroundings from the sheer friction of my passage, it would slow me down, carrying several times my mass. It went without saying that my speed would drop. If we were pursued by something that could threaten me to that extent, it was quite possible that the only way to do so would be to leave someone, perhaps even everyone, behind. And that wasn't happening. There was no point in even planning for it. I would never be able to do it. The only acceptable way out in such a situation would be through Raven's portals. We could all escape through them, and if we managed it, it could take us halfway around the world in a single step. It would second to open one, two. Sadly, I knew better than anyone that a lot could happen in a second. Assuming the worst, which seemed fair, given everything, if someone with a speed even close to matching my own appeared, to say nothing of surpassing it, then that second would get really dangerous, really fast, and Raven would be the target. It only made sense. After all, if your enemy has only one escape route, the obvious choice would be to cut it off. Even assuming we had her waiting at a distance and observing from afar to teleport us out, there was still the issue of something following us through a portal, as well. That was going to be a major issue if things got hairy enough, and one I had only a few ways of potentially dealing with, and all of them required me to be alive. As such, taking the skill that directly improved my odds of survival and supplemented my strengths was the obvious choice. The best choice, or so I sincerely hoped. But if nothing else, it was the only acceptable choice, because I'd actually died before I left my friends behind to run away alone. In the end, it was my choice to make, and I did. By raising VIT above 150, you have gained 2 random abilities related to your exalted physical condition. The skill Determination was created. The skill Sufferance was created. By raising VIT above 150, you have gained the passive skill Kaigong. By raising VIT above 150, you have gained the passive skill Solipsism. By raising VIT above 150, you have gained the passive skill Inerrant. The moment I'd made my choice, I'd felt energy life flow through me. The result of such a sudden increase in vitality, rather than the gradual improvements I was more accustomed to. It ran a circuit through my body, shimmering through my blood and bones. I felt my body grow stronger, healthier, and better, all at once. And that was even before taking into account the skills I had learned. One in particular, I was quick to put to good use. Qigong active and passive LV1 EXP, 0.00%. Within all living things flows the power of life, the aura of one's soul, a spiritual existence that protects and reinforces the user. It has been the guarding light of mankind since time immemorial. Throughout the millennia, man has cultivated countless ways to draw closer to this light and strengthen themselves. One such method is to draw in that light and gather it within the body, connecting one's spirit more closely to their physical body. This skill represents a natural talent for that technique, born from the natural meridians within the user's body that carve out a complex pathway of channels and vessels that ease the flow of energy between body and soul, allowing for an unusual form of physical and spiritual health. HP can be improved through meditation. Stamina can be improved through meditation. Strength can be improved through meditation. Dexterity can be improved through meditation. Vitality can be improved through meditation. Stamina may be consumed to temporarily increase the power of one's physical abilities. And so, I passed the school day in contemplative silence, true form hidden beneath an illusion as I trained. The games we play. Goodbyes. Hey John. A voice called out to me, making me open my eyes. It was dinner time, I noted absently, which meant I'd really spent the entire day meditating. Thanks to parecognition, I hadn't even needed to both focusing on anything like bumping into people in the halls of accident or missing crucial details, so I'd turned the full focus of my conscious mind inwards, on guiding my power. Qigong was an interesting skill. Since receiving it, I became aware of a strange series of pathways, just as the skill had described. Looking at it, it seemed to be like a circulatory system for life energy, something I assumed to be something between my HP, MP, and stamina. It flowed throughout my body alongside my blood, flowing in and out of it in a similar fashion as it seemed to feed and vitalize me. It wasn't something physical, but, in an odd way, didn't feel like something that was wholly of the spirit, either. It truly did seem to connect the two somehow, with life flowing somehow outward and inward from my soul. It made me wonder if it was something that had always been there but which I hadn't been fully aware of, or if it was something I'd gained along with the skill. I wasn't sure, and there were fairly major implications for both answers. If this was a part of my body and had always been there, then it explained a few things though, like the flows of power I sometimes noticed and the interactions between the patterns of woven dust, their positions on the body, and the resulting effects. Given that, I suspected it was something that had always been a part of me, if invisibly so, and that Qigong had simply unclogged my arteries, in a way, or at least some of them. After carefully examining this new part of my spiritual body, I counted a total of 8 vessels, 12 pathways, and nearly 700 openings. Energy was gathered and stored within the vessels, flowed along the paths, and circulated in and out of the openings like blood through capillaries. Not all the points were actually open, however, nor did any of the vessels and pathways seem like they were being fully utilized or developed, and so it was difficult to make the energy flow properly. But as I improved the skill level, the process eased and new areas opened. Each time, it was like filling my lungs anew and I could feel my body strengthening. It was an interesting, amazing, and most importantly of all useful process to observe, and I'd have gladly done so for days, knowing the benefits I could incur. A part of me, larger than I would like to admit, wanted to just brush off the interrupting voice and get back to it. I mean, really, I was trying to prepare myself to save the world. I felt like that should give me a free pass to ignore any and all distractions. But I held back the urge because I recognized the voice. "That tune?" I asked. I was sitting at a table with the rest of my team, by which I meant Adam, Mercury, and Emerald. The latter two were still following me around, which must have been outrageously boring for them, The poor bastards. I'd rattled off some brief excuse about mental training and had utterly ignored them since. Their report back to Cinder was going to be fair dull, I suspected, and I could feel occasional spikes of irritation roll off of them even while I meditated. Their weakness gave me strength. Do you have a minute? Neptune asked as he hurried over to our table. I need to ask you about something. I looked at him for a moment and then shrugged, nodding his way. To be honest, I was a bit curious about what he wanted from me. Though our brief interaction was more than enough for me to recognize his voice instantly, that was more because I had a really good memory rather than any indication of the time we'd spent together. After my introduction to Team SSS and on our first day, I'd gone on to make waves and had sort of secured my position among the seniors and such. I still met Sums and Keanu's teens regularly and was on friendly enough terms with them, but it wasn't like we really hung out much. Most of our time together was spent in the classroom and Neptune had never approached me individually, especially not with feelings of worry. Sure, go ahead, I answered. What do you need? Have you seen Sun around anywhere? He asked me, eyebrows furrowing. We haven't been able to find him anywhere yet. Sun? I replied, blinking as I scanned the entire school and didn't sense him anywhere. After a moment, Paracognition noted that I hadn't seen him since I came back, which wasn't unusual in and of itself. Being a school full of people in their upper teens and 20s, it wasn't uncommon for students to leave Haven in pursuit of fun. It hadn't seemed particularly noteworthy, so it hadn't caused any alarm to me. No, not since yesterday. He's missing? Neptune nodded. He left over the weekend and hasn't come back yet, Neptune said. I'd say that's not really like him, but that would be a lie. But usually, he'd bring us along if he was ditching. A normal student might have commented on that, but I left every night to go kill hordes of horrific creatures with my friends and could proudly say that I'd never once listened to a teacher's lecture all the way through, or half of the way through. Really, they were lucky if I listened at all. Honestly, I was kind of envious of the fact that Sun could just ditch entirely, flaunting the fact that not everyone was being watched by nightmarish abominations. I want to leave too, you know. Still, Sun was more or less a friend of mine, or at least a sort of friend of a friend, so it was worth at least looking around. I couldn't see any reason for him to be connected to it, but it could even have something to do with my enemies or a sign of something to come. I made a point of not ignoring problems that arose, because I knew damn well that they didn't tend to go away. In my experience, they just used the opportunity to grow worse. So I paused to survey the entire school closely, looking for any signs. Paracognition would have sent up the alarm if there were any signs of murder or such, but there were always things that seemed meaningless out of context. I took stock of fingerprints, footprints, and biological traces, gauging them to find the most recent and followed them out of the school. Then, I checked in on all of my enemies and anyone I thought might try to pick on a freshman, making sure they were all accounted for and making note of those who weren't. Finally, I went back through the stream of information I constantly noticed in the background but tried not to pay attention to, searching for any sign of Sun on websites, the news, and messages. Sun had one of those first names that made searching for him a pain in the ass, but it surprisingly didn't take me long to find what I was looking for. When I did, I had to keep myself from both smiling and rolling my eyes. Did you check your scroll? I hinted at Neptune. Maybe he left you a message or something. Sun has literally never done that, Neptune replied. The last time I asked him to send me a message on my scroll, he stole it, tapped a note to it, and had it mailed back to me. At that, the desire to smile went out. Still, I insisted. There's a first time for everything, right? Neptune tilted his head to the side at that, conceding the point as he drew his scroll from his pocket and opened it. After a few seconds, he frowned. There's a message, but it's not from Sun, he said. Or not from a scroll, at least. But then, it probably wouldn't be. Huh? Open it already, I prompted. Neptune did and then paused, staring at the screen as he read the message I'd found earlier. Sorry guys, I'm gone. There was a boat with bananas on it and I was going to steal them all and declare myself the Monkey King. Found out in the process that the ship was head for Vale or something, and I was thinking, hey, we made the cut, didn't we? And there's that test next week, isn't there? And since we've basically passed already, there's really no point in sticking around for it. So yeah, I got a free boat ride. I called you guys, but you were sleeping like losers, so you guys are gonna have to find your own boat. Meet up in Vale as soon as possible. Also, Neptune, can you do my homework? Just in case it turns out it does matter. Otherwise, don't worry about it. Thanks. The Monkey King. P.S. I got my bananas. Was going to share some with you, but half of them are gone and we only just left, so that's probably not happening. P.P.S. Bring more bananas. Neptune put a hand over his face. Son, he growled at last. If there's a sea monster trying to eat you right now, I just want you to know. I wish it luck. Then, he glanced at me as I stood to look over his shoulder at the message, for appearance's sake. He said, pausing for a moment. Do you know where I could get a boat? Can't say I do, I answered. I try to avoid sea travel, myself, mainly because a sea monster trying to eat me was a sincere possibility and I had no desire to see if the legends about Jormungandr were true. But Keanu's might know. I continued. Alexandria controls most of the shipping industry, right? He said. Thanks. Sorry about this. No problem, I assured. So, you guys made the cut? Yeah, Neptune answered proudly. Was tough, but they just told us this weekend. I'm kind of nervous, to be honest. I mean, there are some big names on that list and that's just here at Haven. But we've got to try our best, right? That's right, I replied, smiling at him. But, you'll take it easy on us, right? Neptune asked, looking a bit nervous again. He didn't usually act that way on the outside, so he must really be worried about the tournament if we end up having to fight each other. I smiled at him. Sure, I said. But you'll be fine. Don't worry about it. You think so? He wondered, eyebrows furrowing. I nodded, looking at the words above his head and those of his remaining teammates. The Mountain Thrower, LV-59. Sage Agathir, the Crowned and Mirrored Flower, LV-58. Scarlet Nostenka, who dashes against the stones, LV-57. Neptune Vasilios. Yeah, I said. You should do okay as long as you don't get unlucky and you have a few more months to train. Anyway, I'm sure they have something in mind for the matchups. Anyway, it was true. At least amongst the freshman teams, at least, Team SSSN would probably do fine, so long as they didn't get a bad matchup. Or me. I wondered absently how the people in charge would handle massive outliers. Right. Neptune nodded as if to reassure himself. Thanks again, man. Do you know where Keanos is? He should be here in just a minute, I answered. Why don't you take a seat? Neptune did, and, sure enough, Keanos and his team arrived less than 60 seconds later, walking in through the doors of the dining hall. Neptune was quick to wave them down, drawing them over to our table, and I gave them a cursory glance as they approached. The 17th Scourge, LV-60. Ulan Kagan, the Glinting Helm and Driving Spear, LV-57. Keanos Alexandria, Nymph's Shadow, LV-54. Melania Delphos, the Arrested Destiny, LV-60. Itri Barca. Hey guys, Keanos said as they drew near. What's up? It's, Neptune paused and frowned, evidently floundering as he searched for the words to describe his situation. Perhaps it'd be better if you saw it for yourself, I suggested, gesturing absently at Neptune's scroll. It's about son, Keanos repeated, blinking as he accepted the device from Neptune. Come to think of it, I didn't see him in class. What's wrong with? He trailed off as his eyes quickly scanned over son's message, blinking quickly as his mouth dropped open slightly. Oh, he said at last. Oh, is right, I agreed, still smiling. Keanos seemed to ponder the screen for a moment before pursing his lips and shaking his head. Well, that's one way to get out of the end of the semester assessment, he decided. I can say I don't empathize a little bit. I mean, a 2-hour exam that doesn't count for our grade. It's important for the teachers, Neptune defended. Gives them a better idea of how much we've improved and what we need to work on. I guess, Keanos replied, shrugging. But isn't that what all those practice bars have been for? Really? It just seems like a waste of time, and it's not like the results are going to be posted. At least then we could use it as a dick measuring contest and compete with each other. But wasting 2 hours so the teachers can double check their notes? My motivation is dwindling already. Dick measuring contest? Melania asked, making a face at her friend and team leader. Really, Keanos? Don't worry about it, Melania, he replied without even looking her way. I'm sure your metaphorical lady penis would have been duly impressive. Melania kicked him in the shin. What about you, Jaune? Keanos asked, ignoring the blow. Yay or nay? I don't really care, I admitted. I'll probably just do something impressive at the very beginning and then leave. If they want more than that, they can call my grandmother and have her direct them towards someone who cares. It's not like it's a huge issue for me. True, Keanos answered. You would probably be at the top of the dick chart. Enough penises, Melania cut in with a sigh as I tilted my head towards her friend. Good God, but I didn't realize being the only girl on a team would be this hard. Speaking of hardness, Keanos picked up without missing a beat, only to briefly falter as Melania leaned back and kicked him in the ass hard enough to send him staggering into the edge of the table. He recovered quickly, though, raising his hands in concession. I was just going to ask Neptune what he was going to do with a teammate missing. Geez, why are you so violent today? I woke up and you three were the first thing I saw, she answered scathingly, glaring at her three teammates. Itri and Ulan had slightly glazed looks in their eyes, giving away the fact that they weren't even bothering to pay attention to what was by now a common argument. Take your clothes to the shower if you want to get dressed, idiots. Why? He asked. It's our room. It's my room, too, she answered, tone unchanged. Did you ever consider maybe I don't want to watch you get undressed? Keanos shook his head. Nope, he answered. Not even once. I mean, even I struggle to keep my hands off myself. I'm sure you do, Melanie shot back with an annoyed snort. Oh, Ulan muttered mildly, still staring blankly into space. It's funny because of the implication that you touch yourself. Keanos didn't seem even vaguely offended. This is why you keep losing to me in spear fights, Ulan, he noted. You could just hope to win with just quick thrusts. You've got to control the movement. Man, you need more experience. I'll keep that in mind, Ulan answered dryly as Melania pinched the bridge of her nose. Keanos glanced towards her and shrugged, still smiling. I'm not sure what you want me to do, he said. We share changing rooms, too. Haven's not much on boundaries between teammates or genders or anything else. Really? Yeah, but why is it that when I open my eyes, the first thing I see is your ass in my face? She replied with a scowl. You should wake up earlier. Itri cut in, sounding similarly bored. That's what I did when I learned the cost of beauty sleep in a shared room. I cleared my throat as Neptune's brow became increasingly furrowed. He didn't look particularly surprised. However, one might hope that conversations concerning unplanned voyeurism and nudity would be in short supply at a school meant to train the future defenders of mankind, but one would be wrong. Guys, I cut in, rolling my eyes at them, bringing this conversation back above the belt. Neptune needs help. Right, Gianos said, smoothly shifting tracks. What do you need, Neptune? A boat or something? Neptune answered with a sigh. Like it or not, he's my friend. I can't let him do something stupid without me. I'm not sure that's how that's supposed to work, Melania noted with a frown. No, it's pretty much how it works, Adam replied. And I'm the guy with the boats, Gianos answered with a nod, ignoring them both. I see. Yeah, it wouldn't be too hard to just get you a place on the next ship out or something, and Mrs. Nikos would probably be up for a chance to visit her daughter in Vale, given half an excuse. Did you know she used to be a pirate? She wasn't a pirate, Melania insisted. She was kind of a pirate, Gianos disagreed. Just government-sponsored and such. A privateer, Ulan supplied. Yeah, that, he agreed. But pirate sounds cooler. Anyway, she could take us. It might be faster to just take an airship, though. Neptune raised his eyebrow even higher. Us? He asked. If your whole team gets to skip class, then so do we, Gianos stated firmly. Ulan, Itri. The two of them frowned for a long moment, exchanged a look, and then nodded. Jaune? He asked, turning to me next. Up for abusing your family connections with us? I'm sure we can arrange leaving early. I hummed, amused but non-committal. Still, there was an opportunity here that was worth considering. Let me go talk to my grandmother and I'll see what I can do. Jaune? Adam asked, no doubt sensing that I was up to something. They're right, I said. There's not much point in sticking around if we don't have to, and we've finished most of the important stuff already. I'm sure we could arrange to finish up everything that's actually important in the meantime, and then we can all head over to Vale. It could be like a vacation. We can use it to train some more before the tournament, too, and scope out the competition, Itri noted. And have fun in Vale, Gianos stated cheerfully. I know that some students would be arriving by now, anyway. Haven just likes to wait until the break for whatever reason. Maybe to keep from interfering with our studies, Neptune suggested. There was a collective snort. The last month has been nothing but preparing us for the tournament, Gianos said. Everything else was busy work at best. Jaune? I shrugged. To be honest, I'd noticed that the work I was being given was fairly easy, even by normal standards. No one had tried to train me, though whether because of something grandmother had said or because they honestly didn't think I needed the help, I wasn't sure. Either way, it didn't much matter. That's what I thought, Gianos mused. After this is over, they'll probably work our asses off, but they want us to look good for the tournament more than they want us to learn stuff we can just make up later. Between the four of us, I'm betting we can work something out. I nodded in agreement again. Truthfully, it didn't make much difference to me one way or the other, so long as it didn't interfere with my plans, but this seemed like a good chance to move without drawing suspicion. First things first, it was time to pay grandmother a visit. The games we play. Family time. Grandmother mused as she looked up from the work on her desk, frowning as I appeared before her. Somehow, I thought I'd be seeing you soon, Jaune. I nodded at her, taking a seat as I looked her over carefully. When I thought about it, it hadn't been very long since we'd seen each other face to face, at least, not very long in normal time. Within the bounds of my accelerated perspective, it had been significantly longer. Either way, a lot of things had changed since the last time we met. The wolves that hunt the morning sun. LV 164. Jean Roma. It's good to see you again, grandmother, I replied. Sadly, it's most business. Grandmother narrowed her eyes at me speculatively. I suppose that can't be helped, under the circumstances, she said at last, closing several windows on her holographic screen before giving me her full attention. "So it's time, then?" "It is," I said with a nod before explaining the basic Cinder's official strategy, some of my observations and speculations on the subject, that sort of thing. I'd sent her a fair number of emails over the past few weeks to keep her abreast of the situation should it suddenly deteriorate, so it wasn't difficult. I was most just filling in the gaps and bringing her roughly up to speed on the subject of Cinder. By the time I was done, my grandmother was frowning as she considered my words. I could tell that she was worried, but also trying to figure out how to best use this information to her advantage. "The Vital Festival," she whispered to herself, sighing slightly. "I suppose that's not unexpected, but to think we underestimated her to such an extent. It's quite fortunate we didn't attempt any of our earlier plans for dealing with her." I agreed. Observation was definitely the right choice. We'd have regretted trying anything else. Hopefully briefly. "Indeed," she said. "You did well to talk yourself out of that situation and withdraw Jaune. You did even better by making the allies you did. Despite the potential threats they pose, a great many things will be simplified by Ozpin's and Ironwood's aid." "I hope so," I replied. "But even with everything stacked in our favor, I'm wary of approaching her directly, as was Ozpin. She's moving carefully at the moment, but that doesn't mean she couldn't go through us as easily as around. We'll need to handle her with care. If nothing else, it is somewhat gladdening to know she will soon be in Vale," grandmother continued. "If nothing else, the odds will be most against her while she's at Beacon. Ozpin's school is a fortress and there are few who would dare challenge him there. Plus, you'll be a continent away from Ground Zero when the bomb finally goes off," I remarked. "Not gonna lie, I kind of envy that. I'm pretty sure I'll be standing right under it myself." "Battle, as with business, is all about location, location, location," grandmother replied, expression serene. After a moment, however, her smile vanished. "Although, actually, I'd considered coming to watch you in the tournament, along with your mother and sisters." I looked back at her for a long moment, holding her gaze, and then smiled. "You might want to take a vacation somewhere sunny." Instead, I told her I went across the Sea of Monsters. Recently the other side is pretty gorgeous. The Grimm have a tendency to ruin the view, but it's still a nice place, and it might be a safer place to live than Vale, if things go particularly wrong. "Jaune," she began, but I cut her off. "I know," I said, smile dwindling but not fading completely. "And I appreciate it, really, but, you know, things are going to get a lot worse before they even have a chance of getting better. Odds are, everyone involved has a pretty good chance of dying when things finally get serious and the Grimms start playing hardball. I know it's the type of situation where I really need all the help I can get, but..." I shrugged shoulder and kept smiling. "I'll make do somehow, I guess," I said. "Even if it's a possibility, I don't have any intention of getting myself killed, so I don't want any of you to think of heroic sacrifices either." "You're the one who told me I had to stay alive, right?" "I told you to pick your battles," she corrected firmly, "and not to risk your life pointlessly or for nothing. In Remnant, there are as many ways to die as there are stars in the sky, and most of those deaths amount to nothing. If you're going to die, then you should at least make sure your death makes a difference. The world isn't so kind as to guarantee you success just because you put your line on the line. If you're going to get yourself killed doing something, make sure it's worth it and at least do it right. Life is full of enough regrets and misfortunes without dying pathetically, too." "I know," I answered. "I've got a lot of things to do before I die, after all, and if it turns out I am going to die soon, there are a few guys I at least have to drag down to hell with me. Until then, I'll manage. Trust me, I'm not above running away from danger, but with the stakes as they are, I could back down. Saving the world is a fairly good reason to risk one's life, as these things go," she noted. "Assuming you can pull it off, of course." "I have a few things in mind," I replied. "That's part of why I wanted to talk to you today, but I admit it's still a work in progress. That's why I'm still here, after all, and not kicking their asses." She nodded once at that. "I'm glad," she said. "When you first told me about what you'd done, I was worried about you and for you. Risking your life over so many things, getting tied up in growing danger when you could have avoided it. It wasn't the presence of danger that bothered me, but why you faced it." "For my friends?" I asked, even though I knew that wasn't why. I was fairly sure I knew where she was going with this. Sadly, I wasn't entirely sure she was wrong. She squinted at me for a moment. "Was that why you did it?" she asked me. "Truly, I admit, I never had a normal childhood and the friends I made were every bit as odd as I was, but unless I'm mistaken, there are ways to support one's friends without stealing airships, aiding terrorist organizations, and snubbing powerful businesses and militaries." I smiled a bit at that and shrugged. "I suppose that's true," I said. "Though I have some fairly odd friends." Granted, she allowed. But that wasn't the healthiest of behaviors, especially for a hunter. Being willing to die for the people one cares about is fine so long as it's also necessary. I told you before that lives are precious and should be treasured and valued, and when you die, you also leave people behind. If you're going to give your life for something, make sure to sell it highly. I tilted my head slightly, watching here. What would you sell it for? I asked her after a moment. If you had to? She shrugged slightly. I can't say I ever considered giving my life to save the world, she admitted. In my experience, it usually doesn't work out like that, and truly, the world has never really been something I could grasp. If I were fighting to the death and the world was on the line, I would most likely keep fighting for some of the people within it, because if I died, I wouldn't be thinking of millions of people as I did so. I'd think of your mother, your sisters, you, my family and the family. I can value everything in this world. Yeah, I said, chuckling slightly. I suppose not, but I don't think that's bad, per se. Everyone has their own reasons for fighting, when you get down to it. And what's your reason, Jaune? She asked. Before, you said it was because you had to. Has that changed a bit? I replied. I do still feel obligated to stop Malkuth and the Grimm, because of the part I played in all this. Then there's a big chunk of me that just knows it's him or me, and, I admit, another part of me just hates the bastard and wants him dead. But the rest, I guess my reason is a lot like yours. I don't want to see people hurt if I can help it, and I want to protect them. But if we're talking about who I'm fighting for now, it's the people I knew and know. My family, my friends, my team. I don't want to forget that I'm my father's son, and I want to make a world for Autumn where she doesn't have to deal with any of this. I want to come back with my team when all this is over and just laugh about things for a while. It's complicated. Life's complicated, grandmother said. So anything worth dying for should be a little complicated, too. She took a deep breath and shook her head slightly. My offer stands, she said. There's still quite some time before the tournament ends. Whatever happens, I'll at least protect my family. Truthfully, dying to protect one of my grandchildren would be a vastly more dignified death than I'd ever expected to have. I'll keep that in mind, I replied. And to be honest, there's a reason I didn't say no. I want to keep my family safe, but I shrugged. Remnant, I finished, as if that explained everything, which it kind of did. If I was being honest with myself, which I at least tried to be, most of the time I knew that putting my family on the other side of the world wouldn't necessarily keep them safe. My enemies were powerful enough and numerous enough that they could strike at the ones I loved anywhere in the world. Even if I kept them as far away from me as possible, there was no way to be sure that would be enough. In a way, it might be safe to keep them close. If they did come to Vale with me, I could keep a watch over them and make sure nothing was going on. The only problem with it is that it would increase the high chance of them being attacked to a near certainty. Once things truly began, I didn't believe for a millionth of a second that Malkuth wouldn't take advantage of the fact that so many of the people I loved were in one place. And if he got his way, that would mean their horrific deaths if they were lucky. If they weren't, well, Malkuth had probably had time to come up with ideas. Since Babel fell, I wasn't certain I wanted any glimpses into that demented psyche, though. On the other hand, being certain might have been better than not knowing, or at least being able to know quickly. It was unlikely that Malkuth wouldn't target my family at all, especially after getting my father. It was only a question of who and where and how. I knew myself well enough to know that I'd worry about it constantly, wondering which ones he'd want to pick off and if I'd be able to stop it. If I'd even know it was happening before they were dead and gone in so horrible attack. But at the same time, Malkuth was the type of sick fuck that would probably enjoy making me watch them die, helpless to stop it. He knew me well enough to know that he couldn't break me, not with the gamer's mind or the nature of Keter. He couldn't make me snap or anything like that. But he also knew I wasn't immune to pain, even if I could endure it endlessly, and unlike physical wounds, the pain of loss wasn't something that could vanish in an instant. As I was now, it was the closest anyone could get to permanently wounding me, especially because I'd never forget it. Truthfully, I wasn't sure what to do. I always hated it in the comics when the superhero refuses to reveal his identity to his loved ones to keep them safe, because how the hell did it actually keep them safe? If they knew the truth, wouldn't they be safer? They could call for help and the hero could come to their rescue, flying in or running to their side at super speed or whatever. That's why I told my family who I was, at least, so that they'd know they could call me for help. With Raven, there was even a pretty good chance I could make it to them in time, and because of what I'd told and shown them, they had the option to reach out. I wasn't sure they'd take that option, granted, because if Ziz or Kromkrulch or whatever other horrific nightmare Malkuth unleashed appeared, they might refuse to ask me to save them because they were afraid I'd die trying. Sadly, that would be quite possible. In the end, my biggest issue with keeping my family safe was that if Malkuth or the Grimm did go after me seriously, I wasn't sure I had any way to stop them. Usually, Comic book heroes were at least somewhat balanced against their enemies, but I was both horrifically outnumbered and outgunned. If I left them as they were, scattered throughout the kingdoms, I might not be able to react fast enough to save them if something happened. If I kept them close at hand, however, then when something happened and it would, I simply wouldn't have the strength to protect them. Not as I was now, at least. And that pissed me off. At this time spent getting stronger, and I still didn't have the power I needed to keep what I love safe. I needed to grow stronger, strong enough to protect them and defeat my enemies. But how was I going to make it in time? Even with my trump cards and secrets and the arcana at my disposal, I knew I couldn't beat him as I was now, and he'd hardly wait until I was strong enough to make this a fair fight, either. Truthfully, a good part of my desire to invade Jericho Falls was the simple fact that I was hopeful. I had to believe there was a chance to win this stack game, that I'd found a way and might be able to make it a reality even though all the cards were in his favor. He was stronger, more experienced, and had significantly more allies than I did, but there had to be a way. There had to be something, or else what was holding him back, even if it was just an outline, something I had to build off of or finish, that'd be enough for me. There were things I just couldn't let him take away from me. I closed my eyes for a moment and then exhaled. I'll think about it, I think, I said at last. In the meantime, there are several things I wanted to speak to you about. The first is quite simple. I need you to help me make arrangements to head to Vale early. Grandmother blinked mildly at that and then twitched a shoulder in a tiny shrug. Okay, she replied. Why? It's a bit of a long story, I answered. I'll send you a full report of it later, but I don't want to bore you with the details. The short version is that a student at Haven decided to go on ahead and took a ship to Vale, and now everyone else wants to follow him there. Gianos and his teammates are probably speaking to their families about it right now. In fact, for reasons that vary from being able to get a good look at the competition to being able to skip classes, and I was asked to speak to you. To be honest, it doesn't make any difference to me one way or another when we get to Vale or how, but as it happens, I could use an alibi. I need people to think they know where I am without having any way to actually confirm it. Grandmother nodded slightly at that, as if it were a perfectly normal, everyday request, and given the business she was in, this actually probably wasn't that uncommon for her. I take it that by people, you mean Cinder, she said. Yes, I nodded. And she's on to me, which makes things fairly difficult, which is why we can't just arrange some meeting somewhere and be done with it. Leaving her unmatched is risky, but I'm fairly certain she won't act overtly at this stage, so we have some wiggle room, and she's bound to be a little suspicious anyway. But it's important that she doesn't get a good idea of what I'm up to. If it's an airship, I could leave in mid-flight and then return before landing without giving anything away, and it should be hard for her to monitor me from such a distance. And conveniently, it wasn't my idea. I'll have to thank Sun for this opportunity when we get to Vale. She nodded absently, frowning to herself. How long do you need? She asked, as if mentally flipping through a catalog of diversions and escape plans. It's definitely possible to arrange if, say, I were to fly to Vale with my grandson. It would only be natural for me to bring my guards with me. As it happens, I have one or two that have semblances that might be of assistance in this regard. I chose my attendants for usefulness rather than combat power. Moros, for instance, is very good at making things seem incredibly dull and uninteresting, a skill I've found quite valuable on a number of occasions. He should be able to veil an airship from suspicion so long as no one looks too closely. The only issue is that your window of opportunity might be limited by the short trip. Alas, my personal transportation was not designed with scenic views in mind. I said with a shrug. Anywhere worth seeing is probably full of things that want to kill you. Anyway, that was my thought. Yes, she agreed. Assuming we want to be certain we won't be noticed, you may need to act fast. Don't worry about it, I replied. One way or another, it won't take me long. I'm planning to visit Jericho Falls. The games we play. Last call. Once arrangements had been made, I left my grandmother to her work. Well, really, It's more that I just dumped a lot of my work onto her shoulders, but the world was on the line and it was important to delegate. I didn't tell her much, mostly because I didn't know much, but she seemed to understand the basic idea. After that, there wasn't much to say that hadn't already been said. She'd reacted much the way that pretty much everyone else I'd told my plan had, and it was hard to really blame her. She didn't know the specifics of my powers, not really, but it was pretty hard for her to miss the fact that pretty much every time I came to her for help, it was because there was something that hopelessly outclassed me on the horizon. First Raven, then the phantom menace of the riders, then an actual rider, and now this. It probably didn't send the best impression that every time we spoke to one another, I was preoccupied doing my best to survive some mess I'd gotten wrapped up in. As my grandmother, it was probably hard for her not to feel a little concerned. Granted, I was pretty concerned. So far, most of those things had worked out in the sense that Raven was now on my side and none of the riders had killed me yet, but it didn't take a genius to understand the odds I was facing. Cinder alone had casually proven that she could muster an amount of power that I couldn't contest or withstand, and I'd barely survived when things had threatened to degenerate into violence. Even now, I really didn't like my odds against her, and simply staying alive had necessitated sacrifices on my part that ensured she was both aware of and interested in my existence. In a way, it was similar to when I had first met Raven. There was a force watching me who could very easily wipe me from the face of Remnant should she happen to feel the need. The only thing stopping her was the fact that she didn't want to. In the end, the only thing standing between me and a horrific fate at Cinder's hands was a pretty good bluff, and if she ever realized that, then... well, it wasn't as though I could stop her. She knew who I was. She knew what I was. She knew where I was. If it came down to a fight, I couldn't win, and she kept herself close, watching my every move. There was an old saying about keeping your friends close and your enemies closer, but in this case, it really felt more like I was strapping myself to a bomb and fervently hoping nothing set it off. Grandmother knew I was in a situation where I could very easily die any moment, should the slightest mistake give me away, and there was nothing either of us could do about it except hope we didn't do anything stupid. Logically speaking, doing our best to stay out of Cinder's way would be a good place to start on that front. Sadly, I didn't have much choice in the matter. "Is it safe for you to be here?" Cinder asked, not even bothering to look up from her weaving as I appeared inside her room, leaning a shoulder against the doorframe. Needless to say, I hadn't visited her as Jaune Arc, but as Jianbing, or rather, as Jianbing pretending to be Conquest. My mask over my mask. It occurred to me absently that, for various reasons, my life was a rather confusing mess from the outside looking in. Honestly, I was kind of thankful for that. It was fucking hard to live, it should be hard to understand. Still, she'd asked me a question, and while I didn't dare leap to her command, I couldn't afford to risk offending her too much, either. More or less, I replied. "He's currently discussing the details with his grandmother, far away from here. You should have someone watching him besides those children of yours, sister. Even if they might be able to keep something of an eye on him within the school, we can hardly afford to let him wander around freely. Who knows where he might wind up? In trouble, probably. Fools rush in where angels fear to tread." Cinder mused to herself. "Do you think he's the fool, the angel, or both?" I asked. "I vote for both." Her smile widened slightly at that. "Regardless, I don't need any spies to follow him around," she said. "I have you for that, brother." I snorted under my breath and sent back a cocky smirk she probably couldn't see, which was still no reason to take chances with someone as dangerous as Cinder. "I'd be offended, really I would," I answered, "but this seems fitting somehow. It's like we're doing a group project together, sis." I can just imagine what the credits page will look like when we turn it in. Research by me, speech by my, presentation by me. "Hope it doesn't impact your grade." She huffed out a quiet laugh and turned to glance over her shoulder at me, expression amused. "It doesn't matter," she said serenely. "We can follow him all around the world and still learn nothing. What matters is that we know where he'll end up eventually and are ready for it." I hummed, the sound somewhere between acknowledgement and agreement. "I suppose that's true, in a way." "Do you think it's time, then?" She paused in her weaving, consideration touching her features. "That's a difficult question," she replied. "It doesn't necessarily matter. He could believe himself ready even if he was ill-equipped. The better question is whether he'd chose to try or if he's content to wait. Honestly, I'm not certain of that myself. It's difficult to say. I truly know him. He hides himself carefully, within systems and worlds and roles." "Unsurprising," I answered. "Considering who he is, the fact that he wears masks should come as no surprise." "True," she admitted. "What of you, Conquest? You've observed him longer than I have. What do you believe he will do?" I considered my answer carefully, trying to decide what was best to say and what to simply imply. "It seems obvious that he's planning to leave early for a reason," I said, choosing my words carefully. Whether he set it all up from the beginning or simply decided to take advantage of the opportunity, I'm unsure, but the fact that he's going along with it says everything. As for why, there are a number of reasons. It's possible he's caught on to what's happening in Vale. It wouldn't surprise me, really. While you were away, he took a trip to Beacon. Cinder stilled for a moment at that. Oh, she asked. Did he do anything of interest? He spoke to Ozpin, I said, pleased to note that she tensed slightly at the name. Take of that what you will. However, while I was keeping an eye on him, I noticed several signs of that illusionist of yours. It's possible that he did, too. Perhaps, she allowed. You suspect it's something in Vale that he's after, then? I shook my head. Merely mentioning the possibility, I replied. It's just as likely that he's attempting to avoid us by moving to safety, or that he has plans for Vale as well. Or it could all be just a diversion to hide what he's really after. So, Cinder mused after a moment, slowly returning to her sewing. You know nothing. Essentially, all of those possibilities were plainly obvious from the very beginning. I scowled at her. I don't know anything definitive, I corrected. Yet, it's simply a matter of narrowing down the possibilities, hence why I'm actually watching him. Then keep watching him, Cinder said, tone almost dismissive. Someone has to. After all, we wouldn't want the poor dear to make a mistake and hurt himself, now would we? And what will you be doing? I asked. While I'm, doing my fucking job. Naturally, I'll do mine, she answered. This is a good opportunity for us, as well. I'm not opposed to arriving in Vale a bit ahead of schedule myself. There are always matters that simply require a personal touch. Aha, I drew out. This really is like a group project. And what should I do if something happens while you're otherwise occupied? Deal with it, she stated bluntly. I shouldn't have to tell you how to do your job, brother, I scoffed, sending her a flat, irritated look. Fine, I told her. Be that way then. But just so you know, if he does something moronic and I have to interfere to save his life, I'll never forgive you. I just want you to know that. So noted, she answered dryly. Now then, is there something else you wanted, or are you done? I withdrew from Cinder's room in silence, at once nervous and reassured. I guess there was no helping that she terrified me. After all, there wasn't much I could do about that, honestly. I knew that she could brutally murder me on a whim, and there was nothing I could do to stop her. Every meeting with her, as both Jaune Arc and Jianbing, was an extraordinary risk. I was relying on the simple variability of Conquest's nature to smooth over the wrinkles in my deception, but one wrong move, one wrong word, could give me away. And if that happened, I was betting I wouldn't like what followed. I was pretty sure she wouldn't kill me, but that wasn't particularly comforting when I knew she could still kill everyone I cared about if she found out the truth. Assuming she hadn't found out already. I didn't think she had, based on what I could perceive of her body, soul, and emotions, but the Grimm were odd things, and she was at least part Grimm. Sadly, Famine would probably be the one to notice any inconsistencies in the first place, so I couldn't fully depend on her human reactions, even if they were deeply connected. It was fully possible that she was just toying with me, or that she was playing along with my life for some reason, as a way to manipulate me, perhaps, or to lower my guard for a sucker punch later. If so, my only real defense against that was that I had no intention of ever lowering my guard around Cinder, ever. But if she did know, there was nothing I could do about it right now except hope that she hadn't seen through me completely, and that I had enough time to prepare myself for whatever knife she was planning to stick in my back. To that end, I followed up my meeting with my somewhat depressingly not greatest enemy by meeting with my closest friends. I left Haven quickly, watching Cinder all the while, and moved to our designated meeting point. They were all waiting for me when I arrived. Did everything go well? Raven asked from her seat, raising her eyes calmly as I entered. As well as could be expected, I answered. She may or may not know. I may or may not have given anything away. She may or may not be plotting my imminent demise. I may or may not have doomed us all. So you had a normal talk with her then? Adam noted. Sadly, he wasn't wrong. More or less, I replied with a slight sigh, taking a seat of my own. Our current meeting place was an apartment building my grandmother owned. I hadn't asked, honestly. She could well just be extorting the owner. What mattered in this case was that whoever was in charge knew we valued our privacy, never checked in on us, had thoroughly soundproofed every wall in the entire building, and didn't seem to find it odd that no one ever seemed to enter or exit our floors. We never entered except under illusion or through some form of dimensional travel, and if we'd ever given away any sign of the fact that we existed, well, they wouldn't tell anyone. I was pretty confident that if we brought someone in and brutally murdered someone and their screams happened to catch someone's ear, it would still go without comment, mainly because a cursory glance at the premise revealed signs of several murders, but the place's record was spotless. That was a bit worrying in its own way, but I put it aside for the sake of prioritizing. From time to time, even I needed a safe house in the real world. For example, Father, Autumn whispered quietly as she glided towards me. The latest cloak I'd woven for her was wrapped securely around her body, showing nothing but some of her hair and parts of her face. Even so, I didn't need the breadth of my senses to tell that she wasn't fully human underneath it when I said she glided towards me. I meant it almost literally. She wasn't taking steps, or at least none that could be accomplished with human legs and feet, and her clock shifted oddly. That was fine. She'd gotten that more or less under control while in public, or so Raven had informed me, but it didn't matter. While she was among family and friends, I was fine with her taking whatever shapes made her most comfortable. Looking at her now, I could see more traces of summer in her features, but there were also elements of me in there, and what I expected were traces of Raven. In the end, however, what truly mattered was what lay beneath the surface. Autumn, however terrifying or beautiful she chose to appear, was my daughter, and that was all that really mattered. "It's okay, sweetie," I said, reaching up to gently touch her face. "Whatever happens, Daddy will be fine." "Okay?" Her hair shifted slightly, shadowing more of her face, and I sensed that she was worried, which was only natural, given the circumstances. There wasn't much of anything I could do about that, either, and if anything, I was more afraid for her than I was for myself. That was a big part of why I'd asked Grandmother for this place, after all. It was closer to Haven than Grandmother's house, just within the range of my perceptions, which meant hopefully that I'd be able to notice in time, should anything happen to her. She only spent her downtime here, when she wasn't training with me or Raven, and couldn't come to Haven, and, truthfully, I had no intention of letting her near Haven so long as Cinder was in it. The fact that Emerald and Mercury knew she existed, even if only in a vague and distant sense, was enough that I honestly might have considered killing both of them if I thought it would help. Cinder already knew about Atom's supposed weapon, though. I just have to do my utmost to make sure she never found out who she really was. If something happened to my daughter— The floor trembled slightly as Goo rose from his seat and moved gingerly to Autumn's side, brushing his head against her side quietly in the hopes of reassuring her. We didn't glance at one another, but we didn't have to. We both understood. Goo was this apartment's other main inhabitant, tasked with her protection. He'd tear apart this entire building before he let anyone hurt her, same as he'd slaughter the Grimm in her defense. He was my familiar, after all. Well, actually, I suppose he wasn't just my familiar anymore, was he? No, both of them had grown to be far more than what they'd once been, both to me and in simple truth. The last rose of summer. LV 123. Autumn Rose. Heavenly Dog. LV 125. Changu. By raising familiar to level 99, you have gained the skill Jaune. Sephirotic synthesis complete. The skills Natural Bond, Green Thumb, Floral Communion, and Familiar have been combined successfully. The skill Preta has been created. I looked at them both and saw the markings on their soul, the signs of my touch and the strength they'd drawn from it. I just hoped it'd be enough. "This is it then, huh?" Adam murmured, voice quiet as he drew a slow breath and glanced towards me. "Yeah," I replied, even though it was pointless. We all knew exactly what was to come now. It was just a matter of facing it. Adam nodded once, expression unchanging. "About time," he said, trying for confidence and mostly succeeding. As he spoke the words, even his emotions changed, rising to match the tone. He was worried, yes, and afraid, but at the same time, he was prepared. "Are we ready then?" The question was layered, and I took one final glance around, looking at my friends. The Blood Prince. 126. Adam Taurus. Memories of the World Tree. LV 175. Raven Brennan. Of course, I answered, smiling easily. "It's us, after all." "Good," he all but growled. "Stuff like this, it's the waiting that gets to me." Raven hummed slightly, the noise somewhere between a chastisement and an agreement. "You finished your preparations, then?" she asked. I nodded. Everything was in order now. I'd made my plans, I'd arranged our cover story, I'd hopefully put Cinder's concerns to rest, and most importantly, I'd done all the grinding I could. My skills were sharp and I'd prepared for everything I could, brushing up on what needed it and restocking my inventory for the fight. I felt stronger than ever, more powerful, and I knew my friends did too. Looking at them, I felt proud, I suppose, or perhaps simply assured. It wasn't something amazing or elaborate. In fact, it felt really simple. This was my team. We'd win. "Everything's in order," I said. "We leave tomorrow. Make sure you're ready because we're wiping Jericho Falls off the map." the games we play, long shots. The airship was all but silent as it rose into the skies of Mistral, both as a result of the cutting-edge technology that had gone into its design and because of the somber atmosphere within. My family was gathered in this airship, ostensibly for the sake of coming with me to Vale and cheering me on. Whether that would actually happen depended on a number of factors. If things proved too dangerous, I'd shuffle them off to relative safety using Raven's portals, hopefully making it a bit harder for my enemies to find them by leading them in the wrong direction here and now. Furthermore, what happened in the coming hours could well change all of my plans, easily to the extent of causing me to blow off the tournament entirely. Sure, it was a tradition and part of our culture and something important to lots of people, but I was trying to deal with the apocalypse here. If it turned out the end of the world was scheduled for the first day of the tournament, I made no promises, and, of course, there was the elephant in the room. I wouldn't need anyone to cheer me on if I was brutally murdered in the next few hours. Grandmother and I had shared the rough details of what I was doing, leaving out bits like the riders and Malkuth and the general truth of things simply because that knowledge was a bitch to live with. Even if you were able to identify the infected, I didn't really want to burden them with the knowledge that the enemy I was facing had already succeeded at killing me once, or that he destroyed the world and trapped it in a seemingly endless cycle of suffering and destruction, either. Or the fact that, well, the point was that there was a lot of horrible shit that we couldn't do anything about. Frankly, if my soul hadn't hotwired my brain and I actually had some need for such a thing, I probably would have had a hard time sleeping at night. I couldn't bear to leave my family behind without at least telling them I was going into life-threatening danger, but mentioning the stakes seemed more cruel than anything else. If I failed here, this wasn't something I wanted them to try to carry on for me or get more deeply involved in. I couldn't imagine there being many kind fates awaiting them down that particular road. So instead, I did my best to play it off as just another horrific and dangerous mission, the types hunters went on all the time and, naturally, often didn't return from. As a result, they were treating the matter with a kind of grave respect, taking it seriously even if they didn't know what awaited me. "Jaune," my mother whispered, looking at me as Mistral slowly moved further and further away. "Are you sure about this? If it's as dangerous as you say, it can't be helped," I answered calmly, making sure to stay relaxed even if it was growing difficult even for me. This would be a big day. After all, it might even go down in the history books at some point. Here's hoping it was as something positive. Ozpin thinks it's important, as does grandmother. Someone needs to check the place out. "But does it need to be you?" she asked, fingers twitching in odd, jerky movements. It was a nervous habit she'd picked up lately. Even though the time she'd been without most of her limbs was by now far dwarfed by the time she'd spent with their replacements, it was almost as if she was reminding herself that they were still there. Or perhaps she was just reminding herself of why she'd needed them in the first place. I tried to make my smile reassuring as I turned to face her. "Why wouldn't it be me?" I returned. "You know what I can do, and so does Ozpin. Odds are, I have the best chance of success, no matter what turns out to be waiting for me there." "That's what worries me," she whispered. "He wouldn't send you on a normal mission." "Good thing I'm not a normal hunter then," I replied. "I'll manage, Mom. I promise." "I'll hold you to that, Jaune," Violet said, seeming more relaxed on the surface. "You better stay safe, you hear? I've been looking forward to seeing you in the tournament, you know. According to Olivia, you've been making a mess of Haven and I want to see what you can do on a public stage." "I'd hate to disappoint," I replied, nodding at her once to show I understood the word she'd left unspoken. "Personally, I'd prefer it if you kept things a bit neater, Jaune," Olivia interjected. As a teacher, she probably should have been back at Haven, but she was apparently going along with as a chaperone for the students who decided to come in early or something like that. At least I didn't pay much attention to the official explanation. In reality, she was going along because grandmother said so and nobody argued. "That doesn't seem like it's ever going to be possible," I told her truthfully. "Quite frankly, my life is a mess. If things start breaking down around me, just blame it on who I am as a person." "Not even bothering with excuses anymore?" she wondered, sighing to herself. "More just not bothering to lie," I corrected. "Might as well just embrace it. The reason everything went to hell around me is because of who I am as a person, the choices I made in life, or because of something I did in a past life. Choose one." Olivia released a rather unladylike snort, rolling her eyes. "Indigo," I said after another beat of silence, glancing towards my last sister where she sat wrapped in shadows even though she was right under a light. "She did that where she was worried about something." "Don't worry about me too much. I'm not much for death scenes, either." "Right," she said after a moment before glancing down the length of the ship where Adam was trying to pretend he didn't exist. I suspected family matters made him uncomfortable. "Keep an eye on him for me." Adam glanced up at her and shrugged shoulder. "He's my best friend, he said by way of explanation. Indigo considered that for a moment and then nodded in acceptance. My lips twitched upwards at those words before I rose from my seat. We were far enough from Vale now that unless Cinder's perceptions were significantly superior to my own, she'd have difficult looking in on us, and even then, I like to think I'd have noticed something. Still, it didn't hurt to be cautious, and so I'd waited until I thought it was safe. "Sorry, but it looks like this is our stop," I said to my family. "But we'll be back before you know it." "Okay," my mother replied. "I will be waiting." Good hunting. Looking at her one last time, I remembered the talk I had with my dad before the white whale incident, before everything started. Not that I really thought about it that time. I'd prepared for a mission without telling her what I was up to, because I was afraid of what it might cost her to try and help me. Now, I was doing the same thing for the same reason, though the situation differed. But even though everything had gotten so crazy, there were still things that I hadn't forgotten. The people who had my back, the home I had to come back to, and the things I had to stay alive to do. What those things were had changed a few times, but I hadn't forgotten them. I would never forget. So I smiled at her, without hiding or faking anything, and nodded. "Thanks," I said. "I'll be off first, then Adam, you take the next one." "Okay." My friend nodded once and stood up, even as a swirling red portal opened up in the middle of the airship, causing several pairs of eyes to widen in shock and recognition, and then I stepped through and was gone. The portal opened up high in the sky, far enough up that the air was frigid and thin. I could see the clouds far below me and the land further still, the world of Remnant stretching out amazingly in every direction. Mountains and forests, rivers and lakes from this far up, everything looked small. And far below me, I saw Jericho Falls for the first time. Like most of the places packed with the grim, it was deceptively pleasant looking. The place had been named, at least in part, for the majestic waterfall at the edge of the area, with hundreds of thousands of liters spilling over the edge every second. The surrounding area was verdant and green, filled with flora and fauna, but at the center of it all was a massive set of ruins. Even worn away by the assault of the grim and sheer, merciless time, it was easy to see that Jericho Falls had once played host to something amazing simply from what remained. As ruins went, it was surprisingly intact, too, or, at least, certain parts of it were, with entire sets of buildings still remaining. At a glance, one could see where people had once lived their lives, ages ago. But now, this place was home only to the grim. Everything from ancient dark figures to tiny, newborn monsters filled this place, waiting in the streets and the buildings, and within the depths of the very ground itself, an army of monstrous servants awaiting their master's command. And near the center of it all, in an unspeakable worn palatial estate, waited the king of this land, the devourer of the tree of life. LV Gilgamesh. The knowledge that he was actually here didn't affect me in the slightest. Honestly, I just felt a bit vindicated by the knowledge that the world really was out to get me, but even that was muted. Now wasn't the time to care about that. Not when I had more important things to worry about than what was really just another thing that was going to try and kill me. Even as gravity began to pull me downwards, I scanned the ruins as thoroughly as I possibly could, looking for signs of anything important or unusual. I didn't find any mysterious glowing orbs, strangely luminous sigils, magic crystals, or anything that looked like it might have come out of a science fiction novel on the surface. The ruins appeared to be just normal ruins. Needless to say, I didn't stop at the surface. I looked it over again under a dozen different lenses, peering into the different ends of the spectrum to gather details. I saw the remnants of markings and paint, the leftover of things now long gone, traces in the wreckage and the rubble that gave me a rough idea of how this place had once looked. It wasn't anything on the level of the ruins Raven and I had visited when we'd been searching for clues as to Summer's fate, because that site had only been about a decade old while this one had been a ruin for millennia. But it gave me a better idea of what this place might have looked like at one point, and I applied logic to figure out where important stuff would likely be housed, coordinating my search. Even then, a solid second of searching turned up nothing, and I changed tracks quickly. This high up in the air, it was difficult to reach out to the earth below, but I called to Arab and had him expand into the ground, searching deeper the further I feel. His search turned up results almost immediately, but not the ones I was looking for. While it would be an exaggeration to call it intact, there were plenty of signs that an advanced civilization had once called this place their home, if you knew where to look. There were things like pipes and power lines that, though they didn't look much like the ones I was familiar with, seemed based on the same principles. I used his results to cross-reference my search, making sure I didn't overlook anything, but I still didn't find anything that looked like a power source for the barrier. And there was a barrier there, of that I was certain. I could see it in a way that was new to me, but then, I've never seen Naraka from the outside before. There was not quite a shimmer but more of an iridescence to the world when I looked at it all, peering into the truth of things. At the same time, I could feel something somewhere between an itch and the pressure between my shoulder blades, which was something I was familiar with. Trespasser was alerting me to a barrier in my vicinity. A moment later, a window even popped up, asking me if I'd like to enter. I clicked no for the moment and continued to stare hard at the approaching ruins, looking one last time, just to make sure. And then I nodded to myself once, as sure as I could be. If there was any secret power source or something on the side holding the barrier in place, I couldn't see it. As I'd hoped, it seemed somehow self-perpetuating, meaning it was all but divorced from this dimension so long as no one specifically tried to break through it. And an archaeological and historical wonder this place may be, but there were more important things at stake now, and hell, it was my history anyway, bad ending and all. As such, I took a brief moment to memorize every detail I could, and then I destroyed Jericho Falls. It happened quickly, set off by nothing more than a minute twist of my aura, and then a flash of blinding white light descended from the heavens. It was the Brahmastra. 3 Brahmastras, to be precise. It wasn't something I'd be capable of on my own, not even after a week to train it. While the Brahmastra leveled quickly relative to its usage, it was still something that I could only use once a day, and I hadn't had that much time to play with it. But just because I could only use it once a day didn't mean I couldn't store it. I couldn't put it into my inventory. Alas, attempting to put the created spare into my handy pocket dimension had simply resulted in a window telling me it would be a bad idea, but there was another way. This was the result of patience and, somewhat ironically, a great deal of patience. At first, the nature of the skill had not changed in the slightest as it leveled up, but after reaching level 25, when this changed, I was able to store another skill within my aura. The same thing had occurred again at level 50, and, after a significant amount of effort in the hopes of grinding it to the next benchmark before the possibly literal deadline hit, recently occurred again at 75 for a total of 4 slots. How I'd spent them had been a matter of great deliberation for me. Over the course of this week I gained a fair number of new options in that time period, and there were a number of tactics I could potentially exploit. In the end, however, I'd boiled it down to 2 main options. The first was, of course, my healing skills. At the end of the day, stuff that could keep me, or potentially someone I cared about, alive in an emergency was hard to beat. While I could easily heal myself or others in the midst of combat, some effectiveness would probably need to be sacrificed for the sake of expedience. If I had the time and power to spare to fully charge a healing skill, well, then I probably didn't really need one. It was the type of thing I needed when I was about to die. If something broke past all my defenses, emptied the wells of my MP, and then ground me down to my last hit point and forced me to rely on second chance. If I could heal myself at a leisurely pace, it wasn't really an emergency, and so I'd long since promised myself to always keep at least 1 full restore on me. Yes, I fully intended to be one of those assholes, one of those video game enemies who make you grind them down to a single hit point and then promptly heal back to full health and make you do it all over again. I hated those guys when I was a kid. I'm pretty sure everyone hates those guys. But here's the thing. The best thing in the world is when someone really wants you to die and you just don't. On the other hand, there was also something to be said for really wanting someone to die and then making it happen. The Brahmastra was by far the hardest skill I had to use, simply because its charge time was atrocious and it could only be forged once a day. In a pinch, it was possible I could use just about any other skill, so long as I was willing to burn enough dust crystals to make it happen. But in a fight, I'd only get one shot with the Brahmastra, and if it wasn't an opening move, I'd never get it off at all. Being able to store several of them got around both the charge time problem and the limit on its use, however, and it was a truly devastating weapon. It had been a tough call. Extra heals would have served to give me more of a lifeline, but dropping a Brahmastra on an enemy's head was its own reward. In the end, I'd made my choice for one simple reason. I'd only get 1 second chance. The usefulness of 2 full heals dropped somewhat with the knowledge that if something big hit me, odds were I wouldn't survive to use the second one. I could still use it to heal my wounds and restore MP, of course, but those weren't necessarily worth the slot. Saving my life was one thing, but in the end, killing things before they could hurt me was better than just healing from the wounds they inflicted, because they wouldn't be hurting me much when they'd been reduced to ash. As such, I spared a slot for a single full heal and, instead of using it just to practice and grind, stored the last 3 days' worth of Brahmastras in my inventory, and I hurled all 3 of them into the heart of the ruins. This was, I had decided, the best time to use them right at the very start. No one knew we were here, no one was particularly on guard, and there were a lot of Grimm that needed to die. I didn't truly believe that I'd get them all, but anyone I killed now couldn't interfere later. Adam, Autumn, Goo, and Raven would be putting their lives on the line to hold off any survivors while I clashed with Gilgamesh. The best thing I could do to help them was to do my best to limit the number of survivors. This was my best chance to take them out, and it wasn't as if I could risk using the Brahmastra while my friends and family were on the battlefield. It was now or never, really. Needless to say, the results were impressive. As the 3 spears descended towards the unsuspecting ruin, they pulsed with an inner light, and the process I'd set in place with their creation reached its inevitable conclusion. At the last moment, I saw some of the Grimm look upwards, but it was too late to notice now. There was a blinding flash, a sudden rush, an annihilating, consuming heat, seemingly carried along by a force like the hand of God, and I was still far, far in the air. There was sound accompanying it, too, but I could hardly hear it. There was a brief, massive roar and then silence. For a moment, my ears burst, my eyes went blind, and the light of the brewmasters plunged my world into darkness. A part of me wondered if this had ever happened before. I wasn't the first person to ever wield the brewmaster, and looking into what legends remained, there were tales of the weapons clashing, but had 3 ever been hurled towards the same target? I didn't know. But what I did know was the result of such a thing. As the moment passed and my sight and hearing returned, I saw what I'd done. I'd blown Jericho Falls off the map, and I meant that as literally as I could. Someone was going to have to actually redraw the map of this area at some point. "Hello," I said belatedly. The games we play. Expansion. The explosions of the brewmasters had thrown me high, further into the air than the portal Raven had used to drop me off initially. I waited for a moment, already working to refill the emptied slots of patience and gladdened by the fact that nothing immediately tried to kill me. I could tell already that I hadn't killed all of the Grimm, but it was always nice to know that my enemies couldn't outright brush off my best attacks. They'd been stunned, if only for a few minutes. Even better, the dimensional barrier that existed alongside Jericho Falls had been unaffected by the blasts. I'd been almost certain it'd be fine, but not completely. Time to move on to the next step. I focused my attention on my aura for a brief moment and then sent a shudder through it, releasing a signal towards my distant target. A moment later, I felt her attention on me and 2 more portals swirled to life at my sides. Adam strode quickly through one while Autumn, Raven, and Goo entered through the other. I caught each as they walked into open air, supporting them with my power. "God, we're high," Adam noted. "When you said we'd be dropping in, you meant that literally, didn't you?" "Yes," I answered simply. He sighed and shook his head. "Whatever," he said after a moment, focusing his eyes on the massive clouds below. "You really didn't hold back, did you? Did you even leave any for us?" "I didn't hold back specifically in the hopes of not leaving anyone for you," I replied. "And you shouldn't hold back either, because I failed." It wasn't a surprise, not hardly. I'd been all but sure going in that I wouldn't be able to take them all out with my opening move. It was why I'd worked so hard to grind Patientia to its next benchmark and then loaded it with all the brewmasters I had available. If I'd been certain that the Grimm would be hit hard enough to stop them long enough for me to do so, I would have waited another day, charged a 4th brewmaster, and hit them even harder. But the sight before my eyes kind of made me glad I hadn't taken any chances. All throughout the ruins, Grimm rose. They were few in number, thankfully, and many of them looked badly hurt, but they were there, standing back up after I sucker punched them with 3 of my greatest attacks. If I'd had a 4th, I might have gotten a few more, but my gaze drifted towards the leader of the pack. Location hadn't much of an issue when it came to my brewmasters. Even a single one had the range necessary to cover Jericho Falls. Even so, I'd aimed the spears with the intention of inflicting as much damage as possible to the largest threats, figuring that the lesser ones would be wiped out regardless. And if they were, well, I would have sent Raven the other signal. If more than a handful of the Grimm could walk away from a trio of brewmasters to the face, we would have been in way over our heads, and the only logical thing to do would be to run the fuck away. As it was, the numbers were acceptable. Not ideal. That would have required me to have killed everyone, but not as bad as they could have been. Beyond the amount of surviving riffraff, however, there was another important thing. I needed to check just how strong the legendary Gilgamesh really was. The results on that front had been at once expected and worrying. The creature my power had identified as Gilgamesh did, in fact, look fairly human. He was a man of middling height, with a stock of almost shockingly dark hair, set up in spikes. His skin was as dark as most of the Grimm, where it wasn't covered by his bone-white armor. He carried a simple-looking sword at his side, made of the same material as his body, and his face, assuming he had a face beneath it, was covered by a simple mask. It was more elaborate than most of the masks I'd seen, carved like porcelain to give the impression of a calm human face. Except for the eyes, of course. They were as red as an of the Grimms, and staring right up at me. Gilgamesh didn't seem impressed, excited, or even worried to see me, not that it was easy to gauge the emotions of the Grimm. If anything, he simply looked expectant. Worse, he didn't look particularly hurt, either. He hadn't quite shrugged off the blows, and I could see the wounds it had left when it had seared at his flesh and armor, but he wasn't exactly falling apart, either. His limbs were all where they were supposed to be, his eyes were still in his head, and all told, he looked shockingly intact for a guy who I'd made sure had taken the worst of the blasts. It was a little off-putting, truthfully. I mean, I hadn't honestly expected to take him out with my first attack, but I'd kind of been hoping for a bit more of a reaction than, "Oh, that hurt. Why would you do such a thing?" But now that I'd seen the results, I had to decide how to proceed from here. From the beginning I'd known that Grimm's reaction to my attacks big part of gauging our readiness for the battle, and I was pleased to note that most of the Grimm looked worse for wear. They were injured enough that I was fairly certain I could defeat any one of them in battle. But Gilgamesh was another matter, and seeing him standing there wasn't particularly encouraging. If he was honestly that tough, Jaune, Raven asked, concern edging its way into her voice. "Are we proceeding?" I kept my attention focused on my target even as I turned my physical eyes towards my friends. "Most of the Grimm were hurt badly by the blast," I said seriously, readying myself to respond to any sudden moves. "But it seems Gilgamesh is made of sterner stuff." "Obviously," Adam snorted. "We knew he would be." "How bad is it?" Raven asked. "Nowhere near as bad as it could have been," I admitted. "He's not unhurt. After all, if he had been, I'd have called this off immediately. On the other hand, he's not as hurt as I would have liked, either. Though, granted, none of them are as hurt as I would have liked. They're alive and everything." "But you think we can win?" Raven asked. "Don't you?" "Of course I do," I answered confidently. "Just wanted to tell you all the facts before we began, in case you had any doubts." "I have doubts," she stated, "but it's rare to find a battle worth fighting where you're already certain of the outcome." "If you stay, I stay." "Didn't we have this conversation already?" Adam asked, managing to sound bored. I smiled at them both, unsurprised. Before looking past them, "I asked before, but is it really alright to go along with my selfish desires?" "Autumn?" I asked. Goop. There was more to the words than I had spoken, because there was particular weight in this battle for these two. Goo's intelligence and even his selfhood had resulted from his connection to me, and there was no guarantee that it would survive my death. Anytime I gambled my life, I had to keep in mind that I could very well be gambling his, too. Autumn, furthermore, was still a child, if an exceptionally powerful and intelligent one thanks to her nature. She had a life ahead of her, as well as behind. If something should happen here, she was arguably risking just as much as Goo. Her future in summers past, her chance at making a new life or finding the things she'd lost in the old, they all depended on her surviving this fight. In the end, they were risking their futures for the sake of my past. "I'm not afraid of death, so long as we're together," Autumn whispered, her voice odd as usual. "I've died and scattered once, but if I'm to die again, I'd rather stay by your side. And I'd rather fight beside you than be left behind." "It's fine," Goo answered casually. "If we die, we'll simply find each other in the afterlife." I closed my eyes, still smiling, and then reached out to the final members of my team. They'd been there since the beginning, silently supporting me, but they were risking as much as Goo in all of this. "And you tell me, is it really alright?" Crocia Moors, Levant, Suryasta, Jihai, Volturnus, Arab, you've been supporting me for so long and you've always had my back. "But if I die, you..." The answer came to me quickly, as half a dozen voices whispered in my ear. "Until our soul meets its end, we will be forever one." "It settles it, then," I said, opening my eyes again. "Thank you all of you. Now let's go kick some monster ass." And with that said, I simply stopped holding us in the air. We fell as one for a moment, staying briefly even as gravity kept us in its hold, but we just as quickly went our separate ways as we adopted our own landing strategies. Raven and I chose to simply hurry towards the earth, with her conjuring up a portal to fall through while I hastened my descent through simple will. Above and behind me, I felt Goo begin to bloat, choosing to simply take the fall, while Autumn's cloak billowed out as her own mass spread into flowering shapes that caught the air, turning her fall into a controlled glide. I could see her releasing seeds and spores already, aiming them towards anything they could grow upon and using her slow descent to aid in the process. I took it a step further, helping her along with Levant's winds. Even as I picked out valuable targets with her power and our connection, I was fairly confident it would come in handy later on in the fight. Adam, meanwhile, simply fell, Even as he began gathering power into his sheathed blade, I knew he planned to make up for his pedestrian fall by making an entrance, and a part of me was looking forward to it. Not that I had any intention of letting him one-up me in that regard. Of course, I hit the ground first, plowing into the earth like a meteor. The ground rippled for a moment, my shockwave extending outwards before the solidity of the ground seemed to catch up to it, and it instead shattered violently, all but exploding all around me. I didn't hesitate to take advantage of that, either, mentally willing Arab to guide the shrapnel where it could do the most damage. Even as I kept my eyes focused on my target, meeting the solid red orbs of my enemy, a portal appeared above me a moment after the stone shards exploded outwards, and Raven appeared by my side, hand calmly resting on her blade. "Shall we start the festivities before they arrive?" she asked, flicking a gaze upwards towards the sky. Already, Gu's form had grown massive enough to shade us from the sun, and he still had kilometers to go before he touched the ground. "It'll be rude to keep our friends here waiting," I answered, rising slowly from my kneeling position on the ground. "Can you imagine how long they've been waiting here to die?" "True," Raven acknowledged, smiling fiercely. Her gaze shifted playfully amongst the remaining Grimm, flicking quickly from one to the next. "But which one should I kill?" I clicked my tongue and sent her a disapproving glance that did nothing to take my attention away from our foes. "You're a huntress, Raven," I said. "There's no point in being picky, just kill them all." Raven hummed back, taking several slow steps forward. With every word we spoke, the shadow around us grew larger and darker, its steady progression evidently enough to keep even the Grimm at bay. In a matter of moments, Gu was just above us, his monumental figure prepared to crash into the blasted ruin hard enough to shatter it all over again. The moment before it did, Raven and I both moved. For her part, she strode several steps forward, pushing off with the last into a newly opened gateway and flickering back into existence right behind all of the Grimm around us. Meanwhile, I simply willed myself forward, vanishing as I fluctuated. Gu's landing was deafeningly loud, ludicrously attention-drawing, and amazingly destructive, and we both intended to take advantage of it. I reappeared directly behind Gilgamesh, drawing power into my hands and lashing out mercilessly at his back. In my left hand, I forged Longinus, the space-rending spear's tip aimed for Gilgamesh's head, while in my right, I gathered orbs of light, cycling them in preparation of the inevitable. And at the last moment, Gilgamesh moved. His body blurred as he turned on a dim, bone sword coming up to cleave at my neck like the Reaper's scythe. I didn't flinch, staring down the blade even as I felt my heartbeat quicken, and continued with my own attack. I flung Longinus towards his left eye from as close as I could manage, silently daring him to abort his attack or take the blow. At the last possible second, he twitched once, angling his face away from the blow and letting it instead cut a clean line across his cheek, sending up sparks as it carved through the material. At the same time, his attack struck my neck, breaking the surface of my skin and swiping clean through, casually removing my head from my shoulders. Not only that, but the force of the blow was so great and its passage through my body so disruptive, that the stumps on both sides bent and ruptured, giving me a feeling of exploding grotesquely. I felt myself come apart as I was nearly blown apart by the strike. And then I came back together. It wasn't just the usual nature of the gamer's body, either. No, I felt myself flow back into place, like water refilling a vessel. Exactly like that. In fact, Varuna Active LV1 EXP, 0.00%, an ancient technique named after its user, one of the Aporosia Vital. The man that became known as Varuna was born to the raging might of the sea, in a land of endless storms and waves. As its waters flooded the lands of Remnant, Varuna heard a song within the sea and answered it with his own, calming its rage and taking it within himself. Though lost to the receding grip of the ocean, Varuna soon returned, reborn from the power he used to hold back the seas. In time, he joined the ranks of the legendary god kings of Vital, having internalized the part of himself that he had sacrificed to the sea in order to reach for new heights of power. Water affinity rises to max. The user of the skill is immune to water elemental attacks and has increased resistance to physical attacks. Active MP-based skills that do not naturally share an affinity with an element may be given the water element at no additional cost. Only those with a water elemental may use the skill. A water elemental may not be manifested while the skill is active. Only one elemental may be merged within this fashion at a given time. Even as I came back together, my now liquid form piecing itself back together from a storm of droplets, I continued to reach out with my right hand, grasping Gilgamesh's face and firing, unleashing the full might of Lux Eterna. The blast plunged the world into darkness, drawing in all signs of light and devouring everything in its path. The torrent of light swept over Gilgamesh from point-blank range, searing through the world at the speed of light, too quick to dodge from here even if the speed matched or surpassed my own. When the light returned the world, a scar of destruction glowed incandescently across the battered landscape, a glowing brand of power. Gilgamesh grabbed my wrist and brought his sword around again, cutting through me from head to toe with force enough to make the rest of me explode into a rain of droplets. It hurt not so much the injure, but the simple need to piece myself back together in its wake. But it had its own advantages and I had ways to compensate. Coming back together, I shed half a dozen skins, trailing a small river of water behind me, all the while a feat I once accomplished with Dust Eater, now performed with a simple combination of Vaihu's ultimate skill and Varuna. I circled him once completely before running into and then over him, taking his next hit full on and then slipping through the streams I'd made as easily as air. Then, without even looking, I snapped my fingers and froze the whole thing with a flash of deposition, freezing both the water and the grim within it. Rotating on my heel, I flung a hand out towards it and shattered it, crushing the misshapen sphere of ice to powder. There was a slight cracking noise as Gilgamesh lifted an arm in defense, the last of the ice cracking above his armor. Despite the series of hits, he hardly seemed injured, looking more annoyed than anything, and I was sure it wasn't just a matter of defensive ability. For all that he was durable as fuck, I could see how much damage each of my hits were doing, and the results seemed familiar. No, more than that, while he didn't look like anything I recognized beneath the lens of my third eye, he appeared similar enough that I was pretty sure I was on the right track. He and perhaps all the Grim, now that I thought about it, was made out of unknown matter, like the kind I used with Kavacha, but different. How different, I wasn't sure, but it definitely wasn't the same material, even if it worked on similar principles. Anything I threw at him was going to get a big chunk of its power simply ignored. I smiled. Guess I'd just have to hit him harder, huh? It was a bit early, still, but... well, what was the point of having trump cards if you didn't choose them? So let's start with this one. First, I lifted my hand at him, gathering my returning strength, and exhaled a slow breath. Or Ein Sof, I said. By raising Lux Eterna to level 99, you have gained the skill Or Ein Sof. The games we play. Sixth interlude, Adam Taurus. As I landed, the world was filled with blinding light. I didn't need to look to know what the source was, not that I could have seen it if I wanted to. When I said it was blinding, I meant it literally, with even the moment's glimpse I caught of it sending stabbing knives of pain straight into my retinas before I reflexively flinched away and shut my eyes. The following rush of noise was perhaps even more disorienting, loud enough to make the sound of thunder seem like a low rumble. Dust filled the air, along with the choking smoke left behind by the opening attack, robbing me of my sense of smell and sending currents of strange sensations across my skin. If not for my recent training and what I was sure was the aid of my friend's elementals, I would have been struggling just to breath. There wasn't much I could do about that but bear with it. Unlike some people, I didn't have a million kinds of vision. I couldn't see through smoke or steel or skin, I couldn't identify bacteria on sight, and I most certainly couldn't peer across a city or a country or, for all I fucking knew, the goddamn universe. I couldn't see out of the back of my head or grow a million eyes, either. I couldn't even create portals to see something on the other side of the world. I couldn't pick up whispers in the midst of explosions, look into someone's soul, or pull up their profile like they'd accidentally posted all their personal information online. On that note, I couldn't wave my hand and rearrange the forces of nature, warp time, heal the sick, or destroy cities, either. I wasn't like John, who could make a decent argument for being the greatest weapon ever produced by magic or man. I wasn't like Raven, one of the most powerful huntresses in the last century or even millennia. Really, I wasn't even like Autumn or Gu, who were the result of I didn't even know what, born as something exceptional. I was just a faunus, one of the thousands of sob stories that Mengari had churned out who had just happened to get a little bit lucky. I'd found what had pretty damn well seemed like the only person on the continent who cared if I lived or died or about things like right and wrong, and she'd taken me in and made me something more than just a kid with a knife. Later, and because of that, I'd found other things. A little cat who reminded me a bit of myself, who'd become something between a daughter and a little sister. It seemed a little odd to consider her either of those things, given my age, but hell, I never expected to grow old. I made it to age 10, which had seemed like a minor miracle at the time. Everything else just seemed like borrowed time. I'd found the White Fang, 2. An organization I had once loved and hated. When I first joined, it was preaching for peace with a group that had treated us like animals and locked us away, and I'd thought it hopelessly stupid and naive. Later, it came to understand that words alone wouldn't change anything, so circumstances had to. And yet, somehow, that hadn't satisfied me either, even as I applauded the choice. It was probably Blake's fault. She had always been innocent, however hard she tried to hide it. An endless optimist that tried to be a cynic. I'd had optimism beaten out of me when my mother died and left me in a place full of grim and people who'd been reduced to the savages mankind had wanted us to be, and God, but it was hard to say which had been worse. But even after seeing how things worked, Blake tried to believe. She did her best to hide her high hopes and expectations behind looks of disdain, as if convincing the world she didn't care would keep her from actually doing so. She'd always had big dreams. Peace between man and faunus, happiness and heroes, resolution and hope. It didn't surprise me in the slightest that she'd become a huntress. I knew exactly why she'd done it, and it didn't make a lick of sense, but that was Blake for you. She probably left with the intention of stamping out inequality and promoting righteousness in its place, undoing years of corruption and hatred, and worse. As if being a huntress would do any of that. Being a soldier, sworn to fight and die for battles that most people would never know existed, caught in political games between the kingdoms, bound in a system that would work against her. How she intended to get from going to school to creating lasting peace and equality between two groups that had clashed for millennia, God only knows. Blake wasn't the best at making plans. Half the time it seemed like she expected a miracle to occur and handle all the details. If we do the right thing, if we're good people, if we're kind and help others and save the day, they'll see the truth. They'll understand. We'll be loved and accepted and everything will be okay. It'll all work out in the end. Bullshit. The world didn't work the way she wanted it to, and hopes and prayers wouldn't change that. That was why I'd always dreamed of things that were more realistic. But honestly unrealistic as they were, even now, I like Blake's dreams better than my own. Somehow, by doing exactly what I would have done, what I knew was right, what I accepted and understood, by doing that, it almost felt as if the White Fang had let me down, which was stupid as all hell. But I guess I just didn't want a world full of people like me, even if it would make things simpler. But I'd gone along with it, because I've known it was the right thing to do, moral and idealistic quandaries aside. And then, pretty much by pure fucking chance, I'd met John, and ended up as part of the ongoing clusterfuck that was his life. The guy was like entropy incarnate. All you had to do was introduce him to a system, and then it was just a matter of watching as things progressed towards maximum chaos. System in this case referring to things like reality, society, and my life. Sometimes I thought that the guy couldn't go out and buy milk without messing something up. Things just seemed to break down around him, including my beliefs. John was like Blake in some ways, a bit like me in others. Honestly, as the little terrified kid who didn't know how to fucking drive grew up into a terrifying guy who still didn't know how to fucking drive, he seemed to take in everything from around him, learning from the people he met. But that's children, I guess, though I'd never seen anyone grow up quite as fast as he did. And for all the bits and pieces he took in, there were parts of him that were just him, if you knew where to look, if you'd been around long enough to see them. Stupid parts, chaotic parts, and crazy parts, mostly, and ones that somehow managed to believe. He didn't talk about it the way Blake did, but he believed things would work out, too. That we'd save the world and sort everything out and fix things somehow. And somehow, he managed to make me believe stuff like that, too. I guess it was because he was my best friend. I knew it better than anyone. I had no place here. I'd been fairly strong since I was a kid, but I was no ancient reincarnating superweapon or legendary huntsman. I wasn't someone whose soul had managed to cling to this godforsaken world for years just to protect her daughter, reborn now in a super plant thing or a dog-turned-walking myth. I'd been taught by one of the best, but I hadn't been one of them myself. I'd known and accepted that. Everyone wants to be the best, but how many succeed? There are a bunch of factors that decide it. How skilled you are, how smart you are, the semblance you're born with, the strength of your spirit, physical ability, and countless other things. I didn't come from an ancient line of super warriors, and I hadn't been trained to fight since I was old enough to walk. Even if I was strong in my own way, I knew my limits. The way I saw it, it was probably for the best. If I'd been born with godlike powers, it would have been bad news for a lot of people. The point being, I knew I didn't really have any place being on the team chosen to save the world. Raven? Sure. Ottoman Goo? Sure. Jaune? That was just fucking obvious. But me? I didn't belong here. I probably didn't even really need to be here. A part of me thought that if I walked away, it wouldn't make any difference. But I chose to be here anyway. Even if I didn't belong here in Jericho Falls, the place where heroes went to die, specifically and just in general, it didn't matter. I could have walked away, sure. But my best friend wasn't leaving until this was done, and I wasn't leaving without him. That's kind of how best friends worked. He'd keep throwing himself in danger until the day was saved, and I'd keep following him into it. Odds are, that might get me killed someday, maybe even today. But like I say, Since the day Raven found me and saved me from the hell of menagerie, I'd been living on borrowed time, and right now I didn't mind. I didn't mind living on borrowed time if it meant buying time, even if just for a little while. I'd throw myself into training alongside him, reducing my nights to endless battles, to sweat and blood and both physical and mental exhaustion, not because I was trying to catch up, but simply because I was trying to stay close enough to at least watch his back. Across the battlefield, Jaune clashed with a beast out of legends and nightmares, trying to find the key to save the world, and for the first time in a long while, I couldn't rely on Jaune to support me in a fight, to heal all of my wounds or restore my power as quickly as I spent it. Right now, he was relying on me to support them, to keep what was left of a horde of monsters of his back while he fought. That was why I was here, and that was why I wasn't holding anything back. I felt the power I gathered in my sword preparing to break loose and drew my blade, relying on my aura to guide me in the darkness. We all had our jobs to do. It should go without saying that I hadn't come to this battle unprepared. I was ready, on a number of levels. Raven had always taught me that every battle begins in the mind, with preparation and control. Things like hesitation, fear, and uncertainty could kill you even before the first blade was drawn, slowing you and undercutting your strength. Because of that, the first step to victory starts with the self, with knowing what could happen, understanding it, and facing it. That was true in any real battle, and even more so in this one, for two simple reasons. The first was the nature of our enemies. The Grimm were creatures that preyed on the darkness within the hearts of man, and they could doubt, pain, fear, and anger as easily as I could see light. Losing control was always a dangerous proposition in battle, but against the Grimm it could put you at an even more notable disadvantage. In this dark, uncertain battlefield could turn against me in a moment if I allowed it. If I let myself come undone, the Grimm in these dark clouds with me would smell it like sharks could smell blood in the water, and then I'd be torn apart. I didn't have a lot of advantages. I couldn't afford to make my position any worse. The other reason was me. I was, however informally, a huntsman. At the end of the day, my greatest weapon wasn't my sword, but my spirit, my soul, my heat, my will, my aura, whatever you wanted to call it. If I faltered, so would it, and in a very literally sense, all else being equal, in a fight between hunters, the one who allows himself to be shaken will lose. I don't think anyone really knows all the factors that go into determining the strength of one's aura, but the strength of will attached to it was an undeniable factor. I wasn't like Jaune. I didn't have anything like the gamer's mind or some ancient meditative technique to draw on. All I had to keep control of myself was my own will and the experience I'd gained from countless battles, from being trained by Raven and from training alongside Jaune Arc. It was enough. It'll be enough. Right now, my spirit was as sharp as the blade I was swinging through the air, and it spilled out into the world in its wake. In that moment, as the earth and sky were washed in my colors, I felt everything around me. Jaune, shedding power like the sun shed light as he fought against a creature I could only recognize by the void its presence put in my awareness. Both above and around me, Gu was living up to the name of a Tiangu, feet like skyscrapers trampling the broken ground. Raven fluttered in and out of my awareness, here one moment, there the next. Above us all, Autumn was still waiting for her chance, holding back for the time being as she prepared. But I pushed all of that aside to focus on the task at hand, reducing the world my power had made to nothing but me and the Grimm, picking my target and deciding quite simply that I was going to kill it. That's a surprisingly big part of training oneself to fight, actually. Making that decision. It was easy when it came to inhuman monsters, but when you found yourself fighting another person and seeing the terror in their eyes, well, that was something else. But Jaune's power had, for the longest time, labeled me as the beast, and there was a reason for that. I wasn't one to shy away from the nastier parts of the world. I'd killed the man who'd taken my mother away before I was anything more than a punk kid, and I sent dozens screaming after him before Raven found me. In comparison, killing the Grimm was nothing but a way to lighten up my day, and a few months with Jaune had made sure my mental image of them was firmly walking bags of experience and loot, which led us to the second part of winning fights. As I said, all else being equal, that is, in a fair fight a hunter's spirit would be what made the difference, and it was important to remember that. It did not, however, mean you should ever fight fair. When you fight with your life on the line, by definition you die if you lose, which meant you should make damn sure you don't lose. After preparing the mind came preparing the body. A lot of the time, that meant training like your life depended on it, which was easy, because it did. Other times, it just meant carrying a really big stick. Sure, a real hunter was more dangerous with chopsticks than thugs were with swords and machine guns, but they were more dangerous with swords and machine guns than they were with chopsticks, generally speaking. And needless to say, when it came time to venture into the jaws of death, I made sure to come dressed for the occasion. The swords at my sides were part of that. One was the magical sword that Jaune had given me a few weeks ago, all but humming with its desire to unleash the power it contained. But the blade I drew was mine. Wilt and Blush, the weapons I'd made years ago, under Raven's watchful eye. The weapons I'd trained with for endless days and nights, even before Jaune's inhuman training regime led to restless nights of practice and combat. It bore the scars of it, too, and I'd had to reforge it more than once, sometimes with Raven's help and sometimes on my own. I didn't consider that a mark against it, but a matter of pride. Maybe the sword I wielded now wasn't the same as the one I had first picked up years ago, but I wasn't the same, either. We'd both changed. We'd both gotten stronger. That was life for you. And their most recent change was something I was especially proud of. Part of it was a gift from Raven, supposedly a graduation present of sorts. Part of it was John's inability to do things by halves when it came to anything he thought was important. And a good chunk of it was just me, remaking my weapon with the people I cared about for the sake of protecting and helping them. This was the result. What cut through the air was something like a ripple in space, if ripples could cut. I lashed out towards my target with a blade that gleamed even in the darkness, the dust alloy granting shape to the power I unleashed, drawing it into alignment with his own nature as well as my own. And when it hit the most damaged Humbaba, the creature began to fall apart. The wound that was carved into its chest when the ripple splashed over it glowed searing red and began to both deepen and spread, the edges of the wood coming apart in the form of falling rose petal. The Humbaba let loose an inhuman sound, something glowing purple-white within the depths of its tangled face. I could see it even through the walls of smoke and ash, but I didn't flinch even as it aimed towards me, refusing to let myself falter as I reshoved my sword and began clicking the turning mechanism. I wasn't afraid. I was eager. And when, moments later, the walls of smoke were cut through by a column of light that could have carved a line of destruction through a city, I was all too happy to show it why, to prove that I could give as good as I got. I caught the blast of destructive power on my blade and felt my aura rise up in response. The power flowed into me like I was trying to swallow a river, setting my blood on fire and my nerves alight as it did. I opened myself up to it, drawing it in, and felt my aura burn brighter by the moment, glowing through my skin. It flickered like a flame, pulsing in tune with my heart, but I kept it up, holding steady against the power coming my way. A part of me marveled at what I was doing now, holding back the power of a Humbaba, one of the grim that most would consider it a death sentence to meet, let alone fight. But it was a small part now, because this was nothing new to me anymore. You stay around John long enough and all sorts of shit becomes flat-out pedestrian. I'd seen Humbaba and worse. Even this thing, a creature strong enough to survive everything that John had thrown at it, wasn't enough to make me back down. I faced it head-on, took its most powerful attack, and made its power my own. And when the blast of its power tapered off and faded back into the darkness, I held on to it. It wasn't something I had always been able to do, wasn't even something I'd been able to do for very long. I could draw down from external sources, but it was hard to hold on to them for long. Usually, I released it as quickly as I could, using it to counterattack before I lost control. But I've been spending a lot of time practicing my control, lately, making sure I could hold my power within my blade for extended periods of time, and if I could do it there, why not within my own body? This was my semblance, my power. For all that I'd relied it for years, my sword wasn't a required part of the equation. And as I held on to that power and converted it, I felt my power, my aura, swell in response, strengthening me over and over again. I'd always been able to hit a bit outside my weight class, given the chance to gather power. Now I had. Without hesitating for a moment, my finger pulled the trigger on Blush, but I didn't lash out with a wave of power this time. I didn't have to, anymore. This power was my own. The moment I pulled the trigger, I came apart, space bending around me and through me. I didn't so much cut through my target as I intersected everything in my path, and when I stopped, the Humbaba was to my back and Wild was in my hand. I flicked it once and then rested it on my shoulder. Too bad, I told it, looking back. Next time, you should choose your opponents more wisely. Well, but I guess it's too late for that now. I sheathed my sword as the ancient grunt came apart into the wilting petals of a rose. A quiet click and I'd chosen my next blade. A moment's thought and I'd picked my next target. We all had our jobs to do, and this one was mine. 1. the games we play. Pressure. It was hard to describe what happened when I unleashed Orion Soft, because it wasn't just a gathering of power or a tremendous attack, though it was also those things. It was the light, given shape in the world in a more honest, real, in a truer sense than what was created by Lux Aeterna. The thing is, I didn't know what the light really was or where it came from or how it worked. There wasn't much I could really say about it, because the light was above even Keter, which in and of itself lay above the mind's ability to comprehend. It was quite possible that any attempts to truly describe or understand it were doomed from the start. Nonetheless, I gave it my best effort. This world and everything in it was the kingdom. It was the light given form, thought applied to action, the culmination of a process, the result of the tree of life. The Sephiroth, in a sense and among many other things, represented the flow between two ends of a spectrum, the process in which one became the other. On the one hand, there was the light, something even I didn't understand except in a vague sense. It was the true form of this world, the underlying principle behind everything, the source and the endpoint. Everything in this world was part of the light, in a way similar to how matter and energy were interchangeable. Different states of the same thing. Was there more to it than that? Almost certainly. But that was the general idea. But the tree of life went both ways. Things flowed down and to take shape in the world in ways both literal and metaphorical, and they flowed back up to do something, I guess. There was no way of knowing what was up there, and despite dying, I had no memory of it, or at least nothing my mind could make sense of. Whatever came after death and before rebirth was presumably up there somewhere, which was something I found both fascinating and terrifying. To me, it was like a box holding the answer to something people had wondered about since probably as long as mankind has existed, but there was only one way to open it. It seemed fitting in a way. The saying went that if you stopped learning, you started dying, which was applicable to me in a saddening number of ways, really. But in light of the existence of souls and reincarnation, I suppose that death itself was a lesson of sorts. I hoped it was one I'd learned from the first time around. If so, Orion Soft, however, was something special, the light without end, flowing both up and down the tree of life. The materialization, or reduction, or creation of the light that should exist only above Keter within the world of Malkuth. My light, specifically, the moment I initialized the skill, my power turned in upon itself. My aura seemed to shrink back into my skin, along with the light around me, energy spiraling down into the center of my being and then up, through the gateway of Sahasrara and then far beyond it. For a moment, I felt like I'd vanished, as if I'd been consumed by it and sucked down some kind of cosmic black hole, pulling in everything around me in the process. I felt it when I stopped being me, as I was reduced to pieces that were hard to label. A will, perhaps, a thought, an awareness, and then nothing so easily defined. In the end, I was nothing but something that exists and something aware of its existence. I wasn't reduced to nothing, per se, but to a state of something that was both infinitely distant and unspeakably close to nothing. And at the same time, I became something else. As I was boiled down to nothing but me, everything I was became a part of me. My memories, my beliefs, my power, my will, my actions and intentions, my hopes and dreams, my body, my voice, my skills, everything I was revealed itself as nothing but a part of myself, luminous and unending and without anything to distinguish it from the rest. If you boiled everything away and reduced me down to the most basic level, beyond physicality, action, mind, or will, this was what remained me. Not even Jaune Arc or Jianbing or Keter or anything else created by the labels of the world, but simply me. Or, perhaps, Metatron, for whatever difference it made. And for a period of time I couldn't recognize, much less understand, that was all I was. And then the process reversed, and everything that had been subsumed rose back to the surface. I existed, thought, remembered, understood, and was, in that moment. I was here, alive, human, and real again, in a way I could understand. But all that I was or had been, I brought it along for the ride. A thin column of light flashed from my outstretched hand to the center of the Gilgamesh's chest, no wider around than my pinky finger. For an instant, that was all it was, something almost unbelievably small for the process that had created it, and then it expanded. I didn't follow it up with another wave of power or anything of the sort, because this wasn't the devouring light of Lux Aeterna. The light drew power from itself, seemingly expanding it without limit. Instead of drawing power into itself, it released it into the world as if opening a door in a way that reminded me of Bianca. What had been a narrow column of light for a brief moment expanded quickly into a growing beam that could have devoured mountains. It grew to such an extent that the angle of the attack seemed to overflow its bounds, turning from an acute blast to an obtuse one as power slipped over my hand and back, expanding in all directions and slipping between the spaces of my fingers. The sheer light of the attack almost seemed to wash the world away, reducing it to an endless plane of brightness and power that consumed both me and my target. Orion Soft Active LV1 EXP, 37.72% MP, 144,000. Special. The infinite light from which all things are born, the truth that is hidden behind all that is. The soul of the user revealed within the kingdom, briefly freed from the chains that bind them to mortal form, has become a brand of annihilation for all that stands in their path. A skill that is only possible for those able to reach above the spheres and grasp the light in its pure form. It has the power to return things to the way they were in the beginning. Slight chance of unmaking targets, returning them to a form that has no place within this world. Slight risk of unraveling. Damage increases with understanding of the self and nature of emanation. Carrot-based damage. Special. This was my first trump card. An attack that goes beyond destructive power, perhaps even beyond the nature of physical destruction itself. Needless to say, for various reasons, it was one of my more disorienting skills to use on something even I had to be careful with, but for something like this it was one of my most powerful skills and was one of the reasons why I honestly thought that maybe, just maybe, I could do this. And when the light slowly faded, the results spoke for themselves. For leagues in front of me, the world had been changed, as if countless tons of earth had simply vanished. Much of the smoke that the brewmasters had created had disappeared alongside it, coming undone as it was pierced through by my light. And Gilgamesh, the focus and target of the attack, well, he looked like he'd seen better days. His armor had cracked in half a dozen places and in various spots, small chunks of flesh had been outright removed, cutting tiny red holes in his flesh that released a kind of luminous silver smoke. And while he was unfortunately alive and obviously ready to continue fighting, he'd just as obviously been hurt by the attack where he'd brushed off the brewmasters, and the look in his red eyes made it clear that he knew it. In the wake of Orion-Soph, simply retaining oneself was a challenge both for the target and for the user. This time, we both survived, only a little worse for the wearer. But it wasn't something either of us could make light off or brush off. The simple fact that I'd used it at all in this fight showed how serious I was about winning and what I could draw upon to do so. The only question now was how the Grimm would respond to that revelation. I was pushing him now, had successfully struck a blow he couldn't simply ignore, and it was all but certain that he'd respond to that. Orion-Soph wasn't something I could risk using frequently, and as the battle wore on, both its effectiveness and dangers would rise. Using it early on was a good choice in that regard, and I still had my fair share of tricks up my sleeve just in case. But, finally, an unfamiliar voice said, the tone low as it interrupted my thoughts. Gilgamesh continued to watch me as he quietly spoke. You've kept me waiting for a very long time, Archangel. Physically, I didn't react in the slightest. I had better control of myself than that, and I was very careful when it came to what I allowed myself to show, especially to my enemies. Mentally, I was surprised, but only momentarily. After all, while most of the Grimm didn't speak, that didn't necessarily mean anything. While the weaker Grimm were extremely animalistic, the older Grimm were intelligent enough that the idea of them being able to associate concept with noises wasn't hard to believe, and they certainly had time enough to learn to understand human speech. If they had any difficulties in that regard, it was probably more a matter of mechanics. Speaking a human language with mouth parts that obviously weren't designed for such a thing. But Conquest and Famine had spoken easily enough, given a human body to ride around in, though it probably helped that they could simply steal such skills from their hosts. Given a human enough body or some other way of compensating, it wasn't that odd that other Grimm could do the same. And for something as ancient and powerful as the legendary Gilgamesh, well, it wasn't that strange, is the point. Really, if I thought about it like that, the weird thing wasn't so much that he was able to speak human language as so much as the fact that he could speak a language I understood. A few thousand years was plenty of time to become a master linguist, but at the same time it kind of necessitated it. Remnant had had enough fallen civilizations and enough spoken language that for a sufficiently ancient being, even knowing 1,000 languages might not be enough. Modern Vitalian was actually a fairly recent bastardization of a bunch of other languages that was only a couple hundred years old at the broadest interpretation and, arguably, hadn't truly been formed until open communications between the kingdoms were established. A part of me had to wonder how a Grimm who apparently spent most of his time sitting around in the middle of nowhere managed to pick it up. I was kind of doubtful that he could just walk into one of the kingdoms and strike up a conversation, at least not without terrifying the populace. Had one of the people he'd killed dropped a translation booklet, or was this just another weird Grimm thing? But, more importantly, how should I respond? Should I respond at all? I like to think I'd come a long ways from my socially awkward days, but we were having a fight here. Sure, I was usually the first to interrupt a battle with words, but that was usually because I was either terrified and about to die or completely lost and in need of more information. Was I either of those things right now? Possibly. Nothing immediately jumped out at me, but I seemed to spend most of my life lost, confused, and in a nebulous amount of danger. I was fighting an ancient Grimm here, too. I was in plenty of danger and there was plenty I could learn. Admittedly, I wasn't entirely sure how talking would help me with either of those things right now. In my experience, the Grimm were largely unhelpful unless two could get them to admit something unknowingly. It's like they didn't even want to tell me all their secret plans, the bastards. The thing is, this wasn't just my usual scramble for survival. This was a fight I had to win, and one where my friends were putting everything they had on the line to run interference. I was a master at dragging out conversations when it came to preserving my own life, But surprisingly, time wasn't on my side this time. If I stopped and had a nice chat with yet another godless abomination, that'd leave my friends fighting for their lives that much longer. Of course, it also gave me a chance to check up on them. Even I couldn't afford to spare them much thought in a fight like this. But if we were just talking. Sorry for the delay, I replied without missing a beat, a slight smile pulling at my lips. I didn't relax, but I shifted my posture into a less aggressive stance, settling instead on self-assured confidence. I didn't need my eyes to see, so I didn't move them from the grim in front of me even as I scanned the area. I was held up for a while. That's dying for you, I guess. Unlike you, I wouldn't know, Gilgamesh said back, lifting a hand to absently brush at his armor. The holes Orion Soph had put into his defenses welled with new matter, but it didn't seem to fit together quite right, leaving red pockmarks on the material. He looked down at it with what I assumed to be distaste. Drawing from old tricks, I see. It's been a long time since anyone sought to strike me down with a Brahmastra. I thought the technique died with the fall of Vedic. Consider it a reminder that not everything is as dead as it might seem, I answered with a mocking shrug. All sorts of things have been crawling out of the annals of history. Lately I thought it might be nice to bring back a few that were actually pleasant. As I spoke, I quickly took stock of the details I'd noticed in the periphery and, appropriately, with parecognition, it would have alerted me if anything major had happened, so I wasn't surprised to see my friends and family all in one piece. Adam had unveiled his newest trick, his MP bar expanding as he took in external sources of power to bolster his abilities, raising his stats as a matter of course. Raven was hard at work carrying half a dozen Grim, flitting between them with portals and turning their power against one another. Gu continued to be monolithic, attacking anything he safely could and drawing the lion's share of attention to himself as he tanked blows. At the moment, he was focused primarily on aggravating and incising the Grim to keep too many from attacking the others. And autumn was still in the sky, spreading her seeds. I suppose she was buying time as well. You wound me, Gilgamesh answered dryly. At the same time, his fingers clinked gently against his armored hide. In more ways than one. The technique you used. Was it Orion Soph? You know a great deal, I mused, thoughts still elsewhere. None of my friends were truly hurt yet, with Autumn being perfectly fine, Gu being in acceptable parameters for someone who could recover from being flayed alive in a few seconds, and Atom and Raven having only spent their aura. Granted, that was a concern in and of itself. Even without Sahasrara, their auras were essentially their HP, given that the moment they ran out, they'd be in exceedingly dire straits. Should I use this opportunity to heal them, just in case doing so actively might be too noticeable? But if I excluded Autumn, I could use a full heal on each of them, just to top them off. It seemed a bit wasteful, since it was the type of thing I'd want to save for when one of us was really in trouble, but it was a possibility. A better one would be to use Caritas to just refuel them, but that bore the risk of being noticeable, too more so than a healing, even, since it risked making them glow. Gilgamesh seemed content to talk for the moment, but it might be a bit much to assume he'd be willing to stand around with his thumb up his ass while I took care of my allies. He might attack me immediately or, worse, might strike at one of them instead. No, I'd need to time this right. You play a dangerous game, he said. When you come undone, there's nothing to guarantee you'll be able to put yourself back together again. It's an enviable weapon in some ways, but one that was lost for a reason, namely, most of the people who used it wound up killing themselves in the process. I hummed in acknowledgement, shrugging a shoulder again as I returned my attention to the conversation. Such a kind warning. But then again, I'm not the only one who'd have to wait if I disappeared again, am I? Could it be that you're worried about me? Gilgamesh chuckled slightly at that. Perhaps, he acknowledged. At the very least, it would be a shame if you were to die. It would be a waste for you to go in such a way. I'd much rather tear you apart, I think. Ah, I said. I'm touched. Really? Perhaps so, he answered. Have you not considered whether this battle is even necessary? If you have some idea of this place's value and our goals, why are you so certain we'd try to stop you? At that, I smiled and tilted my head. Oh, I'm sure you'd let me waltz right in if I asked nicely, I replied, only a touch dryly. I'm just a touch less certain as to what you'd do to me afterwards, so I wanted to start with a trust-building exercise. Gilgamesh tilted his head and cast a glance over the mess I'd made of everything. A trust-building exercise, is it? He mused. I don't quite understand. It's simple, really, I told him. I don't trust any of you fuckers. This entire place has screamed trap from the moment I heard of it, and while it's a trap I have no choice but to spring. I think I'll feel better about it if I walk over your corpses to do it. Hence, building trust. Gilgamesh laughed outright at that, though there was a different kind of edge to it now. I see, he said. It's an interesting idea, I suppose, but do you honestly believe that's how this fight shall go? I liked my odds enough to show up, didn't I? I answered before slowly looking around. And maybe it's just me, but your place looks like it's seen better days, Gil. I suppose I didn't really expect you to make things easy, the Grim replied, red eyes calm. I'm glad. Let's both do our best to enjoy this brief game, Then I whistled quietly and smiled. "You want to challenge me to a game?" I asked him. "Do you know who I am?" Gilgamesh stepped forward instead of answering, vanishing abruptly a moment later, and at the same time, I released my power. The games we play. Splitting up. My aurora exploded into existence around us and immediately aspected towards water, taking form as a bizarre, personalized water spout. As Gilgamesh entered my range, I felt his presence as a swift-moving object, literally burning a path through the flowing wind and water, boiling anything that touched his skin with friction alone. He was fast, more so than anyone I'd ever fought, and that made all the difference in a fight. Most of the Grimm I opposed were massive creatures, and there was something to be said for that, but they were unwieldy, too, so massive that everything they did seemed almost glacial. It wasn't, truly, logically speaking, any of the Grimm moved at truly absurd speeds given their size, but to me, they were mostly just giant targets. Some of the Grimm, the truly powerful ones, had other ways around such things, but those that didn't, well, they were a big part of how I'd gotten this strong. And Gilgamesh wasn't like them at all. If anything, he'd been built with their weaknesses in mind, leveraging the absurd physical prowess of the Grimm to even more absurd levels, without anything to hold him back. I wasn't foolish enough to assume that he didn't have anything else up his sleeve. My life was rarely that easy, but even without whatever he was keeping in reserve, he was on a different level than the Grimm I'd fought thus far. He was fast by my standards, and with nothing but his physical stats, managed to move at speeds I could only match with layered skills and outright time manipulation. It was, quite frankly, kind of ridiculous, but so was I. I held my aurora in place for only a moment, gauging his approach, and then fluctuated, flickering away just as he cut through the space I'd inhabited. Even as I moved, I let Jaune slip from my flesh, her spiritual presence seeming to rise from my skin like water vapor, and while I disappeared, she remained just where she was, forming a physical form from the surrounding water. That was part of the reason I hadn't put aside Varuna instantly. In fact, though I didn't consider it the best of my elemental embodiment skills, it did have a fair bit going for it, among them the casual ability to either summon or create water without any increase in cost. Aurora had generated a massive amount of water, enough to flood skyscrapers and more than enough to serve my and Jai's needs. As Gilgamesh hit the other side of the rough sphere my aurora had created, he didn't pierce through, rather, the sphere distorted, a portion of it stretching out with him and turning it into an odd cone-like shape as water pulled at him even as he pushed forward, slowing him slightly. At the same time, the rough coils of the former water spout transitioned into actual coiled, complete with dark blue scales. It spiraled upwards, water swirling into a more definite shape as it gathered into the form of giantess with 6 arms whose body flowed seamlessly into the serpentine scales just above her waist. Even as Gilgamesh finally broke free of the water's grasp and literally exploded out of her back, she didn't so much as flinch, water shifting back into place ever as what was boiled away began to condensate. Instead, she simply looked at Gilgamesh with 9 pitch black orbs, 2 in her face, 1 at her collarbone, and 1 on each of her arms, just below where her shoulders merged. From each of the eyes came a steady stream of clear water, flowing into and feeding the rest of her body. Of all the improvements I'd made prior to this battle, this was, well, not the greatest, definitely one of the closest to my heart. My elementals had made the jump from lesser elementals to true elementals, with my elemental affinities all doubling in the process. More importantly than that, however, was the changes that had come to my friends. "Stop, monster," Jaune said calmly, forming the sounds on her own as she watched her foe. "We won't allow you to do as you please any longer." Gilgamesh stopped for a moment to simply look at her for a moment before making a strange sound, like someone clicking their tongue but somehow off. "To be expected, I suppose," he said, looking back at me. "As per usual, you are startlingly divided for one meant to represent unity." "You have no idea," I answered, shifting my feet slightly as I focused on gathering my power. "We are united in all the ways that matter," Jaune declared, looking at Gilgamesh. "A creature such as you should understand that." "Perhaps so," Gilgamesh allowed easily. "Nonetheless, it's interesting." "Are you the same?" beneath the surface? Or have you changed in death as well, spirit of water? All things change, she said, as if the question was meaningless to her. In life and death and time, I am not the same as I was, whether yesterday or 1,000 years before, yet what does it matter? Whatever has been gained or lost, so long as you can continue on, that is strength. Gilgamesh tilted his head and considered her, having to tilt his head back to do so. Well said, he answered, almost as if applauding the words. But I would disagree somewhat. Even after all this time, at least my heart has not changed, nor my will. In my eyes, I consider that to be what makes me strong, that no matter what happens, I am still myself. I wouldn't consider it a matter of pride to cease to change, Jaune said. That which does not change merely stagnates, and that which is not added to is doomed to decline. These are simple facts. Spoken as a creature born of water, Gilgamesh mused. It's a fair point of contention, however shall we consider this a test of our resolves, then? Games are more interesting when there's something at stake besides our lives, especially as we are also willing to face death. Jaune looked at me for a moment and I shook my head slightly, indicating that I wasn't ready yet. Consider it what you will, Jaune decided, but it seems pointless to me. Our resolve survived even death. Ah, true, Gilgamesh agreed. But that's what makes it interesting, no? That which sets us apart. Apparently considering that the end of the sudden exchange, Gilgamesh flickered and Jaune deformed. As he came near her, he lashed out relentlessly with his blade, the strikes so fast that they left imprints in the water like open wounds, each of the marks in the exact shape of Gilgamesh's blade, and moments later igniting in their wake even as the water violently burst. Jaune exploded, her form shattered by the attack and scattered into droplets even as the rest of her form lost shape. I felt something odd through my connection to my water elemental and couldn't say I was surprised when it took her a moment to begin to reform. As I thought, there was more to the material Gilgamesh was composed of than simple defensive ability. If Kavacha was something from above that shouldn't have existed below, then whatever he was made of seemed almost like its opposite, something created in Malkuth that was somehow divorced from everything else. I wasn't even sure how something like that would have worked, but it might have made sense. If I had to guess, the effect was probably the reverse of Kavacha's, too, being more effective against things based on MP than purely physical attacks. Then again, with stats like his, he probably didn't need to worry much about the purely physical. Still, it was going to make killing him that much more of a pain in the ass. I checked on the progress I'd made even as I kept an eye on Gilgamesh, who, naturally, had turned his attention back towards me the moment the immediate obstacle was gone. I had a moment to decide whether to keep going or switch tracks and made my decision quickly. Whatever he had going for him, I wasn't worried and I wasn't alone. Especially not right now. Cover me, I thought. I need a little while longer. At once, there was a flash and Gilgamesh aborted his approach, staggering slightly in the wake of the lightning strike. Volturnus flickered around me, recoiling slightly at whatever resistance he'd failed, but it was a brief thing, not as bad as whatever had struck Jaune. Already, my water elemental was returning to her physical form, reconstructing it in the wake of whatever had disrupted it, and I didn't stop there. The earth buckled and the wind raged, groaning and howling even as the smoke-filled air churned and a storm began to brew above us. I drew back as 4 of my elementals rose, keeping only Suriasta and Crocea Morse close at hand, and waited. I'd known from the beginning that something like this would be hard to pull off in the middle of combat, but I trusted my friends. If it was just this, I'd be safe even in the middle of this battlefield. Somewhere deep in my soul, my hidden heart started beating. Yvonne took the form of a towering woman, though tiny compared to Jai's massive form, only about 3.5 meters tall or so. She'd changed at once the most and the least amongst my elementals, with her features being much the same, if perhaps a touch older. A woman, now, instead of a teenager. What was different was pretty much everything else. She'd traded her gown for what could briefly be mistaken for a white dress, until one noticed the feathers and realized she had wings. They were thin and sprouted from seemingly every joint and vertebrae, varying greatly in both width and length as they conformed to her body in layers, covering everything but her face. There were even wings growing from her wrists and knuckles, covering her hands with gloves. On the whole, very few of her wings were actually outstretched. The only real exceptions were a pair of wings that stretched backwards from each ankle and the ones behind her ears, which seemed to catch her hair between them. Otherwise, they did nothing but flutter vaguely as she wielded her power, and wield it she did. Storms struck out at the battlefield, turning the smoke into dark vortexes. She kept me safe from her power and prevented it from spilling over onto my friends, but grim around us had to brace themselves to keep from being drawn towards them as the wind speeds climbed further and further into the hundreds. Gilgamesh didn't resist, however, instead stepping forward, piecing cleanly through the first storm like a bullet, using his own speed to keep him safe. Volturnus trailed after her, his form unraveling into 1,000 streamers, reaching out towards the rushing Grimm and striking the moment their paths crossed. Unlikely last time, however, Gilgamesh wasn't caught by surprise and he didn't so much as flinch, simply taking the hit and moving to counterattack. His sword flicked out the moment Volturnus struck him, taking advantage of the brief period between one lightning strike and the next, and sheared through the lightning elemental's almost shapeless mass with a bizarre sound somewhere between the hiss of a cat and the tearing of paper. Volturnus exploded into sparks, ironically stunned, and Gilgamesh turned his attention to his next opponent. RWBY promptly hit him with a boulder the size of a small house, bringing it down upon him in a massive fist. RWBY was perhaps the most changed, rising from the ground as a titan of earth and stone. Traces of his human form's features were still apparent, but they were tined by earthen ridges and his skin was the color of weathered rock. His proportions were all wrong, too, with his arms and legs far thicker than they would have been on a human, and hackles on his back that looked like a mountain range. He was enormous, too, with Jai perhaps being longer from head to tail but barely coming up to his waist as she was. His warped hands, now changed to look like brutal stone claws, melded with the boulder as he tried to hammer Gilgamesh into the ground like a nail. For a moment, it almost looked like he'd succeeded. A moment later, however, the stone trembled and shook, cracks spreading across its length as Gilgamesh pushed back, overwhelming RWBY with simple main strength and knocking him back. My earth elemental fell until the back of his head nearly touched the ground, before stopping oddly, his body held parallel to the ground by his bent knees. His remaining hand grasped at the earth as if clawing for something, and then his body flung itself back upright, pulling a jagged stone sword from the dirt. From pommel to hilt, it was half again RWBY's size and looked as rough as a cliffside, but he swung it through the air with casual ease and brought it down with enough force to shatter the ground for 50 meters. Gilgamesh raised his own sword to catch it, but the smaller blade simply cut deeply into RWBY's, leaving it to crash down on his shoulder and stagger him slightly. He flicked his wrist once, the gesture somehow seeming chagrined, and the stone sword was cut cleanly in two, along with most of RWBY's upper body. RWBY seemed to sway as his remaining arm fell to the ground with a tumultuous thud, though the fact that his head had been split from his right temple to the left corner of his forehead seemed like the more serious wound. Unlike Jai and Volturnus, however, his form was not dispelled, despite how disorienting the meaningless wound seemed. A benefit of his solidity, perhaps. Whatever the reason, it seemed like he'd have an easier time recovering, given a moment to recover. Needless to say, Gilgamesh didn't allow him that chance. He leapt into the air to strike him in the chest, sending cracks rippling outwards before twisting once to shatter him like a statue. Gilgamesh landed calmly, shaking away the dust and dirt, before focusing on Levant. There was a flash, a flicker, and he pierced through both a wall of wound and Levant's chest, crashing to the ground right in front of me. I didn't flinch as he rose, meeting his eyes without fear. "A valiant effort," he said. "I've always considered elementals to be worthy foes, and their very nature can make them seem unsurmountable, for even the complete destruction of their physical forms accomplishes nothing. But that's only if one is unaware of how to deal with them. I hope you didn't expect me to be caught off guard by such a thing. There are benefits to several millennia of experience." "So I can see," I mused, hiding my worry. None of my elementals seemed injured as such, but whatever he'd done to them had come as a shock. I guess it was probably the first time any of them had felt pain, and I didn't like seeing them that way. "Do you have any other elementals you wish to summon?" he prompted. "Or perhaps to merge into some greater forms? Or are you alone now?" "You'll find I'm very rarely alone, I think," I replied, casting a glance around. "My apologies for keeping you waiting, however. I was a bit preoccupied." "Were you now?" Gilgamesh answered dryly, looking me over once before chuckling to himself. "Very well. I'm aware this is a trick of some kind, but I'm curious, so I shall play along. Let's continue our game, Archangel." I didn't so much as blink as he swung his sword towards my head, fluctuating quickly to the side. In that same moment, I took a breath and the world around me erupted into flames, setting my renewed aura on fire. I fanned the flames quickly, activating my other techniques to turn the area around me into a hell for anyone caught inside. It should go without saying that I made sure Gilgamesh was standing right next to me at the time. The ancient Grim actually flinched once, recoiling at the sudden rush of flames. He didn't evaporate as Lesser Grim had, didn't even start to immediately burn, but I saw his armor heat and glow and knew it must have hurt. He recovered quickly, however, lashing out at me with one hand without the slightest care about entering the core of my flames and, well, technically, what he did was grab my head with one hand, lift me off the ground, and slam me back down. But when Gilgamesh was doing something like that, it was the type of thing that was best described with words like smite. The already broken ground shattered for another few hundred meters as he plunged me straight into the field of molten earth my presence was creating, driving me down until I hit something solid. I reached up reflexively to grab his wrist, instinctively trying to leverage him off, but in a contest of pure strength, Gilgamesh probably had more in his fingertips than I did in both arms. He held on and made it clear he wasn't letting go as his grip tightened on my skull, other hand pulling back to strike me in the face, pushing me further and further down. All his attention was focused on me now, which was technically what I'd wanted, but I admit this wasn't quite what I'd had in mind. But oh well, I'd long since accepted that improvisation was what I did for a living, and Gilgamesh was right about one thing: it was a trap. As Gilgamesh pulled back a hand to strike me again, clearly intent on pummeling me a few hundred feet deeper into the ground, he abruptly flinched once, a spear of gleaming white piercing cleanly through his chest. Unlike me, it seemed he had a bit of trouble seeing clearly beneath 40 meters of molten earth, but to his credit he didn't question it. He just moved, throwing himself away from me with enough force that the miniature lake I'd created all but exploded outwards, leaving me behind. A moment later, however, a hand reached out to me and I took it gratefully, letting someone who hadn't just gotten smote pull me out of the lava. "Are you okay?" a voice asked as I coughed slightly. The damage wasn't too bad and most of it was stopped outright by Amy, but I'd swallowed some lava while I was getting punched in the face and it tasted pretty horrible. "Of course," I said, shaking my head slightly. "It's me after all." I couldn't look myself in the mirror if I couldn't shrug off something like that. "True," the voice said, helping me to my feet, or helping me upright, rather, as we were both floating in the air at the moment. "We good to go then?" I nodded and looked up at him, smiling slightly. Gilgamesh hadn't noticed what I'd done when I fluctuated away from his attack, or rather, he hadn't noticed that I'd fluctuated twice. I suppose that couldn't be helped, given what he didn't know. After all, I'd left the same place both times. "Hey, Jaune," I said to myself, still looking sexy and amazing. "I see. Damn straight I am," I replied easily as I scanned the surrounding area. "You too, Jaune. By raising the hidden heart to level 99, you have gained the skill Daimyo." "The games we play. Cooperation." "You," Gilgamesh whispered, narrowing his eyes at us and putting an edge to the words. "Who are you?" In response, we simply smiled. Gilgamesh had seemed fairly confident that he'd seen all my tricks before, which I suppose was fair. After a few thousand years putting down heroes, odds were that he'd been around the block a few times, and if there was ever a time for people to break out their best tricks, it was after running headfirst into a beast of legend. He'd faced everything people had thrown at him and had clearly survived it and, like all of the Grimm, had probably learned from the experiences. If nothing else, after a few hundred years camping out in the woods, I figured he'd probably taken to coming up with solutions for various things he had and hadn't faced. He struck me as the kind of guy who thought the best way to avoid being surprised was to simply be prepared for everything. But now he was confused, because I just pulled out something he hadn't thought I was capable of. I wasn't sure on how far the Grimm's senses went, but somehow I got the feeling that he had some idea of what he was looking at, and that it only made things harder to understand. However, it appeared this wasn't a cloning technique, nor was it an illusion I had conjured to deceive his senses. It was something I was betting he'd never seen anything quite like. He couldn't have. After all, by definition, this was something unique and personal. It was a semblance, and it wasn't mine. Of all my skills, the hidden heart was quite possible the one I understood the least, which was inevitable, I suppose, seeing how it concerned matters of the soul, which I seemed to constantly learn more about but never actually grasp. The skill's description, such as it was, said that I'd created and merged with a nascent soul, whatever that meant. I mean, that seemed like the type of thing that would have pretty significant side effects, but the only immediate ones were that my MP doubled. Not that I could really complain about that, of course, because by and large it was pretty fucking sweet, but I'd expected more. Somehow the skill's description had even promised it, speaking of how it would demonstrate greater effects as its level increased, but nothing had happened even after relative years of training. I suppose I hadn't really expected much. Most of my passive skills, especially the ones tied to my stats, improved at a relatively glacial pace. In the end, I'd accepted it for what it was and was thankful for what I'd gotten, putting it out of my mind. Whatever it had promised, it had shown no such results, but it wasn't as though the base effect wasn't extraordinary in its own right. I accepted it for what it was and moved on. And then I'd obtained the arcana and things had changed. I'd remembered who I was, who I had been, and my true name. Most of my memories were still gone, of course, but those that remained were still enough to make a difference both in me and in me. Even then, it had taken me a while to understand the Hidden Heart's real effect was doing exactly what it said it did. It created a soul within the user, essentially a copy of their own soul, in fact, and everything else grew from there. The reason it doubled its user's MP was simply because the user was able to draw from twice the amount of soul as before. Of course, the process was probably more complicated than that, or at least I assumed more went into making a new soul than just going poof and getting one. My soul especially was pretty different, being the result of a bunch of horrific, amoral experiments, yet somehow it could make a new one on its own. Did that mean that soul split, somehow, like cells? Or was the metaphysical bulk of my soul simple large enough to draw the required material from above? Or, and the thought was somewhat worrying, did it have something to do with the clip-off? I had, apparently, created a soul within the kingdom somehow, unless I wasn't, and instead I had no idea. But surprisingly, the development of that nascent soul hadn't seemed to do much to me, mechanically speaking. When I thought of benefits from my skills, I thought of improvements to my status and numerical advantages, and even after getting the Hidden Heart to level 40, nothing like that had happened. The skill had begun to level up quickly after I'd learned the Arcana, especially when combined with Sahasrara and its hymn, but still, nothing had seemed to change. It was something that had only made sense in hindsight, and the truth was both disappointingly simple and amazingly complex. The benefit of the soul's development was the same as the benefit of a child's development. Put simply, it was the simple fact that it grew up, except souls, or, at least, dual souls, grew up weird as hell. It wasn't like I started hearing voices in my head or anything. However many souls I had, I only had one brain, after all, so we just shared it. We didn't fight over it or converse inside of it or anything, we just were. I suppose that made sense, more or less. Bodies were, apparently, the things souls used to express themselves in this world. After using Orion Soft especially, I knew how big the difference was in that regard. Having two souls didn't change that in any meaningful sense, I just expressed both souls. Not that that wasn't fairly worrying in its own right. Had my thought processes changed without me noticing? Had any thoughts slipped in that were more from the other half of me than from the original? I wasn't sure even I would notice if I'd been changed by it, seeing as things had gotten kind of crazy at the time. With Conquest, the revelations about the Riders and Malkuth, my dad's death, moving, all the preparations I'd undergone, and what I'd learned about myself, I'd changed more than enough for someone to slip a few things by. If I'd started thinking about things differently, there'd been plenty enough reasons. Still, it was something worth worrying about, especially under the circumstances, and so I had. For a few minutes or so, at least. Then I decided it probably didn't matter. My second soul was basically a copy of my original, inhabited my body, possessing my memories, experienced the world through my senses, and existed in the same space and headspace as I did. Existential worries aside, we were the same person by most metrics, literally bound so tightly that my semblance had pooled our MP. Whatever differences there were between us probably didn't actually change a whole lot, and it wasn't as though I could do anything about it. Besides, I made a mental note to keep an eye out for any major developments, shrugged, and went back to worrying about all the things trying to kill me, ruin my life, or both. If anything happened, I'd just have to rely on the gamer's mind to see me through. It's not like there was much else I could do. And then the skill had maxed out, growth accelerated by whatever was affecting it, and when it reached the highest level, or, more likely, having reached the highest level because of it, my second soul developed a semblance of its own. But I didn't have time to waste explaining any of that to Gilgamesh. Valmiel active and passive LV1 EXP, 62.09% MP, special. The twins of God and the duality of God. Valmiel represents the shadow of Keter, not its opposite, but its imbalance. The nature of Keter is one of unity. The first moment of consciousness, the light born from the darkness. It is something without concept or shape, an intangible existence that gives rise to all that follows it, but which is, in its own right, formless until given shape by the Sephiroth below it. And yet, at the same time, that very awareness sets Keter apart from everything else, separating it from the light above and the nothingness that surrounds it. This contradiction is undone by the Tree of Life, however, as all paradoxes within Keter find resolution within the form given by Malkuth, balancing individuality and unity. Valmiel, then, is simply the state of Keter in separation from Malkuth, the dual contending forces in the division of that which is perfect only in unity. This skill represents the semblance crafted by a soul caught within the state of Valmiel and given form by means other than Malkuth. While Valmiel is active, the user's twin souls may inhabit separate bodies. All traits, skills, stats, and meters remain unchanged. The user's division paradoxically leaves the bodies identical. While separated, the user's bodies and souls remain both connected and indistinct. Any beneficial effect applied to one body automatically affects the other at the same time. Status effects are also mirrored. Should one body die, the other immediately dies as well. While Valmeal is active, the user's bodies may inhabit the same volume of space without reuniting or changing mass. While existing in such a state, both bodies may activate skills to affect the apparent whole and may simultaneously activate the same skill to either achieve greater effect or attack multiple targets. May have special interactions with certain skills. This skill may only be used for short periods of time, or the user risks the collapse of their forcibly divided souls. Current duration: 6 minutes. 5 minutes and 53 seconds left. I wondered if that was enough time to kill a legendary Grimm. There was only one way to find out. Without saying another word, we attacked. The first thing I did was something most people probably would have thought insane, but hell, that was my life in a nutshell. I went hand to hand with a Grimm of legend. We closed the distance in an instant, fluctuating to either side of him with our fists already raised. Our power flickered and snapped once before taking form around us, catching Gilgamesh between our auroras. Any flared around me, but my aurora only affected my enemies, and my other self had a fair number of ways to protect himself besides. The fire clung to him, but he didn't burn. Instead, steel began to rise from his flesh, snapping together in skin-tight plates that covered him from head to toe, turning his eyes to liquid silver orbs and his hair to gold. Kubra took shape around him, our divided nature bypassing the usual limits of the skill. My other aurora shifted with it, turning into a graying mist that metallized the ground around him and then caused what little didn't melt on the flames around me to simply rust away. Gilgamesh twitched once, perhaps grimacing as he was caught between us, but hardly slowed down. He knew that even if there were two of us now, he had the advantage of being vastly superior to us in a physical confrontation, and even with our auras raging into a storm around him, he didn't back off. And generally speaking, that would have been the right move. I had no trouble believing he was twice as strong as I was if it came down to an arm wrestling contest or something. But that was the thing about teams. We were more than the sum of our parts. As Gilgamesh's bone-like sword cleaved towards my head, I snapped a hand up, not to block it but to guide it. I caught the side of the blade with the tip of my left hand's fingers, running the numbers in my head in an instant, and pushed upwards even as I lowered my own body. As his blade whipped above my head, mere centimeters from driving into my skull, my other self stepped forward, knuckles cracking as he curled his metallic hands into fists. A foot came down, shattering the ground as he stepped forward into Gilgamesh, and his power shifted around him, momentarily receding into his flesh. Steel cords of muscle groaned as a network of patterns appeared on both his skin and my own, looking like nothing more than luminous circuitry. The power of Qigong and a half-dozen other skills, bolstering our strength in an instant. The blow he slammed into Gilgamesh's gut was simple, choosing overwhelming power over any kind of finesse. But sometimes, overwhelming power was all you really needed. The air rippled and exploded outwards, pushed away from us by the force of the blow and creating a short-lived vacuum that pulled out our flesh, eyes, hair, and clothes. It disrupted the flames around me for a moment, carving a small and empty sphere out of my aurora before collapsing and strengthening the flames yet further. The ground didn't shatter, simply because it couldn't anymore, reduced as it was to a field of molten earth, but it rippled violently, calling up a massive wave of lava that expanded outwards from us. And Gilgamesh, on unsteady footing and overextended as he was, there was only so much he could do. There was a sharp crack and then he was blown perhaps 20 meters backwards, feet skimming the surface of the lava as he tried to hold himself but couldn't. Needless to say, we followed, this time relying on pure speed. We kicked off, layering our skills in an instant to create a sudden burst of acceleration that cleared the lava back down to solid earth, sending it up in a rain of fire. My counterpart moved just a moment before I did, timing it meticulously, and aimed another strike at Gilgamesh, this time targeting his face. Knowing better than to ignore such a blow now, Gilgamesh's free hand snapped up, catching the blow moments before it connected, and though he was driven back even further by it, even unsteady as he was, he held my counterpart back easily, sword wavering for only a moment as it traced a path up to his throat. Before the edge hit home, however, I stepped into my counterpart, shifting into his physical space and then forced out something more than physical. As I seized control of our bodies, he projected himself forwards, spiritual presence gathering power even as he flipped over Gilgamesh's oncoming blow. Landing on 3 limbs, he flickered once and materialized as Baihu, lashing out with his free leg the moment he regained solidity. My hands had begun moving even before we occupied the same volume, bringing them up not to protect against Gilgamesh's strike but instead to catch my own kick, letting the force push me back just outside Gilgamesh's swing before pushing back, providing the impulse to push my other self back to his feet and giving him an opening. Gilgamesh didn't even have a chance to pull back his sword before the fist connected with his chin, lifting him fully from his feet once more and leaving him from my admittedly warped perspective of time momentarily suspended in midair. I stepped forward, feet slipping through my other's projected form and drawing it back into me as a matter of course. As I did, I felt something shift in the power I gathered, the power we gathered. Like I said, we were more than the sum of our parts. The hand I slammed into Gilgamesh's gut was secondary to the 10 Luxeternas that came with it. For a moment, the image of Gilgamesh being struck was all I could see as all the light around us was drawn into my hand. It didn't happen the way it usually did, darkening the world but for Luxeterna's own light instead. My view of the world rippled and writhed oddly, twisting and fluctuating as it seemed to be pulled into the palm of my hand like water down a drain. The world faded away in stages, though the process was literally blindingly fast, with more distant objects fading first until only Gilgamesh and I seemed to remain. My body pulsated, flesh giving way to Sayasra even as the flames of Amy, Surya, and my aurora were devoured by the almost crystalline sphere. After a moment, even my body started to get pulled towards it, my fingers elongating and twisting as they were drawing painfully in. And then the sphere fractured, losing shape, and a thin line of light split the darkness. Everything that had been devoured by the sphere seemed to pour forth in the violent onslaught of twisted light and images, and at the very center of it was a narrow beam of focused power that struck Gilgamesh in the center of his chest. I could feel my other self working to keep the light coherent and intense, and it struck Gilgamesh with an inhuman amount of force, instantly accelerating the legendary Grim to absurd speeds as it blew him away from us and back until his back struck the rising edge of the massive crater I'd made earlier and light played across it, melting everything that was illuminated by Luxeterna until a massive oblong shape was burnt into the earth around him. Gilgamesh let out a low, restrained hiss as he bounced back to his feet, a hand over the bullet-sized hole in his chest and eyes focusing intently on us. I looked back at him evenly, my other self literally running out of the space we'd occupied and gathering power in his hands, shaping it into the massive shape of Gunnar as he leapt up to eye level with the Grim. Gilgamesh was already moving, a blur of dark motion whose passage left a trail of broken earth and quickly expanding fire, blowing a wide hemisphere in the slag around him. In a matter of moments, he'd closed the distance between us, clawed hands reaching towards me. I fluctuated, pulling myself into the space my other self occupied even as I formed a Gunnar of my own. As we came to occupy the same place, our weapons came into alignment, the power within them resonating and growing. The light of Gunnar seemed to skyrocket to an even greater intensity, and when we threw it, it almost immediately lost shape, the spear changing direction almost mid-shaft. Gilgamesh dodged, blurring and racing away from the attack, zigzagging as he went, but Gunnar matched every shift with a similar change, of course, lagging just behind. Even so, the fact that he remained ahead spoke of Gilgamesh's speed. But I wouldn't be defeated by speed alone. I focused my gaze on Gilgamesh and power gathered behind my eyes as I activated Gorgon. The ancient Grim hesitated for barely a fraction of a second before breaking free of the effect, and a fraction of a second was enough. Gunnar hit home and exploded with a sound like the crash of thunder, and we fluctuated, coming apart to target Gilgamesh within the smoke, pressing the assault. The games we play push you, Gilgamesh growled, though I'm not sure why. If not for my sensory abilities, I wouldn't have been able to hear him, moving as fast as we now were. I struck my one side and my counterpart from the other, forcing him to split his attention between us. I struck high first, aiming a fist for his temple that he pushed aside with the back of a hand, before aiming a sucker punch at his side with my other that he was forced to lower his elbow to smack down. My other self swung a low kick that he stepped over and, while he was balanced on one leg, pushed himself upright with a flex of will to aim a kick for Gilgamesh's chin that the legendary Grim jerked his head out of the way of. Gilgamesh's free hand came down, swordsmanship superb even while so off balance, but we both focused on him before the blade could hit home. A hammer of psychokinetic force slammed into the Grim, knocking him several steps back and into the air. Seeing our chance, my double and I teleported into the same spot, lining up with Gilgamesh, and I gathered my strength into an Agniastra, the legendary weapon made even more potent by its namesake and outdual nature. We layered our existences such that I was interposed between the attack and my other self, shielding him from the consuming flames. After all, was completely immune to fire. It took only a moment to charge the attack, and then I hurled it with all my might, sending the spear of supernatural flames careening towards the airborne Grim. Gilgamesh grunted a moment before the attack hit home, hands snapping up to catch the spear out of midair. He made a ping noise, the touch of the Agniastra scorching even to him, and held it away from his chest even as it pushed him back through the air. He flew nearly halfway across the crater before somehow leveraging himself enough to throw the spear away while still airborne, using the impulse of the strike to send himself back to the ground, where he continued to skid across the ground until he dropped a hand to the dirt to slow himself down. Needless to say, we were already upon him by the time he rose, fluctuating to either side, though this time, we kept our distance. Firing spears snapped into existence around us, filling with our weapons of choice, namely, the ones that benefited the most from our current elemental embodiments. I called up a small swarm of Agniastras while my counterpart filled the air around him with gunners, and we cut loose before Gilgamesh was even fully back on his feet. He snapped back, trying to leap out of the kill zone we'd established, but we both gestured at him and dual gravity crashes slammed him back into the ground before he could get far. Then, it was just a matter of our attacks converging on a target, and we both had really good aim. And while he was pinned down, we converged ourselves, appearing right in front of him. This time, my other self took the lead, crafting a Longinus in our hands. The spear glowed brightly with the power we infused within it, but because of that same power, it wasn't something we could waste. Unlike Gunner, Longinus couldn't follow a target, and while it could pierce any defense, it could still miss. When we could afford to use it, we had to make sure it counted. Thanks to the mathematician's answer, I was reasonably confident I'd never miss a stationary target, but Gilgamesh was far from stationary, and aiming got more complicated against a foe who could move fast enough to dodge an attack after it was fired. Even so, I saw a shot and I took it. We stepped forward once and threw the spear towards the center of his body, tempting as it was to aim for the head. Against a target as fast as this, it was better to aim for the center of mass and trust that putting a gaping hole in someone's body was bad for their health no matter where it was. The moment it left our hands, space began to waver around Longinus, twisting violently around the blade as it flew without seeming regard for air resistance or much of anything else. The ground seemed to curve slightly as the blade flew over it, as it pushed down by its passage, and in the midst of the smoke I saw Gilgamesh's eyes snap up to the spear in recognition. He tried to react, to get out of the way, but there was a reason we'd struck from this close, near enough to minimize his chances of dodging, far enough to avoid attempts at disrupting our attack, and his attempted dodge did nothing but cause the spear to pierce through the left side of his chest instead of where a human's heart would have been. His hand came up to close over yet another hole in his chest, but his eyes were intent and fierce. The burst of speed that followed was surprising even to me, to such an extent that we only dodged because we'd expected reprisal and had already been in motion. We went in opposite and then up, appearing such that we hung over Gilgamesh at an angle, something we promptly exploited by using Bean of the Prometheans at his open back, layering every speed booster we had in the process. We reached him at the same time, each grabbing one of his arms and sinking our claws into it before pulling back as hard as we could. As the second phase of the Bane took hold between the two of us, we not only halted Gilgamesh's forward momentum but drew him into the air, the force and timing of our attacks drawing him right into our midst, and we floated in a quick arc until we intersected, existences aligning with one another as we occupied the same space. When Gilgamesh was right in front of us, we took a deep breath and crossed our metaphorical fingers. Then we used Orion South. It wasn't the same as before, at least not quite, which was both a good and a bad thing. We were united and divided, at once less than perfect and more than the sum of our parts. Thaumea was about more than just giving a physical form to my counterpart, it was about giving him true selfhood, life and power. There was a difference between our separated existence and our combined one, odd as it might be. In truth, we were always divided, as we remained two distinct souls that happened to occupy the same body, but when we were like this, we were something else. Stuff like that mattered to the light. Apparently, so did the two of us activating the skill twice. Of course, the other side of it was that there were two of us, meaning we had two shots at unraveling, coming apart as we boiled ourselves down to the most basic elements. And by the very nature of Thaumea, if one of us died, we both died. But this was a chance for us, maybe even for mankind, and with Thaumea I was pushing Gilgamesh hard enough to take advantage of it. Once again, I had a shot and I took it. I came apart, we came apart, connected even when there was nothing left of us but who we truly were. We were light and shadow, motion and stillness, the beginning and the end. A melding of linked concepts that soon lost distinction, our division dissolving into a true unity. A name occurred to me distantly, alongside Metatron, but slipped away from me along with thought and selfhood. I was, we were, there was nothing else. And then there was, exploding outwards from the light. Coming back together felt harder now, like I'd frayed a bit at the edges, except the edges were who I was. I checked quickly, pointlessly, even, and my other self was still there as well, panting hard alongside me, our breaths and heartbeats perfectly matched. Only after I'd finished checking up on my other did I turn my attention back to Gilgamesh. the ancient Grimm had really seen better days. His armor was even more badly cracked now, thanks to our continued assault and the second Orion Soft, but more notably, he was missing something now, specifically his left arm and a decent chunk of that side of his chest. If he'd been a human, the new hole would have devoured most of his left lung and maybe infringed upon his heart, but as a Grimm, it was hard to say if any of the internal damage mattered. The loss of a limb, however, he was at a disadvantage now and he knew it. With as hard as we'd been pushing him before, the loss of an arm, a limb to both attack and defend with was, well, crippling. Perhaps not so badly as a leg would have been, but it was still bad and we'd be able to hurt him even worse now. The way things were going, if he didn't pull out a hell of a trick soon, this would spell the end, which, if I was being honest with myself, I kind of expected. Not to put too fine of a point on it, but so far, he'd been dangerous, well above just about anyone I'd ever seen, but not mythic. If this was all he had after a few thousand years, I should have killed him last time. When it came to my enemies, my real enemies, not the chaff I slaughtered for power, I wasn't this lucky. He had something up his sleeve, same as I did, and having failed to erase him from existence twice now, odds were good I was about to find out. Gilgamesh didn't disappoint. Letting out a growling cry, the flesh on his absent side began to bubble for a moment, as if his wounded skin was boiling, and then it burst violently, matter ejecting from it forcibly. A dark, skeletal shape took shape, seeming somehow warped, though whether it was supposed to be that way or if it was a result of the brewmaster's interference, I wasn't sure. Either way, whips of red matter followed, coiling around the unnatural bones with extreme speed and taking shape as a twisted musculature, pulsing and flexing in odd places. Finally, a layer of black and white skin grew over it, giving it the form of a twisted arm, with white spikes piercing the skin painfully in random places. It only took the legendary Grimm moments to regrow the limb, but that was to be expected. After the Hydra, I'd gone into this knowing that I'd be facing some extreme regeneration and that I'd best bring ways to deal with it. The brewmaster was one, a long-term thing that disrupted most forms of healing and turned them steadily against the body over time. It was something I'd been relieved to develop, for that very reason. While it was true that I, too, suffered from the effects, I was less reliant on natural means of healing, and even my natural HP regeneration was a secondary issue. The effects it would have on my teammates was a bigger concern, but at the very least, I could heal them as well, given the opportunity. Here in the land of the Super Grimm, I decided we gained more than we lost, so the fact that Gilgamesh could sprout new limbs like it was nothing wasn't much of a shock to me. If anything, I was just pleased to see that the limb he'd regained didn't seem to be in working condition. That was the insidious effect of one of my greatest skills at work, and it would worsen over time as he was forced to heal over and over again, the status effect steadily worsening. I wasn't arrogant enough to try fighting a creature of myth and nightmare with just one plan. If need be, I'd wear him down slowly over time until his own regeneration rendered him unable to fight. If possible, I hoped it wouldn't come to that, simply because drawing things out heightened the chances of something going wrong for me, but it was an option. Ideally, I'd take him down in some other way, such as with Orion Soft, but I did what I had to when my back was up against a wall. What happened next, however, was a touch more worrying, and it was what slowed my advance before I could truly close in on him. A moment after the deformed limb came forth and hung limply at Gilgamesh's side, a strange wave of dark matter pulsed and raced down from the shoulder, flickering across the limb. As it went, bone shards receded into flesh and odd, twisted lumps of muscle seemed to untangle. Other things sprouted up in their place, but they were lesser now, the damage seeming more muted, and the following wave simply erased more, and it was followed by another and another still. In a few moments, there was no sign that he'd been wounded at all, at least to normal eyes. My eyes were anything but, especially through the lens of my other self. Keen as my vision normally was, now it was almost like I'd been living life in a blur and seen it with glasses on for the first time. In some ways, it made no difference. There was a limit to the effectiveness of clarity when you could see everything about something to begin with, but in others it came in handy. This was one of them. Even if I couldn't choose observe to see the truth of the matter, I could tell that the effects of the brewmaster were still there thanks to my third eye. He'd treated the symptoms, perhaps, but not the disease. I'd also been able to see the nature of the process itself, with countless tiny shapes squirming across and into his twisted flesh, breaking things down and spewing them forth. It was an interesting trick, but there was more to it than there might seem. It was just a matter of figuring out what. Important as time was to me now, it was worth a second or two. Surprised, Gilgamesh said when I didn't attack. Perhaps he was feeling chatty, still, but it was more likely that he was just buying himself time to heal and wear me down. Now that I'd seen the nature of his power, I debated whether or not I should press my assault again, but no, even this wasn't enough. My perceptions were all but shouting warnings to me, telling me of approaching danger, and so I kept still. Besides, time limit or not, I benefited for a breather, too. Divided nature or not, that assault had taken power and I could use a few seconds to recover what I'd lost with dust crystals and my natural MP regeneration. Valmeal gave me 2 pools of MP, but that came with a fair bit of maintenance when we went all out. A bit, I allowed, giving him a slight nod. I'd begun to wonder when you would finally take this seriously. Did I manage to make an impression? Perhaps. Quite so, he answered, cracking his neck. I'll admit, you took me by surprise as well. You came prepared, I see. I'd been a touch concerned about breaking you on accident. There has been a time or two when I overestimated the durability of my playmates, you see, and I thought it would be unfortunate if I ended up tearing you to pieces needlessly. I can see that was arrogant of me, and so you have my apologies. As you said, I will now take this seriously. As he spoke, the armor of his chest rippled, tiny waves of black crawling over the white armor as though someone had thrown a stone into a pond. Whatever it touched shifted and changed, edges smoothing and surfaces growing with each passing moment. He was preparing a trick of some kind, and it was only the knowledge that it'd be easier to react from a distance that kept me from shooting something at him then and there. Instead, I gathered my returning power and focused it into the ground around both of us, preparing while I had the chance. This is my ability, you could say, Gilgamesh continued. While I am not so fortunate as to have powers such as yourself, I was created with things that set me apart from my brethren, and this is one of them. I'm sure by now you are familiar with my fellow's nature. To steal a phrase, that which does not kill us, makes us stronger. You learn and adapt, I replied, learning from your mistakes to exploit others' weaknesses. It's more than that, though. You change physically as you recover, growing to become more effective killers, whether that means changing size, shape, or whatever else. Just so, he agreed. In that regard, I must concede somewhat to your earlier point, that which does not learn, dies. Both of our species know that, for after all, it is only through learning that one can truly master the art of killing. You still have your schools, do you not, where you train the young to fight and die? Alas, we don't have anything quite the same. Our lessons tend to be learned in battle and over time. Not the most efficient way, but we develop differently from you and yours. Those who grow enough to truly understand have no need to learn. Those who cannot learn have no hope of understanding. Such is our way. I didn't answer him, watching him quietly. My MP was full again, my traps had been laid, and I took another moment to check on my allies. Adam and Raven were still doing well, but Goo had begun to suffer from the effects of the brewmaster himself. Should I break off to heal him real quickly? I could fight Gilgamesh without my other, if it was only for a short time, and there was the effect on Autumn to consider. But, however, as I said, I am different from my brothers and sisters, Gilgamesh interrupted, an edge to his tone. There is a reason I was created with this form. I was not created through chance or natural processes. I am the result of intelligent design, and that, in turn, is my power. His armor began to burst in random places, taking shape around him as he stepped towards me. His previous armor seemed to melt away, flowing into a different shape along with his body. His forearms and hands widened and lengthened into bulky columns, fingers replaced with jointed blades. His body grew a pure white covering, armored and yet streamlined with odd modifications to his legs. Even his mask shifted, leaving his face and head covered by a smooth, featureless helmet. It didn't look biological, like the Grimm tended to. If anything, it looked technological, akin to the power armor I'd spent quite some time imagining. Something that had been created instead of grown. In the next moment, Gilgamesh flickered, closing the gap between us in a meaningless fraction of a second and bringing a massive arm down with force enough to beat down mountains. The games we play. Shove. I managed to react at the last second, bringing up my arms in defense. His hand crashed against them with enough force that I felt the bones shatter, ground to dust in an instant, and it barely slowed down his claws. They bit into my forehead and dragged down through my eyes, one of them catching my nose on the way. I felt them split my lips, shatter my upper and lower jaw, and nearly tear the latter free of my face entirely. I felt it as the claws continued down, snapping ribs like twigs and shredding my entrails. On pretty much anyone else, it would have been a fatal wound on me. It just hurt like a bitch. Not physically, truth be told. Getting stabbed in the brain honestly didn't hurt much, and I was so accustomed to pain that I just brushed off everything else but in the damage it did. Thanks to my recently improved vitality, I limited it greatly, but still, it hurt. But it bought enough time for my other self to evade the blow, stepping backwards as I took the hit and dancing out of the way. He extended a hand toward me and Gilgamesh both, snapping his fingers at once. There was a sudden cracking sound, but attack outpaced it in part because the trap had already been set. Gilgamesh had walked into the bounds of our Vedra, the invisible markings laid upon the ground around us, and it was just a matter of letting them loose. We could set them up to react when they were tripped, but with an opponent like Gilgamesh, no. Even if he couldn't dodge the attack itself, there was a moment before the process completed where he could escape. Better to pin him down first. So we did. I took the hit. My other stared at him with Gorgon activated, other hand flinging a quick bind his way, and for a moment he wasn't free to simply leap out of the way. In that moment, lightning struck not once or twice, but the better part of a dozen times, Vedra altering the conditions to be ideal. I felt it when Gilgamesh was hit, in part because of the transfer of shocks, but mainly because his claws convulsed in my guts. Even so, I was shielded from the worst of it by my natural defenses, and as Gilgamesh flung himself away, I only stumbled slightly. My other was at my side in an instant, attention focused as mine was as Gilgamesh hit the ground and landed on his feet, armor already rippling again. Insulating himself, perhaps reducing the conductivity of his armor. Almost certainly. Given such control over his own structure, he'd be able to reduce the damage greatly, mitigating it entirely if it fell into the bounds of his version of Kavacha. Even now, he was more surprised than hurt, and I'd bought myself only moments to act. Best to use them wisely. I didn't have to glance at my other self to know we were thinking the same thing, and we shed our elemental embodiments as once, unleashing both metal and fire. Our elementals gathered around us as spiritual presences, pressing close as they focused on our enemy before unraveling and coming back together. Gilgamesh released an odd, almost mechanical sound as he watched us. You still have more tricks, I see, he said, though he shouldn't have been able to see my elementals, or, at least, no one else had ever been able to, when they weren't manifested. His eyes were good, then, no doubt boosted by his new suit. Unfortunately, that probably meant that my plan to confuse and disorient him with delusions and fantasies was probably doomed to failure, though it could still have value if I played my cards right. I came to play, after all, I told him as I felt my counterpart making his move. He didn't hide himself, as such, so much as project an image of himself over his body, a trick both of us were more than accustomed to, which made it easy to follow his lead. This was a risky move in its own way, especially against an opponent like this, which was why I'd refrained from using it until now, but we were obviously going to need all the help we could get. Combined with what we were preparing to do next, this move would cost us greatly. It was enough to make me consider just going all out right now. But no, I couldn't allow myself to be frightened and break from the plan. I still had my fair share of cards to play, the things I was setting up and keeping hidden. I'd need to use them soon to get the most use out of them, but things like Keter and the Arcana would cost me even worse than what I was planning now. I had to use them wisely and make them count. Besides, those tactics had risks of their own, aside from their price tags. I'd be taking chances with them no matter how I used them, which was all the more reason not to let myself be shaken. If there was anything to be perhaps not thankful, because time was both my friend and enemy in this battle, but at least aware of in this fight, it was that we all moved fast enough that relatively little time had passed. I still had several minutes before I ran Dalmiel's course. Good, Gilgamesh replied. I was worried. What few people I've been forced to show this power to have died shortly thereafter. For a moment, I believed you would be the same. I'm a lot of things, I said. Easily killed is not one of them. That ability of yours is impressive, but I closed my eyes for a moment, shaking my head at him even as I mentally crunched the numbers. The time need, the cost per second, how much we needed to prepare, how much time we'd lose. If it wasn't already, our plan would soon be visible, but every second counted, both for and against us. We'd have an advantage, but we'd also be giving him an opening. Ironically, the next moments would be critical. But while time may not strictly be on our side, we had friends who were. Is that all? I asked him. I can do that. The words were, at best, half true, but they were enough to startle and make him wonder, and that give them value. I took the opportunity to punctuate them as my dimensional took form. The next moment, we were right in Gilgamesh's face. No, somewhere between our starting positions, already in the midst of a clash. My body was twisted now, the form of Sahasrara seeming to recede behind growing plates of white armor as it slid over our skin. It covered us fully, drawing the spiritual wings of my soul behind something rooted firmly in the physical. My counterpart and I were undergoing a metamorphosis, shifting our forms to match his. I felt strength flow through me in the process, rising quickly to engulf me fully, and I wonder how aware Gilgamesh was of the process. Could he sense me more clearly now that I was closer to one of his kind? Did my shifted form give him any insight into what I planned to do next? It was unfortunately possible, but that was something I'd accounted for. It wouldn't matter one way or another by the time we reached the next step of our plan. For now, however, we attacked. At first, the forms we took were similar, in some ways, to Gilgamesh's own. The White Rider form we'd adopted as Jianbing, with a perfectly smooth mask, unbroken by holes for the eyes, nose, or mouth. Our bodies streamlined as well, built for power and speed, designed with killing in mind. If there was any difference, it was, ironically, that our forms were the more animalistic. But in mere moments, those lines began to blur. Metamorphosis was about more than just taking a single form. After all, it was a process of modifications and adaptations, intended to make the user more lethal. It was, in that sense, very similar to what Gilgamesh was doing, likely because it was something I'd gained from conquest. What that meant in a fight could get a little complicated, especially for someone like me. One moment, I felt myself swell, adding mass as I met a blow from Gilgamesh with one of my own, deflecting it away from my other with force that shattered my own arm. The next my counterpart struck, something uncoiling in his grotesquely bulging right arm that unleashed a blindingly quick punch. Gilgamesh swung back, points opening along his arms that began to fire small spikes that bled something corrosive, but I leveled a hand at him, middle finger elongating into a wicked spike that I filled with fluids I produced with venom, balancing the dosage carefully as I warped the muscle and bone around my wrist and fired it like an arrow. Gilgamesh barely flinched as it struck home, brushing it off even as it exploded violently and filled the air around us with a sticking black smoke that he simply stepped through. His right hand came up, finger blades almost touching, and matter began to flow from the tips, gathering into a tiny orb. Circuitry lit up along his arm, shining brightly, and a hair-thin laser struck me in the eye, burning a hole clean through my head. I flinched away, reflexively adjusting my ribcage and skull to protect the contents and minimize the damage, but I was already growing, appearing shifting towards something both feline and ursine even as my double slipped into my space, hiding himself within me as he transformed. I layered my existence to hide him wholly within me, choosing what to conceal and what to let through as my perspective shifted, and then I attacked. All the while, my dimensional stood still, watching and waiting. I bore down on Gilgamesh, body growing as matter flooded in from above, adding to my mass and providing structure to my assumed form. The hand I swept at Gilgamesh was massive now, easily large enough to grasp a man's head like an apple, and my claws were wickedly sharp, would have been impractically so. In fact, had I been anyone else, while honing a blade to a razor's edge certainly had its advantages, primarily in that it allowed one to put more force behind less area, there was also the issue of fragility. In comics, there was a lot of talk about absurdly thin blades that could cut a hair in two or slip between molecules or whatever, but even with remnant's most advanced engineering, something like that would crumple like, well, aluminum foil, assuming it didn't simply shatter at the first sign of resistance. Or I could help with that, but even with its reinforcing touch, it would never match the durability of larger weapons. Fighting with such a thing was just asking to be stripped of your weapon at a crucial moment. But matters changed when you could make them out of unbreakable materials, or, at least, things that acted as though it were unbreakable. Thanks to the gamer's body, none of the damage I took actually showed on the surface. Whether my flesh was pierced, my bones broken, or even if my head was removed, it wouldn't actually seem to harm me until presumably I lost my last hit point. In addition, thanks to my various skills, my biology was warped, to say the least, and the modifications it was able to support were equally unconventional. It was something I embraced. Here and now, Gilgamesh lifted his left arm to block my coming strike, the limb bulging slightly and taking on a more armored appearance just before my claws connected. I felt my talons crack and break against his hide, sometimes pulling up the flesh around them in the process, but none of that showed, and my claws raked his carving swallow marks into his forearm. I let the products of venom spill from the venom sacs in my knuckles as I struck, spraying the wound with something corrosive. My failure to create the alchemical legend that was the universal solvent, still potent enough to liquefy organic matter. The Grim hardly twitched as the edges of the wounds began to shimmer slightly, welling with dissolved skin that was quickly replaced. Instead, he raised both of his arms, hands flashing out like lightning bolts as he clasped his hands on my arms with a grip that powdered bone. His shoulders bulged then, inflating until it seemed almost as if they'd been replaced with rough spheres, and then several ports opened along its surface, spewing forth what at first seemed like smoke. I knew better, especially as it flowed over and engulfed me. The cloud was actually just a swarm of tiny grim things like the magical nanites I'd mentioned before, only taken more literally. They even looked technological at a glance, tiny machines made of tiny pieces of grim bone. They covered me, gathering to attack cells and bury themselves in my skin as they tried to tear me apart piece by piece. It didn't work even on that scale. My skills were still active, hardening my skin to an absurd degree and pushing back their invasion. Beyond that, Kavacha was still at work, and though it seemed to recognize the swarm as a single attack, it still blunted most of their efforts, providing me ample time to counterattack. Seeing as imitation was the sincerest way to tell someone to go fuck themselves, I gave Gilgamesh's newest trick my own twist, sending a wave of alteration across my skin. On a level invisible to the normal human eye, cells began to convulse, pulsate, and then warped violently, turned into membranous shells for my creations. The tiny creatures that came forth were reproposed parts of my own body, and they crawled over my skin, surrounding and attacking their grim counterparts. On the micro scale, the difference between technology and biology, especially magical technology and biology, was limited, and our microscopic forces might have seemed evenly matched had someone been able to see them fight. They weren't. We both had our advantages and limitations that were shifting the battle this way and that. Gilgamesh's main edge was his ability to produce and surround me in a devouring cloud of his creations, thick enough that had someone else wandered into it, there wouldn't have been the slightest trace left behind. I, on the other hand, was more limited, being forced to keep my miniature minions close at hand. They were machines obeying commands, or even something I could issue orders to with a thought, just something I created and controlled with my power and limited to my close proximity. While I probably could exceed those limits, it would mean adjusting my connection to them, and I wasn't sure how much command I'd retain as they distanced themselves from me and became something truly independent. Sadly, I was guessing not much, and seeing as the skill I was using had been something I received from conquest. No, biological warfare was a bitch to control and contain at the best of times. Magical biological warfare stolen from one of my greatest enemies and still touched by his power probably wasn't something I should play with in the middle of an already delicate situation. Besides, I had advantages of my own. Unlike Gilgamesh, I was just as capable of fighting under a microscope as I was on the battlefield, and I guided my forces accordingly, aiding them when necessary with careful applications of psychokinesis when necessary. It was enough to push Gilgamesh's forces back, thanks to my protection from their attacks. He undoubtedly noticed what I was up to and commanded his creations to attack mine, but they didn't fight with the mind of a strategist behind them. Mine did and overcame his forces, if only temporarily. He'd swarm me again in a matter of moments, but not before I had time to act. It was enough to make Gilgamesh let go of me as my minions turned on his claws, a legion of them swarming to chew at his bladed hands. It only lasted a moment before there was a sudden flash from his claws that slew most of our creations, and the smoke from his shoulders changed, becoming a mix of airborne poisons, including nerve gases and worse gaseous contact poisons, prion infestations, and more. I advanced into the light mist, trusting my defensive skills to see me through the danger as I followed Gilgamesh back. He lifted a hand, another of those odd spears forming between the claws of his hand, and I saw power gathering even as he aimed it at me. I didn't so much as hesitate, reaching out to grasp the orb tightly in one hand, a series of Lux Aeternas gathering around my hand. We looked at each other, both our masks eyeless and yet still conveying what we wanted to say, and as one, we both fired. There was a strange crackling sound, as if a lightning bolt were somehow breaking. Colors played across my vision and throughout the spectrum, standing out oddly to my senses and then simply collapsing into the point of intersection, where Lux Aeterna clashed with the matter he'd summoned. Light and darkness played across the sphere, balancing for a moment and then breaking down just as fast. Power collapsed into a tiny point and then burst forth. As I was flung away, I felt as though my arm had been blown away just beneath the elbow, and I was sent careening through the air, before hitting and sliding across the ground while it shattered around me. I regained myself after a brief moment of disorientation, turning my slide into a horizontal flip and turning myself psychokinetically to land on my feet. A hand came down to grasp the ground, my speed pulling it through 50 more meters of dirt before I managed to stop myself, and I saw an opening. Abruptly, distance became meaningless and I was beside Gilgamesh in a heartbeat. He'd done much the same thing I had, slowing himself with the claws of his left hand, probably because the claws of his right were simply gone. I raced just beneath the knuckle by whatever interaction of forces we'd caused. Somehow, he didn't seem surprised to see me and rose to meet my assault. As my fist collided with his own, it was visibly crushed, collapsing until my wrist was near my elbow and revealing the trick I'd hidden within my forearm. As my flesh fell slack, warped by the use of my power instead of the damage, half a dozen red tendrils burst forth, whipping towards Gilgamesh's head, neck, and chest, sinking lightly into his skin. My other hand came up, held just before him, and then I shifted the arrangement of my existence, parts of my other self rising even as bits of me sank. Wings spread out from my back, feathers black but marked by red-colored eyes reminiscent of the Panopts. My arm changed, too, eyes opening down its length and something like a mouth appearing at the center of my palm, and as space shifted and warped, dust crystals fluttered from my inventory, rotating around the limb in 3 circles. Power gathered around and inside me, flowing into some hollow segment of my arm that had been set aside for the task, glowing through my skin. I fired. The games we play. Area of effect. Power glowed through my arm, gathered and shaped by my will. The dust crystals that floated around me quivered and shifted, rotating like bullets in a revolver as I began to fire. I didn't waste my ammo on a single blast or an overwhelming display of power, but instead unleashed a prolonged burst of a dozen varied effects, aiming for something else. To anyone else, it might have looked like I was firing at random, shooting whatever gun happened to be at hand, but needless to say, that wasn't the case. I calculated the trajectory of each shot and decided which crystal to use when and how on a moment's notice. And if Gilgamesh moved to dodge most of them, leaving them to hit the ground or burst in empty air, well, that was okay, too. Every hit could help, but I was aware that he'd likely shrug off the worst of the effects of any particular shot. It might have been better that he didn't get in my way. The first shot struck the ground and discolored it, leaving a strange patch that began to slowly grow like moss. Another stopped in midair before bloating into a bubble that warped like oddly as it passed through it. Another bit of land was abruptly transmuted into liquid glass, nearly catching Gilgamesh as he moved through the air, while a different shot caused a carpet of unnatural flames to unfurl across the barren ground, flickering too brightly and fanning too hot. I directed another blast straight at Gilgamesh, allowing it to unfold into a well of consuming gravity even as I swept something like a spotlight across the area, causing the ground to simply unfold into dust even as the Grimm's armor began to steam slightly. I flipped to the next round, causing a sudden pillar of ice to emerge and unfold, razor-sharp icicles exploding from between the petals, and then knelt, striking the earth. At once, the ground rippled not because of a shockwave, but simply because it had been turned abruptly fluid. I steadied myself in the space just above it as a matter of course, reaching back up to fire more blasts into the sky. One exploded outwards into the shape of a luminous disk, so hit that even far below it, things began to burn. Another shot reached slightly higher before bursting in a similar fashion, halting the disk before it could unfold any further and then coming down in a wide cylinder that caught me, Gilgamesh, and all the other shots I'd cast into the air, still waiting to explode. With that, Gilgamesh stopped, Alice's face focusing on me as he realized I wasn't really trying to hit him. If the cylinder of slowed time was affecting him at all, he hit it well and I followed suit, pulling my dimensional to shield me from its effects. "You," he said, something humming at his throat as he projected the sounds. "What are you planning now?" I smirked at him and snapped my fingers. "By raising Sanctum to level 99, you have gained the skill Sanctuary. By raising Temple to level 99, you have gained the skill Cathedral. By raising Safe Haven to level 99, you have gained the skill Asylum. By raising Sanctum Sanctorum to level 99, you have gained the skill Tabernacle." Sephirotic synthesis complete. The skills Sanctum, Temple, Safe Haven, and Naraka have been combined successfully. The skill at in Arcadia Ego has been created, and at once, the power I'd been gathering burst forth. This was the power I'd been holding back as I fought Gilgamesh head-on, limiting myself primarily to physical displays as I funneled all the power I could towards my other self's work. It was a complicated thing, not only because of the energy required but also because of the setup it necessitated, and so this was something I'd been working on for a while now. Part of it was the gun arm I'd created for this purpose, allowing me to quickly unleash a variety of powerful effects on the surrounds at relatively little cost to myself. It was, in a sense, the result of all my work with dust in the past. I'd taken a page out of Conquest's book, creating openings and pathways for dust throughout my own body, but there was more to it than that. They were the patterns I created beneath my skin, the circuitry I'd learned through practicing dust weaving with cinder and even quick touches of Dust Eater to allow me to quickly process more complex dust. The result was an extremely expensive but staggeringly versatile weapon, if one that required extensive manipulation of one's own body and a great deal of multitasking to actually use. Getting to the point where I was capable of using something like this with ease hadn't been easy. Improving my dust-related skills had been almost painful, not so much because the skills didn't improve quickly as because they were costly to improve. Every use required the expenditure of dust, often in fairly large quantities, and while I could spend MP money freely, the crystals were another matter to me. Each one was a valuable resource. A way to heal myself and regain power, to give myself an edge in a pinch, and more. They were effectively my only real consumables, taking the role of my potions, ethers, and such. That I had to expend thousands upon thousands of them to get what I wanted was painful to me as a gamer, especially since I usually only used dust on myself to begin with. The different dust skills had potential, but I'd put them off for a long time, considering it a waste of resources until several skills changed my mind. Then, well, I'd spent the last week grinding various things, but the biggest issue had been improving my barrier skills, and it had been for reasons that went beyond being a dust miser. With the exceptions of the skills I could only use once a day, they were by far my slowest skills to improve, simply because they weren't personal. Most of my skills I either created and launched or applied to myself, meaning they benefited greatly from skills like acceleration, which I'd been using to bolster my growth since the moment I could afford it. My barriers, however, covered a range far larger than my person and were static things once created, gaining experience over time. As a result, they didn't benefit from my field of accelerated time. Recently, I'd gained a number of other skills to help with their growth, but they'd still been left behind by the head start I'd given my other skills, especially given that they leveled slowly to begin with. Even now, Naraka was far from maxing out. Beyond that, however, I suspected there were some issues of compatibility. I'd long had my suspicions about the two Sephiroth skills I was missing, Keter and Malkuth. Why I was missing them, I still wasn't sure, but from what I'd learned I had something of a guess as to their effects. Keter, I figured, was probably focused on improving skills that affected and defined the self, things like, well, like most of my skills, the gamer's body and mind, the skills I'd gained from my stats, most of the things I layered over myself, and so on. If the Sephiroth skills indicated a heightened presence of their corresponding element in the user's soul, I figured that the skills I was best with or valued the most probably fell under Keter. There was likely more to it than that, but it seemed likely. But if I fought using myself, Malkuth fought using the world. It made sense, then, that the hypothetical skill Malkuth would govern and improve skills that affected an area, such as barriers and such. That was how Malkuth himself worked, after all. He fought by changing the way the world worked, altering the rules to his own advantage. I didn't have either Keter or Malkuth, but I suspected that I benefited from the former regardless. The latter, however, that had been a different story. I'd worked hard to improve my barrier skills, simply because they were useful as all hell, but it had been like pushing a stone up a steep hill, a hypothetical, really heavy stone that resisted my usual bullshit. Even after several months of training, a boatload of experience boosters, and, most recently, the effects of Sahasrara, the skills I'd gotten back in my first trip to Mistral only just barely maxed out. But barely making it still meant they'd made it and I had the tricks to show for it. And if the skills of Malkuth were the ones I had the most trouble with, well, I dedicated this tactic to my relentless asshole of a spiritual brother. Fuck you and your godforsaken abomination of a face, Malkuth. This one's for you. The world around us changed. It began with a shimmer in the air, a ripple of something that passed through both the ground and the air. The strange wave spilled past Gilgamesh in an instant, washing over him and everything around us in an instant before seeming to crash into some kind of invisible wall and splashing both up into the sky and down into the earth. After a moment, the world beyond that invisible boundary became indistinct, as if some kind of fog had rolled over everything but us. Gilgamesh, quick to react as ever, all but leapt away from me as realization struck and made it over the boundary line just as the effect came hold, just an instant too late for it to matter. He passed into the fog with a ripple of space and reappeared behind me, flying through the opposite edge of the wall. As he landed, he looked somehow stunned, gaze flickering from one side to the next as he understood what had just happened and what it meant. He was already trapped, the first of my barriers cutting off all routes of escape. Sanctuary active LV1 EXP, 0.00% MP, 1 million. An ancient techniques forged by man to shield themselves from the darkness that sought to return them to the void. This skill grants its user the power to separate a volume of space entirely from the outside world, rendering both entry and exit impossible through purely physical means. The volume of the barrier increases with skill level and INT. Greater spatial warping is possible at higher levels. Additional 1 million MP used per minute. This was my sanctuary, the necessary first step of my plan in the natural growth of Sanctum. It was not a skill meant to protect an area from outside attack. Instead, it cut an area off from attack entirely in a way that fell just below dimensional barriers like Naraka, prohibiting both entry and exit in the most literal way possible. Simply put, you literally couldn't enter or leave. The entire barrier indicated a region of twisted space, and anyone who passed through it would find themselves move along it. Those outside would pass through the entire volume in a single step without so much as laying foot on what was inside, while those within would experience a wraparound effect like those in many of the games I'd played. Unlike its predecessor and like Naraka, breaking it wasn't a matter of physical power, because it wasn't something that could be touched or grasped. It was, for all intents and purposes, just empty space. And for that reason, Gilgamesh couldn't leave, at least not without breaking the barrier itself, and needless to say, I had no intention of allowing that. He couldn't run away or escape what was to come, and I had every intention of pressing my advantage. The moment I was sure Gilgamesh wouldn't be alerted to my intentions and escape, I continued with the next step of my preparations. There was a shudder in the earth, followed by a rippling wave of iridescent light that flashed out towards the edge of my sanctuary and continued on through the other side, creating a beautiful array of shimmering patterns as the wave hit itself and broke apart. After a moment, the ground of my sanctuary was covered in seemingly random waves of light, which abruptly stopped and seemed to sink into the ground, leaving behind them remnants of their color on the soil before that faded as well. While the display was certainly eye-catching, the truth of the skill was somewhat harder to grasp, unless you had eyes good enough to see the truth, namely, how the energy within the area had been affected. Cathedral active LV1 EXP, 0.00% MP, 2,500,000. And ancient techniques forged by man to shield themselves from the darkness that sought to return them to the void. The skill allowed the user to cast a benediction over a volume of space, calling out to the very world to aid him in his time of need. While this ability is active, the user can supplement his own strength with the help of nature itself, bolstering himself far beyond his normal limits. Increase HP regeneration by 500% within area. Increase MP regeneration by 500% within area. Increase stamina regeneration by 500% within area. Have the cost of all MP skills used within this area. Alternatively, double the power of any MP skill activated at its full price. Additional 2,500,000 MP used per minute. The raw power I felt while meditating, almost unbelievable in its sheer immensity, now twisted around me. There was power in the world that could stagger belief if you were shown it without warning, power that could even make me feel humble. It could be hard to remember, but remnant, for all that it was a tiny speck of dust compared to the vastness of the universe, was still enormous. A giant whirlwind of power that we desperately clung to as it hurtled through space. Even the Brahmastra was nothing if viewed on that level, for all that it could wipe out cities. The energy that went into rotating remnant for even just a minute dwarfed it unspeakably. Cities, that kind of power could strip the life from this world, and it spent 1,000 times that every day. Even on a lesser scale, the slight shifting of tectonic plates could make the world tremble, and the power of a storm could lap the energy consumption of all of remnant with ease. We were small and the world was large. That's why it was an amazing place to live in, despite the dangers it was filled with. The nature of my skill Humilitas was all about understanding the simple scope of the world and tapping into it, and Cathedral worked much the same way. It shaped the tides of energy, if only in a tiny area, and drew them to the user's aid. The moment the rippling pattern settled, I could feel the power flowing into me, bolstering my strength and filling my reserves even as they drew from them. Even with the obscene amounts of power my barriers were already beginning to draw from me, Cathedral gave me the strength I needed to continue on. You, Gilgamesh whispered and promptly outpaced the sound of his own voice, closing in on me with absurd speed. I hope you don't think I'll just sit back and let you do whatever you want. At once, I raised an arm, catching his attack as I had before, but this time, instead of feeling my bones shatter, I withstood the blow with nothing but the feeling of heavy bruises and torn flesh, keeping Gilgamesh's claws away from my face. Just as quickly, I lashed out at him, driving a hand into his gut with force enough to make him stagger 2 steps back before recovering and lashing out at me with an onslaught of blows. "Allow me?" I asked, smiling as I refused to show any of the strain I felt as I dodged and parried. "Idiot, I hope you don't think I'm giving you any choice in the matter." Gilgamesh didn't reply, but his assault grew in intensity, 100 blows flashing towards me in a moment. I stared into the storm of oncoming strikes, mathematicians' answer breaking them down to angles and equations as I stepped closer, seeking to avoid damage as my other finished his work. I pushed aside a strike with my forearm, flicked my head to the side to let the next sail past, and shifted to take the next in a less vulnerable place. The next I cut off with psychokinesis before fluctuating out of range and then immediately back into its midst, striking at him during the brief pause in its flow before hopping back and clenching my hands into fists. With the help of metamorphosis and Kaigong, I felt power flood my muscles, and I met the remaining strikes head-on, blocking fist with fist. Abruptly, something shattered and Gilgamesh flickered out of range, though not before I saw the cracks forming in his armor with every strike. He looked down at himself, seeming startled again, but he shouldn't have been. I wouldn't have trapped us in the ring just to boost myself. No. I intended to undercut him as well. Asylum active LV1 EXP, 0.00% MP, 1 million. And ancient techniques forged by man to shield themselves from the darkness that sought to return them to the void. The skill was named for its contradictory nature. It grants the user the power to create a place of both safety and madness. Should anything capable of imposing an external negative status effect be present within the area of Asylum upon activation, it immediately afflicts all valid targets even if they are not directly exposed to the effect. So long as Asylum remains active, no status effects activated after it may be imposed on those within its range. Additional 1 million MP used per hour. The moment my other activated the skill, both Gilgamesh and I were struck by the myriad effects I'd left suspended within the area. We froze, burnt, twisted, cracked, solidified, bent, were crushed, were melted, evaporated, twisted, flickered and stuttered through time, and more. It was an onslaught of status effects such that I saw a cascade of windows pop up out of the corner of my eye. Bad enough that, taken all together, even Gilgamesh couldn't shrug it off. But, being the one responsible, I'd naturally come prepared to deal with it. What my natural resistances and inerrant couldn't deal with, I quickly healed myself up and pressed towards Gilgamesh, forcing myself not to slow down. As I did, I felt the barriers twist and writhe, binding themselves to me quickly as I went. Something meaningless at this point, but important to prepare ahead of time. Tabernacle active LV1 EXP, 0.00% MP, 3 million. And ancient techniques forged by man to shield themselves from the darkness that sought to return them to the void. The skill was born in an attempt to resolve the flaws inherent in other skills. Most barrier skills are firmly fixed in space and are immobile, covering a defined volume. The skill, however, allows barriers to function with a more advanced understanding of space, using higher dimensional relationships to bind them to points in space-time that seem mobile. While Tabernacle is active, the user might center barriers on himself instead of attaching them to specific areas. And with that, all my preparations were made and I was ready. I felt my other self gather his strength again, meditating while I retained control of our bodies, and knew he was just about ready, too. Are you feeling nervous? I asked Gilgamesh when he didn't approach, most likely trying to develop countermeasures. He eyed me cautiously as I spoke and didn't answer. Well, it's understandable, but it's too early to feel that way. We're just getting started. Lifting a hand, I swung backwards, as if to strike a wall, and cracks filled the air as the world began to break. The games we play. Field effects. In a matter of moments, fractures in the air encompassed the entirety of my barrier, spreading steadily until it seemed almost as if there were more cracks than air. The fissures connected, intersected, and grew with each passing moment, and then there was a sound somewhere between breaking glass, shrieking metal, and the explosion of the Brahmastra as the pieces began to fall away. Starting from the bottom, the air simply seemed to drop, falling away like the pieces of a shattered window and vanishing into the void until all that was left were Gilgamesh and I. For a moment, there was no light, no heat, no air, no anything, and it almost seemed like we would follow the pieces of the world down into the void. But then the moment passed as reality came flooding back in like air filling a vacuum. From my almost external point of view, I could see where the differences laid. The edges here, a barren, blasted plain on a lifeless rock. There, a forest full of animals and life, an empty city, a ruin like the one we destroyed, and countless other variations. In the sky of one world, I saw a moon that was whole, while in another laid wholly alien skies. Soon the images were streaming by too quickly to truly pin down. This was the first step of it in Arcadia Ego, a failed attempt at denying existence. The entire skill was a failure, really, despite its enormous power and potential. It didn't even come close to accomplishing what it had been designed for. I would know it was my skill, after all. Not just a skill I knew, but one that I had made in a previous life. In Arcadia Ego had been intended for Malkuth against an enemy whose main weapon was effectively reality. The obvious solution would seem to be simple, not easy to accomplish, perhaps, but conceptually simple. If Malkuth could be removed from reality, from the rules he bent to accomplish his goals, he'd be powerless, or at least a hell of a weaker. It was an interesting idea that was sadly doomed from the very start. You can't take someone outside reality. There is no outside reality. In a lot of stories, you'd hear about things outside the universe and such, but that was a contradiction. You can't exist outside the universe, because the universe is, simply put, everything that exists. And even if it did exist, it probably wouldn't be something you could interact with. People might envision it as a great void with the universe hanging in it, but reality goes beyond stuff like that. Outside reality, who was to say that anything like space or time had meaning? How could you travel there, then, or exist there? How could you even make a doorway to a place that didn't have laws governing motion or interaction? Those were all universal concepts, after all. In the end, in Arcadia Ego had been an ambitious attempt that got smacked in the face by a dictionary. Even the void it conjured up as it tried to push everything away wasn't outside the universe. It was still governed by a variety of laws and principles, which was part of why the world quickly seeped back in. Sure, there may be alien places or exceedingly hostile places, but anything that exists, well, exists. It's real. That aren't logic. That was just basic logic. In Arcadia Ego had been an illogical attempt at beating a foe who was bending logic to his cause, and it just hadn't worked. No matter where you tried to go, some things are still there. But in the process of failing, it had created something amazing in its own right. As the world swirled around us like some kind of chaotic sea, I felt it as things began to solidify and emerge, influencing and guiding the process with my own power. I let a grassy plain bubble forth first before drawing up a mountain range. The sky flickered, a dozen different versions of it painting over themselves before it solidified into a singular image, and then air filled the spaces. A sun shined down on us from above, making things warm and shedding light over the empty fields. They were pieces that shouldn't have gone together, each taken from a different world. In Arcadia Ego was a dimensional barrier like Naraka, but it accomplished very different ends. If Naraka created a duplicate of the world by stepping aside, then in Arcadia Ego tried to push those within its reach between dimensions and filled things in from stolen, copied pieces. It wasn't limited to a copy of wherever I happened to be, which had its uses though. Truthfully, the dimensional shenanigans that Naraka allowed far outweighed just about any downsides it created. On the other hand, creating customized maps wasn't the only thing in Arcadia Ego was capable of. When I or my former self, rather, realized that we couldn't remove Malkuth from the game the way we'd originally intended, we'd shifted gears and tried to beat him at his own instead. That hadn't worked either, but it proved useful in its own way, as the skill allowed me to shift and alter rules in ways that my other barriers did not. But another advantage that I found, in one of the most useful ones in this particular case, was that it was a lot harder to break out of the Naraka I would know. My counterpart and I had played with Trespasser a fair bit in what time we'd had before the battle. It meant that I could be at least reasonably confident that Gilgamesh wouldn't simply shatter it and escape, and more than anything that opened up options, because in here, I didn't have to worry about collateral damage. It would be deceptive to say that I'd been holding back against Gilgamesh. I was hitting him with everything I could afford to, barring what tricks requires preparation and setup, such as this one. But I had been mindful of my surroundings, simply because I needed to account for my friends. That wasn't them holding me back or anything. I needed them here, both to keep the Grimm from ganging up on me and as a part of what was to come. But the fact remained that there were some things that you couldn't do while acting as part of a team, simply because of the threat of friendly fire. That's why I dropped the brewmasters before bringing them in. The fact remained that I couldn't do this without them, simply because this step of the plan required me to be able to fight and focus on Gilgamesh alone for a fairly significant amount of time, and if I'd stored my barriers in Pathientra instead of the brewmasters, I'd have been under constant attack from every direction since this began, which would have complicated things to say the least. Using the brewmasters, however, meant setting up my barriers the hard way, which all but necessitated Valmiel so that one of us could focus entirely on that. It also meant the other fighting to hold Gilgamesh off and distract him, to say nothing of the extensive power involved in supporting my dimensional as he assisted the process. If the Grimm would survive the brewmasters, the strongest Grimm at Jericho Falls, even weakened and injured as they now were, had been able to get involved, It would have been harder to do any of that as the Grimm ganged up on and distracted me. I probably wouldn't have been able to catch Gilgamesh alone, either, and without Brewmaster hindering the Grimm's regeneration I wouldn't be doing anywhere near as well. Besides, getting to this point necessitated a number of things. That I kill as many Grimm as possible, distract the survivors, use the Brewmaster, and fight Gilgamesh alone for a significant time. Arranging that hadn't been simple. But now that we were here, things were about to change. I took a breath and felt Suryasta join with me again, activating Ani and my aurora as a matter of course. The field I'd drawn to our new battlefield ignited almost at once, even distant plants igniting in the horrific heat I'd conjured. But I wasn't done. Even this, a gigantic sphere of flames that could boil the ground beneath my feet and melt most Grimm by proximity, wasn't enough to truly hinder Gilgamesh. It hurt him some, sure, but not enough, not nearly enough. Even with Brewmaster slowly poisoning him with his armor especially, it only hurt him lightly. I'd figured as much going in that the tricks that worked on most of the monsters I fought wouldn't be enough to take Gilgamesh down. So I'd done my best to prepare a few things that maybe, just maybe, would. By raising Gravity Crash to level 99, you have gained the skill Atlas. Sephirotic Synthesis complete. The skills Surya, Ani, Gravity Crash, and Lux Eterna have been combined successfully. The skill Lucifer has been created. At once, my aura began to transform into matter, rising and falling and curling around me to shape an orb of burning light. The sphere itself was fairly small, no larger than my aurora, but there was a weight to it, a depth that made it something more to me. It seemed like a gentle warmth, as reassuring as a hug, but it filled the space with something almost blinding, even to my eyes, filling the spectrum with a riotous onslaught of illumination. It didn't stop moving, either, constantly flowing and shifting even as trails of power curled around and through it. It began as a deep red color, but changed quickly, heightening to a hotter orange, yellow, and then to white. For a moment, the sphere that surrounded me burned almost the same color as my aura, but I could feel the power growing within it like a heart beating in sync with my own. A third heart, I suppose, given that my other self was helping me add fuel to the fire. I opened my eyes and felt the plasma that surrounded me press against the orbs as though I were underwater, the touch gentle against my flesh, and something rose in me, burning behind my eyes and then through them as it came pouring out from the windows of my soul as liquid fire, adding to the sphere without making it grow. As my other self and I concentrated, the luminous sphere began to heighten to a blue coloration, a touch lighter than that of my eyes. Slowly, I began to filter my perceptions, blotting out the parts of the spectrum that were flooded and peering through what was left as I focused on the aspects of the world I could still see. Around me, the world was burning. Not slowly, either. If anything, it was coming apart at the seams, the parts nearest me simply sublimating and ionizing. A massive hole was quickly melted into the ground as if someone had taken a blowtorch to plastic, swiftly annihilating all traces of life. It pushed to the edges of my sanctuary before turning back on itself, keeping the heat contained by space itself as everything within was broken down to its bassest parts as everything was consumed. And at the center of it all was Gilgamesh. Whereas I'd materialized in the air as the artificial world formed around us, he had landed on the ground just beneath me and was now sinking fast as massive clouds of sublimated matter rose around him. They rose into the size, drawn towards me and the mass I'd created, where they were quickly consumed. The same was true of everything around us, with a few things that managed to keep from melting immediately drawing into the air where they were quickly heated further. The only thing that seemed able to resist the pull was Gilgamesh, and he was clearly making an effort to push himself down and away from me, a process made complicated by the matter that was constantly slipping through his fingers, leaving him nothing to hold onto and sending him deeper and deeper into the ground with each passing moment. He was descending so quickly that he almost seemed to be falling, drawing further and further away from me. But if he thought he could escape like that, he was sadly mistaken. Abruptly, the earth around him ceased to vanish and he finally seemed to bottom out at the lowest point of a perfectly smooth crater. But if he felt any relief over that, it was short-lived, because in the next moment, his hands, arms, and then entire body vanished as he continued to push himself down. At the same time, he reappeared directly above me, exactly above where he'd vanished, and began to fall quickly towards me. Gilgamesh let loose an almost mechanical noise, raising his arms as if to protect his mass. The surface of his body had already begun to shimmer, liquefying in the heat. His armor was vastly more durable and temperature-resistant than anything around him, but even it wasn't designed for this. I saw black ripples flutter over his skin, trying to make repairs, but even they seemed hindered by their proximity to me, melting even as they worked. After a moment, Gilgamesh touched the edge of my spear and clouds of black smoke began to hiss as they escaped his armor. He made another mechanical sound and suddenly began to push away, carried by dark-looking jets that came from the center and fingertips of his almost skeletal, dripping hands, as well as other points along his chest, legs, and mask. It was a desperate effort, that much was obvious, an unfocused, unprecise attempt to escape my range. But it worked well enough, at least for the moment, pushing him back far enough to keep from touching the surface of my luminous sphere. Even so, with each passing moment, I could see bits of his flesh fall away in tiny droplets as he continued to melt. He was in a bad position and he knew it. He couldn't get away from me while we were still within my sanctuary or not far enough away to truly matter. At best, he could keep his distance slightly, paying heed to the edges so as to not wrap around, but there was nothing to hold onto anymore, nowhere to really hide, and I hadn't even begun to move. This was the combination I had created and, costly as it was, its power was undeniable. Training my newer skills up enough to make use of this had been difficult on the time I'd allowed myself, but the deck was stacked in my favor. I had power to burn, it's him, my Sephiroth skills, and all my other experience boosters, and I'd spent all my time training in as accelerated a state as possible. However long it had been objectively, this last week had been months for me, and I'd spent every night and day training in some way or another. I'd focused on everything I thought might help, improving my newer skills as much as possible, and Amy, Surya, and Aurora had been near the top of my list, simply because of their synergy. Thanks to the fact that Typhoret's level requirement fell with each level it gained, I'd managed, just barely, to make the cut in a few places of value. I'd say the results were suitably impressive. With my control of this area, there was nowhere for him to go. Thanks to Tabernacle, I could carry my barriers with me, but its true power was more subtle. I could also turn it off, planning my barriers anew. Thanks to that, I was free to move my barriers around however I felt like, with no warning to Gilgamesh, leaving my free to corner him and cut off paths of escape at will. With every passing moment, he'd take damage and I'd made sure the sanctuary was as small as I could make it, ensuring there was nowhere truly safe. And the more damage he took, the more he'd have to heal, and the worse he'd suffered from the insidious effects of the Brahmastras. Already suffering from status effects and accumulated damage, this was about as far from an ideal battlefield as he could get, with no choice but to take damage constantly, his ability to move and evade meaningless against something he couldn't escape. As such, I was a bit surprised when I heard him speak. This brings back memories, Gilgamesh said, carefully keeping to the edges. After a moment, he grew a pair of mechanized wings that connected to a backpack-like structure, and lines of red circuitry stood out on his white armor. He seemed to stabilize himself, and more alterations to his hands and feet allowing him to better keep his distance as he watched me. One of Devuro's tricks, wasn't it? As severe as ever, I see. Yes, this was Lucifer, wasn't it? Hellel Ben-Sharer. Lucifer active LV1 EXP, 0.00% MP, 10 million. The Star of Morning, the Lightbringer, created by the Archangel Jevir as the flame of judgment, it devoured and consumed the fallen, rising in the heavens to show that a new day had dawned on a broken world. In time, it faded from the world and hid itself from the eyes of man, but though the sun sets, it also rises, waiting for the time to burn away the shadows of the damned. With this skill, the user may call forth the power of the sun, searing his enemies with the flames of Jevira. Effects increase with MP, INT, WIS, fire affinity, and skill level. All things within 1 kilometer of the user are drawn towards them with a base force of approximately 28 G. All things within 1 kilometer of the user are afflicted by the user's stellar radiance, manifesting in the form of tremendous heat and light. All things drawn within 100 meters of the user enter the Star of Morning, with temperatures increasing dramatically with proximity to the user. Additional 10 million MP used per minute. I tilted my head slightly, but didn't answer. That it had been one of my fellow archangels who'd made the skill wasn't news to me, but the fact that Gilgamesh had seen it and survived the encounter was unpleasant. Admittedly, not entirely unexpected. I'd gone into this with a plan that almost no one had any right to survive, and then followed it up with a bunch of other plans, in the interests of making sure most anyone I knew would have died to at least one of the things I'd hit Gilgamesh with. But if the legendary Grimm went down that easily, they wouldn't have survived long enough to make it into myth and legend. I'd brought everything I could to this fight. Worst case scenario, I could actually reach into my inventory and bring out a kitchen sink. It seemed unlikely that it would do anything, but I was going to get to use that joke someday. I've seen it before, needless to say, Gilgamesh continued after a moment, as if to fill the silence. He was still melting, and sometimes drops would fall through the bottom of Sanctuary, come back through the top, and land on his armor. Though I can't say it was a particularly enjoyable experience then, either. Jevira was always so good at destroying things. It might have been better to call him Golika, in the end. Are you familiar with that word? I continued to remain silent, figuring that if I had time to talk, I had time to do better things destroying my enemies. For instance, to start with, I fluctuated right next to Gilgamesh, bringing with me the heat of a star. the games we play. 7th Interlude, Autumn Rose. Father was gone, she noted, more by feeling his absence than seeing anything. Even after several weeks, sight was still something new to her, with the images produced by her modified eyes seeming almost detached from her, like something she was seeing instead of seeing, only inside of her head. That wasn't a very good way of explaining anything, but language was also new to her, as was keeping track of time in minutes and hours, days and weeks. She could remember most of her existence, since her father had given her life and a self back that she hadn't even been able to grasp what it meant to be able to see or hear. To her, there had only been the lights, or as she now knew they were called. They'd called to her since before she even knew how to question why. And the light that had been closest to her, that had spoken to her, that had assured her that a world existed beyond the darkness of herself, had been her father. And now he'd vanished. She couldn't help but feel a flash of worry at that fact, more for herself than for him. She'd seen firsthand what her father was capable of, and she believed in him. Even knowing, however vaguely, what death was, she was sure he'd be fine. Would she be? Of that, she was less certain. Being separated from him was uncomfortable, nerve-wracking. She wasn't sure what word to use, because she wasn't sure what she felt. Raven had described her emotions in terms of physical responses, but hers were limited to what she created. She had no spine for a shiver to crawl up, no heart to race, no skin to cover with goosebumps, though she could make those things if she desired. Her father had shown her how to generate human responses, presumably for the sake of future social interactions, but she was smart enough to know, though it had taken some time to realize, that her father wasn't an example of normalcy in any sense. As such, she couldn't say how she was supposed to feel. All she knew was that it was dark. Maybe that was loneliness, she mused. It would make sense. If she were given the choice, she'd rather be at her father's side. For a long time, he'd been all that she could truly communicate with or draw comfort from, more steady than the sun which she now knew rose and set. Her earlier memories were marked only by periods of his presence and absence, the times when he'd had to leave her for the sake of his missions. When that occurred, she'd have only gone to keep her comfort, until she'd learned to grow and interact with the world. Whenever that had happened, she'd been struck by what she could only assume was fear, that the only thing she had to truly cling to might vanish forever. He never had, but she'd still worried. But then, maybe the other part of it was simply hunger. She knew that she was a plant, or had been at one point an organism that fed, in part, on sunlight. She could do the same, to a point, gathering and storing minute amounts of energy through her natural processes, but that wasn't how she fed. What she lived off of were the same lights she felt, the light of the soul. Her father had called it anemosynthesis, but whatever the term, the fact of the matter remained. She drew in the power that others shed and used it to fuel her own growth, gathering it within her constantly. Some lights, those of the normal or unawakened, were tiny. There, perhaps, but like candles in sparks. Others, those she'd come to associate with hunters, were like fires, all of different sizes and colors and tastes. Some were bonfires and others infernos, while others still were more akin to volcanoes erupting. But if that was so, her father was the sun, something immense, that shed power at an unspeakable pace, casting it off constantly. He emitted power brightly enough that it had taken her time to realize that there was anything but him. Even her guardian, Gu, had seemed like a piece of him more than anything independent. Something tied to him, if in another body. The power her father gave off every moment had startled her from the first moments of her existence, and had grown at an absurd pace since the moment she'd been aware enough to watch. At times, he would leave for a day and return burning twice as brightly, burning power faster and faster. And she fed from that power, drawing it in constantly. Or rather, he fed it to her, helping her grow until she'd grown enough. It had been one of her only source of nourishment, along with the other plants she consumed, and while she could feed from any soul, it was only her father's that could come close to satiating her endless hunger. And perhaps that's why she felt so cold whenever she was left behind, because if there was one sensation she did recognize, it was hunger. Since the moment she'd first come to know herself, if not before, she'd felt empty, withered, worn, almost as though she were lacking something vital that she needed to thrive. That was why she drew in the lights of other souls, trying to complete herself, but nothing made the hunger fade. Neither had the plants or the meat she'd consumed, nor anything else she drew into herself. Nothing made it vanish completely, and only aura helped at all. The need to grow, to connect, that was why she drew other plants to herself, but the desire behind it, even 1,000 forests wouldn't be enough to satisfy. Eventually, when she'd learned the truth, she thought she might have understood the reason why she, Autumn Rose, was also another Summer Rose, her former self, a human woman, who'd had a life, love, children, and a completed self, until she'd been broken and scattered. Now, all that remained were the pieces. She'd been one of them, before. When her father brought her to the others, she'd recognized them, somehow, or maybe understood them. They'd been like her, calling out, wanting together, where once they'd been scattered. It hadn't been a hard choice to decide what to do, and she'd taken them into herself, hoping to be complete. It hadn't worked. Not fully. There were still pieces missing, and though the hunger had changed, though she had changed, it hadn't gone away. Perhaps what she was looking for wasn't possible. Even if it wasn't, she couldn't say for sure that she knew what it was she wanted, and increasingly, she wasn't sure it mattered, whether because of her growth as a person, the return of the majority of her soul, or just her father's power and influence. She was more than she had been. Whatever had been lost, she had a life, she had a family of her own. Though the desire that pushed her forth, or, perhaps, back, towards the name Ruby Rose hadn't faded, it was not all there was to her. She was more than the sum of her parts. Whatever happened, whatever came of her, of that much she was certain. And however cold she felt, she knew why she was here, why she'd agreed to be here, had wanted to come, even knowing the danger. Her father was gone, but not yet somewhere he couldn't return from. Things were still progressing as planned. Dark as it was, now it was her time to shine. All it took was a thought, an act of will, and things were set in motion. From the beginning, she'd remained high above the battlefield, hovering and drifting by, drawing most of her mass into her well. At the same time, she allowed herself to drift apart, scattering pieces of herself across the area, pieces that were not quite seeds or spores or cells, but contained elements of all these things. They were pieces of her still, connected despite their separation. Wherever they'd touched the ground, they'd burrowed deep, aided by the steady hand of her father's fraction, the earth that walked and named itself RWBY. There, they drew power from the world around them. From the earth, the air, and from the oceans of power her father had shed with his usual abandon. They drew the strength in and waited until the moment was right, setting down roots to reach out further and draw in more. Her father had said to move the moment he'd removed himself and the other from the field, and he had just done so. It was time to begin the gathering. Yes, whatever she had been, she knew what she was now. Her father's daughter, and now also this. A preda, a hungry ghost. She was more than that, more than hero who died, more than her hunger, but she was also those things, and she had a job to do. The ground rumbled and began to split as what was hidden at last came forth. It started small, almost deceptively so. The blasted, barren earth her father had created was suddenly filled with new life, with grass, flowers, and other small plants emerging in a wave that rippled out from the epicenter directly beneath her feet. It raced across the battlefield in seconds, growing so quickly that it blanketed the earth between one step and another, startling the grim fighting below. Her family reacted only minutely, shifting in preparation of what was to come as her plants continued to grow. Soon, the reason why became apparent. Some of the plants were twisted from the very beginning, a byproduct of her father's earlier work, and their twisted, bloated growths briefly masked the others. But soon there was no hiding what was happening. A small sprout quickly grew, rising and thickening into something like a mighty oak-like, because oaks themselves were weak and ill-equipped for fighting. Instead of leaves, its branches were covered in bristles that gently leaked fluid, and the end of each branch was capped with a mouth, with faces and eyes emerging from the trunk. The branches shook as if in a sudden wind, splatting the liquids they drool, which quacking began eating into the earth, melting it all around the tree's base. It shook once, and then something began to rise from the loosened base, pushing it up at an odd angle as it emerged. It looked, more than anything, like a headless lizard, bearing the tree into battle on its shoulders. Its hide was green-black beneath the dirt it sloughed off, and it moved quickly for something the size of a car. Even so, it was tiny compared to any of the grim that remained, insignificant, but also just one of many. Other things began to emerge alongside it. A worm with its head capped in armored hide twisted out of the ground and then back into the earth, moving through it as easily as a fish through water. Twisted animals followed: lions, wolves, tigers, snakes, bears, and birds, all showing signs of their true nature. Where flesh was visible at all, it was either waxy and smooth or rough like the bark of a tree, but it was usually covered, whether in bristles or moss or other growths. The birds flew with wings of leaves, the beasts released growls between teeth made of wood, and things began to grow on their skin. Some of them sacs containing damaging fluids, others pods waiting to be opened, but they were all there, and when the first bird flew into one of the grim, there was a sudden, sharp explosion. The damage to the grim itself was minor, but it covered a path of its flesh in a viscous liquid that sprouted forth more plants even as it tried to digest the creature's flesh. There were others like them, small creatures that stood out as the least, differing primarily in shape and purpose. Flying creatures here, quicker ones there, with larger ones built to draw focus and filled to the brim with the same explosives for when they were struck down. Some of the creatures stood out from the rest, but it was mainly a result of random mutation again, her father's work, covering them with tumorous growths, enlarging limbs, and misshaping faces and mouths. Even so, they were still part of the pack in the first wave. Behind them came greater things. One, a favorite of hers, began to tear up massive tracts of earth as it rose from the ground, each head ripping up a deep trench. The heads were eyeless, possessing of only mouths filled with enormous, tusk-like teeth, and it had 7 of them, each as long as many of the larger buildings in the city. They were larger versions of the forms she'd used previously, now modified slightly after the Hydra she knew they apparently resembled, and quick to focus on her enemies. Around it rose giants, roughly humanoid things, some of them headless while others had many heads or heads that didn't match their bodies. None were as tall as the Not Hydras were long, but they were wider, bulkier due to the different scale they were built on. Many had arms that were overly large even for their bodies, trailing down to beneath their knees and massive even for that, but many also possessed secondary arms, smaller and thinner appendages, built for finer manipulations. Massive bugs and gargantuan creatures grew beside them, somewhat smaller in scale as they barely came up to the creatures' knees, but they were still giants compared to the rank and file beneath them, and larger still than the creatures that couldn't be seen. Soon, wherever there had been ground enough to allow it, there was life. Full-grown creatures that moved on the Grimm as one. Even counting only those that were easily visible, there were hundreds of them, thousands, and all of their eyes, where they had them, were silver, the exact same shade as her own. But then, they were pieces of her, not her children, not her companions. They were her hands and fingers, her flesh and blood, her mouths and teeth. They were parts of her, and she could feel them, even while they were technically separate. She could feel the light on their skin, see through their eyes, feel it as they moved, because they were still one, however many of them there might have seemed to be. They drew from her well, drawing out matter to shape their forms as they emerged and moved into the fray of battle, marching to her will. She watched silently from above, not bothering to put expressions on her artificial face since there was no one around to see it, but she was pleased. The Grimm reacted quickly, of course, turning on the new threats even as the creatures swarmed them. They focused on the largest threats first, the creatures that were off a size with them, and the ground cracked as they clashed. With half a dozen mouths, she sank her teeth into one of the creatures, the Humbaba. She knew they were called, though she still didn't see much point in naming things they just plan on killing. She assumed it was a communication issue, but she and her many bodies didn't need to share information between themselves, so it didn't really matter to her. She knew the details of its powers, and that was enough without bothering with anything superfluous. More importantly was the 7th head, with the creature head struck clean with ease, casing it aside before focusing on sinking its clawed hands into the others. The loss wasn't meaningful, granted, but she focused on the discarded head regardless, willing it to lose shape and come apart. It quickened oddly for a moment, things shifting beneath the skin before bits and pieces began to break away and new creatures. She could have willed them back to their source, but there was no point. The Humbaba was quickly tearing it apart, carving away entire tons of flesh with every attack, ripping away massive chunks with its talons and covering itself in its blood. It didn't need any more help. Its job was almost done, as the smaller creatures crawled up its body, failing to do any meaningful damage even as they started to cover it. That was fine, as that was not their purpose. She waited calmly, shaping and reshaping her form to remain aloft even as she watched them. In a matter of seconds, most of her larger creatures were dead, damaged beyond the ability of most creatures to function. They fell, decomposing and coming apart quickly into smaller things, but she held them back, her forces already in position. Calmly, she focused several of her eyes on her family, making sure that they'd retreated out of range. Raven was familiar with this tactic, but her uncle was not. Regardless, they had withdrawn significantly. Gu remained, if only at the edges, watching over her carefully. Where he was standing was a bit dangerous, but then, it was Gu. Something had torn out his throat recently, unleashing a waterfall of thick-looking blood that he was ignoring outright, waiting for it to close. After her father and possibly herself, he was likely the least concerned with matters of physical harm, with good reason. She judged things sufficiently clear and continued her strategy, focusing her attention on the cloak she wore. Though it was completely white on the outside, the interior was sewn with countless, complex symbols, written into the fabric with dust. It was a gift from her father, and he'd taught her the basics of its use. This one was fairly simple, if likely impractical for most people. Patterns began to glow through her cloak, layered over one another just as the cloth itself was layered. There were patterns in red, blue, yellow, green, purple, and more colors besides, until the original width was hidden beneath a shifting kaleidoscope, and then those same colors began to appear within her lesser bodies far below, still seemingly crawling ineffectually over the Grimm as it made them glow from the inside. Several of the Grimm might have recognized the danger and tried to react, but it was rather late to do such a thing now. The next moment, the battlefield was covered in explosions of light, sudden bursts of fire, ice, lightning, wind, and stranger effects besides. Space twisted as it was devoured by black spheres, Odd smoke burst outwards to cover the Grim. Odd ripples and waves flowed across the earth and air. There was no point in smiling at the sight or saying anything, not with no one around to see or hear. As such, she remained still and watched the Grim suffer and die. Much of the matter she'd used to shape her bodies had been damaged and most of the traces of power she'd drawn from the area had been exhausted, but the results were sufficient. Her family was already moving to take advantage of the chaos and worsen matters for the Grim, dwindling their numbers yet further. She continued to float in the air and wondered when her father would come back. The games we play were towered within the cut-off space of my sanctuary. He'd had no place to escape to, cut off by the very space around us. Any attempts to leave or promptly turn back, and so it simply built upon itself, steadily pushing the temperatures higher and higher with each passing moment until the specifics hardly seemed to matter. The normal properties of matter began to break down at that point, adding to the inferno around us with tumultuous shifts and changes. And Gilgamesh, exposed to the heart of the star behind it all, he began to disappear. As I exposed it to the heat of Lucifer's core, the ancient Grim's flesh simply seemed to vanish as solids were converted directly into gases and then into plasmas, joining the rest of my burning world as it was raised to even higher states. He dissolved in layers, flesh stripped away to reveal steadily denser layers, Malkuth's touch altering how the physics of his body should have worked, but here, even that had its limits. Lucifer's power was tremendous under any circumstances, but in this case especially, it was something else, turning my little section of space into a rolling, burning hell. This was the true point of my barriers. In a way they allowed for this, making an already fearsome skill into something terrifying. Sanctuary trapped both my opponent and the heat within a confined space, while Cathedral ensured I had the power to feed the flames, fanning them higher and higher with every moment. Asylum struck at Gilgamesh, slowing him and weakening his defenses, leaving him open to take everything I could dish out, while Tabernacle and in Arcadia Ego allowed me to define the battlefield. It was a combination that I'd come up with specifically for dealing with opponents like Gilgamesh, the most powerful Grim, who were bound to have all kinds of awful tricks. With this, it was possible I could even catch the riders at a disadvantage, cutting my allies off from any risk of infection while leaving the rider herd to burn with me. From time to time, I even thought that it might be enough to kill Cinder, but I hadn't tested it, until now. In a way, that was another purpose to this fight. Gilgamesh would give me a rough idea of what to expect from his siblings, how much resistance I would need to overcome. So far, I'd been holding my own in this fight, giving as good as I got and then some, but I felt wise to be cautious. For all my tricks, it was possible I'd only have one shot against things like famine and death, and if I missed it, well, let's hope it didn't come to that. As such, I didn't let up on Gilgamesh, even though I seemed to have the advantage. I watched as each layer of his skin was burnt away, the ones closest to the surface vanishing all at once to leave him with an emaciated, skeletal appearance. Then the layers grew steadily more and more durable, allowing them to last a few moments before burning away, a seared gap appearing in the center of his chest each time to reveal the beginnings of the next layer. After perhaps a second, all that was left were the lowest layers, composed of impossibly strong materials and looking almost mechanical. Gilgamesh, only barely even a skeleton now, opened his jaws as if to speak, faceless mask and face long since gone. No sound came out, of course, seeing as the atmosphere within my sanctuary had already transitioned into something beyond air and there wasn't enough left of him to really talk anymore. Besides, honestly, I was surprised that it was even capable of motion, seeing as I erased anything resembling a musculature. But that was the Grim for you. I watched this Gilgamesh shoot once before lifting the remnants of a hand, reaching out slowly to grab me by the throat. I could have dodged it easily, but I didn't bother. As the source of Lucifer, I was the hottest thing inside this barrier. As his fingers closed upon my skin, I barely felt the pressure as they immediately began to melt and evaporate. I willed myself to hover a step closer, moving as if to walk into Gilgamesh, and watched as much the same happened, the skeleton releasing a sudden series of pops and cracks as fissures began to race across it as it was superheated in an instant. There was a sudden sound like a muffled explosion and the skeleton finally shattered, pieces breaking off and falling only a short distance before evaporating in turn. Someone else, an outside observer who could somehow observe events occurring inside of a star, might have thought that the edge of things. But I knew better, in part because I could observe events occurring inside of a star and I saw what remained. All that was left of Gilgamesh now was a tiny point, a hole in space, small enough to fit on the head of a needle. A portal, like those I'd seen in other Grimm, but at once smaller and more focused. Black matter seemed to pour from it in clouds that dissolved as quickly as they appeared, my power erasing the new flesh as it tried to emerge, keeping it from consolidating into the shape of anything in particular. And yet, at the same time, the portal remained, completely untouched by my flames. I focused on it, trying to observe it, but I didn't get anything of value as it seemed to count as part of Gilgamesh, so instead, I analyzed it with my other senses, trying to make sense of it. I'd already noticed that it didn't have any physical mass, largely because it wasn't material. It was, after all, a portal. An opening in space that connected two different points. It didn't burn because there was nothing to burn. More interestingly, however, nothing on the side passed through it to touch the other. I was monitoring the heat and energy building up around me and none of it seemed to be flowing towards the opening. The portal only went one way. Whatever else their abilities, I figured this was one of the legendary Grimm's trump cards. Malkuth, who sucked dick in bulk when it came to fighting fair to begin with, was that much looser with his restrictions when it came to them. Even if they were hit by something sufficient to completely annihilate their bodies, the portal within them would remain open, feeding in new matter for them to recompose with. They were like the Hydras, in that regard, but without the issue of something destroying their cores. In effect, even if something was strong enough to kill them, it probably wouldn't. Most people wouldn't have any way of dealing with their cores, even if they could get to them and notice them, which meant that the Grimm would be free to get back on its feet as soon as it had time to recover. If nothing else, they could simply outlast their foe that way. The only way to defeat them, then, was to destroy the portal as well. I took a moment to contemplate that, even though even moment counted. I had a few ideas I thought might work on that front, but I had to consider my options and the circumstances. This entire situation reminded me of my battle with Conquest, where I'd first learned of the connection the Grimm had to their master and of Malkuth theory. While I hadn't had the tools at my disposal then that I did now, the fact remained that when I cornered Conquest and had him seemingly dead to rights, I tried to cut his connection to Malkuth and summoned him instead. It was possible my actions had simply drawn his attention, but while they probably had, he hadn't exactly come by to chat with me afterwards. If it was that easy for him to appear in person, I suspected my life would be significantly worse. All it'd take was a few Pandora shells and I'd be seeing him all the time. Presumably, I'd had to the foresight to instant asshole blockers in my previous life. There was no point to whatever I'd done to try and stop Malkuth unless it, stopped Malkuth. More likely, it had something to do with what I'd done. I'd severed the link what I now knew to be a portal and he'd appeared. Some kind of inbuilt safety, perhaps? Or was it that in trying to destroy the portal, I'd wrenched open a path for him? Honestly, neither option was particularly reassuring and both were depressingly possible. I knew that if I were creating super monsters with only one weak point, if I couldn't remove the weakness, I tried to make sure anyone regretted exploiting it. Of course, if I didn't do something, I wouldn't be able to Gilgamesh or any of his siblings, which really wasn't much better. No, I couldn't let this stop me or I'd never get anywhere. I needed to kill Gilgamesh and those like him if I was ever to have a shot at Malkuth himself, and if I couldn't oppose Malkuth for fear of Malkuth, I might as well give up now. Better to assume that something would happen and prepare for it than to do nothing. The question in that case was simple. Whether it was Malkuth or Gilgamesh I'd be facing, it was best to assume this fight wasn't over, which I kind of already had. Frankly, this was too easy. If my enemies could be defeated by a combination of skills I had access to in my previous life, I would have defeated them in my previous life. And if that was the case, how should I welcome them back? I began sorting through my options, lingering briefly on several before discarding them, keeping them in reserve. I'd need them if this didn't work. No, best to use a personal touch. Holding out a hand and gathering what power I could spare, I created Longinus and hurled it straight into the sealed portal. The space warping spear met the space warping portal, a force that could pierce through any defense, hurled headlong into something that should have been untouchable, no more than a connection between two distant points, and there was a reaction. I'd known there would be, had seen enough portals working alongside Raven to have a rough feel for the matter now, even if the specifics and mechanics were still beyond me. Even so, this was different than the tests I'd performed with Longinus and Raven's semblance, which tended to simply enter one end and promptly terminate both opening. Instead, As the two powers touched, space began to twist. Luminous seemed to bend while still remaining straight, the area around the portal shimmering oddly to my senses. The heat around it flowed strangely, drawing away from it and pushing forth in turns, but for an instant nothing else happened. But Luminous continued to glow, and even as the space around it continued to shift and warp, it continued along its decided path, shearing through the twisted area and then shattering the effect entirely with a massive crash. Luminous slipped straight through the portal, sliding into the opening in space which consumed it entirely. A moment later, black fluid burst from both sides of the portal, flying in arcs that reminded me of blood splatters. What had once been closed seemed to have been wrenched open and the walls came tumbling down. More and more of the dark liquid flowed freely from the opening, along with a rising sound that I couldn't quite describe, a wordless tone I didn't hear with my ears, but felt, almost like a vibration in my bones, growing louder and louder with each passing second. It was more of the same grim matter that the portal had been feeding Gilgamesh to begin with, but if what had come from the portal before was a trickle, then this was a flood, a waterfall of black material. Most of it vanished even as it came through, same as what had come before, annihilated by the heat of Lucifer's sun and the hell I'd made of this barrier. But I noticed the moment things began to change, as something continued, remaining as everything around it was obliterated, partially hidden by the rest of the flood. That was rude, a voice said, clearly audible despite the fact that the atmosphere wasn't particularly conductive to sound at the moment. What a cold welcome. You'd better have my friendship bracelet if you expect me to forgive you. A violent tremble went through the dark matter, causing a shift. Things began to rise from the darkness, taking shape and twisting into something solid as Gilgamesh's body took shape once more. Despite being exposed to even greater heat than before, this time he didn't melt, didn't even burn. No, looking at him with my senses, it was more than that, feeling somehow similar to the portal but different. It was as though the laws of thermodynamics had made an exception for him and chosen to ignore the fact that heat flowed from a hotter location to a colder one. The impossible atmosphere I'd made within my isolated section of space simply refused to touch him. Even before I heard his words, that was enough to tell me who I was dealing with. Malkuth, I said, certain he'd be able to hear me. Gilgamesh's face wasn't visible, but if it had been, I'm pretty sure Malkuth would have been smiling through it. Keter, he replied, his voice warm, almost gentle. I figured you'd remember something eventually. Death did his job as best he could, I'm sure, but... well, I knew you'd have something up your sleeves. I didn't answer immediately, choosing instead to draw something from my inventory, channeling power into it to keep it from vanishing in the heat. Malkuth tilted his borrowed head slightly to the side. And what's that? He asked. Your bracelet, I said. Don't you want it? He looked at me, glancing over the power I was gathering, and I could all but feel his smirk. Please, he said. I've been waiting for this. I nodded at him once, reared back my hand, and threw it towards him as hard as I could. The bracelet was a simple one, nothing but regular beads around some string, but it literally glowed with my power. One of the nice things about the Astra techniques was that they could be applied to existing objects, in addition to simply creating projectiles. I didn't usually use them that way, because it didn't change the cost, and given the choice, I'd just as soon not stand at the epicenter of a Brahmastra. Generally speaking, there wasn't much point in wasting things by throwing them away, either. But in this case, I made an exception. In point of fact, I'd been preparing for it. Sephirotic synthesis complete. The skills Magic Missile and Thunderbolt have been combined successfully. The skill Indrastra has been created. Sephirotic synthesis complete. The skills Magic Missile and Bind have been combined successfully. The skill Varuna Pasha has been created. Sephirotic synthesis complete. The skills Magic Missile and Far Slayer have been combined successfully. The skill Vaivastra has been created. Sephirotic synthesis complete. The skills Magic Missile and Delusory have been combined successfully. The skill Twashtrastra has been created. Sephirotic synthesis complete. The skills Gunnar, Agniastra, and Surya have been combined successfully. The skill Suryastra has been created. I layered all of the Astra skills I knew bearing the Brahmastra, which I'd already used today, over the cheap bracelet, and in mid-flight it transformed into a bolt of destruction that cut through the inferno around us as though it wasn't even there. The power of the Agniastra and the Suryastra protected it from the surrounding heat, leaving it free to fly for the heart of my foe, who just kept his arms by his sides and accepted the strike. It hit him with an explosion of thunderous power. The moment the first spear connected, the Indrastra surrounded him in a loose sphere of glowing spears that struck his flesh like lightning. The Varuna Pasha surrounded him in cords and chains of light, binding him fast. The Vaivastra shaped his already hostile surroundings into a storm of fire and power that could have created a tornado, had there been anything to differentiate it from its surroundings. The Twashtrastra took effect more subtly, surrounding him in a personal illusion that bound his senses, surrounding him with the images of enemies that would have overlaid his allies, had there been any here. And the two strongest of the Astras I'd used, the Agniastra and Suryastra, detonated on impact, exploding into such heat and light that for a moment, my sanctuary had yet another sun, adding fuel to the still growing fire. Or, well, more fire to the existing fire. At least, the attack didn't cause any smoke, Of course there was nothing to create some anymore, and it would have been eradicated instantly if there had been. Even if there had been, it wouldn't have been enough to interfere with my eyes, and I was free to see what happened when the blows connected. Unfortunately, I couldn't say I was particularly surprised when the answer was pretty much nothing. As the attacks connected and either shattered or burst against his armored skin, Malkuth didn't so much as move until the very end, when an arm snapped up, casually tearing through his restraints in the process and caught the last of the weapons, snapping it easily. When the power around it faded, all that was left in his hands was the bracelet, no longer glowing and yet still untouched by the heat. "What a nice gift," he said, smiling at me as he slipped it on. "I kind of feel bad now. I said I'd bring the murder, but there doesn't seem to be anyone here." "That barrier of yours again?" He clicked his tongue several times, shaking his head as he glanced around. "Well, I'll find a way to make it up to you, I'm sure," he said, raising his hand. "Although, I can't help but wonder what would happen if I shattered this barrier and released what's inside on the world. The results might be a bit amusing, don't you think?" "Oh, but if we do that, the results wouldn't be very good for this world, you know, creating something like this. I feel you might not have thought this through. Or have you just decided that nothing else matters as long as you have a chance to defeat me? If so, that's fine too." I considered him for a moment before answering. "Things have changed," I told him. "I'm not the same as I was before, and I'm not stupid. You don't want the world destroyed, at least not before I get whatever you're after. If you wanted mankind completely gone, you could have wiped them off the map a long time ago. Instead, you've kept them around for thousands of years, destroying kingdoms but never the whole. You've turned them against each other, kept their number too small to ever really be a threat to you or your forces, but you've never fully exterminated them. You need them for something or you wouldn't have bothered. Maybe to allow for my reincarnation, maybe for something else, but something. So don't bother threatening that you'll destroy the world." He laughed, the sound amused, and nodded his head. You're right, he admitted easily, cheer seeming untouched. "Don't worry, I was just kidding. Why would I destroy everything? After all, people, planets, they both have so many uses." "Well, but I can still kill everyone you know and love, so don't go getting any ideas, Mr. Man." The last part was delivered with a wag of his finger and what I assumed was meant to be a stern expression. The situation was serious enough that I didn't quite roll my eyes, but it was a near thing. "I also know that if you could just play body snatcher with your minions anytime you wanted, you'd do so," I continued. "When I open the door, you can come through, but I'm betting it won't last and that it costs you something. You're riding around in Gilgamesh's body right now, but you aren't free to act." "Smart man," he praised, wiggling his fingers at me. "Yes, unfortunately our reunion seemed doomed to be short-lived." "Alas," I replied, "but I hope you don't think I'll just let you do whatever you want." "You always were a bit of a control freak," he said, tone rueful. "No Malkuth, you can't test that inside the biosphere. No Malkuth, you can mess with the moon's orbit. Malkuth, you can't just convert matter into energy wherever you want." On and on. "You're not my mom, you know." "I feel fairly justified in saying all of those things," I answered. "Coming from a guy who just trapped a star in a perfectly insulated space?" he asked. "Not as convincing as you might think." "A perfectly insulated and isolated space," I replied. "The conditions are practically laboratory." He answered, sounding unconvinced. "Not sure that means what you think it means, but okay. I've got to ask, though, what you're doing right now obviously isn't working and you're still wasting so much energy on Jeburo's old trick. Are you buying time for something, Keter?" "Yes," I said. "Yes, I am." "Want to see something cool?" "Figures you can't just trap a sun for its own sake," Malkuth said with a slight sigh. "You don't even want to know what will happen when the temperatures get crazy within a confined space? Your scientific curiosity leaves something to be desired. Unlike you, I'm a real scientist, so fuck yeah, I want to see something cool." "What do you got?" Without answering, I lifted a hand, calling to my power again. While it was true that I hadn't known for sure that Malkuth would show his face, I'd been aware of the possibility and sure that something would happen, and that was the other purpose for this cage I'd made. Even if it wasn't able to touch Malkuth right now, there was a lot of power within this space power I could use. Light gathered in my hands as I tapped my power for everything I and my other could spare, draining myself dangerously low to make a shot I hoped would count. And then I hit him with Lux Eterna, 14 of them, to be precise. the games we play. Hit streak. The world began to shimmer, shifting patterns of space rippling outwards from the palm of my hand. That light gathered in my hand and it was all but solid, reminding me distantly of the Brahmastra, of the spear I'd formed out of thin air. But no, this was something else, if every bit as intense. Instead of roaring from my hands in a colossal torrent of pattern, something strange happened. The light seemed to curl in upon itself. 14 tendrils began to slowly stretch from my palm, twisting around some central point as they did, before connecting at a point less than a meter from my skin. The moment they did, something seemed to pulse within me, beating alongside my twin hearts, and the light shined, brightening almost painfully for a moment before a narrow, hair-thin line of power began to emerge from my hand, intersecting cleanly with the point of connection directly in front of it. My first thought of it was that it was strange the light, bizarrely, moved slowly. It seemed to cross the space between Malkuth and I at a glacial pace, burning through the world like it was a candle melting. If not for my senses, I wouldn't have been certain it was moving at all. It took me a moment to realize that wasn't what was actually happening, cross-referencing it against my view of the world. Malkuth seemed frozen, along with the chaotic storm of heat and light I'd made of this world. Where I could distinguish matter as a meaningful thing, it seemed halted and still, as though time had stopped around me again. Except, that wasn't it. I'd notice if I was the subject of time manipulation. This was something else, if still familiar. In fact, I was reminded of the last time I'd met Malkuth and of what had happened shortly before, when I'd used a wood dust crystal. The world wasn't moving any slower. I was just perceiving it as if it were standing still, as if I myself were light. And then things began to change. It seemed to happen slowly, but I was aware that, if not for my current view on reality, I probably wouldn't have been able to see any of it at all. The burning chaos I'd made within my sanctuary with Lucifer's power, it all began to flow towards me. With a twitch of bizarre motion, I felt my 36 wings unfold behind me, moving and not moving as Sahasrara shined through my skin. The hell I'd been building seemed to gather in them, flowing into them in a flood of light until I wasn't certain where they stopped and the rest of the world began, and soon it didn't matter. The world began to condense around us, the heat that had filled my sanctuary shrinking steadily inwards as it was drawn into Lucifer and then into me, leaving nothing behind but a lightless void. The star I'd created followed it, shrinking in pulsing waves as it was drawn into me and flowed beneath my skin. Soon, only Malkuth and I remained, and I was only able to perceive the former thanks to my more esoteric senses. Then my view of the world began to narrow, even as I shed my skin. Sahasrara sprang forth fully from where it had been hidden beneath my metamorphosis, and I could feel myself being drawn into the light again. My wings began to shrink into my body, fading from the tip inwards, and the rest of me was quick to follow. I felt as though I was being crushed and twisted, drawn and pulled around a central point, and I was able to see it as my body swirled around and threw itself until my head, limbs, and chest were all indistinct. I watched from the outside perspective. Sahasrara granted me as the last of my body was sucked down into my arm until even that began to flow into the gather light. After a moment, for I wasn't sure if or how time applied in a state such as this, the only things left of me were the 14 spiraling columns that circled the central pillar, and those too soon flowed into the central point, which gathered and encompassed everything I'd created, everything I was. My power, my created inferno. We were all drawn into a point that was no larger than Malkuth's portal had been. And then, that point flickered out, as if consuming even itself, and there was nothing left but Malkuth in the darkness. But then there was light. There was no shape to it, nothing that could truly define it. It just exploded outwards from an infinitesimally small point to an unspeakably huge one. I couldn't feel it, watching it from the outside as I was, but I could see its immensity, the power that filled every corner of my sanctuary and seemed to strain the very confines of space. Whether because of how I'd fueled it or the numbers I'd used, it was a massive attack, something even more intense than what I'd created with Lucifer. It reached the boundaries I'd laid down and washed back upon and over itself, growing and shrinking, creating and destroying, and simply filling the world with its majesty. Simply seeing it was amazing, awe-inspiring, and more than a little terrifying. If I'd been caught in the wake of such an attack, I wasn't certain I'd be able to survive it, even with all my defenses and advantages. Malkuth, though, he was in the center of that attack, but he was still caught within it. I watched as the light expanded to encompass him, washing over him like a tsunami, and where the Astras had done nothing, I saw him burn. Gilgamesh's body seemed to ignite at the very touch of it, going up in blue and white flames that seemed to consume and unravel him where even Lucifer had failed, eating at his flesh in pursuit of what laid within and burning with unspeakable brightness. I saw Malkuth resist instantly, raising power against the attack and sending sparks of his own strength flashing over the Grimm's dark flesh to defend it from the light and replace whatever was lost. At a glance, it seemed like he was doing a pretty good job of it, but it seemed this wasn't something he could simply ignore. That was good news for me. It meant I was right. He couldn't choose his full power within another's body, or he'd had significantly more options available to him. If I had to guess, I'd say he was using whatever connection he had to the Grimm to alter them, exerting his power over Gilgamesh and the matter that composed him. He was transforming it and altering how it interacted with natural laws, but he had his limits, or else he'd be shaping the entire world around us. At best, I was only fighting a dim shadow of Malkuth, still a terrifying foe, perhaps, but not an unbeatable one. Even as I was right now, I could hurt him. Now it was just a matter of doing so a lot. Luxaderna wasn't up to that task. I could tell that much right away. Whatever damage it was doing to Gilgamesh was superficial at best, at least for someone that had gotten his entire body annihilated and gotten back up. The light washing over him reduced him to an almost stick-like figure, but it wouldn't kill him. Of course, I'd figured as much. As I'd already noted, if it was that easy, I'd have won the first time. Granted, I like to think turning what had basically been hell in a bottle into a weapon was pretty good even by my standards, but I'd known full well I'd have to go for broke in this fight. I wasn't going to be able to win this with just one trump card. I'd need to layer dozens, letting them build off of one another. I'd use Galmiel to create my barriers to strengthen Lucifer, Lucifer to power Luxaderna, and now Luxaderna to power something else. The light that had burst outwards with unspeakable force suddenly withdrew, as if being sucked back down the way it came. It didn't swirl or writhe or anything of the sort, every bit of it completely indistinguishable from the rest, but it contracted into a small sphere that then unfolded and began to reshape itself. 32 wings uncurled from the sphere as I stood tall once more and looked at Malkuth. Then I split twice, two identical copies of myself drifting out of me and to either side. One was, of course, my counterpart, but the other was my light elemental Keter, perhaps the truest representation of my soul, now all but bursting with the power I gathered and contained to shape his form. Bringing him out like this, to actually fight, was difficult at the best of times, but the situation was about as ideal as it would ever be and I needed his help. So here we were, me, myself, and I. Well, Malkuth's voice echoed in the near void. We had now found ourselves in between Lucifer and Luxaderna. There was almost nothing left within my barrier besides the three of me and my enemy, who continued to burn with those same odd blue-white flames. That was cool, and isn't this interesting? I suppose I should say it again, seeing you all like this. So hello again, Keter, Keter, and Keter. The flames around him abruptly flickered out, leaving behind a charred-looking skeleton that quickly began to fill in, matter growing around and over it in a matter of seconds. In moments, Gilgamesh's body looked as though it had never been harmed, at least, on the surface. Without being able to observe him to find out the details, I couldn't tell how far along the Brewmaster's decay was, or if it was even still there. With Malkuth being himself, it was entirely possible that Gilgamesh had been immunized to it, which would be unfortunate. In the bigger pictures of this fight, its interference had been, and would continue to be, invaluable. But while its loss would be a touch saddening, it wasn't entirely unforeseen. I hadn't been quite optimistic enough to believe that my opening move would be enough to decide the battle, and had considered the possibility of Gilgamesh overcoming its effects. If that happened, it was still okay. That he'd been injured and held back by it thus far had given me enough time to get this far, after all, and while I wouldn't have been confident opposing Gilgamesh at his full power from the very start, I'd had enough time to build things up to feel a bit better about my chances. Lucifer had been an important point to reach, Keter even more so, but now all I had to do now was keep building on my minor victories until I managed to pull through. At this point, I definitely thought I had a chance at winning, at least, as long as I didn't run out of cards to play before the end. I just have to hope I'd done enough preparation. Hello Malkuth, you fucking piece of shit Dauka bag cunt. Keter, that is, my light elemental answered amiable, saying what we were all thinking. It's been a long time. I got the feeling that Malkuth would have been smiling at the words had his mouth been visible. I thought it was you, he replied. So I was right, you managed to draw out your light, after all. Good, good. It seems everything's progressing nicely, but, you know, you caused me a bit of trouble the last time we met, Elemental. And yet you survived, Keter said, all but heaving a sigh. I suppose we both walked away from that fight disappointed. Certainly seems that way, Malkuth answered, something sharp briefly entering his tone. I hope that death treated you kindly in my stead, Shadow of Keter. Then, slowly, he tilted his head, looking to the other side of me. Or perhaps I should call you that, he asked, the feeling that he was smiling growing even more intense. I was as surprised as Gilgamesh when I saw you for the first time, not a clone or an image or even a true division. You didn't split your power when you separated. You simply doubled it, seemingly out of nowhere. All the power of Keter, recreated in the blink of an eye. I suppose this is the first time we've met face to face, but You must be Valmio. I felt a flash of surprise at the mention of my second soul's name, but not as much as I probably should have. Valmio was the shadow of Keter, created from its imbalance, but as a concept I suppose I wasn't surprised to find that it existed. If anything, I just felt expectant. Call me what you like, my other said, brushing it off. But if this is the part where you make me an offer to join your side and complete your plan, save your breath. I know it must have seemed like a miracle to get to see two of me, but don't think that means you get two shots at this plan of yours. We're two, but we're also one, divided but united. That's what makes us strong. Two sides of the same coin, huh? Malkuth said, voice a touch rueful. No, I suppose that's not the best analogy. You two are separate and the same, the duality of God. A bit of a pity, I must admit, but I suppose I wouldn't have believed you if you'd said you'd be willing to obey me that easily. We are Keter, after all, I said. You know, the crown, which means we're sort of like kings, Valmiel agreed. The twin kings of awesomeness. Maybe we should get actual crowns. We should, I replied. You know why? Why? Because we're worth it. You're smart and beautiful, you realize that? Yeah, you, too, I told him. I mean, I'm not saying you're the best looking person I've ever seen, but I sort of thought it went without saying, you know. I do know, I answered. Enough, both of you, Keter interrupted. Let's focus on the matter at hand. There's no reason to waste time fawning over ourselves, after all, because we'll always be gorgeous. All that light and this place is still full of hot air. I see, Malkuth mused, interjecting himself into the conversation with what I imaged to be a roll of his eyes. I knew this would happen the moment I saw there were two of you. Maybe I should do a little more pruning of your family tree. That's a scary thought, I said, glancing at myself. You think we'll be okay? Don't worry, my other self assured. We're too beautiful to die. Yeah, but he's already trying to threaten us. I wondered, shaking my head. It does sort of make me feel unwanted, you know. Don't worry about it, Keter assured. I think he might just be jealous because he's single. Oh, myself and I said at the same time, drawing out the word. Malkuth snorted slightly, shaking his head. I feel as though I should have expected this, he mused to himself. Is it time to fight yet? For some reason, I want to hurt all of you. I said. You wanted to do that from the beginning and you were the one who wanted to talk. You're not wrong, he admitted, turning his gaze my way. I was just think it was impressive, how quickly you brought the pieces together. Expected, perhaps, but impressive. You found your shadow, you found your past, and continued on without succumbing. It's quite something and I wanted to let you know I appreciate all your hard work. Isn't it a wonder what a little motivation can do? He was talking about my father, obviously, but I brushed it off. It's not as though I'd ever forget what he'd done, but I wasn't exactly struggling to find reasons why I should pummel his head in until he looked like chunky salsa dip. I was just trying to figure out how to actually do it. In that regard, buying a bit more time was more useful to me than throwing stuff at him that probably wouldn't work to begin with. So instead, I snorted at him derisively. And look at you all these years and you're still trapped in that cage, I replied, applying gentle emphasis to the words to make sure he knew their meaning. He was silent for a moment before chuckling again, though this time there was a slight edge to that. Perhaps, he said, without bothering to ask which cage or whose. But I suppose it's one of those things that can't be helped. You're Keter and I'm Malkuth. And just as you are Valmiel, I am Nehemoth. I snorted slightly and shook my head. Bullshit, I said. I don't remember everything, but I remember enough. I remember the very day you were born. Even then, I knew what we were made of, but so what? We're more than the sum of our parts or what people make of us. We made that clear enough. We're both what we chose to be, in the end. Oh, I know that better than anyone, Malkuth said, and he seemed almost pleased. That's why it can't be helped, you see, because you're you and I'm me. Here and now, then and there, forever and always, and even after that, there are some things that just don't change. We closed our eyes for a moment and huffed out a trio of quiet laughs. Fine, we said in unison. If that's what you chose to believe, come on then. I'll show you how much things have changed. the games we play. Retaliation. Needless to say, Keter was the first to close the distance, crossing the intervening space as though it wasn't even there. It wasn't teleportation or anything like that. Either he simply transformed himself into light and moved, abruptly closing in to attack. A hair-thin line of searing white light extended from his finger straight through the center of Malkuth's chest, right through where we'd last seen the portal that sustained him. A moment later, he flickered once, the action on barely visible to my eyes. Spears of white light surrounded Malkuth in a massive sphere, hundreds upon hundreds of them created in an instant and bursting upon him just as quickly, hardly seeming to even start moving before connecting fully. Keter flashed once and was elsewhere by the time I registered it, a column of light extending from his hand to connect with Malkuth's hide, and then there were two more, each born from a slightly different position at Keter's side. By the time I noticed that his hand had moved, dropping to his side just below where the three beams of light had come from, he was closing in, hands reshaping into vicious claws as he grasped and tore at Malkuth's flesh, ripping away small chunks. Even for me, watching him was like watching a faulty or poorly cut video and seeing it stutter and skip moments or scenes. He was somewhere, but then he was somewhere else by the time I noticed it, one action already completed. Even as he moved on to the next, he was just testing the waters, not wasting energy on any massive displays of power just yet, because he knew what Malkuth was capable of and, of course, because he knew what I had in mind. Despite that, my other and I were mere moments behind him, fluctuating into Malkuth's immediate proximity with power already gathered. My more powerful attacks flew at him from both sides, but they were hidden amongst hordes of other attacks. The brief conversation had given me ample time to regain my energy, especially as we were no longer maintaining Lucifer, and we'd both recovered to full effect that we were all too happy to demonstrate. Here and now, I didn't dare hold back. So my twin and I conjured two circles of firing spheres around Malkuth and let loose with everything we had. I knew from the beginning that most of what I had available wouldn't work and that what was left probably wouldn't work well, but every hit I aimed at him had a purpose. The magic missile, even with their defense penetration, were unlikely to cause him any real damage, but they were cheap enough to produce in massive quantities even when I was normal. Here, with Cathedral running, Sayasrar activated in full, and a dozen other things stacked in my favor, they filled the air such that it was difficult to tell where anyone ended and another began. Mixed amongst them were thunderbolts and far slayers, brief flashes of light sparking around semi-luminous arcs in the air, masked occasionally by the bursting of flares. They were a minor addition, all told, but with their price as piddling as it now was, well, it was a cost-effective method, even if the most it did was scratched. Above them came my other means of attack. Gunnar didn't make as large of a showing as its lesser cousin, but still appeared by the dozens, the hundreds. Sirius surrounded my twin and I even as our auroras flared to encompass him, my very soul reaching out to claw at my enemy. I focused Atlas on him with a thought, crushing him beneath a massive, lingering weight even as I released flashes of plasma towards him, froze him with deposition, slashed at him with psychokinetic blades, and more, filling in almost every space left by the first layer of attacks. And beneath that, of course, I hid the big guns. Loneliness wasn't easily distinguishable from a magic missile at first glance, and in the almost solid wave of attacks now flying towards Malkuth, it would have been a bit tricky even for me to pick out the lethal needle in the slightly less lethal haystack. The body Malkuth was using now, Gilgamesh's body, had no conventional vulnerabilities. Hell, even complete incineration at the heart of a miniature star hadn't been enough to put him down for the count. Compared to that, stabbing him in his non-existent organs was fairly meaningless, though I aimed several sucker punches in that direction anyway, just in case though they were safe. The rest followed Keter's example, aiming towards the portal within him, already at least somewhat damaged by the first loneliness. If I could destroy that, I'd cut Gilgamesh off from the tap and he'd be easy pickings. Besides which, it would get Malkuth out of the picture, which was a good thing pretty much no matter how you sliced it. One might think that, given the onslaught we were unleashing a single, man-sized target, the three of us might get in each other's way, but we didn't. For my twin and I, keeping out of each other's way was almost simple, with our senses turned up to max and paracognition accounting for all the details without need for conscious input. With the mathematician's answer, angling our attacks such that they didn't collide was just a matter of timing and forethought, and we slipped blows through the gaps in each other's attacks that most wouldn't have thought existed. For Keter, things were a touch different, but the process was, if anything, even simpler. From his perspective, we must have been moving at a glacial pace and he could aim or even approach through the storm of attacks without difficulty. More than that, his quickened perceptions and elemental nature gave him a variety of options that would have been impossible for most anyone else. Beams of light, both massive and thin, flashed across my vision impossibly, ducking under and passing through attacks as it approached Malkuth. The laser twisted, curved, and then flat out bent around anything in its path, evading every obstacle to burst upon his masked face. The assault tore pieces out of them, sometimes nothing but tiny slivers, such as in the case of a lucky or well-aimed magic missile that just barely did a point of damage, and sometimes in much larger chunks as he was struck with the light or pierced through by loneliness. And through it all, Malkuth remained still. Even as chunks were torn from his body and his left arm came free, he hardly seemed to notice. He floated in the void we'd created around him, ignoring or enduring the attacks we unleashed for several full seconds before raising his one remaining arm, a dull green pulsing outwards from it. All at once, my firing spears came undue, shattering at the touch of the light as if struck by some great force. The attacks I'd already used to fill the space continued on their path, breaking against his dwindling hide, and then there was nothing for a moment but silence. Telekinesis? Malkuth asked, tone somewhere between interested and amused. Ah, no. In your case I suppose it would be psychokinesis, huh? As expected, your mind. I shut him up with a fist to the face. 3 fists. Technically I smashed my knuckles into the left side of his face while my other went right, even as Keter appeared between us and slammed his fist into what would have been a human's nose. Malkuth leaned back at the force of the sudden assault, barely moving otherwise. It should go without saying that I didn't stop there, though I kept punching ruthlessly, relentlessly, incessantly. The 3 of us hit him again and again, bolstering ourselves as best we could. I accelerated faster than I ever had before, channeled my stamina using Kaigong, drew from Baihu's magnum opus, and did everything I could to make every hit count. Though I saw his HP slowly decrease, I wasn't particularly convinced it was really affecting him, but, if nothing else, it was satisfying as all hell. I punched Malkuth in the face about 1,000 times and it felt pretty goddamn good. Then I abruptly felt like I'd been cut in half, which felt less good, and it took me a moment to realize what had happened. With speed that was startling even for me, he waved his arm in an arc that he somehow managed to still make seem casual, and it tore cleanly through my twin and I as though we were no different than the void around us, such that it would have cut us in half if not for the gamer's body. I knew consciously that my defenses, at least some of them, had reduced the damage, but it was still fairly startling. Sure, my skin had been cut but Gilgamesh, but there had at least seemed to be effect involved. Malkuth had simply moved his arm through me. It took me a moment to realize why, even with Keter sending me information about what he'd witnessed using patterns of light on my skin. Malkuth had altered his body again, shaping his arm into a weapon, or rather, causing it to generate a field of energy that I hadn't immediately recognized. When he touched me, the molecules of my body, the atoms of it, had started to come apart. I couldn't simply observe the effect to understand it, but... what? Had he interfered with my molecular bonds somehow, disrupting the electrons in my body? Or had he gone a step further and struck directly at the strong force that was keeping my protons and neutrons together? Generally, that would be absurd, but... it was Malkuth, after all. I couldn't rule anything out. I backed off for a moment, watching him as he rolled his wrist, the effect around it flickering out after several seconds. Full of surprises, Malkuth mused, tone unchanging. I suppose that was your Kavacha. Huh, I suppose it's only fitting, if you intend to challenge my Kandala again, Keter. But it's still not good enough. Look how easily you come apart. I feel like if I touch you too hard, I'll break you like this. He extended a hand towards me and his arm bulged disgust. Matter flowed into the loom to shape it into something new. I made to dodge, knowing better than to just stand around and take a hit from someone who could warp natural law to his whim. I fluctuated to the side and then, just to be safe, fluctuated back twice, putting as much distance between Malkuth and I as possible within the bounds of my sanctuary. As an added bonus, it put my back to the edge of my barrier, leaving me the option of either backing or firing through it. Already, I was crunching numbers, mentally mapping out paths of assault for another barrage. Any shot fired through the edge of Sanctuary's sphere would immediately reappear on the opposite side, meaning I could hypothetically hit him from anywhere, and I only needed a moment to do so. Unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to put any of those plans into motion because Malkuth, who hadn't moved from his position since he took over Gilgamesh's body, was floating right in front of me as I reappeared. Before I could react, he reached out, grabbing my head with one hand, and power flashed over my skin, green-black. I felt a tremor go through my body that had nothing to do with physical reactions, the sensation bizarrely similar to laying on a massive, active machine, and then I melted, not in pieces or parts, but entirely and all at once. For a moment, I was treated to the feeling of my bones, organs, and skin abruptly melting, coming apart and falling away, but at the same time, I felt my body remain whole, flesh still caught in Malkuth's grasp, and so the feeling of melting continued even as my HP steadily dropped. Keeping my head, I fluctuated again and wasn't all that surprised to find that Malkuth had already followed. He probably hadn't beaten me here. I was teleporting, after all, but he was either reading my mind, predicting where I was going to reappear, or he was just so quick to react that the distance I could put between us didn't matter. While none of those, sadly, were impossible, the first didn't quite seem to fit. He knew a lot, sure, but seemed more like he was a smug prick than a mind reader, and I was confident that at least one of my skills could defend me. The other options, however, I could see it. Whether by recognizing the abrupt relocation of matter or seeing how energy moved around him, it was possible. Not even my teleportation was instantaneous. It was limited by how fast I could activate the skill. After all, that was just a fraction of a moment for me at full acceleration, but it still meant that time had passed and that might give him enough to follow me. That could make things tricky. Just as Malkuth was about to grab me again, however, Keter appeared between us for a moment before just as quickly vanishing and reappearing behind him, and I knew through our light-based communications that he'd used himself as a weapon and that it hadn't worked as intended. Malkuth slid backwards through space, looking briefly stunned, but lacking anything like a massive hole through his chest from a searing laser. I had only a moment to wonder why before Keter demonstrated, striking him from behind with a pair of lasers that seemed to simply pass through his body and come out at another angle. Refraction, I released. He'd made the material of his body refractive somehow, allowing the light to simply pass through his body in some odd way. Not reflective, probably because he realized that hitting Keter with his own light wouldn't do anything to him, but it was a powerful defense on his part, severely limiting the offensive power of my light elemental. Even so, from the grunt of effort he released, it was clear that it had still done something, causing him at least some degree of pain and discomfort in its passage. Keter's attacks weren't just light, after all, they were simply also light. We all noticed that, and without a word between us, Keter approached to deal more damage. Malkuth didn't even glance his way, instead simply hunching his shoulders. Patterns began to glow through his armor, highlighting places along his arm, back, chest, and mask, and then he released a pulse of blue and violet light, power crackling over his skin. The wave of energy expanded in an instant before abruptly halting about 5 meters from him, surrounding him in a perfect sphere, and as Keter passed through that wall, he abruptly slowed. He was still faster than I was, but he now moved at an almost glacial pace compared to what he'd done previously. He fired a pair of blasts at Malkuth and they also moved slowly, just enough so for Malkuth to dodge both. My first thought was that it was a field of slowed time, but no, a quick glance at the spear left me pretty sure that the effect wasn't temporal in nature. So instead, my thoughts went a different direction and I fired a quick magic missile towards Malkuth, the projectile not slowing in the slightest as it passed through the spear. It didn't affect that, but it had slowed Keter and his blast slowed light. Was that what the spear was doing? Interfering with the constant, altering the speed at which light traveled through a vacuum? That seemed like the type of thing that seemed unfair. What with the definition of the word constant, but I was fairly sure that Malkuth didn't give a fuck. I'd figured he'd have countermeasures for Keter, seeing as the last time I'd fought him with a light elemental at my side, I'd lost, but I'd still hoped I'd have Keter's raw speed backing me up. I suppose I couldn't feel too surprised that it didn't work. For that very reason, my twin and I looked at one another and, by unspoken agreement, fluctuated together and activated tachyon, halting time. Malkuth stopped immediately, but Keter didn't, whether because of some aspect of relativity or because of his nature as a light elemental. I wasn't sure, but seeing as stopping time didn't blind me or plunge me into unbelievably cold temperatures, I figured there was something at work there. The moment his attack splashed harmlessly over Malkuth, Keter began to withdraw, approaching us. Perhaps because of our differing methods, it was a lot harder for me to hurt people within a time stop than it apparently had been for Cinder, and his attacks hadn't seemed to be working regardless. Better to regroup, then, and prepare. As he did, we all kept our eyes focused on Malkuth, hoping he wouldn't abruptly move, or rather, that he wouldn't be able to come up with a way around stop time within stop time, at least not on short notice. If it was the real Malkuth, that probably would have been a pipe dream, but within Gilgamesh's body, he was limited to that body. Once Keter was outside of Malkuth's sphere of influence, however, my twin and I began to use tachyon for what it was best at, buying time. Though the technique itself was outrageously expensive, it still provided an opportunity to react or prepare without needing to worry about outside influence. If, for instance, I didn't have most of my best skills running at all times anyway, I could have used it to apply them all at once. That wasn't an issue for me, of course, but I still had a few ways to use it that tended to come in handy, like setting up a sucker punch. As time returned to normal, I fired another full batch of Lux Eternus into Keter's back, providing him with a sudden and massive charge. At once, his body began to waver, apparent spiking oddly and shifting, but he held himself in place even as my twin released his gathered power within the bounds of Malkuth's luminous sphere, or rather, his barrier, for that's what it apparently counted as to Trespasser, a fact that I became certain of the precise moment it worked. But it did work, and that's what matters. Keter fired a blast of energy into Malkuth's chest with enough force to wipe cities off the map. Malkuth released a hiss of breath as it hit home, the light pushing him halfway to the edge of Sanctuary, and it rose into a near scream as the light passed fully through him. This time, the light acted as though his body were a prism, and trails of differently colored light streaming out from his skin as he bore the assault trails that scattered randomly, hitting the edges of the Sanctuary and passing cleanly through. In a moment, The near empty space within my barrier was covered in a network of lasers that were more than intense enough to chew through anything in their path, such as, me. Significantly more hit Malkuth, but they simply scattered again and again, adding fuel to the fire and doing little to help matters. In a moment, however, I felt my other self fluctuate into the same space as me, and Keter moved, wings unfolding to surround us. Each laser that struck him was absorbed cleanly, and he channeled the power anew into another blast at Malkuth, holding it on him with brutal power. This time, however, Malkuth was prepared and raised a hand in front of him just before Keter fired. When the massive column of light came within centimeters of his hand, it abruptly bent upwards, passing over Malkuth at an angle and slipping through Sanctuary's walls, crossing the space behind us, then behind Malkuth, and then elsewhere, instantly filling the areas with bars of searing light that consumed Malkuth in an instant while Keter kept me safe from harm. Then something hit us that wasn't light, and Malkuth had let the blast push him through Sanctuary's walls. I realized grabbed Keter, holding on to the shaped light of his body as easily as flesh. With his other hand, he grabbed me, pulling me up through one of Keter's wings by the throat. "Into the corner with you," he said with a click of his tongue before turning his body once and then jettisoning the arm grasping Keter, sending him towards the center of the sphere. The detached arm began to bloat in mid-flight before abruptly starting to shrink, crushed into an almost imperceptible hole in an instant. Immediately, I felt gravity tugging at my flesh, the light around us vanishing, but Malkuth seemed above such things and he held me still. "And now that the light show is out of the way, what say we take this outside?" Still holding onto my throat, Malkuth dove towards the nearest wall of Sanctuary, but instead of passing through, something strange happened. As the warp space made contact with Malkuth's flesh, I felt something like static erupt in my mind and had mental images of error messages. And then my barrier shattered like broken glass, returning us to the ruin of Jericho Falls. At once, the fighting seemed to fall silent, all eyes focused on us. In the eyes of the Grim, I saw fealty. In the eyes of my friends, Malkuth drew a slow breath, and I got the feeling he was smiling. He'd noticed then. "Damn him. It's always good to be back," he said, sounding deeply satisfied. "Now, where to start? Do you have a preference as to who will die because of you this time, or should I just flip a coin?" I gritted my teeth without answering. Not good. Keter wasn't gone, of that much I was sure, but he was trapped within the dark pit Malkuth had conjured, now rotating lazily above us. There was no sign of the terrible gravity from before, but there was also no sign that he'd escaped quickly. I'd known things might come to this, but if they had, I'd planned to use his help first, instead of this. But there was no helping it now. Left with little choice, I reached deep inside of myself, crossed my fingers, and activated the arcana.